502. It's not the fact that your patient doesn't steal that is important here. It's that he doesn't. Not doesn't, it's that he steals nothing. And that's what you should have conveyed to him. Contrary to what you believe, it's not his defense against the idea of stealing that makes him believe he is stealing. It's that he may have an idea of his own which never occurs to him or barely crosses his mind. It is thus useless to engage him in a process of separating out what more or less original ideas his friend filches from him when they chew the fat together, which God himself could not determine. Couldn't this craving for fresh brains refresh your own concepts, and remind you of the function of metonymy in Roman Jacobson's work? I shall return to this later. You speak of Melita Schmidberg as if she had confused delinquency with the ID. I am not so sure, and the wording of the title of the article in which she discusses this case suggests a metaphor to me. You treat the patient as if he were obsessed, but he throws you a line with his food fantasy, giving you the opportunity to be a quarter of an hour ahead of the nosology of your time by providing a diagnosis of anorexia nervosa anorexia mental. You would simultaneously refresh, by giving them back their true meaning, this couple of terms which current usage has reduced to the dubious status of an etiological indication. Anorexia, in this case, concerns the mental realm, concerns the desire on which the idea lives, and this leads us to the scurvy that rages on the raft on which I embark him with the skinny virgins. Their symbolically motivated refusal seems to me to have a good deal to do with the patient's aversion to what he thinks. His daddy, you tell us, was not very resourceful when it came to ideas. Could it be that the grandfather, who was celebrated for his ideas, disgusted him of them? How can we know? You are surely right to make the signifier grand, included in die kinship term grandfather, nothing less than the origin of the rivalry played out with the father over who could catch the biggest Le plus grand fish. But this purely formal challenge asterisk seems to me rather to mean, nothing doing. Your progress, supposedly from the surface, thus has nothing in common with subjective rectification, highlighted above in Freud's method, where, moreover, it isn't motivated by any kind of topographical priority. The fact is that this rectification is also dialectical in Freud's work. It takes off from the subject's own words in order to come back to them, which means that an interpretation can be exact only by being an interpretation. To side here with the objective situation is going too far, if only because plagiarism is relative to the customs in force. 850J. But the idea that the surface is the level of the superficial is itself dangerous. Another topology is necessary if we are not to be mistaken as to the place of desire. To wipe desire off the map card when it is already covered over in the patient's landscape is not the best way of following Freud's teaching. Nor is it a way of getting rid of depth, for it is on the surface that depth is seen, as when one's face breaks out in pimples on holidays. 777 Where do we stand regarding transference? 1. We must look to the work of my colleague, Daniel Lagache, for an accurate history of the writings devoted around Freud while he was pursuing his work and since he bequeathed it to us to transference, which Freud discovered 18. Lagache's work aims to go much further, by introducing structural distinctions into the phenomenon's function that are essential for its critique. Suffice it to recall the highly relevant alternative he presents regarding the ultimate nature of transference between the need for repetition and the repetition of need. Such work, whose consequences I believe I have been able to draw out in my teaching, shows very clearly, by means of the ordering it introduces, to what extent the aspects on which discussion focuses are often partial, and particularly to what extent the ordinary use of the term transference, even in psychoanalysis, cannot free itself from its most questionable approach, which is also its crudest, to make transference into the succession or sum total of positive or negative feelings the patient has for his analyst. To assess where we stand regarding transference in our scientific community, it could be said that there has been no agreement nor light shed on the following points where they would, nevertheless, seem necessary, is it the same effect of the relation with the analyst that is manifested in the initial infatuation observed at the beginning of treatment and in the web of satisfactions that make this relation so difficult to break off when transference neurosis seems to go beyond strictly analytic means? And is it the relation with the analyst and its fundamental frustration which, in the second phase of analysis, sustains the Scanzian frustration, aggression, and regression in which the most fruitful effects of analysis are supposed to occur? How is the subordination of phenomena to be conceptualized when their movement is traversed by fantasies that openly involve the figure of the analyst? The reason for these persistent obscurities has been formulated in an exceptionally perspicacious study, at each of the stages at which an attempt has been 504. Made to reappraise the problems of transference. The divergences in technique that made this task so urgent have not given way to a true critique of the notion itself. 20. 2. The notion I want to get at here is so central to analytic action that it may serve as a gauge of the partiality of the theories that have taken the time to conceptualize it. That is, we will not be misled if we judge their partiality on the basis of the handling of transference these theories imply. This pragmatism is justified. For the handling of transference and one's notion of it are one and the same, and however little this notion is elaborated in practice, it cannot but align itself with the partialities of the theory. On the other hand, the simultaneous existence of these partialities does not necessarily mean that they complete each other. This confirms the fact that they suffer from a central defect. In order to introduce a little order here already, I will reduce these partial ideas of the theory to 3, even if it means giving in to taking sides to some degree, less serious as it is only for the purposes of exposition. 3. I will link geneticism in the sense that it tends to ground analytic phenomena in the developmental moments involved in those phenomena and to feed on the so-called direct observation of the child to a specific technique, one that centers this procedure on the analysis of the defenses. This link is obvious from a historical perspective. One might even say that it has no other foundation, since it is constituted only on the basis of the failure of the solidarity it presupposes. One can locate its beginnings in the legitimate credence lent to the notion of an unconscious ego with which Freud reoriented his doctrine. To move from that notion to the hypothesis that the defense mechanisms that were grouped under ego functioning ought themselves to be able to reveal a comparable law of appearance, one that even corresponds to the succession of phases by which Freud had attempted to connect the emergence of the drives with physiology, was the step Anna Freud, in her book The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense 4, proposed to take in order to put it to the test of experience. It could have occasioned a fruitful critique of the relations between development and the obviously more complex structures Freud introduced into psychology. But the sights were lowered. It was so much more tempting to try to insert the defense mechanisms into the observable stages of sensoromotor development and progressive abilities of intelligent behavior, those mechanisms supposedly separating out in the course of their progress. One might say that the hopes Anna Freud placed in such an exploration 505 were dashed. Nothing emerged from this line of approach that could inform technique, even though the details gleaned from a type of child observation informed by analysis were sometimes very suggestive. The notion of pattern, which serves here as an alibi for the failed typology, sponsors a technique which, in seeking to detect a pattern that isn't current, willingly judges it on the basis of its deviation from a pattern * that finds in its conformism the guarantees of its conformity. One cannot recall without a sense of shame the criteria of success in which this trumped-up work culminates: the achievement of a higher income and the safety valve of an affair with one's secretary, regulating the release of forces that are strictly under wraps in marriage, career, and political community. These do not seem to me to be of sufficient dignity to require an appeal articulated in the analyst's planning * and even in his interpretation to the discord of the life and death instincts, even if only to decorate one's words with the pretentious term economic, and to pursue it, in an utter and complete misunderstanding of Freud's thought, as the play of a couple offerees that are homologous in their opposition. For the second trend, where we see what slips away from transference, seems less degraded in its analytic relief, namely, that based on object relations. This theory, however much it has degenerated in France in recent years, has, like geneticism, a noble origin. It was Carl Abraham who opened up this field, and the notion of the part object is his original contribution. This is not the place to demonstrate its value. I am more interested in indicating its connection with the partiality of that aspect of transference which Abraham isolates, promoting it in its opacity as the ability to love, as if that were a constitutional facet of the patient in which one could read the degree of his curability, and, in particular, the only aspect concerning which the treatment of psychosis would fail. In fact, we have two equations here. The so-called sexual transference, Sexualübertragung, is at the heart of the love that in French has been called amour objectal, object love, object liebe, and the capacity for transference is a measure of the patient's access to reality real. I cannot stress too strongly that this merely begs the question. In contradistinction to the presuppositions of geneticism, which is supposed to be based on an order of formal emergence in the subject, Abraham's perspective can be explained by a finality that is authorized because it is instinctual, in that it is embellished by the maturation of an ineffable object, the object with a capital O, that governs the phase of objectility, significantly distinguished from objectivity by its effective substance. 506. This ectoplasmic conception of the object quickly revealed its dangers when it degenerated into the crude dichotomy expressed in the opposition between pregenital character and genital character. This elementary theme was summarily developed by attributing to pregenital character a slew of features: projective unrealism, greater or lesser degrees of autism, restriction of satisfactions by the defenses, and the wrapping of the object in doubly protective insulation when it comes to the destructive effects that connote it. In other words, an amalgamation of all the defects in the object relation with a view to showing the reasons for the extreme dependence of the subject that results therefrom. A picture that would be useful, despite its tendency to be confused, if it did not seem designed to serve as a negative for the puerility of the following: the passage from the pregenital form to the genital form, in which the drives are no longer characterized by an uncontrollable, unlimited, unconditional need for possession, involving a destructive element. They are truly tender and loving, and if the subject still does not prove to be ablative, that is, disinterested, and if these objects, here the author recalls my remarks, are just as profoundly narcissistic objects as they were before, he is now capable of comprehension and adaptation to the other. Moreover, the intimate structure of these object relations shows that the object's own pleasure is indispensable to the subject's happiness. The object's preferences, desires, and needs, what a hodgepodge! 9 are taken into consideration to the highest degree. However, this does not prevent the ego from having a stability that runs no risk of being compromised by the loss of a significant object. It remains independent of its objects. Its organization is such that the mode of thought it employs is essentially logical. It does not spontaneously present regression to an archaic mode of apprehending reality, affective thinking and magical belief playing only an absolutely secondary role here. Symbolization does not go beyond the extent and importance it has in normal life. 10. The style of relations between subject and object is one of the most highly evolved, and this is the promise held out to those who at the end of a successful analysis, realize the enormous difference between what they used to believe sexual joy to be and what they now experience. 21, page 55. One is led to understand that for those who have this joy from the outset, genital relations are, in short, untroubled. 21. Untroubled except for conjugating themselves irresistibly in the verb to bang your behind on the chandelier, which marks a place here for the future scholiast to find his eternal opportunity. 5. Although we must agree with Abraham when he suggests that the typical object relation is manifested in the activity of the collector, perhaps the rule of that relation is not given in this edifying antinomy, but is to be sought, rather, in some impasse that is constitutive of desire as such. What makes it such that the object presents itself as broken and decomposed is perhaps something other than a pathological factor. And what does this absurd hymn to the harmony of genital relations have to do with reality real? Must we erase the Oedipal drama from our experience when it had to be forged by Freud precisely to explain the barriers and debasements, Ernadrigungen, so common in the sphere of love, even the most fulfilled? Is it our job to disguise Eros, the black god, as the good shepherd s curly-haired sheep? Sublimation may be at work in the oblation that radiates from love, but we should try to go a little further into the structure of the sublime and not confuse it with the perfect orgasm and equation Freud, in any case, opposed. The worst thing is that the souls who overflow with the most natural tenderness are led to wonder whether they satisfy the delusional normativism of the genital relation, an unheralded burden which we have loaded onto the shoulders of the innocent, like those cursed by the evangelist. Yet in reading our work, should any of it survive into a time when people will no longer know what these effervescent words corresponded to in practice, people might imagine that our art was designed to revive sexual hunger in those afflicted with retardation of the sexual gland, to the physiology of which we have, nevertheless, made no contribution, and of which we need know very little indeed. 6. At least 3 sides are needed to make a pyramid, even a heretical one. The side that closes the dihedron I have described here in the gap left in the conception of transference, strives, one might say, to join the edges together. If transference derives its power from being brought back to the reality of which the analyst is the representative, and if the goal is to ripen the object in the hothouse of a confined situation, the analysand is left with only one object to sink his teeth into, if you will allow me the expression, and that is the analyst. Hence the third mistake on my list, the notion of intersubjective introjection, because it is unfortunately installed in a dyadic relation. For we are certainly dealing with a unitive pathway, concerning which the various theoretical sauces that accompany it, depending on the topography. 508. They refer to, can but retain the metaphor, varying it according to the level of the operation regarded as serious, introjection for Ferenczi, identification with the analyst's superego for Strachey, and terminal narcissistic trance for Balint. I am trying to draw attention to the substance of this mystical consummation, and if, once again, I must criticize what is happening right in front of my nose, it is because analytic experience is known to draw its strength from the particular. The importance given in treatment to the fantasy of phallic devouring, the brunt of which is borne by the image of the analyst, seems worthy of note to me because it tallies so well with the conception of the direction of the treatment that is entirely based on setting the distance between the patient and the analyst, the latter as the object of the dyadic relation. 4. However deficient the theory with which an author systematizes his technique, the fact remains that he really does analyze people, and that the coherence revealed in the error is the guarantor here of the wrong turn practice has taken. It is the privileged function of the signifier phallus in the subject's way of being present in desire that is illustrated here, but in an experience that might be called blind, failing any orientation regarding the true relations in the analytic situation, which, like any other situation involving speech, can only be crushed if one tries to inscribe it in a dyadic relation. Since the nature of symbolic incorporation is not recognized, for good reason, and since it is ruled out that anything real should be consummated in analysis, it is clear from the elementary landmarks of my teaching that anything that occurs that is not imaginary can no longer be recognized. For it is not necessary to know the floor plan of a house to bang one's head against its walls, indeed, one can do so very well without it. I myself suggested to this author, at a time when we used to discuss things, that if one confines oneself to an imaginary relation between objects, there remains nothing but the dimension of distance to order it. I wasn't expecting him to agree with me. To make distance the sole dimension in which the neurotic's relations with the object are played out generates insurmountable contradictions that can be seen clearly enough both in the system and in the opposite directions different authors derive from the same metaphor to organize their impressions. Too much and too little distance from the object sometimes appear to be confounded so thoroughly as to become confused. And it was not distance from the object, but rather its excessive intimacy with the subject that seemed to Ferenczi to characterize the neurotic. What determines what each author means is his technique, and the Tech 50. Nique of bringing together /rapprocher / however priceless in effect the untranslated French term may have in a paper written in English, reveals in practice a tendency that verges on obsession. It is hard to believe that the ideal prescribed by this author of reducing this distance to zero, nil in English, stops him from seeing that his theoretical paradox converges here. Be that as it may, there is no doubt that this distance is taken as a universal parameter, regulating variations in the technique, however incomprehensible the debate on their magnitude may seem, for dismantling neurosis. What such a conception owes to the specific conditions of obsessive neuroses is not to be ascribed entirely to the object. It does not even seem to have to its credit any notable privilege regarding the results it obtains in the treatment of obsessive neurosis. For if I can, as Chris did, mention an analysis which I took over from another analyst, I can attest that such a technique, in the hands of an analyst of indisputable talent, succeeded in producing in a clinical case of pure obsession in a man the eruption of an infatuation which, while platonic, was no less unbridled, and which proved no less irreducible even though it was directed at the first object of the same sex that happened to be at hand in his circle. To speak of transitory perversion here may satisfy a militant optimist, but only at the cost of failing to recognize, in this atypical restoration of the overly neglected third party to the relation, that one should not pull too hard on the strings of proximity in the object relation. 7. There is no limit to the eroding of analytic technique through its deconceptualization. I have already referred to what was found in a wild analysis, about which, to my pained astonishment, no supervisor had become alarmed. To be able to smell one's analyst seemed in one work to be an achievement to be taken literally, as an indication of the felicitous outcome of the transference. One can perceive here a sort of involuntary humor, which is what makes the example so valuable. It would have delighted Jerry. It is, in fact, merely the consequence one can expect from comprehending the development of the 61.0 analytic situation in terms of reality real, and it is true that, taste apart, the olfactory is the only dimension that allows one to reduce distance to zero, nil asterisk, this time in reality real. Whether it provides a guide for the direction of the treatment and the principles of its power is more dubious. But that a stale smell should waft into a technique that is conducted largely by following one's nose, as they say, is not simply ridiculous. The students who attend my seminar will recall the smell of urine that marked the turning. 5. Point in a case of transitory perversion, which I dwelt on in order to criticize this technique. It cannot be said that the turning point was unconnected with the incident that motivated the case study, since it was in looking through a crack in the wall of a water asterisk closet to spy on a woman pissing that the patient suddenly transposed his libido, without anything, it seems, predestining it for this infantile emotions bound up with the fantasy of the phallic mother having until then taken the form of a phobia. 23. It is not a direct connection, however, no more than it would be correct to see in this voyeurism an inversion of the exhibition involved in the atypia of the phobia, which was the correct diagnosis underlying the patient's anxiety at being teased for being too tall. As I said, the analyst to whom we owe this remarkable publication proves her rare perspicacity by returning again and again, to the point of tormenting the patient, to the interpretation she made of a certain suit of armor which appeared in a dream chasing him and armed, moreover, with a syringe containing insecticide as a symbol of the phallic mother. Should I have talked about his father instead? She wondered. She justified not doing so by the fact that the real father had been deficient carens in the patient's history. My students can deplore here the fact that the teaching of my seminar was unable to help her at the time, since they know by what principles I have taught them to distinguish between the phobic object as an all-purpose signifier to make up for supply the other's lack and the fundamental fetish in every perversion as an object perceived in the signifier's cut. Failing that, shouldn't this gifted novice have recalled the dialogue between Six and the suits of armor in André Breton's Discours sur l'époux de réalité? That would have put her on the right track. But how could we hope for such a thing when this analysis was, in supervision, given a direction that inclined her to constantly harass the patient to bring him back to the real situation? How can we be surprised that, unlike the Queen of Spain, the analyst has legs, when she herself emphasizes it in the harshness of her calls to order, that is, to the present? Naturally, This procedure played a part in the benign outcome of the acting out asterisk under examination here, since the analyst who was, moreover, aware of the fact was thus constantly intervening in a castrating manner. But why, then, attribute this role to the mother, when everything in the anamnesis of this case indicates that she always acted, rather, as a go-between? The faltering Oedipus complex was compensated for, but always in the form, which is disarming here in its naivete, of an entirely forced, if not arbitrary, reference to the analyst's husband, a situation encouraged here by the 5U. Fact that it was he, himself a psychiatrist, who provided the analyst with this particular patient. This is not a common situation. In any case, it is to be impugned as lying outside the analytic situation. My reservations about its outcome are not entirely due to the graceless detours of the treatment, and the patient's joke probably not devoid of malice about the fee for the last session being misappropriated to pay for debauchery is not a bad omen for the future. The question that can be raised is that of the boundary between analysis and re-education when the very process of analysis is guided by a predominant solicitation of its real effects. This can be seen by comparing the biographical facts in this case with the transference formations. The contribution made by the deciphering of the unconscious is truly minimal. So minimal that one wonders whether the lion's share of the unconscious does not remain intact in the encystment of the enigma which labeled transitory perversion here is the subject of this instructive paper. 8. Lest the lay reader be misled, let me say that I wish in no way to disparage a work to which Virgil's epithet improbus can rightly be applied. My only purpose is to warn analysts of the decline their technique suffers 612 when they misrecognize the true place in which its effects are produced. While they are tireless in their attempts to define it, one cannot say that in falling back on positions of modesty, or even taking fictions as their guide, the analytic experience they develop is always unfruitful. Geneticism-based research and direct observation are far from having cut themselves off from a properly analytic spirit. When I discussed object-relation themes one year in my seminar, I showed the value of a conception in which child observation is nourished by the most accurate reconsideration of the function of mothering in the genesis of the object, I mean the notion of the transitional object, introduced by D. W. Winnicott, which is key in explaining the genesis of fetishism. 27. The fact remains that flagrant uncertainties in the reading of the major Freudian concepts correspond to weaknesses that plague analytic practice. What I want to convey is that the more impasses researchers and groups encounter in conceptualizing their action in its authenticity, the more they end up forcing their action into the direction of the exercise of power. They substitute this power for the relation to being where their action takes place, making its means, especially those of speech, fall from their veridical eminence. This is why it is a sort of return of the repressed, however strange it may be, which owing to pretensions hardly disposed to encumber themselves. 5L2. With the dignity of these means occasions the linguistic error of referring to being as though it were a fact of reality, when the discourse that reigns there rejects any questioning that a fine platitude would not have already recognized. For how to act with one's being. 1. The question of the analyst's being arose very early in the history of analysis. And it should come as no surprise that it was introduced by the analyst most tormented by the problem of analytic action. Indeed, it can be said that Ferenczi's article, Introjection and Transference, dating back to 1909-3, was inaugural here, and that it anticipated by many years all the themes later developed on the basis of the second topography. Although Ferenczi conceives of transference as the introjection of the doctor's person into the patient's subjective economy, it is not introjection of this person as a prop for a repetitive compulsion or ill-adapted behavior, or as a fantasy figure. What he means is the absorption into the subject's economy of everything the psychoanalyst makes present in the duo as the here and now of an incarnated problematic. Doesn't Ferenczi reach the extreme conclusion that the treatment can only be complete if the doctor avows to the patient the sense of abandonment the doctor himself is liable to suffer? 12. 2. Must one pay this comical price for the subject's want to simply be recognized as the heart of analytic experience, as the very field in which the neurotic's passion is deployed? Apart from the Hungarian school, whose embers are now dispersed and soon to be mere ashes. Only the English, with their cold objectivity, have been able to articulate this gap to which the neurotic, in wanting to justify his existence, attests, and hence to implicitly distinguish the relation to the other, in which being finds its status, from the interpersonal relation, with its warmth and lures. It should suffice to cite Ella Sharp and her pertinent remarks in Following the Neurotic's True Concerns 24. The strength of her remarks lies in a sort of naivete reflected in the justly famous brusqueness of her style as both therapist and writer. She is quite out of the ordinary in going as far as vainglory when she requires the analyst to be omniscient if he is to read the intentions of the analysand's discourse correctly. We must credit her for having given a literary background pride of place in training institutes, even if she does not seem to realize that, in the minimal reading list she proposes, there is a predominance of imaginative works in which the phallus as a signifier plays a central role beneath a transparent veil. 513. This simply proves that her choice is no less guided by analytic experience than her recommendation is felicitous. 3. It is again by the British, whether by birth or by adoption, that the end of analysis has been most categorically defined as the subject's identification with the analyst. Certainly, opinion varies as to whether it is his ego or superego that is involved. It is not that easy to master the structure Freud isolated in the subject, unless you distinguish therein the symbolic from the imaginary and the real. Let us simply say that statements made with such a view to affront are not forged without some pressure on those who proffer them. The dialectic of fantasy objects promoted in practice by Melanie Klein tends to be translated in the theory in terms of identification. For these objects, whether part objects or not, but certainly signifying objects, the breast, excrement, and the phallus are no doubt won or lost by the subject, he is destroyed by them or preserves them, but above all he is these objects, according to the place where they function in his fundamental fantasy. This form of identification merely demonstrates the pathology of the path down which the subject is pushed in a world where his needs are reduced to exchange values, this path itself finding its radical possibility only in the mortification the signifier imposes on his life by numbering it. For it would seem that the psychoanalyst, if he is simply to help the subject, must be spared this pathology, which, as we see, depends on nothing less than an ironclad law. This is why people imagine that a psychoanalyst should be a happy man. Indeed, is it not happiness that people ask him for, and how could he give it, common sense asks, if he does not have a bit of it himself? It is a fact that we do not proclaim our incompetence to promise happiness in an era in which the question of how to gauge it has become so complicated in the first place, because happiness, as Saint just said, has become a political factor. To be fair, humanist progress from Aristotle to Saint Francis de Sales, did 615 not fill the aporias of happiness. It is a waste of time, as we know, to look for a happy man's shirt, and what is called a happy shade is to be avoided for the ills it propagates. It is certainly in the relation to being that the analyst has to find his operating level, and the opportunities training analysis offers him for this purpose are not only to be calculated as a function of the problem which is supposedly already resolved for the analyst who is guiding him. 5i4. There are misfortunes of being that the prudence of colleges and the false shame that ensures domination dare not excise from one. An ethics must be formulated that integrates Freud's conquests concerning desire, one that would place at the forefront the question of the analyst's desire. 5. If one is attuned to the resonance of earlier work, one cannot fail to be struck by the decline in analytic speculation, especially in this area. Because they understand a lot of things, analysts on the whole imagine that to understand is an end in itself, and that it can only be a happy end. The example of physical science may show them, however, that the most impressive successes do not require that one know where one is going. To think, it is often better not to understand, and one can gallop along, understanding for miles and miles, without the slightest thought being produced. This, indeed, was how the behaviorists began, give up understanding. But since they had no other thoughts concerning our particular subject matter, which is antithesis, they adopted the course of using, without understanding it, what we understand a source of renewed pride for us. A sample of the kind of morality we are capable of producing is provided by the notion of ablativity. It is an obsessive's fantasy misunderstood by oneself, everything for the other, my semblable. One propounds with this notion, without recognizing here the anxiety that the other, with a capital zero, inspires by not being assemblable. 616-6. I don't claim to teach psychoanalysts what thinking is. They know. But it is not as if they came to understand it by themselves. They learn their lesson from psychologists. Thought is a first try at action, they dutifully repeat. Freud himself falls into this trap, which does not stop him from being a doughty thinker, whose action culminates in thought. In truth, to analysts thought is an action that undoes itself. This leaves some hope that, if one makes them think about it by taking it up again, they will come to rethink it. 7. The analyst is the man to whom one speaks and to whom one speaks freely. That is what he is there for. What does this mean? Everything that can be said about the association of ideas is mere dressing up in psychologistic clothing. Induced plays on words are far removed from it, because of their protocol. Moreover, nothing could be less free. The subject invited to speak in analysis does not really display a great deal of freedom in what he says. Not that he is bound by the rigor of his Associa 5I5. They no doubt oppress him, but it is rather that they lead to a free speech, a full speech that would be painful to him. Nothing is to be feared more than saying something that might be true. For it would become entirely true if it were said, and Lord knows what happens when something can no longer be cast into doubt because it is true. Is that the procedure used in analysis of progress of truth? I can already hear the Philistines whispering about my intellectualistic analyses, whereas I, to the best of my knowledge, am at the very forefront in preserving what is unsayable there. I know better than anyone that we listen for what lies beyond discourse, if only I take the path of hearing, not that of auscultating. Yes, certainly not the path of auscultating resistance, blood pressure, episthotonos, pallor, and adrenal discharge, by which a stronger, ego should be reformed. What I listen to is based on hearing ce quae equit est deontand merit. Hearing does not force me to understand. The fact remains that what I hear is a discourse, even if it is as seemingly non-discursive as an interjection. For an interjection is linguistic in nature and not an expressive cry. It is a part of speech that is just as important as any other in its syntactic effects in a given language long. In what I indubitably hear, I have nothing to find fault with if I understand 617 none of it, or if I do understand something I am sure to be mistaken. This need not stop me from responding to it. That's what happens outside analysis in such cases. Instead I keep quiet. Everybody agrees that I frustrate the speaker him first, but me too. Why? If I frustrate him it is because he is asking demand of me for something. To answer him, in fact. But he knows very well that it would be but words. And he can get those from whomever he likes. It's not even certain that he'd be grateful to me if they were fine words, let alone if they were lousy. It's not these words he's asking for demanda. He is simply demanding of me, by the very fact that he is speaking, his demand is intransitive, it brings no object with it. Of course, his demand is deployed against the backdrop of an implicit demand, the one for which he is here, the demand for me to cure him, to reveal him to himself, to introduce him to psychoanalysis, to help him qualify as an analyst. But, as he knows, this demand can wait. His present demand has nothing to do with that, it is not even his own, for after all I am the one who offered to let him speak. Only the subject is transitive here. In short, I have succeeded in doing what in the field of ordinary commerce people would like to be able to do with such ease. Out of supply o Jafra I have created demand. 5I6. 8. But it is, one might say, a radical demand. Ida McAlpine is no doubt right in wanting to seek the motor force of transference in the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis alone. But she errs in attributing the unobstructed path toward infantile regression to the absence of all objects. 20. This would rather seem to be an obstacle thereto, for, as everyone knows, child analysts more than anyone, it takes a lot of little objects to keep up a relationship with a child. By means of demand, the whole past begins to open up, right down to earliest infancy. The subject has never done anything but demand, he could not have survived otherwise, and we take it from there. This is the way that analytic regression can occur and does in fact present itself. People talk about it as if the subject began acting like a child. That no doubt happens, and such play acting does not bode very well. It differs, in any case, from what is usually observed in what passes for regression. For regress 618, Zion displays nothing other than a return to the present of signifiers used in demands that have exceeded their statute of limitations. 9. To return to our point of departure, this situation explains primary transference and the love by which it is sometimes declared. For if love is giving what you don't have, it is certainly true that the subject can wait to be given it, since the psychoanalyst has nothing else to give him. But he does not even give him this nothing, and it is better that way, which is why he is paid for this nothing, preferably well paid, in order to show that otherwise it would not be worth much. Although primary transference most often remains little more than a shadow, that doesn't stop this shadow from dreaming and reproducing its demand when there is nothing left to demand. This demand will simply be all the purer since it is empty. It may be objected that the analyst nevertheless gives his presence, but I believe that his presence is initially implied simply by his listening, and that this listening is simply the condition of speech. Why would analytic technique require that he make his presence so discreet if this were not, in fact, the case? It is later that his presence will be noticed. In any case, the most acute sense of his presence is tied to a moment at which the subject can only remain silent, that is, when he backs away from even the shadow of demand. Thus the analyst is he who sustains demand, not, as people say, to frustrate the subject, but in order to allow the signifiers with which the latter's frustration is bound up to reappear. 5e. 10. It is worth recalling that it is in the oldest demand that primary identification is produced, the one that occurs on the basis of the mother's omnipotence, namely, the one that not only makes the satisfaction of needs dependent upon the signifying apparatus, but also that fragments, filters, and models those needs in the defile of the signifier's structure. Needs become subordinate to the same conventional conditions as does the signifier in its double register, the synchronic register of opposition between irreducible elements, and the diachronic register of substitution and combination, through which language, while it does not fulfill all functions, stroke 619 tours everything in interpersonal relations. Hence the oscillation found in Freud's statements concerning relations between the superego and reality. The superego is not, of course, the source of reality, as he says somewhere, but it lays down its pathways, before refinding in the unconscious the first ideal marks in which the tendencies are constituted as repressed in the substitution of the signifier for needs. 11. There is thus no need to look any further for the mainspring of identification with the analyst. That identification may assume very different forms, but it will always be an identification with signifiers. As an analysis proceeds, the analyst deals in turn with all the articulations of the subject's demand. But, as I will explain later, he must respond to them only from his position in the transference. Who, in fact, doesn't emphasize the importance of what might be called analysis permissive hypothesis. But we need no particular political regime for that which is not forbidden to become obligatory. Analysts who might be said to be fascinated by the consequences of frustration merely maintain a position of suggestion that reduces the subject to going back through his demand. That must be what they mean by emotional re-education. Goodness is no doubt more necessary there than it is elsewhere, but it cannot cure the evil it engenders. The analyst who wants what is good for the subject repeats what he was trained in and sometimes even twisted by. The most aberrant education has never had any other motive than the subject's own good. A theory of analysis is conceived, which unlike the delicate articulation of Freudian analysis reduces the mainspring of symptoms to fear. It engenders a practice on which what I have elsewhere called the obscene, ferocious figure of the superego is stamped, and in which there is no other way out of transference neurosis than to sit the patient down by the window and point out the bright side of things to him, adding, "Go for it. You're a good kid now 22. 5i8. V. Desire must be taken literally. 1. A dream, after all, is but a dream, we hear people say these days. 22. Does it mean nothing that Freud recognized desire in dreams? Desire, not tendencies. For we must read the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, to know what is meant by what Freud calls desire there. We must pause at the Vocabel Wunsch, and its English translation, wish, to distinguish them from the French désir, desire, given that the sound of damp firecrackers with which the German and English words fizzle out suggests anything but concupiscence. Their French equivalent is vœu. These vœux may be pious, nostalgic, annoying, or mischievous. A lady may have a dream that is motivated by no other desire than to provide Freud, who has explained to her his theory that dreams are desires, with proof that they are nothing of the kind. What we must keep in mind here is that this desire is articulated in a very cunning discourse. But in order to understand what desire means in Freud's thought, it is just as important to perceive the consequences of the fact that he was satisfied to recognize the dream's desire and the confirmation of his law in that cunning discourse. For he takes its eccentricity still further, since a dream of being punished may, if it likes, signify a desire for what the punishment suppresses. But let us not stop at the labels on the drawers, although many people confuse them with the fruits of science. Let us read the texts, let us follow Freud's thinking in the twists and turns it imposes on us, and not forget that, in deploring them himself compared with an ideal of scientific discourse, he claims that he was forced into them by his object of study. 13. We see then that this object is identical to those twists and turns, since at the first turning point of his book, when dealing with an hysteric's dream, he stumbles upon the fact that, by displacement, in this case specifically by allusion to another woman's desire, a desire from the day before is satisfied in the dream, a desire that is sustained in its eminent position by a desire that is of quite a different order, since Freud characterizes it as the desire to have an unsatisfied desire. 7.14. One should try and count the number of referrals Renvoy made here to bring desire to a geometrically higher power. A single index would not suffice to characterize the exponent. For it would be necessary to distinguish two dimensions in these referrals, a desire for desire, in other words, a desire signified by a desire. The hysteric's desire to have an unsatisfied desire is signified by her desire for caviar. The desire for caviar is its signifier, is inscribed in the different register of a desire substituted for a desire. In the dream, the desire for smoked salmon, characteristic of the patient's female friend, is sub 519. Stituted for the patient's own desire for caviar, which constitutes the substitution of a signifier for a signifier. 15. 2. What we thus find is in no way microscopic, no more than there is any need of special instruments to recognize that a leaf has the structural features of the plant from which it has been detached. Even if one had never seen a plant with its leaves, one would realize at once that a leaf is more likely to be part of a plant than a piece of skin. The desire in the hysteric's dream, but also any other bit of nothing in its place in this text by Freud, summarizes what the whole book explains about mechanisms said to be unconscious condensation, sliding, etc. by attesting to their common structure, namely, desire's relation to the mark of Langage that specifies the Freudian unconscious and descente conception of the subject. I think that my students will appreciate the kind of access I provide here to the fundamental opposition between the signifier and the signified, Langage's powers stemming from that opposition, as I show them. While conceptualizing the exercise of those powers, I nevertheless leave them with their work cut out for them. Let me recall to mind here the automatic functioning of the laws by which 622 the following are articulated in the signifying chain: a. The substitution of one term for another to produce a metaphorical effect, b. The combination of one term with another to produce a metonymical effect. 17. If we apply them here, we see that, insofar as in our patient's dream smoked salmon the object of her friend's desire is all the patient has to offer, Freud, in positing that smoked salmon has been substituted here for caviar, which he takes to be the signifier of the patient's desire, proposes that the dream be viewed as a metaphor of desire. But what is metaphor if not a positive meaning effect, that is, a certain access gained by the subject to the meaning of her desire? The subject's desire being presented here as what is implied by her conscious discourse, thus, as preconscious, which is obvious since her husband is willing to satisfy her desire, though it is important to the patient, who has persuaded him that she has such a desire, that he not do so, but you still have to be Freud to articulate this as the desire to have an unsatisfied desire. One still must go further to figure out what such a desire means in the unconscious. For a dream is not the unconscious but, as Freud tells us, the royal road to it. This confirms that the unconscious proceeds on the basis of metaphorical effects. Dreams lay bare such effects. To whom? I shall return to that shortly. 520. Let us note for the moment that the desire in question, while signified as unsatisfied, is signified thusly by the signifier caviar, insofar as the signifier symbolizes this desire as inaccessible. Note too, however, that as soon as this desire slides, qua desire, into the caviar, the desire for caviar becomes this desire's metonymy rendered necessary by the want to be in which this desire sustains itself. Metonymy is, as I have been teaching you, an effect which is rendered possible by the fact that there is no signification that does not refer to another signification. The most common denominator of those significations is produced in it, namely, the scant meaning, commonly confused with what is meaningless. I repeat, the scant meaning that turns out to be at the root of this desire, conferring upon it the hint of perversion one is tempted to point to in the present case of hysteria. The truth of this appearance is that desire is the metonymy of the want to be. 3. Let us now return to the book known in French as The Science of Dreams, Traum de Dung, though maybe or, better still, signifierness would be more suitable translations than science. Freud in no way claims here to solve all the psychological problems dreams pose. Read it and you will note that Freud does not touch on such rarely explored questions. Studies on space and time in dreams, on the sensory stuff of dreams, and on color or atonal dreams are rare or at least contribute little. Are smell, taste, and the graininess of touch present, like dizziness, turgidity, and heaviness are. To say that Freud's doctrine is a psychology is a crude equivocation. Freud can hardly be said to leave himself open to such an equivocation. He tells us, on the contrary, that he is only interested in the dream's elaboration. What does that mean? Exactly what I translate as the dream's linguistic structure. How could Freud have become aware of that structure when it was only later articulated by Ferdinand de Saussure? It is all the more striking that Freud anticipated it, as that structure overlaps Freud's own terms. But where did he discover it? In a signifying flow whose mystery lies in the fact that the subject doesn't even know where to pretend to be its organizer. To get him to re-find himself therein as desiring is the opposite of getting him to recognize himself therein as a subject, for the brook of desire runs as if along a branch line of the signifying chain, and the subject must take advantage of a crossover in order to catch hold of his own feedback star. Desire merely subjugates what analysis subjectivizes. For this brings me back to the question left unanswered above: to whom does the dream reveal its meaning before the analyst comes on the scene? 5zi. This meaning exists prior both to its being read and to the science of its deciphering. Both show that the dream is designed for the recognition, but my voice falters before finishing of desire. For desire, assuming that Freud is right about the unconscious and that analysis is necessary, can only be grasped in interpretation. But to return to what I was saying before, the elaboration of the dream is nourished by the desire. Why does my voice fail to complete the thought, for recognition, as if the second word recognition were extinguished, which, when it was the first earlier, resorbed the other desire in its light? For it is not by sleeping that one gets oneself recognized. And the dream, Freud tells us, without seeming to see the slightest contradiction therein, serves above all the desire to go on sleeping. It involves the narcissistic withdrawal of libido into oneself and the decathexis of reality. It is, in any case, a fact of experience that when my dream begins to coincide with my demand, not with reality, as is improperly said, which can safeguard my sleep, or with what proves to be equivalent to it here, the other's demand, I wake up. 5. A dream, after all, is but a dream. Those who now disdain it as a tool in analysis have found, as we have seen, surer and more direct roads by which to bring the patient back to sound principles and normal desires, those that satisfy true needs. Which needs? Why, everyone's needs, my friend. If that is what frightens you, have faith in your psychoanalyst and climb the Eiffel Tower to see how beautiful Paris is. Too bad some people jump over the railing on the first deck, precisely those whose needs have all been restored to their proper proportions. A negative therapeutic reaction, I would call it. Thank God not everyone takes refusal that far. Nevertheless, the symptom grows back like a weed, repetition compulsion. But that, of course, is no more than a misconception. One does not get better because one remembers. One remembers because one gets better. Since this formulation was found, there has no longer been any question regarding the reproduction of symptoms, but only regarding the reproduction of analysts. The reproduction of patients has been resolved. 6. Thus a dream is but a dream. A certain psychoanalyst who has the nerve to teach has even gone so far as to write that dreams are produced by the ego. This proves that we run no great risk in wanting to wake men from their dreams. The latter are pursued in broad daylight and by those who rarely indulge in dreaming. 522. But even these men, if they are psychoanalysts, must read Freud on dreams, because otherwise it is not possible either to understand what he means by the neurotic's desire, repression, the unconscious, interpretation, or analysis itself, or to close in on anything whatsoever related to his technique or doctrine. We shall see how much is contained in the short dream I borrowed above for the purposes of this discussion. For the desire of our witty hysteric, Freud is the one who characterizes her as such. I mean her waking desire, that is, her desire for caviar is the desire of a woman who is fulfilled and yet does not want to be. For her butcher of a husband never neglects to dot the I's and cross the T's when it comes to providing her the kinds of satisfaction everyone needs, nor does he mince words with a painter who flatters him, God knows with what obscure intent, regarding his interesting mug, saying, nothing doing. A nice piece of ass is what you need, and if you expect me to get it for you, you can stick it you know where. Here's a man a woman should have nothing to complain about, a genital character, who must appropriately ensure that when he fucks his wife, she has no need to jerk off afterward. Moreover, Freud does not hide from us the fact that she is very taken with him and teases him all the time. But there it is, she does not want to be satisfied regarding her true needs alone. She wants other needs that are gratuitous and, in order to be quite sure that they are gratuitous, not to satisfy them. This is why the question, what does the witty butcher's wife desire, can be answered as follows: caviar. But this answer is hopeless because she also does not want any. 7. This is not the whole of her mystery. Far from being imprisoned by this impasse, she finds the key to her freedom in it, the key to the field of the desires of all the witty hysterics in the world, whether butchers' wives or not. This is what Freud perceives in one of those sidelong glances by which he discovers the truth, shattering in passing the abstractions with which positivist thinkers willingly explain everything, in this case, imitation, a concept so dear to Tard. We must bring to bear in this particular case the linchpin Freud provides here of hysterical identification. If our patient identifies with her friend, it is insofar as she is inimitable in her unsatisfied desire for that salmon, may God damn it if it is not he himself who smokes it. Thus the patient's dream is a response to her friend's request demanded, which is to come dine at the patient's house. And what could possibly make her friend want to do so, apart from the fine dinners served there, if not the fact not overlooked by the butcher's wife that her husband always praises her friend? Now, as her friend is thin, her figure is not likely to attract him, relishing only curves as he does. 5 feet 23 inches. Couldn't it be that he too has a desire that remains awry when all in him is satisfied? It is the same mechanism that, in the dream, thwarts her own request demanded due to her friend's desire. For despite the precision with which the request demanded is symbolized by the newborn accessory, the telephone, it is all for naught. The patient's call does not go through. A fine thing it would be, indeed, for the other her friend to fatten up so that her husband could feast on her. But how can another woman be loved? Doesn't the mere fact that her husband holds her friend in high regard suffice to give the patient pause for thought, by a man who cannot be satisfied with her, he being an ass man v hum a la tranche de posterior? This is the precise formulation of the question that is, generally speaking, the question involved in hysterical identification. 8. The subject becomes this question here. In this respect, the woman identifies with the man, and the sliced tranche of smoked salmon comes to occupy the place of the other's desire. This desire not sufficing for anything, how can all the people be served with this single slice of smoked salmon? I must, in the end, and at the end of the dream, give up my desire to throw a dinner party, that is, give up my search for the other's desire, which is the secret of my own. Everything goes wrong, and you say that a dream is the fulfillment of a desire. How do you explain that one, Professor? Challenged in this way, psychoanalysts stopped responding a long time ago. Having themselves given up pondering their patient's desires, analysts reduce their patient's desires to demands, which simplifies the task of converting them into the analyst's own demands. Isn't that the reasonable road to take? So they adopted it. But sometimes desire cannot be conjured away quite so easily, being all too visible, smack in the middle of the scene on the banquet table as we see it here, in the form of a salmon, which happens to be a pretty fish. It suffices to present it, as they do in restaurants, under a thin cloth for the unveiling to equal that carried out at the culmination of the mysteries of antiquity. To be the phallus, even a somewhat skinny one, isn't that the final identification with the signifier of desire? That doesn't seem self-evident in the case of a woman, and there are those among us who prefer to have nothing further to do with this obscure discourse. Are we going to have to spell out the role of the signifier only to find ourselves saddled with the castration complex and God spare us, penis envy, when Freud, having come to this crossing, no longer knew which way to turn, perceiving only the desert of analysis beyond it? 5z4. Yes, but he led them to that crossing, and the place was less infested than transference neurosis, which reduces you to chasing the patient away, begging him to go slowly so as to take his flies with him. 9. Let us nevertheless articulate what structures desire. Desire is what manifests itself in the interval demand excavates just shy of itself, insofar as the subject, articulating the signifying chain, brings to light his lack of being monoedra with his call to receive the complement of this lack from the other, assuming that the other, the locus of speech, is also the locus of this lack. What it is thus the other's job to provide, and, indeed, it is what he does not have, since he too lacks being, is what is called love, but it is also hate and ignorance. Those passions for being are, moreover, evoked by any demand beyond the need articulated in that demand, and the more the need articulated in that demand is satisfied, the more the subject remains deprived of those passions. Furthermore, the satisfaction of need appears here only as a lure in which the demand for love is crushed, throwing the subject back into a kind of sleep in which he haunts the limbo realm of being, letting it speak in him. For the being of language is the non-being of objects, and the fact that desire was discovered by Freud in its place in dreams, which have always been the bane of all attempts by thought to situate itself in reality, suffices to instruct us. To be or not to be, to sleep, perchance to dream even the supposedly simplest dreams of the child, as simple as the analytic situation, no doubt, Sim 628 ply display miraculous or forbidden objects. 10. But the child does not always fall asleep in this way in the bosom of being, especially if the other, which has its own ideas about his needs, interferes and, instead of what it does not have, stuffs him with the smothering baby food it does have, that is, confuses the care it provides with the gift of its love. It is the child who is the most lovingly fed who refuses food and employs his refusal as if it were a desire, anorexia nervosa. This is an extreme case where one grasps as nowhere else that hate is the payback for love, but where it is ignorance that is not pardoned. Ultimately, by refusing to satisfy the mother's demand, isn't the child requiring the mother to have a desire outside of him, because that is the pathway toward desire that he lacks? 11. Indeed, one of the principles that follows from these premises is that 525. If desire is an effect in the subject of the condition which is imposed on him by the existence of discourse that his need pass through the defile of the signifier, and if, as I intimated above, by opening up the dialectic of transference, we must establish the notion of the other with a capital O as being the locus of speech's deployment, the other scene, ein anderer Schauplatz of which Freud speaks in the Traumdeutung. Then it must be posited that, as a characteristic of an animal at the mercy of language, man's desire is the other's desire. This concerns a totally different function than that of primary identification mentioned above, for it does not involve the assumption by the subject of the other's insignia, but rather the condition that the subject find the constitutive structure of his desire in the same gap opened up by the effect of sine fees in those who come to represent the other for him, insofar as his demand is subjected to them. Perhaps we can catch a glimpse in passing of the reason for this effect of occultation that caught our attention regarding the recognition of desire in the dream. The desire in the dream is not owned assumed by the subject who says I in his speech. Articulated, nevertheless, in the locus of the other, it is discourse, a discourse whose grammar Freud began to enunciate as such. This is why the wishes it constitutes have no optative inflection to alter the indicative in which they are formulated. A linguistic point of view would allow us to see that what is called the aspect of the verb is here that of the perfective accompli, the true meaning of Wunscherfüllung, wish fulfillment. It is this existence, Anstellung, 16 of desire in the dream that explains how the dream's signifierness masks its desire, whereas its motive vanishes as being simply problematic. 12. Desire is produced in the beyond of demand, because in linking the subject's life to its conditions, demand prunes it of need. But desire is also excavated in the area shy of demand in that, as an unconditional demand for presence and absence, demand evokes the want to be in the three figures of the nothing that constitutes the ground for the demand for love, for the hatred that goes so far as to negate the other's being, and for the unspeakableness of what is not known as ignore in its request. In this aporia incarnate of which one might metaphorically say that demand borrows its heavy soul from the hardy offshoots of the wounded tendency, and its subtle body from death as it is actualized in the signifying sequence, desire asserts itself as an absolute condition. 5z6. Less still than the nothing that circulates in the round of significations that stir men up, desire is the wake left behind by its trajectory and like the signified brand on the speaking subject's shoulder. It is not so much a pure position of the signified as a pure action of the signifier, which stops at the moment when the living being, having become a sign, renders this action meaningless insignifiant. This moment of cutting is haunted by the form of a bloody scrap, the pound of flesh that life pays in order to turn it into the signifier of signifiers, which it is impossible to restore, as such, to the imaginary body. It is the lost phallus of embalmed Osiris. 13. The function of the signifier as such in desire's quest is, as Freud detected, the key to what we need to know in order to terminate our analyses, and no artifice can make up for it if we are to achieve this end. To give some idea of this function, I will describe an incident that occurred at the end of the analysis of an obsessive, that is, after a great deal of work in which I did not confine myself to analyzing the subject's aggressiveness, in other words, to pounding away at his imaginary aggressions, but in which he was made to recognize the part he had played in the destructive game foisted by one of his parents on the other parent's desire. He surmised his powerlessness to desire without destroying the other, thus destroying his own desire insofar as it was the other's desire. To arrive at this stage, he was shown how at every moment he manipulated the situation so as to protect the other, by our exhausting in the transference work travail de transfert, Durcharbeitung, all the artifices of a verbalization that distinguished the other from the other, with a lowercase o and a capital O, and that, from the spectator's box reserved for the others, with a capital O, boredom, made him arrange the circus games between the two others, LEA and the ego, its shadow. Of course, it was not enough to go around in circles in some well-explored area of obsessive neurosis to bring him to this traffic circle, or to know this traffic circle in order to lead him to it by a route that is never the most direct. One does not simply need the blueprints to a reconstructed labyrinth, nor even a pile of blueprints that have already been worked up. What is needed above all is the general commonality that no doubt governs their variety, but that also, even more usefully, accounts for the illusions or, better, shifts in the labyrinth that take place right before one's very eyes. For there is no shortage of either in obsessive neurosis, which is an architecture of contrasts that have not yet been sufficiently noticed and that cannot simply be attributed to differing facades. Amid so many seductive, insurgent, and impassive attitudes, 5zy. We must grasp the anxieties that are bound up with performance, the grudges that do not prevent generosity, imagine claiming that obsessives are lacking in ablativity, and the mental infidelities that sustain infrangible loyalties. All this moves as a unit in an analysis, though not without local wielding, the great mass of it nevertheless remains. Here my subject was at the end of his rope, having reached the point of playing a game of three-card Monte with me that was of a rather peculiar kind, in that it revealed a structure of desire. Let's say that being of mature years, as the comical expression goes, and of a disillusioned turn of mind, he would have willingly misled me into thinking his menopause was the cause of the impotence that struck him, and accused me of the same. In fact, redistributions of libido are not brought about without certain objects losing their position, even if the position itself is permanent. In short, he was impotent with his mistress and, having gotten it into his head to use his discoveries about the function of the potential third party in the couple, he suggested that she sleep with another man to see. Now, if she remained in the place assigned to her by his neurosis, and if his analysis affected her in that position, it was because of the peace she had no doubt made long ago with the patient's desires, but even more so with the unconscious postulates maintained by those desires. It will thus come as no surprise that, without wasting any time indeed, that very night she had a dream, which she recounted to our crestfallen patient hot off the presses. In the dream she had a phallus. She sensed its shape under her clothing, which did not prevent her from having a vagina as well, nor, especially, from wanting this phallus to enter it. On hearing this, my patient's powers were immediately restored, and he demonstrated this brilliantly to his shrewd paramour. What interpretation is indicated here? You will have guessed from the request demanda / my patient had made of his mistress that he had been trying for a long time to get me to ratify his repressed homosexuality. This was an effect of Freud's discovery of the unconscious, one that he was very quick to anticipate. Among the regressive demands, the demand for fables will be sated with the truth spread by analysis itself. Analysis, upon its return from America, exceeded his expectations. But I remained, as you may well have expected, rather off-putting on that point. Note that the dreamer was no more indulgent in this regard, since her c. 5z8 Nario excluded any coadjutor. This would guide even a novice to trust only in the text, if he is trained according to my principles. Yet I am not analyzing her dream, but rather its effect on my patient. It would run counter to my practice to get him to see in the dream a truth that is less widely known in analytic history, as it is one of my own contributions, that the refusal of castration, if there is any such thing, is first and foremost a refusal of the other's castration, of the mother's, first of all. True opinion is not science, and conscience without science is but complicity with ignorance. Our science is transmitted only by articulating what is particular in the situation. Here the situation is unique in showing the figure that I state in these terms. Unconscious desire is the other's desire, since the dream was designed to satisfy the patient's desire beyond his request /demanda /, as is suggested by the fact that it succeeds in doing so. Although it is not one of the patient's dreams, it may be no less valuable to us since, while it was not addressed to me as it was to the analysand, it addressed the analysand just as well as the analyst could have. It was an opportunity to get the patient to grasp the function the phallus as a signifier serves in his desire. For it is as a signifier that the phallus operates in the dream in order to enable him to recover the use of the organ it represents, as I will show by the place the dream aims at in the structure in which his desire is caught up. Apart from what the woman dreamt, there is the fact that she talked to him about it. Was the fact that she presented herself, in this discourse, as having a phallus the only way in which her erotic value was restored to her? Having a phallus was not, in effect, enough to restore to her an object position that allowed her to fit a fantasy on the basis of which my patient, as an obsessive, could maintain his desire in an impossibility that preserved its metonymic conditions. The latter governed a game of escape in his choices that analysis had disturbed, but which the woman restored here by a ruse, the crudeness of which concealed a subtlety that perfectly illustrates the science included in the unconscious. For, to my patient, it was of no use to have this phallus, since his desire was to be it. And the woman's desire yields to his desire here, by showing him what she does not have. Undiscriminating case studies always make much of any sign of a castrating mother, however small the role the anamnesis gives her. She looms large here, as expected. People think that their job is then done. But it's of no value in interpretation, where to invoke it would not have taken us very far, except to bring the patient back to the very point where he wound his way between a desire and 5z. Contempt for that desire, certainly, his ill-tempered mother's contempt for the overly ardent desire whose image his father bequeathed him. But this would have taught him less about it than what his mistress said to him, that having this phallus in her dream didn't stop her from desiring it. Which is why his own want to be was touched. That lack results from an exodus, his being is always elsewhere. He has tucked it away, one might say. Am I saying this to explain the difficulty of his desire? No, rather to say that his desire is for difficulty. Let us not, therefore, be misled by the guarantee the subject received from the fact that the dreamer had a phallus and would not have to take it from him, even if to point out, learnedly, that such a guarantee is too strong not to be fragile. For that would be precisely to fail to recognize that this guarantee would not require so much weight if it did not have to be, printed in a sign, and that it is by displaying this sign as such, by making it appear where it cannot be, that this guarantee has its effect. The condition of desire that especially grabs the obsessive is the very mark by which he finds desire spoiled, the mark of origin of its object contraband. A singular mode of grace which is figured only on the basis of a disavowal of nature. A favor is hidden here that is always kept waiting in our subject. And it is by dismissing this favor that one day he will let it enter. 14. The importance of preserving the place of desire in the direction of the treatment requires one to position this place in relation to the effects of demand, the only effects that are currently considered to be at the crux of the power of the treatment. Indeed, the fact that the genital act must find its place in desire's unconcise articulation is the discovery of analysis, and it is precisely why no one has ever thought of giving in to the patient's illusion that to facilitate his demand for the satisfaction of need would be of any help to him. Still less to authorize it with the classic coitus normalis docem repetator. Why do people think differently in believing it to be more essential for the progress of the treatment to work in any way whatsoever on other demands, under the pretext that they are regressive? Let us begin once again with the notion that the subject's own speech is a message to him, first of all, because it is produced in the other's locus. It originates in that locus and is worded as such not only because his demand is submit to the other's code, but because his demand is dated by this other's locus, and even time. This can be clearly read in the subject's most freely given speech. He invokes 530. His wife or his master, so that they have his word with the two es, uare. The one or the other, without declaring what he himself is otherwise than by murmuring an order of murder against himself that the equivocation of the French brings to one's ear. Although it always shows through in demand, as we see here, desire is nevertheless beyond demand. It is also shy of another demand in which the subject, echoing in the other's locus, would like not so much to efface his dependence by a payback agreement as to fix the very being he proposes there. This means that it is only from a kind of speech on parole that would remove the mark the subject receives from what he says that he might obtain the absolution that would return him to his desire. But desire is nothing but the impossibility of such speech, which, in replying to the first speech, can merely redouble its mark by consummating the split, Spaltung, the subject undergoes by virtue of being a subject only insofar as he speaks. This is symbolized by the slanted bar of noble bastardy, which I assign to the s of the subject in order to indicate that it is the specific subject, $. 17 The regression people foreground in analysis, temporal regression, no doubt, providing one specifies that it has to do with the time of remembering, concerns only the oral, anal, etc., signifiers of demand, and involves the corresponding drive only through them. Reducing this demand to its place may produce the appearance of a reduction of desire owing to the mitigation of need. But this is really only the effect of the analyst's heavy-handedness. For if demand's signifiers have sustained the frustrations on which desire is fixated, Freud's Fixierung, it is only in their place that desire is exacting a Suchtdecent, whether it intends to frustrate or to gratify. Any response to demand in analysis reduces transference to suggestion. There is a relation between transference and suggestion, as Freud discovered. Transference is also a suggestion, but a suggestion that operates only on the basis of the demand for love, which is not a demand based on any need. The fact that this demand is constituted as such only insofar as the subject is the subject of the signifier is what allows it to be misused by reducing it to the needs from which these signifiers have been borrowed, which is what psychoanalysts, as we see, do not fail to do. But identification with demand's omnipotent signifier, of which I have already spoken, must not be confused with identification with the object of the demand for love. The demand for love is also a regression, as Freud insists, when he makes it into the second form of identification, which he distinguished 5ji. In his second topography when he wrote Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego. But it is another kind of regression. Here is the exit asterisk that allows us to leave suggestion behind. Identification with the object as a regression, because it begins with the demand for love, opens up the sequence of transference, opens it up, not closes it, that is, the pathway by which the identifications that punctuate this regression by stopping it can be exposed. But this regression is no more dependent on the need in demand than city's tick desire is explained by anal demand, for to believe that a turd is in itself a noxious object is but an ordinary lure of understanding. Understanding in the harmful sense the word takes on in Jasper's work. You understand is an introductory phrase by which someone who has nothing to convey thinks he can impress someone who understands nothing. But the demand to be a shit now there's something that it is preferable to view from a different angle when the subject reveals himself there. It's the misfortune of being I referred to above. Whoever cannot carry his training analyses to this turning point at which it is revealed, with trembling, that all the demands that have been articulated in the analysis, and more than any other the one that was at its core, the demand to become an analyst, which now comes to maturity, were merely transferences designed to keep in place a desire that was unstable or dubious in its problematic. Such a person knows nothing of what must be obtained from the subject if he is to be able to ensure the direction of an analysis, or merely offer a well-advised interpretation in it. These considerations confirm that it is natural to analyze transference. For transference is already, in itself, an analysis of suggestion, insofar as transference places the subject, with regard to his demand, in a position he occupies only because of his desire. It is only in order to maintain this transference framework that frustration must prevail over gratification. The subject's resistance, when it opposes suggestion, is but a desire to maintain his desire. As such, his resistance should be considered positive transference, since it is desire that maintains the direction of the analysis, quite apart from the effects of demand. As you can see, these propositions are rather different from the received opinions on the matter. If they lead people to think that something has gone awry somewhere, I will have succeeded in my aim. 15. This is the place for a few remarks on symptom formation. Freud, starting with his demonstrative study of such subjective phenomena. 532. ENA as dreams, slips, and jokes, which, he says quite categorically, are structurally identical to symptoms, but, of course, to our scientists, all this is clearly inadequate for the experience they have acquired and by what pathways, for them to even dream of returning to it. Freud, as I was saying, stressed again and again that symptoms are overdetermined. To the foolish acolyte engaged in the daily drum beating that promises the imminent reduction of analysis to its biological basis, this is obvious enough. It is so easy to say that he does not even hear it. Is that all you've got? He asks. Let us leave aside my remarks on the fact that overdetermination is only conceivable, strictly speaking, within the structure of language. What does this mean, as far as neurotic symptoms are concerned? It means that interference will occur in the effects that correspond in a subject to a particular demand from the effects of a position that he maintains as a subject in relation to the other, here, his semblable. That he maintains as a subject means that language allows him to regard himself as the stagehand, or even the director, of the entire imaginary capture of which he would otherwise be nothing more than the living marionette. Fantasy is the very illustration of this original possibility. This is why any temptation to reduce fantasy to imagination, that doesn't admit to its failure, is a permanent misconception, a misconception from which the Kleinian school, which has certainly carried things very far here, is not free, having failed to even glimpse the category of the signifier. However, the notion of unconscious fantasy no longer presents any difficulty once it is defined as an image set to work in the signifying structure. Let us say that, in its fundamental use, fantasy is the means by which the subject maintains himself at the level of his vanishing desire, vanishing inasmuch as the very satisfaction of demand deprives him of his object. Oh, these neurotics are so fussy. What is to be done with them? These people are incomprehensible, upon my word, as one family man put it. But this is precisely what has been said for a long time indeed, what has always been said, and analysts haven't gotten any further. The simple-minded call it the irrational, since they haven't even realized that Freud's discovery is ratified by the fact that it first takes it as certain that the real is rational, which, in itself, is enough to cut the ground out from under our exegetes, and then by noting that the rational is real. As a result, Freud can articulate that what presents itself as not very reasonable in desire is an effect of the passage of the rational qua real, that is, of language into the real, insofar as the rational has already traced its circumvallation there. For the paradox of desire is not the neurotic's privilege, it is rather that he 5jj takes the existence of this paradox into account in his way of dealing with desire. This does not give him such a bad ranking in the order of human dignity, and it does no honor to mediocre analysts. This is not an assessment, but an ideal formulated in a definite wish made by the interested parties, who, on this point, fail to achieve the same dignity, a surprising distance that analysts have always noted in veiled terms by talking about other analysts, without our knowing how the latter can be distinguished, since they would never have thought of doing so themselves, if they hadn't first had to oppose the deviation of the former. 16. It is, then, the neurotic's position with respect to desire, let us say, to abbreviate, fantasy, that marks with its presence the subject's response to demand, in other words, the signification of his need. But this fantasy has nothing to do with the signification in which it interfers. Indeed, this signification comes from the other, insofar as it depends on the other whether or not demand is met. But fantasy comes in here only to find itself on the return path of a broader circuit, a circuit that, in carrying demand to the limits of being, makes the subject wonder about the lack in which he appears to himself as desire. It is incredible that certain features of man's action as such, which have always been obvious enough, have not been highlighted here by analysis. I am talking about what makes man's action the deed that finds support in his epic poem. The analyst reduces this dimension of exploit, performance, and solution strangled by the symbol, what thus makes it symbolic, but not in the alienating sense this term commonly denotes, the very reason why people speak of passage of acting out, that Rubicon whose characteristic desire is always camouflaged in history in favor of its success, everything to which the experience of what the analyst calls acting out * gives him a quasi-experimental access, since he holds its entire artifice. In his hands the analyst reduces it at best to a relapse on the subject's part, at worst to a mistake on the therapist's part. One is stupefied by the analyst's false shame in the face of action, a shame that no doubt conceals true shame, the shame he has regarding an action, his own action, one of the highest of actions, when it stoops to abjection. For what else, in fact, is it, when by intervening the analyst degrades the transference message he is there to interpret into a fallacious signification of reality real that is nothing but mystification? For the point at which the contemporary analyst claims to grasp transference is the distance he defines between fantasy and the so-called well-adapted response. Well adapted to what if not to the other's demand? And 534. Why would this demand have any more or less consistency than the response obtained, if the analyst didn't believe he was authorized to deny near all value to fantasy in using the yardstick he takes from his own reality? Here the very pathway by which he proceeds betrays him, when it is necessary for him to insert himself into fantasy by this pathway and offer himself up as an imaginary host hostile to fictions in which an idiotic desire proliferates, an unexpected Ulysses who offers himself up as fodder so that Circe's pigsty may prosper. Let it not be said that I am defaming anyone here, for it is the precise point at which those who cannot articulate their practice in any other way are themselves sufficiently concerned to question what they are doing. Aren't fantasies the area in which we provide the subject with the gratification in which the analysis becomes bogged down? This is the question they keep repeating to themselves with the inescapable insistence of an unconcise torment. 17. Thus, at best, the contemporary analyst leaves his patient at the point of purely imaginary identification of which the hysteric remains captive, because her fantasy implies ensnarement in it. This is the very point from which Freud, throughout the first part of his career, wished to extricate the hysteric too quickly by forcing the call for love onto the object of identification, for Elizabeth von R., her brother-in-law 5, for Dora, Herr K., for the young homosexual woman. In the case of female homosexuality, he sees the problem more clearly, but errs when he regards himself as the object aimed at in reality real by the negative transference. It was not until the chapter on identification in group psychology and the analysis of the ego that Freud clearly distinguished the third form of identification, which is conditioned by its function of sustaining desire and is therefore specified by the indifference of its object. But our psychoanalysts insist, this indifferent object is the substance of the object. Eat of my body, drink of my blood, this profane evocation flows from their pens. The mystery of the analysand's redemption lies in this imaginary effusion, of which the analyst is the sacrificial object. Lablat. How can the ego, whose aid they claim to enlist here, not suffer, in effect, from the blows of the further alienation they induce in the subject? Long before Freud came on the scene, psychologists knew, even if they did not express it in these terms, that while desire is the metonymy of the want to be, the ego is the metonymy of desire. This is how the terminal identification occurs, in which analysts take such pride. 5J5. Whether the identification involves their patient's ego or superego, they aren't sure, or rather, they couldn't care less, but what the patient identifies with is their strong ego. Freud foresaw this result very clearly in the text I just mentioned, when he showed that the most insignificant object may play the role of an ideal in the genesis of a leader. It is not in vain that analytic psychology is increasingly turning toward group psychology and even group psychotherapy. Let us observe its effects in the analytic group itself. It is not true that analysans undergoing training analysis model themselves on the image of their analyst, regardless of the level at which one wishes to detect that image. It is rather that analysans of the same analyst are linked to each other by a feature that may be quite secondary in the psychical economy of each of them, but upon which the analyst's inadequacy in his work is clearly stamped. Thus the analyst according to whom the problem of desire can be reduced to lifting the veil off of fear, leaves all those he has guided wrapped in this shroud. 18. Thus we have now reached the tricky crux of this power that is ever open to a blind direction. It is the power to do good. No power has any other end, and that is why power has no end. But something else is at stake here, truth, the only truth, the truth about the effects of truth. Once Oedipus set off down this path, he had already given up power. Where, then, is the direction of the treatment headed? Perhaps we need but question its means to define it in its soundness. Let us note, 1. That speech possesses all the powers here, the specific powers of the treatment. 2. That, with the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, the analyst is far from directing the subject toward full speech, or toward a coherent discourse. Rather, the analyst leaves the subject free to have a go at it. 3. That this freedom is what the subject tolerates least easily. 4. That demand is exactly what is bracketed in analysis, it being ruled out that the analysts satisfy any of the subject's demands. 5. That since no obstacle is put in the way of the subject's owning of his desire, it is toward this owning that he is directed and even channeled. 6. That resistance to this owning can, in the final analysis, be related here to nothing but desire's incompatibility with speech. There may still be a few people, even in my usual audience, who are surprised to find such propositions in my discourse. 53.5. One senses here the terrible temptation the analyst must face to respond to demand, however minimally. How, moreover, is the analyst to prevent the subject from attributing this response to him, in the form of a demand to get better, and in accordance with the horizon of a discourse that the subject has all the more reason to impute to him given that our authority has wrongly adopted this discourse? Who will now relieve us of this tunic of meshes we have spun for ourselves in maintaining that analysis responds to all the desiderata of demand, and by widely circulated norms? Who will sweep this enormous pile of dung out of the Augean stables of analytic literature? What silence must the analyst now impose upon himself if he is to make out, rising above this bog, the raised finger of Leonardo's Saint John the Baptist, if interpretation is to find anew the forsaken horizon of being in which its elusive virtue must be deployed? 19. Since the point is to take desire, and since it can only be taken literally à la lettre, since it is the letter's snare that determines, nay overdetermines, its place as a heavenly bird, how can we fail to require the bird-catcher to first be a man of letters? Who among us has attempted to articulate the importance of the literary element in Freud's work, apart from a professor of literature in Zurich who has begun to spell it out? This is merely an indication. Let us go further. Let us question how things should stand with the analyst's being, as far as his own desire is concerned. Who would still be so naive as to see Freud as the conventional Viennese bourgeois who so astonished André Breton by not manifesting any obsession with the Bacchanalian? Now that we have nothing but his works, will we not recognize in them a river of fire, which owes nothing to François Mauriac's artificial river? Who was more able than him, when avowing his dreams, to spin the thread on which the ring that unites us with being slides, and make its brief shine glow in closed hands, passing it from the one to the other in the swiftly shifting game of human passion? Who has inveighed as much as the scholar against the monopolization of jouissance by those who load the burdens of need onto others' shoulders? Who, as fearlessly as this clinician, so firmly rooted in the everydayness of human suffering, has questioned life as to its meaning, not to say that it has none, which is a convenient way of washing one's hands of the matter, but to say that it has only one, that in which desire is born by death. 5 Sy. A man of desire, a desire he followed against his will down pathways where it is reflected in feeling, dominating, and knowing, but whose unparalleled signifier he and he alone like an initiate at the defunct mysteries succeeded in unveiling, the phallus, the receiving and giving of which are equally impossible for the neurotic, whether he knows that the other does not have it, or that the other does have it, because in both cases the neurotic's desire is elsewhere to be it. And whether male or female, man must accept to have and not have it, on the basis of the discovery that he isn't it. It is here that is inscribed the final Spaltung by which the subject is linked to logos, and about which Freud was beginning to write 12, giving us, at the final point of an over that has the dimensions of being, the solution to infinite analysis, when his death applied to it the word nothing. Remarks on Daniel Lagacé's presentation, 647 Psychoanalysis and Personality Structure. This text was written up on the basis of a tape recording of a presentation I gave whose introduction was lost due to a malfunction of the recording equipment. I used this as an opportunity to reshape the talk in a way that substantially modifies the improvised version. I should indicate that my intention in doing so was to tighten up my initial articulation of a position that is still essential to my thinking. This led me to shorten it and, in particular, to cut what, in the heat of the moment, anticipated what was only to be developed later. This is why I resisted my predilection as an author and decided not to include the fable of the mustard jar, which is not, for all that, of merely anecdotal interest, as I have since developed it quite fully. One except for the fact that I am providing it with its birth certificate here and am indicating that the motive of its birth lay in the feasts which, at least apparently, furnished me with it. I am leaving it to my audience to rediscover the mustard jar implicit in the figures that my readers will find rather more accessible, since they are less subdued by the signifiers of presence. A text that has never before been communicated in any documentary form whatsoever attests only to the moment of its definitive composition, in this case Easter 1960. Structure and the subject. The term structure, which serves as the key word in Daniel Lagacé's paper, too is at the crux of many contemporary trends in research on mankind. 648 If, as I think, this is the broad meaning that Lagacé gives the term anthropology. A reference to sociology would have seemed to me to better situate structuralism currently. For it is the topic of a debate that is lively enough that even Claude Lévi-Strauss has not escaped structuralists' attacks on each other, the notion of structure cherished by one of them seeming to be a total aberration to another. Since I myself use the term structure in a way that I believe I can legitimate on the basis of Claude Lévi-Strauss usage, it is of personal concern to me, and this is certainly the place to say it, not to consider this use to be generally confusing. I am thus all the more interested in putting it to the test of Lagacé's elaboration of it. I accept the category set with which he introduces it, insofar as it avoids the implications of totality or purifies them. But this does not mean that its 544 elements are neither isolated nor summable, as Lagacé claims, at least, if we are looking, in the notion of set, for some guarantee of the rigor it has in mathematical theory. The fact that its parts are themselves structured thus means that they themselves are capable of symbolizing all the relations definable for the set, which go far beyond their separation and union, the latter being relations that are nevertheless inaugural. Indeed, elements are defined therein by the possibility of being posited as subsets covering any relation defined for the set, this possibility having as its essential characteristic that it is not limited by any natural hierarchy. This is why it seems advisable to me to discard from the outset the term part and, a fortiori, every datum in the field that includes such formidable unknowns as an organism, for by organizing the entourage, with the notary us situation that he has in store for us, such a field already brings to every structural consideration the minimal limitation that Lagacé immediately and relevantly qualifies as geometrical 3. Now, as I have stressed elsewhere, for structure is not form, and we need to learn to think in terms of a topology that is necessitated by structure alone. I maintain that transcendental aesthetics has to be recast in our times, for linguistics has introduced into science its indisputable status, structure being defined by signifying articulation as such. When Lagache thus starts from a choice he proposes to us between a structure that is in some sense apparent, which would imply a critique of what is natural in descriptive characteristics, and a structure that he says is located at some distance from experience, since it is a question of the theoretical model page 12 that he recognizes in psychoanalytic metapsychology, this antinomy neglects a mode of structure which, although it is tertiary, cannot be excluded, namely, the effects that the pure and simple comminatory of the signifier determines in the reality in which it is produced. For is it not structuralism that allows us to posit our experience as the field in which it speaks? If the answer is yes, structure's distance from experience vanishes, since it operates there not as a theoretical model, but as the original machine that directs met and seen the subject there. What Lagache attributes to the economic/dynamic point of view, what he calls the material and its interpretation, is precisely where we see the impact of structure begin in analytic experience, and structuralist research must pursue its effects starting from there. Their economic/dynamic import can be illustrated by a comparison that is equivalent to its own reason. What a turbine, a machine that operates according to a chain of equations, brings to a natural waterfall in order to produce energy. How could we be astonished, then, that the genetic criterion has resulted? 545. In a failure to put the Freudian topographies to the test, to the very extent that their systems are structural? And perhaps we have to reject the criterion of adaptation until things change considerably, that is, until changes have occurred which psychoanalysis itself will have introduced, unless we enter the impasse of the so-called post-revolutionary problem. Indeed, the systems whose interrelations, I would suggest the term paranomies, Lagache so delicately highlights in each of Freud's two topographies, by distinguishing them on the basis of their functions, are not, for all that, structure in the strict sense of the term. This can be seen in the sort of chiasmus he does not explain, whereby the primary process, unfolding in the unconscious, is governed by the identity of thoughts, and the secondary process, insofar as it makes the primary process fall in with reality, finds its criterion in the identity of perceptions page 20, whereas perception is more primary in the structure as Lagache understands it, and closer to the pleasure principle, which ensures the reign of the primary process, than everything that seems to be reflected back by an enlightened consciousness as thought. It is thus worth recalling that, from the outset, Freud did not attribute the slightest reality as a differentiated apparatus in the organism to any of the systems in either of his topographies. For people forget to draw therefrom the corollary that, by the same token, he forbade us to force any of these systems back into the fantasized reality of any sort of totality of the organism. In short, the structure of which I am speaking has nothing to do with the idea of the structure of the organism, as supported by the most soundly based facts in Gestalt theory. Not that structure, in the strict sense of the term, does not take advantage of gaps in the organic Gestalt to submit it to itself. But on the basis of their conjunctions, whether they prove to be based on fission or fissures, a heterogeneity between two orders appears, which we will be less tempted to mask if we grasp its principle. If it is less neglected, the topographical distribution of consciousness, so striking in its dispersion that one might even say it has exploded, will force us to reconsider a fact that Lagache is right to underscore, which is that we have hardly made any progress regarding the nature of consciousness since Freud, by the revision of it that he made necessary, returned to it only in order to complain that he had gotten bogged down in it. In any case, it is clear that the organism does not escape unscathed. In other words, it surrenders one of its more or less detachable tentacles as collateral to such a structure, due to a social prohibition, for example, in which it, as an individual, may be caught up. To enter into the heart of the subject with Lagache, we should credit him. 546. For denouncing, in passing page 9, the simple falsification Heinz Hartmann tried to impose on history when he overlooked the fact that, at the time Freud wrote on narcissism, he was truly interested in the ego as an agency, the only agency, the same agency he continued to promote afterward. As to the warning Hartmann and his acolytes, Chris and Lowenstein, feel they need to give us to be on guard against a so-called anthropomorphic conception of the second topography, I agree with Lagache that its object has about as much consistency as the foolishness, which is pure sham, that they attribute to us. But it is not in order to accept the impertinence of the other foolishness they attribute to us, a real foolishness, counting on our vainglory at being among those who are not susceptible to being deluded, in order to give us Hobson's choice of a so-called causal conception 5 of the ego. Will Lagache still deny the nefarious influence that Jasper's antinomy has had, in this three-card Monty trick with which they were hoping to dazzle us, by projecting the splendor of physiology onto the closet door out of which they bring, to explain Freud's ego, this dummy mannequin, the rejection of which is the pons asinorum of all psychological experience, this verbal subject used as a prop for the synthesis of the most disparate functions? Lagache challenges this 36-legged calf further on, this monster whose fieri ve seems evoke a collage devoid of artistry, but which quite suits this cabinet of curios where charlatans do not stick out like a sore thumb. What could this Baroque conception possibly have to do with psychoanalysis, other than to debase its technique to the point of exploiting the most obscure biases? As Lagache so forcefully remarks, the fact remains that the very existence of animistic enclaves, even of alternations experienced as personal in our ascent, does not in the least hinder our understanding of the second topography as a theoretical model. For what is important is not that one can differentiate the systems by their functions, but to recognize, as he does, that the concept of function is not exclusively physiological. Page 13. My contribution to this debate may incline you to believe that I think he could not have put it any better. However, my objections to Lagache's attempt will be clear, insofar as what he calls the structuration of the personality, indeed, that is part of the title of section 4 of his article, refers, in his view, to its formation in intersubjectivity. In my view, his method is not radical enough, and I will say why. But first let me say that this is not because I disagree with his critique of the exorbitant idealism that strives to make the genesis of the personal world derive from personal consciousness. Page 14, namely, the modern vogue of a form of psychoanalysis that would like to be based exclusively on the observation of children. But he seems to me to be optimistic in assuming that we 543 are free from this bias. Has he forgotten that Piaget has accustomed us to studying the genesis of the shared world in individual consciousness, going so far as to include the categories of scientific thought in it? I am no less delighted by his remark that before existing in himself, through himself, and for himself, the child exists for and through other people, he is already a pole of expectations, projects, and attributes. Page 14. But this would amount to no more than a truism, did he not emphasize the means by which so many expectations and projects make themselves felt in the child's unconscious when he comes into the world? For is it not by means of these attributes, a rather odd term in this apposition that slips in at the end of his sentence? Attributes, let me stop Lagache at this little word. Did he hope I would not notice it? Otherwise, why did he not himself give it its full import? A pole of attributes is what the subject is before he is born, and perhaps it is under their mass that he will suffocate once born. Of attributes, that is, of signifiers more or less linked in a discourse, we shall have to recall this later when we broach the topic of the ID's structure. But for the time being, isn't Lagache professing the same thing I teach when I define the unconscious as the other's discourse? For in order for Lagache to be able to give this existence for and through other people, if not prestance, then at least logical antecedents, with respect to the existence of the child in himself, though himself, and for himself, his future relationship with the entourage of semblables that awaits him and consigns him to the place he occupies in their projects is not sufficient. For in the imaginary dimension that is deployed there, this existence relationship remains inverse, insofar as what is unborn remains utterly hidden from its view. But none of the following: the place the child occupies in the line of descent, According to the convention of kinship structures, the forename prenom that already identifies it at times with its grandfather, the blanks to be filled in on civil status forms, and even what will denote its sex on them, none of those are concerned with what the child is in itself. Let it turn out to be a hermaphrodite and see what happens. This, as we know, goes much farther. As far as law covers language and truth covers speech, his existence is already pleaded innocent or guilty before he comes into the world, and the thin thread of his truth cannot help but have him already weave a fabric of lies. This is precisely why there will, roughly speaking, be a case of mistaken identity, that is, a mistake regarding the merits of his parents in his ego ideal, while, in the old trial of self-justification before God's tribunal, the new little tyke will be saddled with a file that predates his grandparents, in the form of their superego. Freud noted this, and Lagache repeats it: there is nothing to be sought in it except the effect and field of speech and language with the optima that could be indicated on a topologue. 548. Eichel schema, assuming we also see that they only enter reality statistically. The parent's desire resonates still more deeply here, as we surely know from experience. But this is precisely the question I myself have raised, as some of you here know, regarding the determination of desire by the signified effects on the subject. If Lagache himself were not echoing my promotion of the word, would he be so sure his pretty reference to incarnation would strike his audience, when he says that in the course of prenatal existence, being for other people is modified and enriched by incarnation, page 15? Yes, being for other people, he does not say being in itself, and he continues, toward the middle of gestation. Is it not that by his first manifestations of activity, the fetus begins to make people talk about him? Yes, the fact that people talk about him is what defines what Lagache calls here the rudiments of an existence, I would say existence, and all the more strikingly in that he qualifies it as autonomous, page 15. Why not then relate the anteriority of the relation to the other's discourse to all primal differentiation, 6, in which he admits that the subject functions without existing as a cognitive structure? 7 lines earlier, however, he argues that to claim that the newborn has no conscious experiences is to deny the obvious, since he alternates between sleeping and waking. Does this observable wakefulness suffice to assure him of the existence of a subject without any cognitive structure? To my mind, the fact of primal differentiation leaves in abeyance its properly signifying use, on which the advent of the subject depends. To define this primal differentiation in itself, I would say that it is an object relation in the real thinking that I can prove thereby the robust yet simple nature of the tripartition I use to situate analytic experience in the symbolic, imaginary, and real. Demand must be added to the need that sustains this primal differentiation for the subject, prior to any cognitive structure, to make his entrance into the real, while need becomes drive, insofar as its reality is obliterated in becoming the symbol of a love satisfaction. These categorical requirements, if you will allow me to highlight them, have the following advantages: among others, they banish certain loathsome metaphors such as the child's symbiotic relationship, page 16, with the mother. Do they constitute a lichen? They leave us rather dissatisfied with a casual reference to the interplay of maturation and learning to account for an identification in the intersubjective conflict, even if we agree that the predominance of his passivity means that he receives his temporary personage from the situation, page 16, and they do not allow us to think we have. 549. Explain the differentiation between the body and objects by defining that differentiation as syncretic, because that would gloss over the essential dissymmetry between projection and introjection. Here Lagache's point of view remains classical. But it seems to me that he cannot emphasize, as he does here, the symbolic prematuration through which the child is inscribed in being for other people, in my terms, in the other's discourse, and at the same time hold that the formal delay which its learning of syntax exhibits, the moment when the child speaks of itself as another speaks to it, is decisive of anything whatsoever in the conjunction that occurs between being for other people and being for oneself. For, rather than this instant being representative of it, I would say that, since it is a question of discourse, this conjunction has always obtained, since discourse was there from the beginning, even if only in its impersonal presence. The drama of the subject in the word is that he experiences his want to be there, and the psychoanalyst would do well to define certain moments of it, for the psychologist cannot do anything about it with his questionnaires, and even his recordings, where these moments will not show up so fast, not until a film has managed to capture the structure of lack fame as constitutive of the game of chess. It is because it wards off this moment of lack manque that an image assumes the role of bearing the full brunt of desire, projection, and imaginary function. Contrary to this, an index is instated at the heart of being to designate the whole in it, introjection, a relation to the symbolic. The observed progress in objectification during its early stages seems to have no other interest, as Lagache hints, than to mask from us the unconscious moments of the projections and introjections in the course suite of their development. I will stop at the same point Lagache did, to take stock of where our perspectives differ. They differ regarding the very function he attributes to intersubjectivity. For the latter is defined, in his view, in a relationship with the other as assemblable, a relationship which is fundamentally symmetrical, as can be seen in the fact that Lagache formulates that the subject learns to treat himself as an object from the other. In my view, the subject has to arise from the given state of the signifiers that cover him irrecoverant in an other which is their transcendental locus. He thus constitutes himself in an existence in which the manifestly constitutive vector of the Freudian field of experience, that is, what is known as desire, is possible. Thus it is hardly necessary for the subject ego to push back the object-ego in order to make it transcendent for himself. Page 17, rather, the true, if not the good subject, the subject of desire seen in the light of fantasy and 55.0. In its hiding place beyond his ken is nothing other than the thing, 7, which in and of itself is what is closest to him while escaping him more than anything else. This is why those who keep abreast of my work know that the noetic equivocation by means of which Lagache causes the subject ego to vanish, page 18, from what is thought in it, is not what I call the fading asterisk of the subject. For such fading occurs when desire is in abeyance, because the subject is eclipsed in the signifier of demand, and when fantasy becomes fixated, because the subject himself becomes the cut that makes the part object shine in its unspeakable vacillation. Where is ID? The reconstruction that Lagache nevertheless achieves should be examined without considering the preceding objections, for although he takes his bearings from his postulate of personal structure, this postulate can, as usual, only be clarified by its use. At first sight this use seems to be heuristic, as if Lagache were, in some sense, asking each of the systems, this is his term, ID, ego, and superego, to account for what it is missing in order to be a person. One cannot but note here that Lagache discards the term agency, even though it would seem to favor what he calls his personalist style, since it is part and parcel of Freud's formulation of the so-called second topography. From limited heteronomies into relative autonomies, I would suggest, in their paronomy, these systems come together before our eyes by means of this method, without anything preconceived forcing them to combine into a complete person. For and why not, if that is its aim? The investigation also leads to technique, and Lagache assigns one of these systems, the ego, which is actively brought to the fore judgment here, the task of bringing out a unity of being, of course, but in a practical ideality that patently proves to be more selective than structural. The postulate seems to fall here to the level of a dialectical deviation concerning which one would like to know to what extent it meets with Lagache's approval. The section in which Lagache studies the structure of the ID does not disappoint me, and I would endorse many of his formulations verbatim. He seems to me to excel especially in his attempt to situate the subject in the structure here. Dare I indicate what he would have had to do to avoid the impasse he encounters so brilliantly in his formulations on structure itself, insofar as he considers it to be that of the ID? He would have had to face the full force of the paradoxes with which Freud here, as is so often the case, shows us the way. 551. Three statements, which seem to be rather incompatible, would have to be made to hang together, and this would have to be accomplished on the basis of the very scandal that each of them causes. The first is that the ID is unorganized. The surprising nature of this assertion can but give us pause for thought, given the advent of this agency in the German ES, which is supposed to encompass both the indestructibility, affirmed early on, and maintained, of the repressed that is refound in it, and the automatic nature, studied much later, of the repetition that must result from the repressed. The concept of Wiederholungsheiwang, posited on the threshold of beyond the pleasure principle. This statement is linked to another one, which Freud reiterated whenever the occasion presented itself. It concerns the very elements whose laws in the unconscious he first articulated, later constructing their structure, strictly speaking, in the drives, and can be put as follows: these elements do not know negation. This foreclosure of negation was, of course, corrected, already in the interpretation of dreams, by the analysis of the deters that prop up something equivalent to negation, deferral, inhibition, and representation by means of an opposite. But in reading Freud's texts closely, one notices that this foreclosure is maintained in the stricter formulation that there is no contradiction that holds up, that has the effect of logical exclusion between the drives in abiding the ID. The third statement stems from the aphorisms in the half-light of which the ego and the ID, das Ich und das Es, comes to a close, emerging in the term silence, the silence that the death drives are supposed to make reign in the ID. Any attempt to link a structure thus described to any differentiation whatsoever of primal needs in the organism can only multiply its apparent contradictions by ever increasing their weight. Lacan is unable to avoid this problem in following this pathway. It seems to me that the very difficulties everyone runs up against here confirm my belief that it is impossible to dispense with the function of the signifier. Let us consider the signifier quite simply in the irreducible materiality that structure entails, insofar as this materiality is its own, and let us conjure the signifier up in the form of a lottery. It will be clear then that the signifier is the only thing in the world that can underpin the coexistence constituted by disorder, synchronically, of elements among which the most instructible order ever to be deployed subsists, diachronically. The associative rigor of which the signifier is capable, in the diachronic dimension, is 552. Based on the very commutativity it exhibits by being interchangeable in the synchronic dimension. Its subsistence as connotation cannot be suspended by being assigned contradictory signs, for an exclusion originating in those signs as such can occur only as a condition of the consistency of the chain that will be constituted. We must add to this the fact that the dimension in which this condition is verified is simply the translation that such a chain lends itself to. Let us dwell a moment longer on this lottery. We find that it is because the numbers are randomly mixed together ordinally in the lottery wheel, without any real organization, that we can place bets on which number will come out, whereas it is their structural organization that, allowing them, as they are selected, to be read as an oracle, allows me, in continuing to extract number bears, to affirm that some are missing cardinally. Freud's propositions thus direct us to the medium of the signifier, and right from the first proposition. Need it be stressed that the repercussions in which the second becomes entangled, indicate, by the grammatical reference points Freud always gives in his reconsiderations of it, that it is truly a question of an order of discourse? This is why we cannot but be struck by the combinatorial indifference with which Freud breaks the drive down into its source, direction, aim, and object. Does it mean that all of this is signifiers? Certainly not, but it is structure. Thus I shall leave aside here its energetic status. This nevertheless is enough to allow me to respond to Lacan's criterion from the geometrical angle by which he intends to approach it. The confused image of the ID as the reservoir of the drives, which so rightly disgusts him because it meets with the approval of a crude organicism, is, in fact, rectified by the meaning it receives in my perspective. Let us think of a mailbox and of the inner cavity of some bale-like idol. Let us now think of the Bocca di Leone which, in combining them, acquired its fearsome function in Venice. A reservoir, yes, as it were, that is what the ID is, and even a reserve, but what is produced in it, missives of prayer or denunciation, comes from the outside, and if it accumulates inside, it is in order to sleep there. The opacity of the text stating that silence reigns in the ID is thereby dispelled. The silence is not metaphorical, but relates to an antithesis that must be pursued in the subject's relation to the signifier, which is expressly designated to us as the death drive. But let us return to Lagache and the crux of the question concerning the person. I grant him that Freud posits that there is no negation, no doubt, and no degrees of certainty in the unconscious system. But Freud does not do so in order to have us imagine that it allows of complete certainty, or of a 0.55 degree of certainty. How could it be otherwise when I have long said that only action gives rise to certainty in the subject? I think, however, that Lagache's error here is to confuse assertion with certainty. Having thus eliminated the latter, he believes he can square accounts with the former by means of the same procedure, even though it is of unsure 660 repute. The image of the baby being thrown out with the bath water seems appropriate here. How could this be, though, when from assertion to certainty a link, if not of precedence, at least of logical precession, is established, a link in which the uncertainties that action engenders in its wake of verification assume their place? Does this not imply disparaging the care, as usual extraordinary in the presence of mind to which it attests, with which Freud dotted the I's and crossed the T's here in expressly articulating Beijahung as the first moment of unconcise enunciation, the one presupposed by the fact that it is maintained in Vernunung as the second moment? You are familiar with the luster I tried to give to the discussion of Vernunung in the early years of my seminar. I will reach once more into my lottery wheel, and this time I draw out the number 58. This number contains in itself its assertive import, which I would even go so far as to call provocative. Do not object that the vigilance of a subject is necessary here, for the subject is found here simply by virtue of the fact of having slipped into this number by the decimal presence that sums up in 2 columns what merely constitutes its cipher, the number remaining indifferent, being, among other things, the double of a prime number. Moreover, to appreciate what this figure can effectively convey about the subject, one need but consult, on the subject of the exploratory function in psychoanalysis of numbers chosen at random, an all too forgotten chapter in Freud's psychopathology of everyday life. Such is the example, taken as the least favorable because of its abstract nature, with which I intend to show that it is in the signifier's foundational duplicity that the subject first finds the hidden stream in which he flows before seeping out we shall see through which crack. But if you will allow me, by contrast, to resort to the warm vitality of JVIT, I will illustrate it in its greatest opacity with the genius that guided Jerry in his find, the condensation of a simple supplementary phoneme in the illustrious interjection murder. This is the kind of refined triviality we see in slips of the tongue, flights of fancy, and poetry. A single letter was enough to give the most vulgar French exclamation merde, shit the ejaculatory value, verging on the sublime, of the place it occupies in the epic of Ubu, that of the word from before the beginning. 55.4. Imagine what we could do with 2 letters. For the spelling, Mirdra, geometrially offers us everything promising man will ever hear in his history, and Mirdra is an anagram of the verb on which admirable is based. Please do not read into this departure from the seriousness of my discussion anything other than my concern to recall that down through the centuries, both in life and in letters, fate reserved for the fool O Shakespeare, the task of keeping accessible the place of truth that Freud brought to light. Let us now recall the problems the status of interrogative sentences pose for the linguist, in order to gauge all the problems that Lagache raises with a single formulation, striking in the felicity of expression that never fails him in the whole of this text, this interrogation that calls the ego into question, or even puts it to the question. Page 22. I clearly perceive the subtlety involved in designating the agitation that represents the drive in the ego as its instrument of torture. I approve his prudence all the more in that it is only too obvious that the question cannot come from the ID, but rather responds to the ID. We have known, however, since Hemyang, symptom und Angst inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety that the most characteristic agitation in the ego is but a warning sign that brings into play the defenses against the id's assertiveness, not its question. In truth, Lacan takes such pains here because he wants the function of judgment to be the ego's privilege. Page 22. May I tell him that I believe the whole thrust of Freudian experience contradicts that? When will I be able to show him, text in hand, that the famous Antwerp project for a scientific psychology, dedicated to Fliess, has the far from secondary aim of establishing that a fundamental form of judgment, which Freud rightly calls primal judgment, is already constituted at the level of the system of the first breaches via of pleasure. I myself cannot fathom otherwise Freud's formulation that drives Lacan to his wit's end, that the drives exist. Page 22. Indeed, it is not a total waste to never hold one's tongue done, as a longo chat when it is a spoken tongue. For the whole point is perhaps that the drives exist in the sense that they are not in their place, that they present themselves in this Entstellung, in this deposition, so to speak, or, as it were, in this crowd of displaced persons. Does this not also give the subject his chance to exist someday? For the true being, however, this chance seems at the very least compromised. For the way things are going, as we know only too well, when language gets in on the act, the drives must multiply instead, and the question, were there anyone to pose it, would rather be how the subject will find any place there at all. 555. The answer fortunately comes first, in the hole the subject makes for himself there. We can only hope to make headway in a new critique of judgment, which I take to be initiated in Freud's text, Negation, if we take up anew what Freud broached in this article and connected with linguistics. Up until now, apart from the publication of the dialogue between Hippolyte and myself that I mentioned earlier, this initiative, as sometimes happens, has no more benefit from any sort of commentary than if it concerned the drunkenness of Noah. We are willing to let Father Freud fool around with a judgment of attribution and a judgment of existence, and even grant the former the privilege of logical antecedence over the negation on which the latter is based. But we analysts are not keen to expose ourselves to the derision of logicians, much less take our chances studying Brentano, even though we know he flourished in Vienna and that Freud even attended his classes. He conceived of the judgment of attribution, then, as instated on the basis of Beijahung alone. Its chain develops a first condensation or syncretism in which a combinatory structure is already found that I myself have illustrated. 9. Given this sort of affirmation by juxtaposition, what can ever be refuted if not by an effect of obstruction? It is here that the problem of the origin of negation should be taken up anew, assuming we do not mean by that any sort of puerile psychological genesis, but rather a problem of structure that has to be broached in the material of structure. The particles that express shades of negation are, as we know, highly differentiated in each language. They provide formal logic with opportunities for oddities which prove quite clearly that they involve an essential distortion, that is, another translation of Entstellung that is valid if one relates it to the topology of the subject in the signifying structure. The proof thereof appears when formal logic, in having to break its bonds with the grammatical forms that carry this distortion, simultaneously tears itself away from linguistics, as if it were a threat to the partiality in which it is tenable, but which can nevertheless refer only to a field of language that must be distinguished as the field of the enunciated. Hence we can understand one of the reasons why the study of these particles cannot be genetic, when psychology proves to always bring the same logic to it, either the logic of classes or of relations, which we must go beyond. We can see an example of what has to be removed in order for truly structural research to be sustained at its level, when we see the obstacle created for it by 556. Even such a small stumbling block as the any whose usage in French in a sentence like Je crains tu ilnevn I'm afraid he may come is qualified by grammarians as the expressive any without anybody ever, no matter how good his glasses, having been able to make out what it could be expressive of. Thanks to which grammarians, as well informed and on their guard against any authority other than usage as Bruno and Bruno, in their Précis de Grammaire Historique, Paris, Masson, 1933, conclude that the headache this NE has given everyone is of but precious little interest, on the pretext that the rules that have been established for it are variable and contradictory, page 587. I would like to see a graph of the zones in which these particles subsist, in some sense, in suspension. I am concocting one of my own making this year, 10, and with it I believe can designate the bed in which these particles oscillate between a chain of enunciation, insofar as the latter marks the place in which the subject is implicit in pure discourse, imperative, echoing voice, epithalamion, or yelling fire, and a chain of statements, insofar as the subject is designated in them by shifters asterisk, namely, I, all the particles and inflections fixing his presence as the subject of discourse, and with that presence the present of chronology. In the turn of phrase cranes chu iln vn the most elementary analytic art can sense the desire that constitutes the ambivalence characteristic of the unconscious, which a certain kind of abjection rampant in the analytic community confuses with the ambivalence of feelings, an ambivalence in which that community tends to bog down. Is the subject of this desire designated by the I of discourse? Certainly not, since the latter is simply the subject of the statement, which merely articulates the fear and its object, I here obviously being an index of the presence that enunciates it here and now, that is, being a shifter star. The subject of enunciation, insofar as his desire breaks through, lies nowhere else than in this NE, whose value can be found in a form of haste in logic, haste being the name I give the function to which its use is tied in the phrase, avant quil nevn, before he comes. So-called Struktur is not without a correlate in energetics, insofar as what I can define as the subject's fatigue manifests itself in neurosis as distinct from muscle fatigue. A pest might object here that the unconscious cannot be involved, since, as everyone knows, it does not know time. He should go back to grammar class to learn to distinguish the time of chronology, the aspect forms that envisage what the subject becomes there on the basis of the enunciation, from the forms that situate the statement on a timeline of events. Then he will stop confusing the subject of the perfective with the presence of the past, and will perhaps wake up to the idea that tension involves time and that identification occurs at a scansion's pace. Pa. 55j. In its uncertain obsolescence, however, this NE suggests the idea of a trace that is effaced along the path of a migration, or, more precisely, of a puddle that brings out its outline. Couldn't the earliest signifier of negation have been the elision of a signifier? And isn't its vestige found in a form of phonemic censorship, of which we find, as usual, a memorable example in Freud's work in the Wolfman's SPQJFSP? But there are many other linguistic forms that can be grouped together in analytic experience, beginning with the elision of the first syllable of the family name, by which the noble bastardy in which a line originates is perpetuated in Russian, namely, in the socio-linguistic structures in force at the Wolfman's birth. Here is a suggestion for further research: do the prefixes of negation merely indicate the place of this signifying ablation by occupying it anew? The two silenced or shut up of the unsaid would then be seen, in French's homophony, to give its form to the two U1 calls, by which the subject will send himself his own summonses. I am risking a great deal here in a field in which I am not intimidated by any specialist allegiance. I am fully aware of what I am doing, and my goal here is to convey a structure in which I risk nothing, because it concerns the seriousness of analytic experience, namely, the link between defense and drive. Lagache clearly indicates the tiresome cacophony of the whirling merry-go-round on which authors butt heads, or even asses, as they scramble in search of its mainsprings. Only psychoanalysts can appreciate the experience that sustains this literature, and seek out the feature that truly stands out in a certain impasse of this discourse. What Lagache points out, regarding the contractation involved in attributing its success to a defense, leaves in abeyance the question of what it can succeed in. To outline the relations between the subject and structure being understood here as the structure of the signifier, is to restore the very possibility of the effects of defense. I am accused of claiming that language has magical power. But I profess, on the contrary, that to relate the power of language to some supposedly primitive aberration of the psyche is to render it obscure, and that to thus give it the consistency of an unthinkable fact renders us complicit in it. There is no greater betrayal of our own praxis than the one analysts stoop to thereby. What I say, therefore, is that no suppression of the signifier, whatever effect of displacement it causes, and even if it were to go so far as to produce the form of sublimation that the term Aufhebung describes in German, can do any more than free from the drive a reality which, however slight the importance of need may be in it, will merely be all the more resistant because it is a remainder. 558. Defense creates its effect by another pathway, modifying not the tendency but the subject. The earliest mode of signifying elision, which I am trying to conceptualize here as the matrix of Verneinung negation, asserts the subject negatively, by preparing the void in which he finds his place. Strictly speaking, it is merely an enlargement of the cut in the signifying chain where he could be said to reside, insofar as it is the most radical element in the discontinuous sequence of the chain and, as such, the locus from which the subject assures its subsistence as chain. It does not suffice for Lacan to tell us the subject is not distinguished from the drive, from its aim and object. He has to choose, in what he distinguishes, in not wanting to distinguish it from the subject, and the proof thereof is that he immediately tells us that the subject is dispersed among these different object relations or their groupings, page 21. I have italicized this to again distinguish it from the further possibility of a multiplicity without grouping, a pure shimmering of whole ones tout uns which, while each of them counts an alternation, are not yet fixed in any range. Be that as it may, we can recognize this union between the subject and the object. It is the ideal that has served since time immemorial as the basis of a classical theory of knowledge that is based on the connaturality with which the knower connaissant, in the course of his knowing, comes to be born along with the known connaître au connu. How can we fail to see that the whole of analytic experience runs counter to this? This is evinced in the fragmentation that analysis reveals to be there from the outset in the comminatory of the unconscious, and to be structuring in the breakdown of the drive into its component parts. In short, when Lacan comes closest by saying that this absence of a coherent subject best characterizes the organization of the ID, page 21, I would say that the absence of the subject, which is produced somewhere in the unorganized ID, is the defense that one might call natural, however artificial the circle may be that is cleared by burning the brush of the drives, because it offers the other agencies a place to camp in order to organize their defenses. This is the very place to which each and everything is called to be washed of sin /faute /sin that this place makes possible, since it is the place of an absence, for everything might not exist in the first place. It is not enough to note, with this very simple matrix of the first contradiction to be or not to be, that the judgment of existence founds reality. We must articulate that the judgment of existence can only found reality by raising reality up relever from the precarious status it has when this judgment receives it from a previously made judgment of attribution. $55. It is the structure of this place which demands that the nothing /lerene be at the core of creation, and which, elevating the subject's ignorance of the real that assigns him his condition to the role of something essential to our experience, forces psychoanalytic thought to be creationist, by which I mean, not content with some evolutionist reference. For the experience of desire in which that thought has to be deployed is the very experience of the want to be, by which every being aidant could not be at all, or could be other, in other words, by which every being is created as existent. It could be demonstrate that this faith lies at the core of Galileo's development of science. Let us simply say that this place does not require any supreme being, because, since it is the place of plus personae, no one any more, it can only be from elsewhere that the it of the impersonal is heard, an impersonal about which I myself formulated the question regarding the ID at the appropriate time. 1. This question, with which the subject punctuates the signifier, does not encounter any other echo than the silence of the death drive, a drive that had to be involved at some point to provoke the backdrop of depression Melanie Klein reconstituted with the genius that guides her in following the thread of fantasies. Otherwise the question intensifies in the horror of the answer given by an Odysseus who is more cunning than the legendary one, a divine Odysseus who plays tricks on another Polyphemus, a fine name for the unconscious, with superior derision, by getting him to demand to be nothing at the same time as he proclaims he is a personnel before blinding him by giving him an eye. On the ideals of the person. The ego is this I would say, to stop beating around the bush, unlike Lacan who admirably brings out perplexities in his article on the autonomy of the ego, which he takes to be intrasystemic, and which is never so manifest 668 as when it is serving another's law, being subjected to that law in the very act of defending against it, by first misrecognizing it. This is the labyrinth through which I have always tried to guide my students by providing them with a bird's-eye view. Let us say that, thanks to Lacan's suggestions, I will have added something to it here. For my distinction between the space cleared out for the subject without him occupying it and the ego that finds lodging in that space, resolves the major ity of the aporias outlined by Lacan, and even explains certain equivoca. 56.0. Shins as, for example, the strangeness Lacan attributes to the unconscious, that he knows only occurs when the subject encounters his narcissistic image. In light of what I have just said, I will add, when the subject encounters this image under conditions that make it appear to him to be usurping his place. At the crux of the true resistances we have to deal with in psychoanalysts' convoluted theoretical discussions of the ego lies the simple refusal to admit that the ego's rightful status in analytic theory is the same as its stains in practice, a function of misrecognition. This resistance is based on the fact that we clearly have to know something about reality in order to survive in it, and that it is obvious in practice that the experience that accumulates in the ego, especially in the preconscious, provides us landmarks that prove to be the surest for survival. But we forget, and shouldn't we be surprised that it is analysts who forget it, that this argument founders when what is at stake is the effects of the unconscious. Now these effects extend their influence to the ego itself. Indeed, Freud introduced his theory of the relations between the ego and the id expressly to assert this, thus, to extend the field of our ignorance, not of our knowledge. The power of the ego that he later revalidated has to do with an entirely different question. It is because and insofar as the ego comes to serve in the place left empty for the subject, that it cannot help causing there the distortion which, translating into English the foundational and stellium in every drive, has now become the basis in our vocabulary for another error, that of believing that the task of psychoanalysis is to straighten out some sort of curvature of the ego. But the deformations that impede our progress are not due to the greater or lesser thickness of the lens. There always has to be a lens, in effect, since the naked eye contains one. It is because the lens comes to occupy the place from which the subject can look, and alights on the object holder that is in fact focused on there when the subject looks from elsewhere, that he superimposes himself, to the great detriment of the whole, on what can come to be ogled there. Since it is the exemplary fate of diagrams insofar as they are geometrical, that is to lend themselves to intuitions based on ego-like errors, let us begin with what is ineradicably sustained by Freud's rash figuration of the relations between the ego and the id, 12 the figuration that I will call the egg with an eye. It is famous for cramming skulls, to which it appeals by condensing, in a signifier suggestive of some sort of lecithin doping for nutritional purposes, the metaphor of the embryonic spot in the very bump that is supposed to represent differentiation in it, superficial differentiation, people rejoice to think, brought there from the outside world. A geneticism in which antiquity's lures concerning the knowledge of love are extended for the use 56i. Of primates is thus flattered by the pathways of surprise, in all senses of the word, characteristic of the unconscious. We need not utterly disdain these lures, however untenable they may be in a rigorous science. For they retain their value at the artisanal and folkloric levels, so to speak. They may even be of considerable use in a bed. They need some focusing, however, analytic technique leaving little to be hoped for from some sort of natural access to them. Longus Pastoral, Daphnis and Chloe, gives some hints in this direction, as do more generally the apprenticeships by which the notorious habit uses of scholastic psychology are formed. Let us finish off this cyclopean egg. It is but a shell, and the double bar that branches off from its curve suffices to indicate its vacuity, along with the image of the slit that makes it resemble a piggy bank, with which I identified it earlier. As for the magnifying glass /loop/ evocative of the Lavaterian tumescence, let us say that it most often strolls around on the inside like a little bell, allowing for a musical use, generally illustrated by the historical development of both literary and scientific psychology. All that is missing is a handle and a few frills for us to have the rattle of confirmed madmen, the antidote to humanism, recognized since Erasmus' time as giving humanism its savor. It is common in our teaching to distinguish what the function of the ego imposes on the world in its imaginary projections, from the defense effects those projections have by filling the place where judgment is made. And after all, hasn't all that been known and repeated since time immemorial? Why would Freud need to add to this indication that a judgment must assume the position of repression, if not because repression already occupies the position of judgment? When people contest the function I define, following Freud, as Verwerfung, foreclosure, do they think they have refuted me by noting that the verb, of which this is the nominal form, is applied to judgment in more than one of Freud's texts? It is only the structural locus in which the exclusion of a signifier occurs that varies between these proceedings of a faculty of judgment that is unified by analytic experience. Here it is in the very symphysis of the code with the locus of the other that lies the chink in existence that all the judgments about reality in which psychosis develops are unable to fix. Let me take the opportunity offered by Lagacé's review of the relations between the unconscious and the preconscious, to recall only to those who try to take issue with me on the basis of the link Freud establishes between the preconscious system and verbal memories that we must not confuse the recollecting of statements with the structures of enunciation, or gestalt-based links, however invigorated, with the connections trams of remembering. Recall too that if the conditions of representability inflect the 562 unconscious according to their imaginary forms, there must be a common structure in order for a symbolism, however primitive we assume it to be in the unconscious, to be able to be translated. This is its essential feature into a preconscious discourse. See Freud's letter 52 to Flius, to which I have repeatedly referred. I must now, finally, turn to the masterly distinction Lagacé makes between the functions of the ideal ego and the ego ideal. 13. Is it not here that we must gauge the well-foundedness of the thesis that guides his study in a personalist direction? If, indeed, psychoanalysis did not in some way transform the problem of the person, why would people try to accommodate its data within a perspective that, after all, has hardly proved its mettle in the real world? To point out that the persona is a mask is not to indulge in a simple etymological game, it is to evoke the ambiguity of the process by which this notion has managed to assume the value of incarnating a unity that is supposedly affirmed in being. Now, the first datum of our experience shows us that the figure of the mask, being split, is not symmetrical. To express this in an image, the figure joins together two profiles whose unity is tenable only if the mask remains closed, its discordance nevertheless instructing us to open it. But what about being, if there is nothing behind it? And if there is only a face, what about the persona? Let me note here that in order to differentiate the ideal ego from the egoideal functionally, if not structurally, Lagacé adopts a path he at first rejected, that of providing a description of what is directly observable in a clinical analysis, page 6. I believe I am staying faithful to the letter of his text, formulated with an engaging finesse, in paraphrasing him as follows: in a subject's relation to the other as an authority, the ego ideal, obeying the law to please, leads the subject to displease himself as the price of obeying the commandment. The ideal ego, at the risk of displeasing, triumphs only by pleasing in spite of the commandment. At this point we might expect Lagacé to return to what he says about a structure at some distance from experience. For, if we remain at the level of the phenomenon, nowhere is the risk of trusting in mirages greater, since one can say that, in at least one respect, these agencies present themselves as mirages in lived experience, the ego ideal as a model, and the ideal ego as an aspiration, and to such a significant extent, not to say as a dream. This is certainly an occasion to turn for help to what analytic experimentation allows us to construct by way of a metapsychology. If, although Freud distinguishes the terms ego-ideal and ideal ego in an 56J unmistakable fashion, since the inversion of adjective and noun occurs in one and the same text, we still cannot distinguish their use in that text. This should worry us, for, to the best of our knowledge, Freud was never even slightly sloppy in his use of signifiers. Or must we conclude that his topography is not personalist? I will skip here what is more or less structural or personalist in the insights of Nunberg and Fromm, as well as Fenichel's arbitration finding what they have to say, as is usual in such debates, rather glib, too much so for my taste, as you know. Instead, I will risk exposing my own insufficiency by informing Lagache of something that the excessive demands of our work has prevented from coming to his attention, namely, the model, strictly speaking, with which I myself tried, the first year of my seminar at St. Anne Hospital, to illustrate the functioning in the structure of the relations between the ideal ego and the ego-ideal. It is an optical model that is, of course, sanctioned by Freud's example, and my interest in it can be explained by its affinity with the refractive effects won by the split between the symbolic and the imaginary. Let me begin by introducing a somewhat complicated device, the use value of which as a model will depend on analogy, as is the rule in such cases. As we know, when an object is placed at the center of curvature of a spherical mirror, an image is produced that is symmetrical to the object, but what is crucial here is that it is a real image. Under certain conditions like those of experiments whose only value lay in a still innocent interest in mastering the phenomenon, and which are now relegated to the status of recreational physics, this image can be captured by the eye in its reality, without the commonly used medium of a screen. This is the case in the so-called inverted bokeh illusion, a description of which, to give a serious reference, can be found in Optique et Photometrie des Geometriques, Geometry Resurfacing here, by Boas, who is a rather curious figure in the history of the field. See page 86 of his book. For our object, I will leave for others the gadgets described in the same work that are equally thought-provoking since they are less trivial, 4th edition, Delagrave, 1947. You will find below a reproduction of the figure provided on page 87, figure 1. I will limit my commentary to saying that the real bouquet concealed in the box, S, to add as Boas puts it to one's surprise, seems, to an eye focused on the vase, V, that stands on top of the box, to emerge from the neck, A, of the said vase where the image, B, appears quite clearly, despite some distortion that the irregular shape of the original object should make quite tolerable. 564. Figure I. It should be kept in mind, however, that the illusion only occurs if the eye is situated inside the cone, 3by, formed by a generatrix joining each point of the image, B, to the circumference of the spherical mirror, and that, since the cone of converging rays captured by the eye for each point of the image is very small, the image will be more clearly situated in its position the greater its distance from the eye. For this distance gives the eye more room for the linear displacement that is more useful to it than focusing for locating that position, provided the image does not waver too much with the displacement. The care I am taking in presenting this device is intended to give consistency to the elements with which I am going to complete it so that it can function as a theoretical model. With this model and even its optical nature, I am merely following Freud's example, except that my model includes nothing to prevent it from being confused with a schema of anatomical conduction pathways. For, as we shall see, the links that will analogically appear here clearly relate to, subjective structures as such, representing the relation to the other here, and making it possible to distinguish here the twofold impact of the imaginary and the symbolic. I have stressed the importance of this distinction for the construction of the subject, once we are forced to conceptualize the subject as the subject in which it can speak, without him knowing anything about it, and even about whom we must say that he knows nothing about it insofar as he speaks. To do so we have to imagine, in accordance with figure 2, firstly, that the vase is inside the box and that its real image comes to enclose with its neck the bouquet of flowers that is already mounted on top of the box. The bouquet will play the role of a prop for a possible eye to focus on, a prop that is, as I just 565 indicated, necessary to produce the illusion, which should now be called the inverted vase illusion. We have to imagine, secondly, that an observer placed somewhere in the device, say, among the flowers themselves or, for the sake of clarity, on the edge of the spherical mirror, but in any case outside of the cone in which the real image can be seen. This is why the real image is not represented in figure 2, tries to bring about the illusion by placing a plane mirror in position A, for this plane mirror can provide a virtual image of the real image, without bending the laws of optics. Figure 2. *mirror/. Now in order for the subject, $, to see this image in mirror A, it suffices to have his own image, in the virtual space engendered by the mirror, and without it being necessary that he see his image, for he might be outside the field orthogonal to the mirror's surface. See figure 2 and the dotted line, #S, in real space, to which the virtual space engendered by a plane mirror corresponds point for point, to be situated inside the cone that delimits the possibility of the illusion, the field XY in figure 2. The play of this model partly overlaps the function of misrecognition that my conception of the mirror stage locates at the crux of ego formation. It allows us to state it in what might be termed a generalized form by better linking to the structure the effects of the child's assumption of his specular image as I considered it justified to interpret those effects in the jubilatory moment in which that assumption electively occurs, between the ages of 6 and 18 months, basing them on a perceptual prematuration inscribed in a discordance in neurological development. The relations between the images, I, A, and I, A, in my model are not to be taken literally in their optical subordination, but as propping up an analogous imaginary subordination. 566. For in I, A, there is not simply what the subject of the model expects to find there, but already a form of the other whose power, no less than the play of bearing relations that begin there, inserts it as a principle of false mastery and fundamental alienation into a synthesis that requires a very different equation. It is in order to represent the conditions of this latter, in their theoretical anteriority, that I have placed the illusion of the image, I, A, at the beginning of my model. If this image in fact involves a subjectification, it is, in the first place, through the pathways of autoconduction figured in the model by the reflection in the spherical mirror, which can be taken roughly as depicting some global cortical function. And what the model also indicates with the vase hidden in the box is the scant access the subject has to the reality of this body, which he loses inside himself, at the limit where a fold of layers that coalesce with his envelope, stitching themselves around the orifice rings he imagines it to be like a glove that can be turned inside out. There are body techniques where the subject tries to awaken in his consciousness a configuration of this obscure intimacy. The analytic process, being far removed from such techniques, scans the libidinal progress with accents that bear on the body as a container and on its orifices. Contemporary analysis, more particularly, links the maturation of this progress to something that it designates as object relations. I emphasize their guiding function when I represent them by the flowers, A, in my model, that is, by the very objects the subject focuses on in order to perceive the image, I, A. But such a model can also help us avoid the biases toward which the most common conceptions of these relations tend. For, acting as a parable, it allows us to indicate the dearth of naturalness involved in a vase neck's grasp, imaginary, moreover, on elements flower stems the bundle of which is completely indeterminate in both its link and its diversity. The notion of part object seems to me to be the most accurate discovery analysis has made here, but it made it at the cost of postulating an ideal totalization of this object, thereby losing the benefit of the discovery. It does not thus seem self-evident to me that the fragmentation of relational functions, which I have articulated as primordial in the mirror stage, is a guarantee that synthesis will continue to grow as the tendencies evolve. Menenius Agrippa's fable has always seemed to me to show whatever the success of his sweet talk that a harmony that is presumed to be organic, in ordering desires, has sold well in all eras. I do not believe Freud emancipated our views on sexuality and its aims so that analysis could add its own mumbo 56y jumbo to moralist secular efforts to bring man's desires back to the norms of his needs. At any rate, the antinomy of the images, I, A, and I, A, being situated for the subject in the imaginary, resolves into a constant transitivism. A sort of ego-ideal ego is thus produced, whose boundaries, in Federn's sense, are to be taken as propping up uncertainty and allowing for rectification, as perpetuating the equivocation of different circumscriptions that vary according to their status, and even as accepting free zones and isolated fiefs into their complex. What is striking to me is that psychoanalysis, which operates in the symbolic, and this is indisputable if it proceeds by conquering the unconscious, bringing history into being, and reconstructing the signifier, assuming one does not simply deny that its medium is speech, is able to reshape an ego that is thus constituted in its imaginary status. Although the phenomenon of vanishing, I call it fading asterisk, that Lacan attributes to the subject ego page 17 seems noteworthy to me here, I do not confine my attention, as he does, to refinding therein the direction of an abstract noesis, rather, I connote the phenomenon by the structural effect with which I try to constitute the subject's place in the elision of a signifier. The ego ideal is a formation that comes to this symbolic place. This is why it is based on the ego's unconscious coordinates. Freud developed his second topography to explain this, as is perfectly clear from reading it, as is the fact that he did not develop it to pave the way for a return of the autonomous ego. For the question he raises in group psychology and the analysis of the ego is how an object, reduced to its stupidest reality, but functioning for a certain number of subjects as a common denominator, confirming what I will say momentarily about its function as an insignia, can bring about an identification of the ideal ego with the very moronic power of misadventure that the ideal ego turns out to be at its core. Need I mention, to convey the scope of the question, the figure of the Führer and the collective phenomena that have given Freud's text its value of clairvoyance into the very heart of civilization? Indeed, I need do so, since, in a comedic reversal of what Freud wanted to contribute by way of a remedy to civilization's discontents, the very community to which he bequeathed this remedial task has proclaimed the synthesis of a strong ego as a watchword, at the heart of a technique in which the practitioner believes that he obtains results by incarnating this ideal himself. Be that as it may, these two examples are not designed to banish the function of speech from the determinants we are seeking for the higher jurisdiction 7*07, of subjectification. As you know, I designate this jurisdiction of speech in my topology as the 568 other, connoted by a capital caret. Corresponding to this locus in my model is the real space on which are superimposed the virtual images behind the mirror, that is, mirror A, whether we adopt the convention of having the subject accede to this space by free displacement, or, if the mirror is unsilvered and thus transparent to his gaze, by adjusting his position there to some I. It would be a mistake to think that the other, with a capital 0, of discourse can be absent from any distance that the subject achieves in his relationship with the other, with a lowercase o, of the imaginary dyad. Lacan's attempt to provide a personalist translation of Freud's second topography, while it certainly cannot be exhaustive in my view, is still less equal to the task because it is content to take the distance between two reciprocal terms as the medium of intersubjectivity on which its principle is based. For the other, where discourse is situated, which is always latent in the triangulation that consecrates this distance, is not latent as long as it extends all the way to the purest moment of the specular relation, to the gesture by which the child at the mirror turns toward the person who is carrying him and appeals with a look to this witness. The latter decants the child's recognition of the image, by verifying it, from the jubilant assumption in which it certainly already was, but this already should not mislead us as to the structure of the presence evoked as a third party here, it owes nothing to the anecdotal personage who incarnates it. All that subsists here is the being whose advent can only be grasped by no longer being. This is how the most ambiguous tense in the morphology of French verbs, the imperfect, encounters that being. // la he was to be there contains the same duplicity we find in un moment plus tard, la bombe éclatait the bomb was to explode a moment later, where, without any context, we cannot know whether the event occurred or not. This being is nevertheless posited with the grounding anteriority that it is assured by discourse, in that reserve of attributes in which I say that the subject must make room for himself. If our contemporary analysts misrecognize, along with this dimension, the experience they inherited from Freud, finding nothing in it but a pretext for renewing a form of geneticism that is always and inescapably the same, since it is erroneous, their sin is revealed by the sole resurgence in their theories of old stigmata, such as the notorious synesthesia, in which we see the lack of the third point in what is never anything but lame recourse to noesis. But it seems that they can never learn anything when they even fail to acknowledge the blow dealt to their idea of development by what is known as Hospital $56. Ism, in which mothering attentions are clearly seen to have no other deficiency than the anonymity with which they are meted out. But how can the earliest subject refine this place in the elision that constitutes it as absence? How can he recognize this void as the thing that is class est to him, even if he were to deepen it again in the other's bosom by making his cry resound there? He will prefer, rather, to refine there the marks of response that had the power to turn his cry into a call. These marks, in which the all-powerfulness of the response are inscribed, are thus circled in reality with the signifier's line trait. It is not without reason that these realities are called insignias. The term is nominative here. It is the constellation of these insignias that constitutes the subject's ego ideal. My model shows that it is by situating himself at I that he can tilt mirror A to obtain, among other effects, a certain mirage of the ideal ego. This is precisely how the neurotic handles the other in order to constantly renew his sketchy identifications in the wild transference that legitimates our use of the term transference neuroses. This is not the whole of the neurotic's subjective mainspring, and I will say why. But we can use my model to question him regarding what becomes of this handling of the other in psychoanalysis itself. Without harboring any illusions as to the import of an exercise that carries weight only by virtue of a crude analogy to the phenomena it allows us to 680 evoke, I propose in Figure 3 an idea of what happens when the other is an analyst, the subject making him into the locus of his speech. Since analysis is based on what the subject gains from assuming his unconscious discourse as his own, its trajectory corresponds in the model to a translation of $ to the signifiers of the space behind the mirror. The function of the model is then to depict how mirror relations, that is, the imaginary relation to the other and the visual capture involved in the ideal ego, drag the subject into the field where he hypostasizes himself in the ego ideal. Without entering into a degree of detail that might seem exaggerated, one could say that by progressively effacing itself until it is at a 90-degree angle from where it started, the other, as mirror A, can, through an almost double rotation, lead the subject from $ to occupy position $ at I, a position which gave him only virtual access to the inverted vase illusion in Figure 2. In this movement, however, the illusion fades along with the quest that it guides, confirming that the effects of depersonalization observed in analysis, in more or less discrete forms, should be considered less as signs of a limit than of a breakthrough franchissement. Sio. Figure 3. 681 for the model again shows that, once the I, $ has reached position I, from which it directly perceives the inverted vase illusion, it also sees, in the now horizontal mirror A, a virtual image of the same vase, I, A, inverting the real image anew, as it were, and opposing it, like its reflection in water, whether still or moving, gives dream roots to a tree. We have here the interplay of bank and waters that, let us note, delighted pre-classical mannerism, from Tristan I Hermite to Cyrano, not without unconscious motives, for poetry was merely anticipating the revolution of the subject, which was signaled in philosophy by the raising of existence to the function of first attribute, not without producing its effects on the basis of a new science, politics, and society. Can't the artistic indulgences that accompanied it be explained by the value given in the same era to the artifices of anamorphosis, that is, of the existential divorce in which the body vanishes in spatiality, those artifices that instate in the very prop of perspective a hidden image, revoking the substance that was lost there? Were my model realizable, it would be amusing to note that the real jar in its box, where the reflection from mirror A alights, contains the imaginary flowers, A, whereas it is the inverted jar illusion, made of a realier image, that contains the true flowers, A. What the model thus depicts is a state Michael Balint describes as the narcissistic effusion that, in his opinion, signals the end of an analysis. His description of it would have been better had he noted an analogous crisscrossing in it, one in which the individual's very specular presence to the other, although it covers his reality, uncovers his ego-related illusion regarding a consciousness of the body as frozen, while the power of object A which, at the end of all these machinations, centers this consciousness reduces his reflection in the objects of omnivalent competition to the status of vanities. 5e. According to Michael Balint, in the state of elation that results, the patient believes he has exchanged his ego for his analyst's ego. Let us hope, for his sake, that nothing of the kind has happened. For even if it is the terminus of the analysis, it is not analysis end, and even if we see here the end of the means the analysis has employed, they are not the means by which to reach its end. Which is to say that my model dates back to a preliminary stage of my Teach 682ing at which I needed to clear away the imaginary which was overvalued in analytic technique. We are no longer at that stage. I draw people's attention back to desire, which, far more authentically than any ideal-based quest, regulates the neurotic's signifying repetition as well as his metonymy, as people tend to forget. This is not the place for me to say how he has to maintain this desire as unsatisfied, the hysteric, or as impossible, the obsessive. For my model fails to shed light on object A. In depicting a play of images, it cannot describe the function this object receives from the symbolic. This function gives it the role of an arm at the phobic outpost, an arm against the threat of desire's disappearance, and the role of a fetish in perverse structure, as the absolute condition of desire. At the point of departure where my model situates it, A, the object of desire, is from the moment it begins to function there. The object of desire. This means that, while it is a partial object, it is not merely a part, or a spare part piece détachée of the device that depicts the body here, but an element of the structure from the outset, and, so to speak, in the initial deal of the cards for the game that is then played out. Being selected as the index of desire from among the body's appendages, objecta is already the exponent of a function that sublimates it even before it exercises the function. This function is that of the index raised toward an absence about which the id has nothing to say, if not that this absence comes from where it speaks vaporal. This is why, when reflected in the mirror, it not only gives us the standard of exchange, the currency with which the other's desire enters the circuit of the ideal ego's transitivisms. It is also restored to the field of the other, serving the function of desire's exponent in the other. This is what allows it to take on its elective value at the true terminus of analysis, by figuring, in the fundamental fantasy, that before which the subject sees himself being abolished when he realizes himself as desire. In order for the subject to accede to this point beyond the reduction of the ideals of the person, it is as desire's object A, as what he was to the other in his erection as a living being, as wanted * or unwanted * when he came into the world, that he is called to be reborn in order to know if he wants what he 572 desires. This is the kind of truth Freud brought to light with the invention of analysis. It is a field in which the subject has, above all, to do a lot personally to pay the steep ransom for his desire. This is why psychoanalysis calls for an overhauling of ethics. It is clear, on the contrary, that to flee this task, Analysts are prepared to abandon virtually everything, and even to treat problems the subject has assuming his sex in terms of sex roles, as we now see being done in Freudian circles. The O function of the lost signifier, to which the subject sacrifices his full lose, the form O, CZ, of male desire and $.cp of woman's desire, lead us to the end of analysis, the aporia of which Freud bequeathed us with the concept of cautration. The fact that Lagache does not include the latter's effect in his field suffices to demonstrate the limits of what we can comprehend of the subject of the unconscious in personalist terms. 14. 4. Toward an ethics. I saved the structure of the superego for my conclusion. This is because we can only discuss it by examining the Freudian discovery more broadly, namely, from the vantage point of existence. We must realize the extent to which the advent of the subject who speaks banishes the subject of knowledge whose status as a person was called into question long ago, as the notion of the agent intellect suffices to remind us. I am not, I might remark, the one who is responsible for bringing people back to the crossroads of practical reason. If Kant's proposition that there are but two instances in which the subject can see the heteronomy of his being figured, provided he contemplates them with wonder and respect, which are the starry sky above him and the moral law within him, is confirmed here, the conditions under which this contemplation is possible have nevertheless changed. The infinite spaces have paled behind little letters that more surely prop up the equation of the universe, and the only beings we are willing to grant any say in the matter, apart from our scientists, are other inhabitants who might send us signs of intelligence, which is why the silence of these spaces no longer frightens us in any way. It is also why we have begun dumping our garbage in them, intending to make these spaces into the landfills that have been the very hallmark of our hominization of the planet since prehistoric times. Oh, Teilhard the pale ontologist, had you forgotten this? The same goes for the moral law, and for the same reason that makes us shift from language to speech. It also makes us discover that the superego, in its inti 5ys made imperative, is indeed the voice of conscience, that is, a voice first and foremost, a vocal one at that, and without any authority other than that of being a loud voice, the voice that at least one text in the Bible tells us was heard by the people parked around Mount Sinai. This artifice even suggests that its enunciation echoed back to them their own murmur, the tables of the law being none the less necessary in order for them to know what it enunciated. Now, for those who know how to read, what is written on those tables is nothing but the laws of speech itself. In other words, the person truly begins with the persona, but where does personality begin? An ethics arises, which is converted to silence, not by way of fear, but of desire, and the question is how analysis pathway of chatter leads to it. I will remain silent here regarding its practical direction. But, theoretically speaking, can its goal be to bring the ego to the fore? Engagement du moi / and what can be expected of it, if its possibilities, to use Lagache's term, only offer the subject the overly indeterminate exit that diverts him from an overly difficult pathway, the one from which we might think it has always been the political secret of moralists to incite the subject to remove dégager something his stakes from the game of desire? In this game, humanism is no longer anything but a dilettante's profession. Does nocit, he knows, come from an elision of ignocit, which etymology shows us to have but a false prefix, and which, moreover, does not mean a non-knowledge, but rather the forgetting that consummates forgiveness? Would necit, to alter but a single letter in it, lead us to suspect that the only negation it contains is retroactively, nachträglich, feigned? What does it matter, since, like the negations whose constancy we found laughable in metaphysical objects, this one is but a mask of first persons? The significatio n of the phallus 685 Die Bedeutung des Phallus. The following is the unaltered text of a lecture I gave in German on May 9, 1958, at the Max Planck Society in Munich, having been invited to speak there by Professor Paul Matusek. If one has any notion of the mentality then prevalent in not otherwise uninformed circles, one can imagine how my use of terms that I was the first to extract from Freud's work, such as the other scene, to cite one mentioned here, must have resounded. If deferred action Nachtrag, to take back another of these terms from the domain of the highbrow literati where they now circulate, makes this effort impracticable, it should be realized that they were unheard of at that time. We know that the unconscious castration complex functions as a knot. 1. In the dynamic structuring of symptoms, in the analytic sense of the term, in other words, in the dynamic structuring of what is analyzable in the neuroses, perversions, and psychoses. 2. In regulating the development that gives its ratio to this first role, namely, the instating in the subject of an unconscious position without which he could not identify with the ideal type of his sex or even answer the needs of his partner in sexual relations without grave risk, much less appropriately meet the needs of the child who may be produced thereby. There is an antinomy here that is internal to the assumption by man, Mensch, of his sex. Why must he assume the attributes of that sex only through a threat or even in the guise of a deprivation? In Civilization and its Discontents, Freud, as we know, went so far as to suggest not a contingent but an essential disturbance of human sexuality, and one of his last articles concerns the irreducibility in any finite, end-like, analysis of the aftermath of the castration complex in the masculine unconscious and penis need penis envy in woman's unconscious. This is not the only aporia, but it is the first that Freudian experience and 686 the metapsychology that resulted from it introduced into our experience of man. It cannot be solved by reducing things to biological data, the very necessities. 5J6. Side of the myth underlying the structuring brought on by the Oedipus complex demonstrates this sufficiently. It would be mere artifice to invoke in this case some inherited forgotten experience, not only because such an experience is in itself debatable, but because it leaves the problem unsolved. What is the link between killing the father and the pact of the primordial law, if we include here the fact that castration is the punishment for incest? It is only on the basis of clinical facts that the discussion can be fruitful. These facts reveal a relation between the subject and the phallus that forms without regard to the anatomical distinction between the sexes and that is thus especially difficult to interpret in the case of women and with respect to women, particularly as concerns the following 4 points. 1. Why a little girl considers herself, even for a moment, to be castrated, in the sense of deprived of a phallus, by someone whom she at first identifies as her mother, an important point, and then as her father, but in such a way that one must recognize therein a transference in the analytic sense of the term. 2. Why, more primordially, both sexes consider the mother to be endowed with a phallus, that is, to be a phallic mother. 3. Why, correlatively, the signification of castration in fact takes on its, clinically manifest, full weight in the formation of symptoms only on the basis of its discovery as the mother's castration. 4. These 3 problems lead, finally, to the why and wherefore of the phallic phase in development. Freud, as we know, uses this term to refer to the first genital maturation insofar as, on the one hand, it would seem to be characterized by the imaginary dominance of the phallic attribute and by masturbatory jouissance, and, on the other, he localizes this jouissance in the case of women in the clitoris, which is thus raised to the function of the phallus. He thus seems to exclude in both sexes any instinctual mapping of the vagina as the site of genital penetration until the end of this phase, that is, until the dissolution of the Oedipus complex. This ignorance smacks of misrecognition in the technical sense of the term, all the more so in that it is sometimes fabricated. Could it correspond to anything other than the fable in which Longus depicts Daphnis and Chloe's initiation as dependent upon the explanations of an old woman? This is what has led certain authors to regard the phallic phase as the effect of a repression, and the function assumed in it by the phallic object as a SYMP tom. The problem begins when one asks, which symptom? Phobia, says one, 77. Perversion, says another, and sometimes the same person says both. In the latter case, the quandary is evident, not that interesting transmutations of the object of a phobia into a fetish do not occur, but if they are interesting it is precisely owing to their different places in the structure. It would be pointless to ask these authors to formulate this difference from the perspectives currently in favor that go by the name of object relations. For on this subject they have no other reference than the approximate notion of part-object, which has never been subjected to criticism since Karl Abraham introduced it. This is unfortunate given the comfort it offers analysts today. The fact remains that the now abandoned discussion of the phallic phase, if one rereads the surviving texts from 1928-32, is refreshing for the example it sets of doctrinal passion, making one nostalgic, given psychoanalysis' decline following its American transplantation. Were one to merely summarize the debate, one could but distort the authentic diversity of positions taken up by Helene Deutsch, Karen Horney, and Ernest Jones, to mention only the most eminent. The series of 3 articles Jones devoted to the subject is especially suggestive if only for the first siding on which he built, which is signaled by the term he introduced, aphonesis. For in raising, quite rightly, the problem of the relation between castration and desire, he demonstrates his inability to recognize what he nevertheless closes in on so nearly that the term, which will soon provide us with the key, seems to emerge in his work due to its very absence. Particularly amusing is the way he manages to extract from the very letter of Freud's text a position that is strictly contrary to it, a true model in a Diffie 688 cult genre. Yet the question refuses to let itself be dodged, seeming to scoff at Jones' plea to re-establish the equality of natural rights. Doesn't it push him to the point where he closes with the biblical male and female created he them? What does he, in fact, gain by normalizing the function of the phallus as a part object if he has to invoke its presence in the mother's body as an internal object, a term based on fantasies revealed by Melanie Klein, and if he becomes still more unable to separate himself from her views, relating these fantasies to the recurrence, as far back as earliest infancy, of the Oedipal formation? We will not be led astray if we re-examine the question by asking what could have led Freud to his obviously paradoxical position. For one has to admit that he was better guided than anyone in his recognition of the order of unconscious phenomena, of which he was the inventor, and that, in the absence of an adequate articulation of the nature of these phenomena, his followers were destined to lose their way to a greater or lesser degree. It is on the basis of this wager which I place at the crux of the comment. 5J8. Theory on Freud's work I have been pursuing for 7 years that I have been led to certain results. First and foremost, to promote the notion of the signifier as necessary to any articulation of the analytic phenomenon, insofar as it is opposed to that of the signified in modern linguistic analysis. Freud could not have taken into account modern linguistics, which postdates him, but I would maintain that Freud's discovery stands out precisely because, in setting out from a domain in which one could not have expected to encounter linguistics' reign, it had to anticipate its formulations. Conversely, it is Freud's discovery that gives the signifier/signified opposition its full scope, for the signifier plays an active role in determining the effects by which the signifiable appears to suc come to its mark, becoming, through that passion, the signified. This passion of the signifier thus becomes a new dimension of the human condition in that it is not only man who speaks, but in man and through man that it $a/speaks, in that his nature becomes woven by effects in which the structure of the language of which he becomes the material can be refound, and in that the relation of speech thus resonates in him, beyond anything that could have been conceived of by the psychology of ideas. In this sense one can say that the consequences of the discovery of the unconscious have not yet been so much as glimpsed in analytic theory, although its impact has been felt in analytic praxis more than we realize, even if only in the form of people beating a retreat from it. Let me make it clear that my emphasis on man's relation to the signifier as such has nothing to do with a culturalist position, in the ordinary sense of the term, the position Karen Horney, for example, anticipated in the debate over the phallus, a position Freud described as feminist. It is not man's relationship to language as a social phenomenon that is at issue, nor even anything resembling the ideological psychogenesis we are familiar with, which is not superseded by peremptory recourse to the thoroughly metaphysical notion with its question-begging appeal to the concrete that derisively goes by the name of affect. What is at issue is to refind in the laws that govern this other scene, ein anderer Schauplatz, which Freud, on the subject of dreams, designates as the scene of the unconscious, the effects that are discovered at the level of the chain of materially unstable elements that constitutes language, effects that are determined by the double play of combination and substitution in the signifier, according to the two axes for generating the signified, metonymy and metaphor, effects that are determinant in instituting the subject. In the process, a topology, in the mathematical sense of the term, appears, without which one soon realizes that it is impossible to even note the structure of a symptom in the analytic sense of the term. 579. It speaks in the other, I say, designating by other the very locus evoked by recourse to speech in any relation in which such recourse plays a part. If it speaks in the other, whether or not the subject hears it with his ear, it is because it is there that the subject finds his signifying place in a way that is logically prior to any awakening of the signified. The discovery of what it articulates in that place, that is, in the unconscious, enables us to grasp at the price of what splitting, Spaltung, he has thus been constituted. The phallus can be better understood on the basis of its function here. In Freudian doctrine, the phallus is not a fantasy, if we are to view fantasy as an imaginary effect. Nor is it as such an object, internal, good, bad, etc., inasmuch as object tends to gauge the reality involved in a relationship. Still less is it the organ penis or clitoris that it symbolizes. And it is no accident that Freud adopted as a reference the simulacrum it represented to the ancients. For the phallus is a signifier whose function, in the intrasubjective economy of analysis, may lift the veil from the function it served in the mysteries. For it is the signifier that is destined to designate meaning effects as a whole, insofar as the signifier conditions them by its presence as signifier. Let us thus examine the effects of this presence. They include, first, a deviation of man's needs due to the fact that he speaks. To the extent that his needs are subjected to demand, they come back to him in an alienated form. This is not the effect of his real dependence. One should not expect to find here the parasitic conception represented by the notion of dependency in the theory of neurosis, but rather of their being put into signifying form as such, and of the fact that it is from the other's locus that his message is emitted. What is thus alienated in needs constitutes an Urverdressung primal repression, as it cannot, hypothetically, be articulated in demand. It nevertheless appears in an offshoot that presents itself in man as desire das Begehren. The phenomenology that emerges from analytic experience is certainly of a kind to demonstrate the paradoxical, deviant, erratic, eccentric, and even scandalous nature of desire that distinguishes it from need. This fact is all too clear not to have been obvious to moralists worthy of the name since time immemorial, and the Freudianism of earlier days seemed obliged to give it its full status. Paradoxically, however, psychoanalysis now finds itself at the head of an age-old obscurantism that is even more boring as it denies this fact due to its ideal of theoretically and practically reducing desire to need. That is why I must articulate this status here, beginning with demand, the specific characteristics of which are alluded in the notion of frustration, a notion Freud never used. Demand in itself bears on something other than the satisfactions it calls for. It is demand for a presence or an absence. This is what the primordial rela. 58 Oectens. Kinship with the mother manifests, replete as it is with that other who must be situated shy of the needs that other can fulfill. Demand already constitutes the other as having the privilege of satisfying needs, that is, the power to deprive them of what alone can satisfy them. The other's privilege here thus outlines the radical form of the gift of what the other does not have, namely, what is known as its love. In this way, demand annuls, off-het, the particularity of everything that can be granted, by transmuting it into a proof of love, and the very satisfactions demand obtains for need are debased, sich erniedrigt, to the point of being no more than the crushing brought on by the demand for love, all of which is perfectly apparent in the psychology of early child care, which our ANA/LYST/nannies have latched onto. It is necessary, then, that the particularity thus abolished reappear beyond demand. And in fact it does reappear there, but it preserves the structure concealed in the unconditionality of the demand for love. By a reversal that is not simply a negation of the negation, the power of pure loss emerges from the residue of an obliteration. For the unconditionality of demand, desire substitutes the absolute condition. This condition in fact dissolves the element in the proof of love that rebels against the satisfaction of need. This is why desire is neither the appetite for satisfaction nor the demand for love, but the difference that results from the subtraction of the first from the second, the very phenomenon of their splitting, Spaltung. One can see how a sexual relationship occupies this closed field of desire and plays out its fate there. This is because it is the field designed for the production of the enigma that this relationship gives rise to in the subject by Dobly signifying it to him, the return of the demand it gives rise to, in the form of a demand concerning the subject of need, and the ambiguity presented concerning the other in question in the proof of love that is demanded. The gap constituted by this enigma avers what determines it, namely, to put it as simply and clearly as possible, that for each of the partners in the relationship, both the subject and the other, it is not enough to be subjects of need or objects of love, they must hold the place of the cause of desire. This truth lies at the heart of all the defects found in the psychoanalytic field regarding sexual life. It also constitutes the condition of the subject's happiness there, and to disguise its gap by assuming that the virtue of the genital will resolve it through the maturation of tenderness, that is to say, solely by recourse to the other as reality, however pious the intent may be, is nonetheless fraudulent. It should be pointed out here that French analysts, with their hypocritical notion of genital ablativity, set a moralizing tone which, to the strains of Salvation Army bands, is pervading the entire landscape. 58i. In any case, man cannot aim at being whole, at the total personality, another premise with which modern psychotherapy veers off course, once the play of displacement and condensation to which he is destined in the exercise of his functions marks his relation, as a subject, to the signifier. The phallus is the privileged signifier of this mark in which the role part of logos is wedded to the advent of desire. One could say that the signifier is chosen as the most salient of what can be grasped in sexual intercourse copulation as real, as well as the most symbolic, in the literal, typographical, sense of the term, since it is equivalent in intercourse to the logical, copula. One could also say that, by virtue of its turgidity, it is the image of the vital flow as it is transmitted in generation. All of these remarks still merely veil the fact that it can play its role only when veiled, that is, as itself a sign of the latency with which any signifiable is struck, once it is raised, aufgehoben, to the function of signifier. The phallus is the signifier of this very Aufhebung, which it inaugurates, initiates, by its disappearance. That is why the demon of Aisosy, springs forth at the very moment the phallus is unveiled in the ancient Mysteries, see the famous painting in the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii. It then becomes the bar with which the demon's hand strikes the signified, marking it as the bastard offspring of its signifying concatenation. A condition of complementarity is thus produced in the instating of the subject by the signifier, which explains his Spaltung and the interventionist movement in which it is completed. Namely, 1. That the subject designates his being only by barring everything it signifies, as is seen in the fact that he wants to be loved for himself, a mirage that is not dispelled by simply pointing out that it is grammatical, since it abolishes discourse. 2. That the part of this being that is alive in the Verdrängt primally repressed finds its signifier by receiving the mark of the phallus's Verdrängung repression, owing to which the unconscious is language. The phallus as a signifier provides the ratio raison of desire, in the sense in which the term is used in mean and extreme ratio of harmonic division. I shall thus be using the phallus as an algorithm, and I cannot, without endlessly inflating my talk, do otherwise than rely on the echoes of the experience that unites us to get you to grasp this usage. The fact that the phallus is a signifier requires that it be in the place of the other that the subject have access to it. But since the signifier is there only as 582 Veiled and as ratio raison of the other's desire, it is the other's desire as such that the subject is required to recognize, in other words, the other insofar as he himself is a subject divided by the signifying Spaltung. The developments that appear in psychological genesis confirm the full loose signifying function. This allows us, first of all, to more correctly formulate Klein's finding that the child apprehends from the outset that the mother contains the phallus. But development is ordained by the dialectic of the demand for love and the test constituted by desire. The demand for love can only suffer from a desire whose signifier is foreign to it. If the mother's desire is for the phallus, the child wants to be the phallus in order to satisfy her desire. Thus the division immanent in desire already makes itself felt by virtue of being experienced in the other's desire, in that this division already stands in the way of the subject being satisfied with presenting to the other the real organ he may have that corresponds to the phallus, for what he has is no better than what he does not have, from the point of view of his demand for love, which would like him to be the phallus. Clinical work shows us that the test constituted by the other's desire is decisive, not in the sense that the subject learns by it whether or not he has a real phallus, but in the sense that he learns that his mother does not have one. This is the moment in experience without which no symptomatic consequence, phobia, or structural consequence, penisnade, related to the castration complex can take effect. This seals the conjunction of desire, insofar as the phallic signifier is its mark, with the threat of or nostalgia based on not having manque avoir. Of course, its future depends on the law introduced by the father in the sequence. But one can indicate the structures that govern the relations between the sexes by referring simply to the phallus function. These relations revolve around a being and a having which, since they refer to a signifier, the phallus, have contradictory effects. They give the subject real ity in the signifier, on the one hand, but render unreal the relations to be signified, on the other. This is brought about by the intervention of a seeming parature that replaces the having in order to protect it, in one case, and to mask the lack thereof, in the other, and whose effect is to completely project the ideal or typical manifestations of each of the sexes' behavior, including the act of copulation itself, into the realm of comedy. These ideals are strengthened by the demand they are capable of satisfying. 58.3. Ing, which is always a demand for love, with the reduction of desire to demand as its complement. Paradoxical as this formulation may seem, I am saying that it is in order to be the phallus that is, the signifier of the other's desire that a woman rejects an essential part of femininity, namely, all its attributes, in the masquerade. It is for what she is not that she expects to be desired as well as loved. But she finds the signifier of her own desire in the body of the person to whom her demand for love is addressed. It should not be forgotten, of course, that the organ that is endowed with this signifying function takes on the value of a fetish thereby. But the result for a woman remains that two things converge on the same object, an experience of love that, as such, see above, ideally deprives her of what the object gives, and a desire that finds its signifier in this object. This is why one may find that a lack of satisfaction of sexual needs, in other words, frigidity, is relatively well tolerated by women, whereas the Verdrestigung inherent in desire is less in them than in men. In the case of men, on the other hand, the dialectic of demand and desire engenders effects regarding which one must once again admire Freud's sureness in situating them, in the precise articulations on which they depend, under the heading of a specific debasement, Erniedrigung, in the sphere of love. If, indeed, man is able to satisfy his demand for love in his relationship with a woman, inasmuch as the phallic signifier clearly constitutes her as giving in love what she does not have, conversely, his own desire for the phallus will make its signifier emerge in its residual divergence toward another woman who may signify this phallus in various ways, either as a virgin or as a prostitute. There results from this a centrifugal tendency of the genital drive in the sphere of love, which makes impotence much harder for him to bear, while the Verdrestigung inherent in his desire is greater. Still it should not be thought that the sort of infidelity that might appear to be constitutive of the masculine function is characteristic of him alone. For if one looks closely, the same split can be found in women, with the proviso that the loving other iotra de amour as such, that is, the other insofar as he is deprived of what he gives, is difficult to see in the backcourt where he replaces the being of the very man whose attributes she cherishes. One might add here that male homosexuality, in accordance with the phallic mark that constitutes desire, is constituted along the axis of desire, while female homosexuality, on the contrary, as observation shows, is oriented by a disappointment that strengthens the axis of the demand for love. These remarks should be refined through a re-examination of the function of the mask, insofar as it dominates the identifications in which refusals of demand are resolved. 584. The fact that femininity finds refuge in this mask, by virtue of the verdrangung inherent in desire *s phallic mark, has the curious consequence of making virile display in human beings seem feminine. Correlatively, one can glimpse the reason for a characteristic that has never been elucidated and that shows once again the depth of Freud's intuition, namely, why Freud claims there is only one libido, his text showing that he conceives of it as masculine in nature. The function of the phallic signifier touches here on its most profound relation, that by which the ancients embodied therein the nous and the logos. Note 1. The demon of shame. In memory of Ernest Jones. On his theory of symbolism. And bring him out that is but woman's son. Can trace me in the tedious ways of art. And hold me pace in deep experiments. Shakespeare, Henry IV Part I, Act 3, Scene 1, 45-47. Far from the funeral pomp with which our departed colleague was honored in accordance with his rank, here I will devote to him a memorial of our solidarity in psychoanalytic work. While it is homage that suits the position of our group, I will not leave out the emotion that wells up in me from the memory of more personal relations. I will punctuate 3 moments of the latter. Their contingency reflects a man who was very diverse in his vivacity, his unmitigated imperiousness toward the newcomer I was in Marienbad, that is, at the last of our council assemblies before a vacuum struck the Viennese sphere, a superficial interaction whose sting can still be seen after the war in one of my writings, the familiarity between us during a visit to the Platt in Elstead, where, among the letters by Freud spread out on an immense table for the first volume of the biography he was writing, I saw him anxious to share with me the seductions of his labor, until the hour of an appointment with a female patient, kept even in his retreat, put an end to it, the haste of which, in its compulsive tone, led me to see the mark of an indelibly yoke, and lastly, the grandeur of his July 1957 letter to me, in which his apology for not coming to see me at my house in the country invoked the pretext of stoically explored suffering only to accept it as the signal of a lofty competition. Death hot at the heels of the work to be completed. The organ that is the International Journal of Psychoanalysis, and which owes everything to Ernest Jones, from its duration to its quality, allowed to show between some of its lines in the September-October 1958 issue the shadow with 586. Which a long exercised power always seems to darken when nightfall catches up with it, ink quick to accuse his edifice for the light it obliterated. This edifice solicits us. For, however metaphorical it may be, it is designed to remind us of what distinguishes the architecture from the building, namely, a logical power that governs ordine the architecture beyond what the building allows for by way of possible utilization. Thus no building, unless reduced to the merest of barracks, can do without this order that makes it akin to discourse. This logic harmonizes with efficiency only by dominating it, and their discord is not a simply possible fact in the art of construction. We can thus gauge how much more essential this discord is in the art of psychoanalysis, where an experience of truth determines the field that of memory and signification, whereas the phenomena that are found to be most signifying in it remain scandalous compared to the ends of utility with which all power is legitimate. This is why no consideration of power, even the most legitimate since it involves the professional building, one can intervene in the analyst's discourse without affecting the very purpose of his practice at the same time as its medium. While Jones is the one who did the most to ensure analytic values a certain official standing, and even a status recognized by the public authorities, can we not propose to question the immense apology his theoretical work constitutes in order to assess its dignity? This can only be done using a sample of his work, and I will select the article published in the British Journal of Psychology, 2 October 1916, 181 to 229, on the theory of symbolism, reproduced since then in each of the editions which are known to be quite different from one another that followed of his papers on psychoanalysis. This article is uncompromising. Its grasp of the problem sustains it at its proper level, and while it does not resolve the difficulty, it highlights it. The malice falls flat of those who would like us to see this youngest of the faithful, who was linked not only by the talisman of the 7 rings but by the implications of an executive secret, too as sorely tried by the master. The fact that he, the only Goy in a circle imbued with its Jewish specificity, 3 was awarded the prize of erecting this monument. His biography to the master will no doubt be attributed to the fact that this monument toes the line that the man who opened up a new field of avowal for the world did not want to see crossed into his private life. One should not fail to reflect upon the resistance of biographical discourse to the analysis of the principal case constituted not so much by the inventor but by the invention of psychoanalysis itself. 58J. Be that as it may, Jones' references to Rank and Sachs in the article I will examine, due to the criteria they put forward of analytic symbolism, are edifying. The criteria that they place at the top of the list, especially the criterion that something must have a constant meaning and be independent from individual interventions for to be considered a symbol, lead to contradictions that Jones points out in the facts, and the reverence he maintains for these autodidacts of the depths does not stop us from sensing the advantage he derives from a rationalism that is rather sure of its method, since it is also exclusive in its principles. Jones begins. The progress of the human mind, when considered genetically, is seen to consist, not as is commonly thought merely of a number of accretions added from without, but of the following 2 processes. On the one hand, the extension or transference of interest and understand 700ing from earlier, simpler, and more primitive ideas, etc., to more difficult and complex ones, which in a certain sense are continuations of and symbolize the former, and on the other hand the constant unmasking of previous symbolisms, the recognition that these, though previously thought to be literally true, were really only aspects or representations of the truth, the only ones of which our minds were for either affective or intellectual reasons at the time capable. 5. Such is the tone with which things begin, and they advance by ever more closely closing in on the ambiguity this departure opens up. Many, in our time, will no doubt consider what follows of but historical, nay prehistoric, interest. We should fear that this disdain hides an impasse in which we are presently stuck. Jones' concern is to point out Jung's fundamental divergence regarding symbolism, which Freud realized already in 1911, breaking with Jung in 1912-6, and publishing his update on the situation in his History of the Psychoanalytic Movement in 1914. The 2 different manners of utilizing symbolism in interpretation are decisive as to the direction they give analysis, and they will be illustrated here by an example that may well be considered the earliest one, but that is not out of date, insofar as the snake is not simply a figure that art and fables preserve from an abandoned mythology or folklore. The ancient enemy is not so far from our mirages, for it is still associated with the traits of temptation and the deceit of promises, but also with the prestige of the circle that must be crossed toward wisdom in the turning inward, the closing of the head on the tail, with which it attempts to encircle the world. 588. Captive head under the Virgin's foot, what will we see of the head that repeats you at the other end of the body of the amphispina? A mountain gnosis, whose local hereditary characteristics we would be wrong to neglect, grabbed it anew from the lacustrine retreat where it is still curled up, as Jung put it when he spoke to me of his Canton secrets. A figuration of the libido, that is how a disciple of Jung's will interpret the appearance of a snake in a dream, vision, or drawing, manifesting, unbeknown to himself, that while its seductive power is eternal, it is also always the same. For here we see the subject about to be captured by an autistic eros which, however revamped its theoretical apparatus may be, seems like an old acquaintance. In other words, the soul, which is a lucid blind man, reads its own nature in the archetypes that the world echoes back to him. How could he not end up believing he is the world's soul? What is strange is that in their haste to take the soul into account, Calvinist pastors were fooled. 7. It must be said that having thrown the beautiful soul a line from his Helvetian refuge, it is a rather ironic success for a disciple of Breuck, the offspring of Helmholtz and Du Bois-Reymond. But it is also the proof that there is no compromise possible with psychology, and that if we admit that the soul knows its own structure, with the kind of knowledge connaissance the soul has, that is, immediate knowledge, even if it were in the moment of falling asleep, where Silberer asks us to recognize the functional symbolism of the layers of the psyche in a cake knife cutting through a puff pastry, nothing can any longer separate thought from the reverie of a chemical wedding. Still, it is not easy to grasp the cut so boldly traced by Freud in the theory of the revision elaboration of dreams, unless we purely and simply refuse the psychological ingenuity of the phenomena brought out by Silberer's observational talent. This is the sorry solution Freud adopts in his discussion of it in the 1914 edition of the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, when he proffers that the said phenomena apply only to philosophical minds, prone to endopsychic perception and even to delusions of observation. 8. To metaphysicians in the soul, no doubt, that would be the word for it. Jones own-upping Freud here, in effect, by indicating with a somewhat more strident tone the aversion he allows himself to show to this. Let us be glad that spiritual hierarchies, along with the materials, pneumatics, psychics, and all the rest, did not return through this door, but we see here the source of the infatuation of those who consider themselves to be natural-born psychoanalysts. 5. Nevertheless, this is not a usable argument in this context, and Jones does not dream of using it. Regarding the snake, Jones rectifies Jung's position by asserting that it is the symbol not of libido, an energetic notion which, as an idea, can only be brought out at a high degree of abstraction, but of the phallus, insofar as the latter seems to him to be characteristic of a more concrete idea, even concrete through and through. For this is the pathway Jones chooses with which to ward off the dangerous return to a kind of mysticism that symbolism seems to allow for, mysticism which seems to him, once unmasked, to exclude itself by itself from any and all scientific consideration. The symbol is displaced from a more concrete idea, at least that is how he expresses himself on the subject, to which it primarily applies, to a more abstract idea, to which it relates secondarily, which means that this displacement can only take place in a single direction. Let us stop here for an instant, to agree that if a waking hallucination makes analysis first hysteric 9, her arm having fallen asleep under the weight of her head on her shoulder, pressed onto the back of the chair from which it extended, when she slumped down, toward her father who she was watching over in his death throes, extend this arm with a snake, and even with as many snakes as she had fingers, this snake is the symbol of the phallus and of nothing else. But to whom this phallus belongs concretely is what is less easy to determine in the register of contemporary psychoanalysis that is so nicely labeled by Raymond Queneau as the Laquetninque. The fact that this phallus is, in effect, recognized as a belonging coveted by the subject qui fasse envie du sujet, woman though she be, does not explain anything if one realizes that it emerges so importunately only to be clearly there in the present, namely, in the aforementioned Laquette, or simply in the bed lit where it dies with the dying man. This is the very problem about which Jones, 11 years later, provides a piece worthy of his anthology, owing to the dialectical figure skating he demonstrates in it by developing positions that are the opposite of those adopted by Freud regarding the phallic phase, simply by repeatedly asserting that he completely agrees with Freud. But whatever one must think of this unfortunately abandoned debate on the phallic phase, the question may be asked of Jones: does the phallus, if it is truly the object of phobia or of perversion, which he relates, first the one and then the other, to the phallic phase, remain in the state of a concrete idea? In any case, he is forced to recognize that the phallus takes on a secondary application here. This is clearly what he says when he quite dexterously 590 distinguishes between the proto and deuterophallic phases. And the phallus, as a concrete idea of the symbols that will be substituted for it in the one and then in the other of these phases, can only be linked to itself by a similitude which is as concrete as this idea is, for otherwise this concrete idea would be nothing but the classic abstraction of the general idea or of the generic object, which would leave our symbols a field of regression that is the one that Jones seeks to refute. In short, I am getting ahead of myself, as you see, regarding the only notion that allows us to conceive of the symbolism of the phallus, the particularity of its function as a signifier. 10. In truth, there is some pathos in the sort of skirting of this function that its deduction imposes upon Jones. For he immediately realized that analytic symbolism is only conceivable if it is related to the linguistic fact of metaphor, which serves him as a handrail from one end of his discussion to the other. He quite apparently fails to find his way in it at two moments at which his defective point of departure is related, to my mind, to a very insidious inversion in his thought by which his need for seriousness in analysis prevails, without him analyzing this, over the seriousness of need. 704. This can be seen in a sentence from his debate with Silberer. 11. If there is any truth at all in psychoanalysis, or, indeed, in any genetic psychology, then the primordial complexes displayed in symbolism must be the permanent sources of mental life and the very reverse of mere figures of speech. This remark aims at a certain contingency that Silberer notes quite aptly both in the application of symbols and in the repetitions to which they give consistency. 13. In order to oppose to it the constancy of primordial needs in development, oral needs, for example, whose growing importance Jones supports. It is in order to return to these early facts that Jones turns to metaphor, by which he intends to understand symbolism. It is, in a sense, by backing up and for the needs of his polemic that he took up linguistics, but the latter is so tightly linked to his object that it suffices to rectify his aim. We must credit him with proving himself wrong when he provides his list of primary ideas, about which he rightly remarks that they are few in number and constant, unlike symbols, which can always be added to, piling up on these ideas. These primary ideas are, according to him, ideas of self and the immediate blood relatives, or of the phenomena of birth, love, and death. 102. All of these are ideas, the most concrete of which is the network of the signifier in which the subject must already be caught up in order to be able to constitute himself there as self, as part of a lineage, as existing, as the representative of a sex, and even as dead, for these ideas can only be passed off as primary if all parallelism with the development of needs is abandoned. SGI. The fact that this is not realized can only be explained by flight in the face of the anxiety of origins, and owes nothing to the kind of haste whose conclusive virtue I have shown when it is grounded in logic. 14. Isn't it the least one can demand of an analyst that he maintain his logical rigor in the face of this anxiety, in other words, that he not spare anxiety to those he teaches, even to ensure his power over them? This is where Jones seeks his pathway, but where his best recourse fails him, for rhetoric eons over the ages have balked at metaphor, obviating his chance to use it to rectify his own approach to symbols. This appears in the fact that he posits that comparison, simile in English, lies at the origin of metaphor, taking John is as brave as a lion as the logical model for Jonn is a lion. We are astonished that his so very lively sense of analytic experience did not alert him to the far greater signifying density of the second enunciation, while recognizing it to be more concrete, he did not render it its primacy. Absent this step, he did not manage to formulate what analytic interpretation nevertheless makes almost obvious, which is that the relationship between reality real and what is thought is not that between the signified and the signifies, and that the primacy reality real has over thought is reversed from the signifier to the signified. This overlaps what happens, in truth, in language where meaning effects are created by permutations of signifiers. Thus while Jones perceives that it is, in some sense, the memory of a metaphor that constitutes analytic symbolism, the so-called decline of metaphor hides its reason from him. He does not see that it is the lion as a signifier that has been abragged right to the yawn, and even to the yawn, whose meek growl serves as an index of the self-satisfied ideals of Metro Goldwyn its roar, still horrible to those lost in the jungle, attesting better to the origins of its use for purposes of meaning. Jones believes, on the contrary, that the signified has become more porous, that it has become what grammarians call a figurative meaning. He thus misses its function, sometimes so palpable in symbols and analytic symptoms, of being a sort of regeneration of the signifier. He loses his way, instead, when he repeats a false law of displacement of the semanteme according to which it is supposed to always go from a particular signification to a more general one, from a concrete to an abstract one, from a material to a more subtle one called figurative or even moral. As if the first example we come across in the Daily News did not show its nullity, the word heavy lord / since that is the one that presents itself to me, known to have first signified le lower clumsy oaf, or even ie 15 light-headed or scatter-brained, in the 13th century, thus having had a moral mean. 5c. 2. Ing before applying, not much earlier than the 18th century, as Bloch and von Wartburg teach us, to a property of matter about which it must be noted, so as not to stop while the getting is so good, that it is misleading in so far as, in opposition to light, it leads to the Aristotelian topic of a qualitative gravity. To save the theory, will we go so far as to credit the common use of words with a presentiment of the scant reality of such a physics? But what can we say about the application that gave us this word, Lord, namely, the new unit of French monetary reform? What vertiginous or grave perspective will we open up, what trance of thickness will we resort to situate this new flapping of wings from the literal to the figurative? Would it not be simpler to accept here the obvious material fact that there is no other mainspring of metaphorical effect than the substitution of one signifier for another as such? At least we would then not be Lord dense, in franc Comtois dialect, they say lourdeau, in grasping this example, in which the so-called rank Lord New Frank, for no stale meaning, can be Lord, only due to its consequences, for the latter can be inscribed here in accounting terms, namely, purely signifying terms. Nevertheless, we must not neglect that a meaning effect which appears, here as elsewhere, extrapolated in the substitution of signifiers should be foreseen and, indeed, expected, by which every Frenchman will feel he car rise a heavier plus Lord wallet when he has equally weighty bill denominations poids de couriers, although he will feel less light-headed in the manipulation of their cash currency when he spends the same amount. And who can say how weighted ponderation his spending will become in his tourist peregrinations, but also the unforeseeable effects that the metaphorical slid 707ing of his metal coin-related likings toward heavy lowered industry and heavy machinery will have on the Eldorados of his investments or his luxury utensils. 16 Question: if a comedy is disparaged when it is called heavy-handed Lord / why can't divine grace be so characterized? This error regarding the function of language is worth emphasizing, for it is primordial in the difficulties related to symbolism that Jones does not manage to overcome. Indeed, everything in this debate revolves around whether or not a knowledge value valeur de connaissance should be granted to symbolism. The interference of symbols in actions that are more explicit and better adapted to perception has the import of informing us about a more primitive activity in being. What Silberer calls the negative conditioning of symbolism, namely, the dimming of the most advanced discriminating functions for adapting to real real takes on a positive value because it allows access to occur. But we SGJ would fall into the sin of circular reasoning were we to deduce from it that a more profound reality, even if qualified as psychical, is manifested in it. All of Jones' efforts are devoted to denying that an archaic symbolism can retain any value compared to a scientific apprehension of reality. But since he continues to refer symbols to ideas, understanding by ideas the concrete props that development is supposed to give symbols, he himself cannot help but maintain the notion of a negative conditioning of symbolism right to the bitter end, which stops him from grasping its structural function. And yet he provides us with ample proof of the aptness of his orientation in the felicitous encounters he makes along the way, for example, when he pauses at the fact that a child assigns the quack he isolates as the signifier of the duck's call not only to ducks, whose natural attribute it is, but to a series of objects, including flies, wine, and even a penny, this time using the signifier as a metaphor. 107. Why must he see here but a new attribution based on the apperception of a volatile similarity, even if the authority he appeals to in his borrowing, who is no less than Darwin, considers it sufficient that a penny be stamped with an eagle in the corner to include it in it? For however obliging the notion of analogy may be in extending the range of the volatile to the dilution of a fluid, perhaps the function of metonymy, as propped up by the signifying chain, better accounts for the bird's contiguity with the liquid in which it wades. How can we but regret here that the interest directed to the child by developmentalistic analysis does not pause at this moment, at the very dawn of the use of speech, where the child, who designates with a bow wow what in certain cases we strove in front of him to call only by the name of dog, assigns this bow wow to just about anything, or at this later moment when the child declares that the cat goes bow wow and the dog goes meow, showing by his sobs, should we try to correct his game, that in any case the game is not gratuitous? Were Jones to take these moments, which are always manifest, into account, he would not fall into the eminent error by which he concludes that it was not the duck as a whole that was named quack by the child, but only certain abstracted attributes, which then continued to be called by the same word. 17. It would then become clear to him that what he is seeking, namely, the effect of signifying substitution, is precisely what the child first finds trouvé / the word to be taken literally in the Romance languages, in which trouver comes from trope, for it is by the play of signifying substitution that the child rips things from their ingenuousness in subjecting them to his metaphors. As an aside, the myth of the child's ingenuousness seems clearly re-established by this, still to be refuted here. $94. We must define metaphor by the implantation in a signifying chain of another signifier, by which the one it supplants falls to the rank of the signified, and as a latent signifier perpetuates there the interval by which another signifying chain can be grafted onto it. We thus refine the very dimensions by which Jones strives to establish analytic symbolism. For these dimensions govern the structure that Freud attributes to symptoms and repression. And without them it is impossible to repair the deviation the unconscious, in Freud's sense of the term, underwent due to the symbol's mystification, Jones' goal being to repair it. Certain erroneous approaches must be cleared away to do so, such as his remark, which is fallacious, fascinating us with its reference to the object, that while a church bell tower can symbolize the phallus will never symbolize a bell tower. For it is no less true that in a dream, even in an ironic forgery of a dream by Cocteau, one can quite legitimately, if the context allows, interpret the image of a Negro who, with sword drawn, comes straight at a female dreamer, as the signifier of her forgetting to take her umbrella with her after her last analytic session. This is even what the most classical analysts called interpretation toward the exit vers la sortie, if you'll allow me to translate thus a term introduced in English as reconstruction upward. *18. To put it explicitly, the quality of concreteness in an idea no more determines its unconscious effect than the quality of heaviness lowered in a heavy body determines the speed at which it falls. It must be posited that it is the signifier's concrete impact in submitting need to demand which, in repressing desire into the position of that which is misrecognized, provides the unconscious with its order. Regarding the list of symbols, which is already considerable, as Jones stresses, he notes, opposing an approximation which is not the crudest given by Rank and Sachs, namely, the third characteristic of the symbol, its independence from individual determinations, that this list remains, on the contrary, open to individual invention, adding simply that once put forward, a symbol no longer changes destination. This is a very enlightening remark, assuming we return to the catalogue of primary ideas in symbolism commendably prepared by Jones, since it allows us to complete it. For these primary ideas designate the points at which the subject disappears under the being of the signifier, whether it is a question, indeed, of being oneself, being a father, being born, being loved, or being dead. How can we fail to see that the subject, assuming he is the subject who speaks, sustains himself there only on the basis of discourse? It is thus clear that analysis reveals that the phallus serves the function of 5c5. signifying the lack of being manca that is wrought in the subject by his relation to the signifies. This gives its full import to the fact that all the symbols Jones' study highlights are phallic symbols. Regarding the magnetic points of signification that his remarks suggest, I will thus say that they are points of the subject's umbilication in the cuts made by the signifier, the most fundamental of them being the Überdrang pri mal repression that Freud always emphasized, namely, the subject's reduplication brought on by discourse, though that reduplication remains masked by the multiplication of what it evokes as entities etant. Analysis has shown us that it is with images that captivate his eros as a living individual that the subject manages to ensure his implication in the signifying sequence. Of course, the human individual is not without presenting some indulgence toward this fragmentation of his images, and the bipolarity of corporal autism favored by the privilege of the specular image, 19 a biological fact, lends itself singularly to the fact that his desire's implication in the signifier takes a narcissistic form. But it is not the connections of need, from which these images are detached, that sustain their perpetuated impact, rather, it is the articulated sequence in which they are inscribed that structures their insistence as signifying. This is why sexual demand, assuming it need but present itself orally, ectopasy images of introjection into the field of genital desire. The notion of the oral object that the partner would perhaps become in it, although it has become ever more established at the heart of analytic theory, is nevertheless an illusion that is a source of error. For what happens in the extreme case is that desire finds its phantasmatic prop in what is called a defense on the part of the subject when he is confronted with a partner who is taken as a signifier of completed devouring. Weigh my terms carefully here. It is in the subject's reduplication by the signifier that we find the main 711 spring of the positive conditioning whose quest Jones pursues because of what he calls true symbolism, the symbolism that analysis discovered in its constancy and rediscovers, articulating itself ever anew, in the unconscious. A minimum composition of the battery of signifiers suffices to institute in the signifying chain a duplicity that recovers his reduplication as a subject, and it is in this redoubling of the subject of speech that the unconscious as such finds a way to become articulated, namely, in a medium that is only apperceived by being perceived as just as stupid as a cryptography without a cipher. Here lies the heterogeneity of the true symbolism that Jones seeks in vain to grasp, and which escapes him precisely to the extent to which he maintains. $9. The mirage of negative conditioning, which falsely leaves symbolism confronted with reality real at all the levels of its regression. If, as I say, man finds himself open to desiring as many others in himself as his members have names outside of himself, and if he must recognize as many members that are separate from his unit/lost without ever having been, as there are entities that are metaphors of these members, we see too that the question of what knowledge value symbols have is answered, since it is these very members that come back to him after having wandered around the world in an alienated form. This value, which is considerable when it comes to praxis, is nil when it comes to reality real. It is very striking to see how much effort it takes Jones to establish this conclusion, which his position requires right from the outset, by the pathways he has chosen. He articulates it with a distinction between true symbolism, which he conceives of in short as the producer of symbols, and the symbolic equivalence that it produces, whose efficacy can only be measured by the objective verification of their grip upon reality real. One might note that this amounts to asking analytic experience to grant science its status, thus getting very far away from it. At the very least it should be noted that I am not the one who takes it upon himself to lead our practitioners astray in this way, but rather Jones, who has never been reproached for being a metaphysician. 712 But I believe that he is mistaken. For the history of science alone can set tle this matter, and it brilliantly demonstrates, in the birth of the theory of gravitation, that it was only on the basis of the extermination of all symbolism of the heavens that the terrestrial foundations of modern physics could be established, namely, that as long as some requirement to ascribe to the heavenly orbits a perfect shape was maintained, insofar as it implied, for example, the circle's preeminence over the ellipse, from Giordano Bruno to Kepler and from Kepler to Newton, it thwarted the development of the theory's key equations. 20. But there is no reason to object to the fact that the Kabbalistic notion of a God who had consciously withdrawn from matter to leave it to its own movement may have enhanced our confidence in natural experience as necessarily rediscovering the traces of logical creation. For this is the usual detour of all sublimation, and one can say that, with the exception of physics, this detour has not been completed. The question for us is whether the completion of this detour can occur in any other way than by being eliminated. Here again, despite this error, we must admire how in his labor, if I allow myself to use this word with the same metaphorical effect as that found in the terms working through and durcharbeiten in use in psychoanalysis r. 597. Author tills his field with a plowshare that is truly worthy of what analytic work in effect owes to the signifier. 4. To take a final step in his discussion of symbols, he envisions what results from the hypothesis, supposedly accepted by certain authors regarding linguistic and mythological reference points, that agriculture was originally the transposition of a fecundatory coitus into the realm of technics. Can one legitimately say of agriculture at that ideal era that it symbolized copulation? It is quite clear that the question is not a de facto one, no one here having to take sides regarding the real existence in the past of such a stage, which is, in any case, worth adding to the file of pastoral fiction from which the psychoanalyst, not to mention the Marxist, has much to learn about his mental horizons. The question is merely that of the suitability of applying the notion of symbolism here, and Jones answers, without seeming to worry whether or not anyone might agree with him, in the negative. 21. Meaning that agriculture thus represents an adequate thought, or a concrete idea, nay a satisfying mode, of coitus. But if we are truly to follow our author's intentions, we realize that the result is that it is only inasmuch as a certain operation in the realm of technics turns out to be prohibited because it is incompatible with a certain effect of the laws of marriage and kinship, insofar as that effect concerns, for example, the jouissance of the earth, that the operation substituted for the former operation becomes truly symbolic of a sexual satisfaction, except that, from this point on, it is repressed, at the same time as it offers itself up as a prop for naturalist conceptions of a kind that obviates scientific recognition of the union of the gametes as the crux of sexual reproduction. This is strictly correct insofar as symbolism is considered to be intimately related to repression. We see that, given this degree of rigor in paradoxical precision, we can legitimately wonder if Jones' work did not accomplish the essential part of what he could do at that time, although he did not go as far as he could have in the direction he found indicated in Freud's work, quoting it from the Traumdeutung. What today is symbolically connected was probably in primeval times united in conceptual and linguistic identity. The symbolic relationship seems to be the remains and sign of an identity that once existed. 22. And yet he would have gained much in his quest to grasp the true place of symbolism had he remembered that it was granted no room at all in the first edition of the Traumdeutung, which means that analysis, in the case of dreams but of symptoms too, need highlight symbolism only as subordinate to the major mainsprings of the processes elaboration that structure the unconscious. 8. Science, namely, condensation and displacement first and foremost. I am confining myself to these two mechanisms insofar as they would have sufficed to make up for Jones' inadequate information regarding metaphor and metonymy as primary effects of the signifies. Perhaps he would thus have avoided formulating something that contradicts his own perspective, whose major lines I believe I have traced out here, and that contradicts Freud's own explicit warning that what is repressed in symbolism's metaphorical retreat is affect. 23. This is a formulation that we might like to consider to be but a slip, if it hadn't later been developed into an extraordinarily ambiguous exploration of the whole panoply of affects, insofar as they supposedly substitute for each other as such. 24. For Freud's conception, developed and published in 1915 in the Internationale Zeitschrift, in the 3 articles on drives and their avatars, repression and the unconscious, leaves no room for ambiguity on this point. It is the signifier that is repressed. There being no other meaning that can be given in these texts to the word Verstellungsrepertsenten. As for affects, Freud expressly formulates that they are not repressed, they can only be said to be repressed by indulgence. As simpler/war or appendices of the repressed, signals equivalent to hysterical fits atches established in the species, Freud articulates that affects are simply displaced, as is evidenced by the fundamental fact, and it can be seen that someone is an analyst if he realizes this fact, by which the subject is bound to understand his affects all the more the less they are really justified. We can conclude with the example Jones took as his point of departure, which he deployed with his characteristic erudition, the symbolism of Punchinello/Polichinelle/ how can one fail to see the dominance of the signifier here, manifest in its most materially phonemic form? For beyond the falsetto and the morphological anomalies of this personage, who descends directly from the satyr and the devil, it is clearly homophonies which, condensing in double exposures, like witticisms and slips, most surely give us away it is the phallus that he symbolizes. The Neapolitan Pulcinella, little turkey, Pulcinella, little chicken, and Pullus, a tender term bequeathed by Roman pederasty to the modest outpourings of romantic schoolgirls in my youth, are recovered here by the English Punch, in order, having become Punchinello, to find anew the dagger, stake, or blunt instrument he dissimulates, which paves the way for him by which to descend, little man, to the dreadful drawer, where the movers, deftly handling the modesty of the Henriettas, will pretend to see nothing before he comes back up, resuscitated in his valiance. Winged phallus, parapilla, 25 unconscious fantasy of the impossibilities of 5gg. Male desire, treasure in which woman's infinite impotence is exhausted, this member forever lost of all those Osiris, Adonis, and Orpheus whose fragmented body must be reassembled by the ambiguous tenderness of the mother goddess, indicates to us, in being found anew in every illustration of this long study on symbolism, not only the eminent function it plays there but how it clarifies it. For the phallus, as I have shown elsewhere, is the signifier of the very loss the subject suffers due to the fragmentation brought on by the signifier, and nowhere does the counterpart function by which an object is led into the subordination of desire to the symbolic dialectic appear in a more decisive manner. Here we come again upon the sequence indicated above, by which Jones essentially contributed to the elaboration of the phallic phase by resorting a bit more to development. Isn't this the dawn of the maze in which clinical work itself has gotten bogged down, and of the return to a greater misrecognition of the essential import of desire, illustrated by a form of treatment involving imaginary immobilization, which is based on the delusional moralism of the ideals of the supposed object relation? The extraordinary elegance of the point of departure Freud gave us, that is, the conjugation in girls of complaints about their mothers and phallus envy, remains our bedrock in the matter, and it should be understandable that I used it as the point of departure for the dialectic in which I show how demand and desire become separate. But I will not present any further my own contributions in a study that can but bow in confining itself to the sole text it concerns before the obstinate dialectical demands, the loftiness of perspective, the feeling for analytic express, the grasp of the whole of it, the immense information, the inflexibility regarding goals, the faultless erudition, and, lastly, the weight poiges that give Jones' work its exceptional place. Is it a less worthy homage because this discussion of symbolism led us so close to this destiny of man to go toward being, since he cannot become one? Shepherd of being, proffers the philosopher of our time, while he accuses philosophy of having been its bad shepherd. Answering him with another refrain /lie/ Freud makes the good subject of philosophical knowledge definitively disappear, the subject who found in the object a sure status, before the bad subject of desire and its impostures. Isn't it this bad subject that Jones, showing yet another sign of his talent, proves to advocate when he concludes, conjugating metaphor with symbolism, the circumstance that the same image can be employed for both of these functions should not blind us to the important differences between them. Of these the principal one is that with metaphor the feeling to be expressed is sublimated, whereas with symbolism it is undersublimated. The one relates to an effort that has attempted something beyond its strength, the other to an effort that is prevented from accomplishing what it would. These lines reminded me, with a feeling of returning to the light of day, of the immortal division of human functions that Kierkegaard promulgated for 717 all posterity, a division that is, as we know, tripartite, including only officers, maids, and chimney sweeps. If it surprised certain people with their new being, it already has the enlightened merit here of mentioning the building in which it is obviously inscribed. For, more than by recalling Joan's Welsh origins, his small stature, his dark cast, and his skill, it is surely because I have followed him, and even conjured him up, in this discussion commandment like a chimney in a wall, that in this re-exciting in a dazzling pursuit, I suddenly felt assured, regardless of what may be owed to him by the representatives of the two highest offices in the international community of analysts, and particularly in the British Psychoanalytic Institute, to see him permanently take his place in the heavens of chimney sweeps, of which he is surely the finest example to my mind. Which, asks the Talmud, of two men who exit one after the other from a chimney in the living room will have the idea to dust himself off, when they look at each other? Wisdom settles the question here regarding all the subtleties that could be deduced from the darkness of the faces they present each other and the reflections which, in each of them, diverge, when it expressly concludes, when two men meet coming out of a chimney, they both have dirty faces. Gatron Court, January-March 1959. On an ex post facto syllabary. The note that one might have expected me to append in passing in the preceding text to the name of Silberer is not really missing, it can be found in the text in a dissolved form. I have done this in response to the fact that Jones devotes a whole chapter, the fourth one interpolated before his conclusion, to the discussion of Silberer's invention. This results in a redoubling of the whole of his argumentation in this part of the text, creating a lame equivalence which strikes me as one SYMP Tom, among others, of the problem found in the theory that Jones presents us. The note that must be made regarding Silberer can take on its value by clarifying why, if it may be said of a text, I have been unable to do anything more than redouble its problem. Silberer intends to trace what becomes of the symbols, historic, impact, which he qualifies, quite pertinently, as a material phenomenon, when it accedes to the function of determining a psychical state, or even of establishing the so-called constitution of a rhythm or penchant. The functional phenomenon that he makes of it is a function recovered from what is material, from which it results that what it symbolizes henceforth is an elaborate structure, and all the more rightfully so since it is, in fact, one of its consequences. I am forcing his notorious illustration of it in which he qualifies as a 603 layer cake, the cake into which he seems to have had a hard time inserting an adequate knife, in the transition to sleep in which his struggle with this cake replaced his efforts to bring his thought back to the level of arousal necessary for it to be equal to his existence as a subject. Psychical strata are evoked here, displacing the phenomenon by suggesting a possible endoscopy of depths that verge on the sublime. The phenomenon is indisputable. This is why Freud made room for it in a note he added to the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, in 1914, and particularly in the most striking form of it that Silberer provided in 1911, as the symbolism of the threshold, Schwellensymbolic, which is possibly enriched by the addition of a guardian at that threshold. But the phenomenon seduces us from another angle. One might say that it springs off the still green trampoline of Freud's discovery to conquer anew the psychology that one would need but resuscitate from its dust. Now, it is here that the brakes that Jones intends to slam on by championing Freud take on the value that interests us here, since he confirms ab ovo, I mean, at the germination stage of psychoanalysis, the position I adopt in my teaching. Jones explicitly goes so far here as to enunciate the principle with which Jung excluded himself from psychoanalysis. It can be summarized in a word, which is relevant in recalling that the thing is still there, regardless of where its label comes from. What Jones intends to ward off is the hermeneuticization of psychoanalysis. The symbol that he calls true, because it designates the one that Freud isolated, does not symbolize in the sense in which the figures of the Old Testament symbolize on the basis of what becomes of them in the New Testament, which remains the common sense meaning of symbolism. This is why it is easy for him to point out the slippage that occurs in Silberer's work, slippage which aligns him with Jung. The symbol allows itself to be surpassed by what it figures once it comes to be no more than a figurative meaning. Now, what it allows to surpass it are the invisible realities that return behind a veil which they have perhaps not always had but which they have had for quite a while, and our memory of this veil must be effaced. Let us not be mistaken here. The role Freud grants to the functional phenomenon is granted due to the secondary revision of the dream, which says it all, in my view, since Freud explicitly defines secondary. 604. Revision as the scrambling of the code cipher of the dream that occurs by means of a camouflaging which he no less explicitly designates as imaginary. It does not exclude the absurdity, which must be still more absurd than it lets on, and devoid of any form when it is intimately inscribed, that leads Jones in 1916 to relate it to a personal communication he had with Freud, when it is found, however unrelated it may seem, in the lines that tie the functional phenomenon to the 1914 edition of the Traumdeutung. One can read there, regarding the functional phenomenon that it concerns, above all, no doubt, about minds of an especially philosophical and introspective type, which is laughable and can be made fun of, as you have seen. I do not deprive myself of doing so, because the question is echoed here whether philosophy suffices to subtract such minds from the effects of the unconscious, when the very discussion shows that, at the time when what Freud said was still taken seriously, the functional phenomenon makes his analysis of the dream come up short, since it is not an effect of desire, that is, of libido, of desire as sexual. 720 in this case, with the exception being as real as the norm and requiring that we account for its encroachment, the question means, are there two different laws of sleep? Now, it is its ridiculousness that is instructive. This is due to the following, which can be demonstrated, that a certain rejection of the experience to which Freud gave himself over here is justified insofar as it is the inaugural step of science. It is the step that I have introduced in psychoanalysis by distinguishing the symbolic from the imaginary in their relationship to the real. This distinction is forced upon us since it derives from psychoanalytic practice through the critique of its intervention and proves to be heuristic for the theoretical edifice. It is a methodological distinction, therefore, which does not constitute for all that, let me indicate this since the term is offered up to me, any sort of threshold in reality real. Indeed, if symbolic structuration finds its material in disjoining the imaginary from the real, it becomes all the more effective in disjoining the real itself by being reduced to the signified relation to the subject, namely, to a schematism whose value is, at first glance, determined by the degree to which it forces the imaginary to decline. Although the rigor of this approach is required for access to the SEC und retreat where objecta traces itself out on the basis of another not, 605. I will confine my attention here to the fact that we sense that Jones, failing here, simply highlights how badly he needs my categories. It is up to me to demonstrate that Freud uses them, given the never-failing sureness with which he settles matters in his field, giving himself the last word when scientificity is at stake. But is that so surprising when his attachment to science explains the aversion with which he supports his adventure, and that the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real are nothing but a vade-mecum which we use in emergencies, in this field which is ever suspended above those who find it comfortable, being forewarned when they wallow in it? Thus we can articulate that it is not because the threshold as a symbol, or better stated, as a signifier marking the place where it begins to be called by another name, the house, the naos, and even the outside in what is unpronounceable about it is materially a flat field stone, which is laid down or put in place, that one can in any way, based on the metaphor of the threshold, employed to note, on a curve coordinating objectified variables, the point at which a state manifests itself, even if it were itself objectified on the basis of apperception or simply the qualitative difference of a sensation. Imagine a graspable ledge anywhere in the real, a fortiori any layer whatsoever, which constitutes the psychical 721 field, and even the field of simple representation, in it as stratified, that is, as unitary. It would thus be perfectly futile to qualify the thresholds, which never the less are possible to register in scryer, as functional phenomena on the basis of the feeling in every field of a heavy and a light, both of which are equally heavy with symbolism, as we shall see further on if we think we can thereby give them the slightest value in the theory of gravitation, which only took form by borrowing signifiers from an entirely different realm. Jones, like me, considers this point to be relevant to the matter, which is why he discusses it and settles it as he does. Doesn't he realize to what extent it ultimately involves giving up antiquity's fantasy about knowledge connaissance? We need but note here his recourse to the decency of psychoanalytic thought. But we should also note that this recourse is weakened by him when he articulates it only on the basis of the fact that what is figurative in metaphor must yield to what is concrete in symbolism. For the entire fiction which, by attributing the characteristics of primitiveness, archaism, lack of differentiation, and even neurological disintegration to symbolism, contributes to our seeing in it only the virtue. 606. Ality of synthetic functions acquires the force of argument on the basis of this concrete. Adding to it their potentiality merely crowns the error by wrapping it in mystique. Brandishing the sword on this terrain which is thus secondary in 1916, Jones no doubt triumphs. We will excuse him for failing to ward off the danger that will arise shy of it, precisely from the psychologiation with which psychoanalytic practice will evermore weigh itself down in opposition to Freud's discovery. For no sense of shame can prevail against an effect at the level of the profession, that of enrolling the practitioner in services in which psychologization is a perfect pathway for all sorts of well-specified necessities in the social world. How can one refuse to speak the language of those for whom one serves as a prop? When the question is framed in this way, one cannot even see any harm in it. Psychoanalysis has withered to such an extent that it thus forgets that its first responsibility is to language. This is why Jones proves to be too weak asterisk, as it was repeated to me, to politically master anafreudianism. I have coined this term to designate a form of Freudianism that is reduced for use in an ana, and which is supported by Freud ana. 722 The fact that Jones furthered the cause of the Kleineans against this clan suffices to demonstrate that he opposed it. The fact that he indicated in Vienna his total agreement with Melanie Klein, however weak her conceptualizations must have seemed to him with respect to his own requirements, also suffices to demonstrate his faithfulness to a truly psychoanalytic approach. And since this agreement proclaimed in Vienna concerned the discussion that he dominated about the phallic phase in women, let me provide a commentary to help those who, as I have seen, show little finesse in understanding my meaning here. In the preceding text, I highlighted the astonishing fact that Jones remains deaf to the import of his own catalogue of primary ideas that group symbols in the unconscious. For if we extend this catalogue on the basis of his statement that the concrete grounds the true symbol, he merely brings out more clearly the counter-truth of this statement. For every one of these ideas is lacking in the concrete, since they stand up in the real only thanks to the signifier, so much so that one could say that they only ground a reality by having it raise itself up on a base of unreality irl, death, desire, and the name of the Father. It would thus be hopeless to expect Jones to realize that the symbolic 6-07 function allows the nodal point to appear here at which a symbol comes to the place of lack constituted by the missing from its place that is necessary for the dimension of displacement, from which the whole play of symbols stems, to arise. I immediately suggested the symbol of the snake in the very modulation of the sentence in the preceding text in which I evoked the fantasy by which Anna falls asleep in the studies on hysteria, the snake which is not a symbol of libido, of course, no more than the bronze serpent is a symbol of redemption, nor is the snake the symbol of the penis, as Jones professes, but rather the symbol of the place where the penis is missing. If I thus did not take the logical structure any further in that text, it was no doubt because I was dealing with an audience that had been rendered unprepared for the rudiments of its articulation. All of my rhetoric aims at bolstering the training effect that I must nevertheless provide that audience. It must be added here that those who seemed the best prepared to anticipate its implications preferred to beat their heads against the form of this sentence. A little game, of Chinese origin if one is to believe the instructions, nicely illustrates the function of place in symbolism, for it requires the player to simply slide pieces of unequal sizes over a surface, where they leave empty a modest square, in order to arrive at a predetermined position. The same is no doubt also true of the resistances that it demonstrates in the practice of the comminatori. The game is called Red Donkey Fein Rouge. The resistance I am referring to is in the imaginary. And it is because, in my very first steps in psychoanalysis, I gave it its status in the mirror stage that I was later able to give symbolism its proper place. Indeed, confusions in the symbolic stem from the imaginary. This has been known forever. But the error, which is no less long-standing, is to try to remedy this through a critique of representation, when the imaginary remains prevalent in it. Jones remains dependent upon this conception, for when he defines the symbol as an idea of the concrete, he already consents to it being but a figure. His bias is Baconian. We are marked by this in school, where we are taught that the decisive axis of science lies in its recourse to the sensorium, which is qualified as experimental. The imaginary is not in any sense the illusory, in my view. On the 608 contrary, I grant it its function as real by basing it on biology, that is, as we saw earlier in the IRM, on the innate effect of the imago, which is manifest in all forms of display. In this respect, we are faithful in psychoanalysis to an affiliation that we feel the need to distinguish quite foolishly from the term biological in order to oppose it to a culturalism to which we claim to contribute in no regard. We simply do not indulge in those forms of delusion that we have sufficiently designated. To biologize in our field is to bring back into it everything that is useful to us in the science known as biology, and not simply to call upon something real that is alive. To speak of urethral or anal instinct, or even to mix them together, has no more biological meaning than to tickle one's semblable or to be an undertaker. To highlight animal ethology or the subjective impact of neonatal prematurity in hominoidea does have biological meaning. Symbolic thought must be situated, as I try to do, in relation to scientific thought, but we will find nothing in it if we seek out this relationship in the virtual or potential. 724 This relationship is found in the actual. There has never been any other thought than symbolic thought, and scientific thought is the kind of thought that reduces symbolism by grounding the subject in it. This is called mathematics in everyday language. It is thus not at all with respect to a depreciation of thought, a retardation of the subject, an archaism of development, or even a dissolution of mental function, or more absurdly still, the metaphor of being freed from automatisms that supposedly register its results, that symbolism can be situated, even if it perpetuates the impact related to these states in the real. Conversely, one cannot say that symbolic thought has always been ripe with scientific thought, if one intends to include no knowledge in it. This merely provides material for historical casuistry. Psychoanalysis has the privilege that symbolism is reduced in it to the truth effect that, whether it is extracted or not from its pathetic forms, it isolates in its not as the counterpart without which nothing can be conceived of by way of knowledge. Not here means the division that the signifier engenders in the subject, and it is a true not in that it cannot be flattened out. The not of the functional phenomenon is merely a false not according to this criterion, and this is why Jones pretends that it redoubles the 609 first not. But flattening out the second one does not make the first one easier to deal with. The structure of the symbol is that of a knot that one cannot flatten out. This structure is such that one cannot found an identification unless something serves as the support to cut it. 1966. Note. 1 See La Science de Rêves, Paris, Alcan, 1939, 308-9 and 450-52 in English, CSEV, 214, footnote 4, and 503-6. Guiding Remarks for a Convention on Female Sexuality. I. Historical Introduction. If we consider the experience of psychoanalysis in the course of its 60-year development, no one will be surprised to hear that, while it conceived of itself at first as grounding the castration complex, the first offspring of its origins in repression brought on by the father, it has progressively turned its interest toward frustrations coming from the mother, an interest by which this complex has not been better elucidated, although its forms have been distorted. A notion of affective deficiency, directly linking developmental problems to real defects in mothering, is paralleled by a dialectic of fantasies whose imaginary field is the maternal body. What is at stake here is obviously the conceptual promulgation of woman's sexuality, and it allows us to note a striking negligence. 77 Definition of the subject. This negligence concerns the very point to which people would like to draw attention at this juncture, namely, the female party, if this term has any meaning, in what is at stake in genital relations where the act of coitus occupies at least a local place. Or, so as not to lower ourselves from the lofty biological landmarks with 611. Which we continue to be content, what libidinal pathways are assigned to women by the anatomically visible signs of sexual differentiation among higher organisms. 777 Review of the facts. Such a project requires us to first review a. The phenomena attested to by women under the conditions of psychoanalytic experience regarding the avenues and act of coitus, insofar as these phenomena confirm or fail to confirm the nosological basis of our medical point of departure. B. The subordination of these phenomena to the mainsprings that our analytic activity recognizes as desires, and especially to their unconscious offshoots with the effects on the psychical economy that result therefrom, whether they are afferent or efferent with respect to the act, among which those of love can be regarded separately, not to mention the transition of their consequences to children. C. The never recanted implications of a psychical bisexuality related first to anatomical duplications, but which have been progressively transferred to personological identifications. 4. The shine/eclat/ of absences. From such a summary, certain absences can be isolated whose interest cannot be avoided by withdrawing the case non-lieu. 1. While we must always be reserved when it comes to the clinical interpretation of the new findings of physiology, for example, the facts of chromosomal sex and its genetic correlates, its distinction from hormonal sex, and their proportional share in anatomical determination, or simply what has been found regarding the libidinal privilege of the male hormone, and even the ordering of estrogen metabolism in the menstrual phenomenon, they nevertheless give us pause for thought, since they have been ignored by a practice in which people readily base their case on a messianic access to decisive chemisms. The distance from reality real that is maintained here may, indeed, raise the question of the dividing line coupure involved, which, if it is not to be drawn between the somatic and the psychical that are consubstantial, must be drawn between organism and subject, on condition that we repudiate for the latter the effective valuation with which the theory of error has burdened it. 6L2. In order to articulate it instead as the subject of a comminatory, the latter alone giving the unconscious its meaning. 2. Inversely, a paradox that originates in the psychoanalytic approach, the key position of the phallus in libidinal development is of interest due to the insistence with which it is repeated in the facts. It is here that the question of the phallic phase in women becomes still more problematic, in that after having created an uproar from 1927 to 1935, it has since been left tacitly intact, interpreted by everyone however he likes. It is by investigating the reasons for this that we can put an end to this suspension of the question. Imaginary, real, or symbolic, as concerns the impact of the phallus in the subjective structure to which development adapts, these are not terms from an individual's teaching but the very terms by which, in writings by certain authors, the conceptual slippage is indicated that has led, since it was not checked, to the lifelessness of analytic experience after the stagnation of debate. V. The darkness cast upon the vaginal organ. The apperception of a prohibition, however oblique the preceding may have been, may serve us as a prelude. Is it confirmed by the fact that our discipline, which, justifying its field in terms of sexuality, seemed to promise to bring the whole secret of sexual ity to light, has left what is recognized about feminine jouissance at the exact point at which a hardly zealous physiology threw in the towel? The rather trivial opposition between clitoral jouissance and vaginal satisfaction has been so greatly reinforced by the theory that it has worried many subjects, and the theory has even taken this worry up as a theme, if not as a demand, though we cannot say, for all that the opposition between them has been elucidated any more correctly. This is true because the nature of vaginal orgasm has kept its obscurity inviolate. For the massotherapeutic notion of the sensitivity of the cervix and the surgical notion of anali tangere regarding the posterior wall of the vagina prove, in fact, in hysterectomies of course, but also in vaginal aplasias, to be contingent. Representatives of the fairer sex, however loud their voices among Anna Lysts, do not seem to have given their all to remove the seal of secrecy. Apart from the famous taken on lease of rectal dependence on which 613 Lou Andreas Salome took a personal stand, they have generally confined themselves to metaphors whose loftiness in the ideal signifies nothing preferable to what the hoi polloi give us by a way of a less intentional poetry. A convention on female sexuality is not about to cause to weigh upon us the thread of Tiresias' fate. 6. The imaginary complex and questions of development. If this state of affairs betrays a scientific impasse in approaching reality /real / the least one can nevertheless expect from psychoanalysts, meeting at a convention, is that they not forget that their method was born of a similar impasse. If symbols here have only an imaginary hold, this is probably because images are already subjected to an unconscious symbolism, in other words, to a complex. This is an opportune moment to recall that images and symbols in women cannot be isolated from images and symbols o/women. The representation, Vorstellung in the sense in which Freud uses the term when he notes that it is what is repressed, of female sexuality, whether it is repressed or not, conditions its implementation, and its displaced emergence, in which the therapist's doctrine may turn out to be an interested party, seal the fate of the tendencies, however naturally refined to grossies one assumes them to be. It should be recalled that Jones in his address to the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, which seems to have scorched the earth for all contributions since already found nothing to offer but a pure and simple rallying cry to Kleinian concepts in the perfectly brutal form in which Klein presents them, I am referring to Melanie Klein's lack of concern for the fact that the earliest Oedipal fantasies, which she includes in the maternal body, actually derive from the reality presupposed by the name of the father. When we consider that this is all Jones comes up with in his attempt to dispel Freud's paradox, which instates women in a primal ignorance of their sexual organ but which is also tempered by the educated admission of our own ignorance, his attempt being motivated to such a degree by his belief in the dominance of the natural order that he finds it pleasing to assure it with a quote from Genesis, it is difficult to see what has been gained. For since it is a question of the wrong that has been done to the female sex, is a woman born or made? Jones cries, by the equivocal function of the phallic phase in the two sexes, it does not seem that femininity is any better specified when the phallus function becomes still more equivocal by being taken all the way back to oral aggression. 614. So much noise will not have been in vain, however, if it allows us to modulate the following questions on the lyre of development, since that is its music. 1. Is the bad object of a fantastic phallophagy, which extracts it from the bosom sen of the maternal body, a paternal attribute? 2. In the case of the same object, raised to the ranks of the good object and desired as a more manageable, sick, and more satisfying, in what respect, nipple, the question becomes more precise, is it from the same third party that it is borrowed? For it does not suffice to adopt the notion of the combined parent, we still must know whether it is as an image or a symbol that this hybrid is constituted. 3. How does the clitoris, as autistic as its solicitations may be, imposing itself nevertheless in reality /real, come to be compared with the preceding fantasies? If it is independently that it places the little girl's sexual organ under the sign of an organic minus value, the aspect of proliferating duplication that fantasies take on from it renders them suspect by falling under the heading of legendary fabulation. If it, too, combines with both the bad and the good object, then we need a theory that explains the equivalence function de-equivalence served by the phallus in the advent of any object of desire, the simple mention of its partial character not sufficing. 4. In any case, the question rearises of the structure Freud's approach 730 introduced, namely, the fact that the relation of deprivation or not being manca symbolized by the phallus is established as a diversion derivation from the not having manca avoir engendered by any particular or global frustration of demand, and that it is on the basis of this substitute which, in the final analysis, the clitoris puts in its place before succumbing in the competition that the field of desire precipitates its new objects, at the top of the list, the future child of her own, by reclaiming recuperation, the sexual metaphor in which all the other needs were already taken up. This remark assigns a limit to questions about development, requiring that they be subordinated to a fundamental synchrony. 7. Misrecognitions and biases. At this same point, it is appropriate to investigate whether phallic mediation exhaustively accounts for everything drive-related that can manifest itself in women, especially the whole current of maternal instinct. Why not posit here that the fact that everything that is analyzable is sexual does not mean that everything that is sexual is accessible to analysis? 6I5. 1. Regarding the girl's supposed ignorance mechanisms of the vagina, if, on the one hand, it is difficult not to attribute to repression its frequent persistence for an implausibly long period of time, the fact remains that apart from several case studies, by Josine Muller, that I will set aside due to the very traumas to which they attest, the proponents of normal knowledge connaissance of the vagina are reduced to basing this knowledge on the primacy of a displacement downward of the mouth's experiences, that is, to seriously aggravating the discordance they claim to palliate. 2. Next there is the problem of female masochism, which already appears in the promotion of a partial drive, that is, a drive that is regressive in its condition, whether or not it is characterized as pregenital to the status of a pole of genital maturity. Indeed, such a characterization cannot be considered to be simply a homonym for passivity, which is already metaphorical, and its idealizing function, the inverse of its regressive aspect, shines through clearly in the fact that it is not discussed, unlike the accumulation which is perhaps forced in Mod 731 analytic genesis of castrating and devouring, dislocating and stupefying effects in feminine activity. Can we rely on what masochistic perversion owes to male invention and conclude that female masochism is a fantasy of male desire? 3. In any case, I will denounce the irresponsible mental retardation that claims to deduce fantasies of the breaking of corporal boundaries from an organic constant whose prototype would be the rupture of the ovular membrane, a crude analogy that shows clearly enough how far such people are from Freud's way of thinking in this domain when he elucidates the taboo of virginity. 4. For we verge here on the mainspring by which vaginismus is distinguished from neurotic symptoms even when they coexist, which explains why the former yields to a suggestive procedure whose success is well known in painless childbirth. If analysis has, in effect, degenerated to the point of swallowing its own vomit by tolerating that people in its circle confuse anxiety and fear, it is perhaps time to distinguish between unconscious and bias regarding the signifier's effects. And to recognize, simultaneously, that the analyst is just as liable as anyone else to have a bias regarding sex, above and beyond /JOM/ what the unconscious reveals to him. Do we recall Freud's oft-repeated advice not to reduce the supplement of the feminine with respect to the masculine to the complement of the passive with respect to the active? 6I6. 8. Frigidity and subjective structure. 1. Frigidity, however broad its realm may be, and it is almost generic if one takes into account its transitory form, presupposes the entire unconscious structure that determines neurosis, even if it appears outside of the context of symptoms. This accounts, on the one hand, for the fact that it is refractory to all somatic treatments and, on the other hand, for the usual failure of the dedicated efforts /bones offices of the most desired partner. Analysis alone mobilizes it, at times incidentally, but always in a transference that cannot be contained in the infantilizing dialectic of frustration, or even deprivation, but clearly such that it brings symbolic castration into play. This amounts here to the recalling to mind of a principle. 2. This principle is easy to lay out. Castration cannot be deduced from development alone, since it presupposes the subjectivity of the other as the locus of its law. The difference between the sexes l'alterite du sexe is denatured by this alienation. A man serves here as a relay so that a woman becomes this other to herself, as she is to him. It is in this respect that an unveiling of the other involved in the transference can modify a symbolically commanded defense. I mean that the defense here can be conceptualized, firstly, in the dimension of masquerade that the presence of the other liberates in the sexual role. If one begins anew from this veil effect to relate the object's position to it, one will divine how the monstrous conceptualization, whose analytic asset was investigated above, may deflate. Perhaps this conceptualization simply means that everything can be attributed to a woman insofar as she represents the absolute other in the phallocentric dialectic. We must thus return to penis envy, penis nade, in order to observe that at two different times, and with a certainty equally lessened at each of them by the memory of the other, Jones makes of it a perversion and then a phobia. The two assessments are equally false and dangerous. The one marks the effacement of the function of structure before that of development, toward which analysis has slipped ever further, to be contrasted here with Freud's emphasis on phobia as the cornerstone of neurosis. The other inaugurates the rise of the maze to which the study of the perversions has found itself condemned in attempting to account for the function of the object in perversion. At the last detour of this palace of mirages, people arrive at the splitting asterisk of the object, not having known how to discern, in Freud's admirable interrupted note on the splitting asterisk of the ego, the fading of the subject that accompanies it. Fading is perhaps also the term that can dissipate the illusion of the 6e. Splitting asterisk, in which analysis has gotten bogged down by making good and bad into attributes of the object. If the sexes have different positions with respect to the object, it is owing to the distance that separates the fetishistic form of love from the erotomaniacal form of love. We should find its salient features in the most ordinary lived experience. 3. If one begins with a man in order to assess the reciprocal position of the sexes, one sees that phallus girls, this equation having been posited by Fenichel in a meritorious yet groping manner, proliferate in a Venusberg to be situated beyond the "you are my wife" by which he constitutes his partner. It is confirmed thereby that what reemerges in the subject's unconscious is the other's desire, le désir de l'autre, that is, a desire for the phallus that was desired by the mother. After which, the question arises of knowing whether the real penis, because it belongs to her sexual partner, destines a woman to an attachment devoid of duplicity, although it does not affect the elimination of the incestuous desire which supposedly occurs naturally here. One would be approaching the problem from the wrong angle were one to consider it to be resolved. 4. Why not admit, in fact, that if there is no virility that castration does not consecrate, it is a castrated lover or a dead man, or the two in one, who, for woman, hides behind the veil in order to call her adoration to it, that is, he calls from the same locus beyond the maternal semblable from which the threat came to her of a castration that does not really concern her. Thus it is because of this ideal incubus that an embrace-like receptivity must be displaced in a sheath-like sensitivity onto the penis. This is thwarted by any imaginary identification a woman may have, in her stature as an object offered up to desire, with the phallic standard etalon that props up fantasy. In the either/or position in which the subject finds herself caught between a pure absence and a pure sensitivity, we should not be surprised that the narcissism of desire immediately latches onto the narcissism of the ego asterisk that is its prototype. The fact that insignificant beings may be inhabited by such a subtle dialectic is what analysis accustoms us to, and it is explained by the fact that banal ity is the ego's asterisk least significant shortcoming. 5. The figure of Christ, which is evocative in this respect of other older figures, plays a more extensive role instance here than the subject's religious allegiance would imply. And it is worth noting that the unveiling of the most hidden signifier, that of the mysteries, was reserved for women. 6. At a more down-to-earth level we thus account for, a. the fact that the duplicity of the subject is masked in women, all the more so in that the partner's servitude makes him especially apt to represent the victim of castration, b. the true reason why the demand that the other be faithful takes on its particular character in women, c. the fact that she justifies this demand all the more readily with the supposed argument of her own faithfulness. 6. This review of the problem of frigidity is traced out in terms in which analysis classical instances can easily be reaccommodated. Its broad outlines attempt to help avoid the pitfall owing to which analytic writings are becoming ever more denatured, namely, their resemblance to the reassembly of a bicycle by a savage who has never seen one. Using spare parts organs detaches from models that are far enough apart historically that they do not bear any relation to each other, their use for two different purposes thus not being ruled out. At the very least, let some elegance renew the comic side of the trophies thus obtained. 9. Female homosexuality and ideal love. One studying the framework of perversion in women introduces another perspective. Given that it has been largely demonstrated for most of the male perversians that their imaginary motive is the desire to preserve a phallus, the one that interested the subject in his mother, the absence in women of fetishism, which represents the virtually blatant case of this desire, leads us to suspect that this desire has a different fate in the perversions women present. For to suppose that a woman herself assumes the role of the fetish merely introduces the question of her different position with respect to desire and the object. Jones, in his article, The Early Development of Female Sexuality, which inaugurated a series, begins from his exceptional experience of homosexuality in women and takes things up in a middle register medium that he might perhaps have done better to sustain. He has the subject's desire bifurcate in the choice she is supposedly forced to make between her incestuous object, her father here, and her own sex. The resulting light that Jones sheds on the matter would be greater if he did not stop short due to his reliance upon the overly convenient prop of identification. Better armed observation would show, it seems, that what is at stake is, instead, a sublation releve of the object, one might say a challenge that is accepted defy releve. Freud's original case study, inexhaustible as usual. 619. Allows us to grasp that this challenge finds its point of departure in a demand exigence for love which is held up to ridicule in reality real, and that it leads to nothing less than artificially making a virtue of se donner courtly love. If courtly love, more than any other form of love, prides itself on being the love that gives what it does not have, this is certainly what the female homosexual excels in doing regarding what she is missing. It is not really the incestuous object that she chooses at the expense of her own sex. What she does not accept is that this object only assume his sex at the cost of castration. This is not to say that she renounces hers for all that, on the contrary, in all the forms of female homosexuality, even unconscious, the supreme interest is in femininity, and Jones clearly detected the link here between the fantasy of man, the invisible witness, and the care taken by the subject in giving her partner jouissance. 2. We must still learn something from the natural ease with which such women invoke their quality as men, in order to contrast it with the delusional style of the male transsexualist. Perhaps we see thereby the doorway that leads from female sexuality to desire itself. The passivity of the act does not at all correspond to this desire. Female sexuality appears, instead, as the effort of a jouissance enveloped in its own contiguity, of which any circumcision perhaps indicates the symbolic break, in order to be realized in competition with the desire that castration liberates in the male in giving him the phallus as its signifier. Is it then this signifying privilege that Freud is aiming at when he suggests that there is perhaps but one libido and that it is marked with the male sign? If some chemical configuration supported it beyond, could we fail to see the exalting conjunction of the dissymmetry of the molecules employed by the living construction with the lack in the subject orchestrated by language, which is such that desire's supporters and the appellants of the fairer sex, the partiality of the term sexy always being the same here, act there as rivals? Female sexuality and society. Several questions remain to be raised regarding the social impact of female sexuality. 1. Why does the analytic myth come up short concerning the prohibition of incest between father and daughter? 2. How are we to situate the social effects of female homosexuality, in rela. 620. To those that Freud attributes regarding presuppositions that diverge radically from the allegory to which they have since been reduced to male homosexuality, namely, a sort of entropy moving in the direction of a degrading of the community. Without going so far as to contrast it with the antisocial effects that earned Catharism, as well as the love it inspired, its disappearance, could we not, if we consider the eros of female sexuality in the more accessible movement of the Preciouses, grasp what it conveys by way of information as running counter to social entropy? 3. Lastly, why does the social instance of women remain transcendent to the contractual order propagated by labor? And, in particular, is the status of marriage maintained by its effect, despite the decline of paternalism? These are all questions that cannot be reduced to an orderly field of needs. Written 2 years before the convention. 6. The Youth of Gide, or The Letter and Desire. On a book by Jean Delay and another by Jean Schlumberger 1. Ikwoi /Eve Yapksivks Hippoak Pepkafaic Pa 66 EIC, Axbiak, KOTJAIC POC, JTEC/UK of ASCOF 6 AV6 OKOI 3 VSCOF EI and FXI 11 JTOI Kata KPAIACAB Voikratelk, XVNPBC, FG6A.EI Pave. Euripides, Media, 298-301. And whether it is a metaphor or not, what I am saying here is perfectly true. André Gide, La Tentative Amourance. The work that Jean Delay devoted to the youth of André Gide, which came out in 2 volumes, one a year after the other, has already met with considerable success. 2 literary critics have, without any notable discordance, acclaimed it and appreciated the wide variety of its merits. I would like to show here the conjunction whereby a work, which is scientifically grounded in the fact that its author is eminently qualified to approach it from a general perspective, manages, in the particularity of its object, to lay out a problem in which the usual generalities change. It is to these most topical works that history promises a long life. The problem, that of man's relationship to the letter, calls history itself into question, and thus it will be understood that contemporary thought grasps it only by enveloping it through a convergence effect of a geometrical kind, or, since we recognize that a strategy is found in the unconscious, by proceeding with an envelopment maneuver that can be discerned in our so-called human sciences which are already no longer overly human. Relating Delay's work to this problem does not excuse me from promising the reader, and in order to introduce the most inexperienced to the matters that will be discussed here, a pleasure that will captivate him in the book's very first pages, without him having to resist, and that will carry him, effortlessly, it will seem to him, right to the last of its 1,300 pages. The sureness of the writing is the instrument of the pleasure in which he will be, in some sense, absorbed. The word masterful can be applied here. 624. First, to the art of a form of composition whose folds are dissimulated by an alternation of perspectives, documents, analysis, commentary, and reconstruct ions that only comes to one's attention by appearing each time to offer it respite. It is upon closing the book that the reader realizes that nothing in it was motivated by anything other than a concern with providing an exact, delicate assessment. The touch of humor with which the author tempers its execution at moderate intervals is merely the room he makes for the comedy that structures things, assuming that the tone he adopts in it surprises the reader in remaining devoid of affectation while running parallel to the modulation, which is one of a kind, that his model brought out in his work. This is the threshold of the performance we are about to witness, for it denotes the author's disposition, which is that of what in Gideon terms I would call the most tender attention. For this is clearly the kind of attention that leads him to revive somewhere the archaic genitive of the Gide childhoods. And it is also the one that Gide was able to distinguish in their friendship, which developed late in his life. Thus we see why Delay, who has already proven his talent as a writer in sensitive work that future generations will return to, only employs his art in proportion to the artifacts to whom he devotes it. This is confirmed by the astonishing uniformity, throughout this long work, of the qualities I have just mentioned, and justifies my changing as I please the Buffonesque aphorism, enunciating it as follows: the style is the object. In so doing, Delay claims to isolate a genre, psychobiography. Regardless of the law to which he wishes to submit it, the fact that he simultaneously provides its chef d'oeuvre cannot be without importance in grasping its limit. This limit seems to me to be singularly revealed in the fate that befalls the work, and regarding which the old sacred monster wagered, I would swear to it, in giving his partner the material for an exceptional test, certain as he was that in taking it up, he could but complete it. 741 Delay's very success shows what his lot was. The greater the rigor he applied to the subject of such an author, the more likely he would be to produce the most necessary complement to the author's work. The psychobiographical postface to the writer aimed at here turns out, once completed, to have become a preface to his works, not being doomed to simply follow them on the bookshelves, like a neighbor bearing witness, like Boswell for Johnson, and like Eckermann with Goethe, but beating the very drum to which their message will continue to march. The reader will excuse me for theorizing here about the turning point that Sainte-Beuve constitutes, in order to shift it from literary criticism to a leader 6z5. A recondition. Let us say, so as not to beat around the bush, that Sainte-Beuve grants the critic the power to make the writer's private life intrude into the literary work to the degree of his own vanity. Allow me to define this private life in relation to the work itself, of which it becomes in some sense the negative, being everything about himself that the writer did not publish. We are well aware of the project Sainte-Beuve used to justify this, which is a natural history of minds. But withholding our judgment regarding such an aim, and without otherwise taking a stand on the naturalness that it qualifies, we can separate out the obvious effects it has had on the condition it places on the work of writing. I am thus adopting a stance of objective neutrality regarding Proust's position against Sainte-Beuve, regardless of the relevance it derives from the poet's authority to speak about his creation, and more expressly from an analysis of the poetic message, which leaves no doubt but that approaching it requires a method suited to its nature. Proust's own writings indisputably show that the poet finds the material of his message in his own life. But the operation carried out by this message reduces his life events to their use as material. And this is true even though the message claims to articulate the experience that furnished these events, for at the very most the message can manage to be seen in this experience. We must not hesitate to go so far as to say that the signifierness of the message makes do with all the falsifications brought to what the experience supplies, the latter including at times the writer's very flesh. Indeed, the only thing that is of importance is a truth that is based on the fact that the message condenses in its unveiling. There is so little opposition between this Dichtung 742 and Warat in its nakedness that the fact of the poetic operation must make us notice, instead, the following feature which we forget in every truth: truth shows itself as avre in a fictional structure. 3. As for insights into the published work, what literary critics have produced by resorting to the writer's private life has remained rather evasive to date, with respect to their naturalness. But this practice protests against which in the name of some kind of decency merely miss the point has instead engendered a revolution in literary values. It has done so by introducing into a market, whose effects have been regulated by printing techniques for the past 4 centuries, a new sign of value, what we call short, writings petits papiers. The manuscripts that print had relegated to the function of the unpublished reappear as an integral part of the work with a function that deserves examination. This is clearly the material offered up in the present work, personal notes taken by Gide for his memoirs, published as Sile Grain Ne Mert /unpublished. 6z6. Passages from his journal, notes he took on his readings between the ages of 20 and 24, significantly designated by him as his subjective, the enormous correspondence with his mother up until her death when he was 26, and a pile of unpublished letters collected by those around him, which increases the size of the edifice by the square of its mass when added to the published letters. In this mass we must include the hole left by the correspondence with his cousin, Madeleine Rondeau, who became his wife, a hole whose place, importance, and cause I will discuss later. Things told to Delay in confidence and seen by him in person take up only a discrete amount of room here, which is fortunately less exiguous than he tells us he would have liked, but which he seems rather to have effaced. Neither Gide's work nor the content of these intimate writings leaves any doubt as to the aim of the consummate homo literarius Delay sees in him. The short, writings are, right from the outset and still more when they are tied together in bundles with string, planned with an eye to the body they must constitute, if not in the work itself, at least in relation to it. One might wonder what such an aim could offer of interest to Saint Beuve if it were truly naturalness he had in mind. In this aim, indeed, Gide does not simply redouble his message by adding his private thoughts to them, he cannot help but have his actions oriented by them. Let us note that his actions do not defer, as has always been the case, solely to his concern with glory, but also, and we find this term in his own writing, to his concern with his biography. To suspect on that basis that his entire life was insincere would be absurd, even if one were to argue that his biography recounts nothing base, no betrayal, no jealousy, no sordid motivation, and still less ordinary stupidity. One might note here that a psychoanalysis, while it is going on, constrains the subject's actions more than he thinks, and that this changes nothing in the problems raised by his behavior. We sense clearly enough that when Gide explains his loaning of capital to an esteemed friend in need for by expressly indicating that he is looking after his biography, he is staking his confidence on this wager, in which pride has other outlets than to broadcast his good deed. The soul is always permeable to an element of discourse. What we are looking for, in the place in which the soul is constituted by the history of a word, are the effects to which many other words have contributed and from which the dialogue with God tries to take its bearings. These remarks are not irrelevant to Gide's soliloquy as a beautiful soul. This soliloquy is conveyed in his literary work. Aren't the short, writings distinguished from that work simply by their deferred communication? It is here that Delay's book enlightens us with its appearance, the short, 627. Writings differ not in their content but in the audience to whom they are addressed. They are addressed to the biographer, and not to just any biographer. Reading Goethe's memoirs, Gide wrote to his mother that he was learning more by reading how Goethe blew his nose than he would by reading about how a concierge received Holy Communion. And he added, moreover, these memoirs are of very little interest regarding what they are ECOUNT. If they were not written by Goethe, if Goethe had had Eckermann write in his stead, there would remain merely their slight interest as documents 5. Let us say that, in allowing Delay to write in his stead about his short, writings, Gide was not unaware that Delay knew how to write nor that he was not Eckermann. But he also knew that Delay was an eminent psychiatrist, and that, in the final analysis, the eternal destination of these short, writings was the psychobiographer. Let us consider what leads people to say that the psychoanalyst in our times has taken the place of God. This reflection of omnipotence, which, moreover, the analyst greets with the pedantic-like detour of challenging this omnipotence at the core of his patient's thinking, must come to him from somewhere. It comes from the fact that, in order to live with his soul, man in our times needs the Catechism's answer that gave him consistency. Gide knew how to do what it was appropriate to do with God and thus expected something else. Delay does not pointlessly mention Montaigne here and his way of addressing another who is yet to come regarding his private life, in which he gives up trying to discern what the signifier will be for this other. A similar form of address allows us to understand why the ambiguity with which Gide develops his message is found again in his short, writings. The miracle, which is how we should designate the present situation, is that in applying his role as consultant to the letter of the short, writings, Delay relays this ambiguity, finding anew in the soul the very effect in which the message formed. In Narcissus *water, the grassy depths have the same wavelength as the reflection of the foliage. Through Delay's work, psychology has a unique confrontation with literary criticism. The lesson is gripping, for we see the subject's composition become organized in all its rigor therein. Allow me to say how this can be instructive. First, I will not consider following in Delay's footsteps, however much one may forget that one is following him in seeing him so beautifully take up where Gide left off. A bloodhound on a hunter's track, he is not the one who will efface it. He stops and points it out to us with his shadow. He isolates, as if from himself, the very absence that caused it. 628. Regarding the family that was Gide's own and not a social abstraction, Delay begins with a chronicle. He shows us how the tree of the bourgeoisie that arose under Louis XIV grew from a farmer, Nicolas Rondeau's, who acquired wealth by trading sta from the colonies, already no doubt Arnolf imagining himself to be Monsieur de la Souche. His son married into the family of a certain Father d'Incarville, his grandson was granted the name d'Estrée, and his great-grandson was Charles Rondeau de Montbray, who was fascinated by the Enlightenment and even by Illuminism since F therefore M therefore and suffered several misfortunes due to the French Revolution. This hardy tree which was constantly grafted with high-quality branches, and was not lacking in the crowning jewel of scholarly distinction granted for research in the natural sciences left, after the storm, a seedling that was still vigorous. Edouard Rondeau's Charles's son could rival in deal-making with the Tourleurs, who in those new times offered up as an ideal their practice get rich thanks to which they supposedly elevated the grandeur of France. If, however, their political preeminence never led to a clear title to this elevation, it is perhaps because the only virtue that accounted for their existence, self-abnegation, was a little too exposed in those times to the suspicion of hypocrisy. Fortunately, they delegated the tradition of this virtue, along with its privileges, to their wives, which explains the comedy to which their mem ori has been consigned. This comedy, which is especially imminent in a surprising dialogue found in the correspondence between Gide and his mother, is preserved throughout the book from the tragedy of the relation to the maternal figure wrought by psychologizing pedantry. This is clear right from this section of the book in the sketch of the blossoming of men's pensées, which is juxtaposed with the striking fact that, in 2 generations of Protestant affiliation, the women turned this family into a stronghold of Protestantism and a playpen of moral mothering to which we owe the boon, after reduction of the penultimate males in the family to an insignificant status, of an illustrious specimen of humanity. His father's bourgeois background suggests another extraction, that of lawyers and academics, whom Delay credits with Florentine ancestry. The grandfather's close supervision of Paul Gide's preparations for his agrégation examination, Paul being André's father, is told movingly in order to introduce both the lightning-fast advancement of this original professor of law, and the loss felt by André for a sensitive father who only extricated himself from an unfulfilling marriage through an untimely death. The here trending image of this father appears in the veiled confession of 629. A maxim tucked away in one of Paul's diaries, and in the tone of his filial devotion as retransmitted by Gide, one of Delay's rare references to his own memories. But further on, a letter written by Uncle Charles rouses heightened emotions in us, regarding which we turn in vain to psychology for answers when we set out to reduce them to the supposed norms of comprehension. Responding to something told him in confidence by his nephew concerning the loss of his virginity to Marim, the charming lad, this cultured man violently opposed an act about which the least one can say is that the context of customary, nay ritual, prostitution in which it was situated would require him to temper his moralizing about it. Nevertheless, Uncle Charles finds nothing better with which to depict its stigma than the stain of the act, impossible to undo once committed, of parricide that Lady Macbeth attempts in vain to efface. 6. So it is that at the first stirrings of his explorations, the very thing dissipates 747 that Gide believed he had to retain by way of Tanian reverence for the incompatibilities of the inheritance turning sour in his blood. Myths give way to a method that recreates every being in his discourse, to repay each for his speech. A Marriage of Psychology and the Letter. I would like to echo here a title by William Blake that was dear to Gide, in order to designate what happens when the letter, being educated by psychology, refines in it its own instance in a position to direct it. If Delay notes in passing that Janet's description of psychasthenia is confirmed here, it is to show that the description Gide provides of his own states of mind coincides with it, except for the fact that Gide's description is written in stricter language. 7. We see here how we can wonder whether the scientific functions used to articulate the theory reality function and psychological tension are not simple metaphors of the symptom, and whether a symptom which is poetically so fruitful is not itself constructed like a metaphor, which would not for all that reduce it to a flatus vocis, the subject here paying the price of the signifying operation with the elements of his personality. This suggests, in my view, the ultimate mainspring of the psychoanalytic discovery. None of these avenues is foreign to Delay, he tries them out here, one after the other, without being able to do any better than to refer to fragments of theory into which analytic doctrine is currently disintegrating. Yet he is able to turn everything to advantage assuming he brings each stone to the right place, so much so that one can say that this book would not be the same without psychoanalysis. It did not even for a minute run the risk of resembling what the analytic world calls a work of applied psychoanalysis. Delay immediately rejects. 6. What this absurd qualification translates by way of confusion on the part of analysts. Psychoanalysis is applied, strictly speaking, only as a treatment and thus to a subject who speaks and hears. In the absence of such circumstances it can only be a question of psychoanalytic method, the method that proceeds with the deciphering of signifiers without concern for any form of presumed existence of the signified. What Delay's work shows brilliantly is that a study, to the extent to which it observes this principle, and owing solely to its honest espousal of the proper method for reading literary material, encounters the very structure of the subject that psychoanalysis sketches out in the organization of its own exposition. Psychoanalysts will no doubt consider that this once again proves just how important their doctrine is. They would do better to be concerned at the fact that no work that has come out under the rubric of applied psychoanalysis is preferable to this one as regards the purity of the method employed and the well-foundedness of its results. Delay always begins with the material his subject offers him, in this case, the road paved by Gide himself, who was, as we know, interested in psychoanalysis. It was Jacques Riviere's circle that first brought Freud's message to the forefront in France after World War I, the medical circle in which the astonishing Hesnard had discussed Freud starting in 1910, although he had to be begged to do so. Gide attempted to undergo analysis with Mrs. Sokolnicka, who had come at that time to France as a Missa Dominica for the Viennese orthodoxy. He was a bit too much not to have escaped the holds, lacking, no doubt, in a bit of penetrating strength of the likable pioneer. It is surprising that he was so little concerned with looking at the texts and judged Freud in a way whose repercussions cannot spare even someone of his stature. 8. It is nevertheless in light of the explanations given by Sokolnicka, presented in an undisguised manner in his novel The Counterfeiters, that he sheds light on a childhood tragedy which befalls the character, Little Boris, and which is taken up by Delay for what it is, namely, an elaboration of Gide's own drama. Little Boris, consigned to his grandfather's care, is nevertheless not submit to the same conditions as he who, from the time of the death of his father when he was 11, tells us that he felt suddenly enveloped completely by a love that, from that time forward, closed in on him, that of his mother. 9. On the other hand, we have the pleasure of seeing what we already understand, apt to bring knowing nods from the initiated, which can be easily obtained by recalling the overriding importance of the relationship with the mother in the affective life of homosexuals. Beyond that, we have the Oedipus complex, which has become a common term, people speaking about it as 631. They might speak of a dresser after having been the illness whose destructive effects Gide met with sarcasm that was less costly to him than the earlier instance. 10. Delay certainly does not limit himself to such a vague articulation. Who was his mother for this child, and this voice by which love was identified with the commandments of duty? We are aware that there is more than one way to overly cherish a child, and this is true for the mothers of homosexuals as well. Delay does not give us the map of the labyrinth of identifications with which psychoanalysts cheat in their writings in order not to lose their way. but he has the advantage of finding his way because he does not let go of the thread of his case. He finds his way by unforgettably unfolding the components of the mother's discourse wherein we can glimpse the composition of her personality. He dwells on what others might push aside in a vain attempt to look behind it. Regarding Gide's mother as a young girl who is as unattractive to her suitors as to the Graces, and who, her wedding being slow to come, whiles away the time by developing a passion for her governess Anna Shackleton, delay impassively makes her letters speak. Jealousy and despotism are not excluded from this passion, even if they are not openly shown, nor are the embraces of an innocent joy, as anchored as they may be in the habits of Vestal virgins. Surely we must find another depth to this attachment, behind these unassailable manifestations, for it to have resisted the prejudices of those around her, in a rebellion designed to vanquish them, who objected to it in the name of their difference in social rank. Just as the antics of the chambermaids correspond to the pathos of the sublime characters in Mélièvre's plays, a memory of Gide's as a child corresponds to this, straining to hear in nocturnal space the modulated sobs coming from the garret, where the servants, Marie and Delphine, the latter to be married the next day, were breaking up. The psychoanalyst can but stop and pause before a screen, which is certainly all the more piquant here as Marie was to become one of the dragons who would watch out for what it was that the child was not supposed to be prodigal at. The silence he was able to maintain at the time, except deep within himself, shows one small facet of an extensive taciturn reign in which darker powers constitute virtue. In this hallway filled with white-on-black medallions, delay does not stand still. He knows to what pace he must match his stride, and what shadow, never more than glimpsed in a doorway, designates the female walker, who is 63 *. Formidable in that she always leaves empty the room ahead that she stays in their race around the apartment. It was this emptiness that the child filled with monsters, the fauna of which we know, since in haruspex, with childlike eyes, an inspired tripe butcher, catalogued them for us, seeing them in the entrails of the nourishing mother. Because of this, we have attributed these fantasies to the imagination of the child, with its black instincts, without having yet progressed so far as to realize that the mother too had the same fantasies as a child, and that to broach the question by asking what route fantasies take to pass from mother to child would perhaps place us on the very path from which they derive their true impact. A nightmare, which is part of the series, 11 haunts Gide's sleep right up until the end, except that, starting at one point, he finds the criquet that eats him funny. But what never ceases to fill him with anguish is the appearance on the scene of a shape, that of a woman whose veil has fallen, allowing him to see but a black hole, 12 or who slips away like sand between his fingers when he touches her. 13 Another abyss corresponds to this in him, the one that opens up in his PRI 751 Maljourisance, the destruction of a beloved toy, the noisy breaking of dishes when the servant carrying them is suddenly tickled, and the strange metamorphosis of Gribble drifting with the current of a river, sprouting branches and leaves, all these lead him to orgasm. 14 Jolts, slips, and grimacing shapes when the actors, the number of whom corresponds to that in Antiquity's plays, come in the front door to populate the stage with their masks. Death has already come in the back door. For its place to be marked there, that place need no longer even be empty, it is enough for it to be numbered. Or, better put, isn't death itself the number assigned to the places? That is why it is so quick to change places. The child hears the pure voice of death 3 times. It is not greeted with anguish, but with a trembling that rises up from the very depths of his being, a sea mare that submerges everything, a shoutern, the allophonic signifierness of which delay trusts in to confirm its signification of allogeneity, teaching us its semiology, especially that of the relation to the second reality and of the feeling of being cut off from relations with his semblables, by which this state is distinguished from anxious temptation. 15 This is an example of clinical finesse, and further increases our chagrin at the mindless repetition of stupidities that we hear as psychiatrists, when everything remains to be articulated. I will not here go into why 4 corners are necessary in the relation of 633. The ego to the other, and then to the other, where the subject is constituted as signified. I will simply refer the reader to the chapters that situate them very simply through the sole progression, which is exemplary to my mind, of Delay's study. This progression begins with the fact that the earlier constructions, which were more necessary for the child, are redoubled in the writer's creations, having to occupy the 4 places which were rendered more uncertain due to the lack that dwelled there. This is why the constitution of the persona, which is the title of the chapter with which the 4th book of Delay's biography culminates, refers us back to the analysis of the Voyage d'Uri, a work which is interpreted by Delay, without leaving itself open to dispute any more than the deciphering 752 of Erebus does, as the Voyage du Rien Voyage of the Nothing, which is the highlight of the 3rd book. Similarly, the creation of a double, which, in bringing the 2nd book to a close, is the pivotal point of the 2 parts of the work, refers back to a divided child in the 1st book. This spaltung or splitting of the ego, with which Freud's pen stopped in articulo mortis, clearly seems to me to be the specific phenomenon here. It affords me the opportunity to express anew my astonishment at the common sense of psychoanalysts, which banishes that splitting from all conceit-aired reflection, isolating itself instead in a notion like the weakness of the ego, whose relevance can be gauged once more in the case of Gide by the assertion he could make without his behavior belying it. It rarely happens that I give up on something, adversity wrings from me nothing more than a postponement. 16. Must I, in order to awaken their attention, show them how to handle a mask that unmasks the face it represents only by splitting in 2 and that represents this face only by remasking it? And then explain to them that it is when the mask is closed that it composes this face, and when it is open that it splits it? 17. When Gide declares to Robert de Bonnières that we must all represent, 18. And when in his ironic Palliades 19 he speculates about being and appearing, those who, because they have a rented mask, persuade themselves that they have a face underneath it, think literature. Without suspecting that Gide is expressing here a problem which is so personal that it is the very problem of the person. Freud's ego ideal is painted on this complex mask, and it forms, along with the repression of one of the subject's desires, by the unconscious adoption of the very image of the other who has the Usufructjourisance of this desire and both the right to enjoy it and the means with which to do so. 634. Gide as a child, between death and masturbatory eroticism, receives, as far as love is concerned, only the kind of speech that protects and the kind that prohibits. In taking his father, death took away the speech that humanizes desire. This is why desire is limited to the clandestine for him. As he tells us, one evening was for him his rendezvous with fate, the illumination of his night, and his engagement in vows in the name of which he was to make his cousin Madeleine Rondeau his wife and which initiated for him what he maintained right up until the end to have been his only love. How can we conceptualize what happened in that instant which determined the course of his life and that he cannot recall without anguish, as he says in La Pour Detroit? What is the state of being drunk with love, with pity, with an indistinguishable mixture of enthusiasm, self-abnegation, and virtue, where he calls upon God to offer himself up to him, unable to conceive that existence could have any other object than to shelter this child from fear, from evil, from life. 20. Were we to consider this event, as Delay is inclined to, as a mythical mem ori formation, it would simply be all the more significant. For in his position as a 13-year-old boy at the mercy of the reddest torments of childhood in the presence of a 15-year-old girl, this vocation to protect her signals the intervention of an adult. This adult is all the more certainly identifiable with the very person from whom he seeks to protect her, since it is this person's presence, at that very moment on the floor that the young André passed in a bound up the stairs, that drew him into the house with all of the charm of the clandestine, if she was not, in fact, the object of his visit, namely, his amiable aunt, who was in the process of dissipating the heat of passion, whoever it was who brought it out in her. Gide gives 2 different versions of this episode. Now this aunt, if we are to believe La Pour Detroit, which in any case bears the truth of fiction, played the role of seductress with the young boy, and we cannot fail to note that her maneuvers bear an astonishing resemblance to the torturous delights, 21 whose confession by Gide in Et Nunc Manet in Te, taken to be scandalous, whether they occurred during his honeymoon or not, clearly corresponds to his most feverish fascinations, fascinations that he hardly sought to hide. It thus seems here that the subject finds himself transformed into a woman as desiring. Potiphar hides behind Pasiphae, whom he tells us he becomes, bellowing when opening himself up to be penetrated by nature, just as the model of his end can be divined where Delay points to it, behind the melodrama of his childhood hysteria. By this means in the imaginary, he becomes the desired child in other 6 words, he becomes what he missed out on, in the unfathomable relationship that unites the child with the thoughts that surrounded his conception, and a little of that grace returns to him whose absolute absence in his childhood photo stirred up in Francis Moore Jacques a kind of theologal horror. 22 But this transformation comes only as a residue of a symbolic subtraction which occurred in the place where the child, faced with his mother, could only reproduce the self-abnegation of her jouissance and the envelopment of her love. Desire left nothing here but its negative impact, giving form to the ideal of an angel that impure contact cannot touch. To convince ourselves that this love, embalmed so as not to suffer the ravages of time 23 about which Gide says, no one can imagine the love of an Uranus 24 is truly love, why limit ourselves to his testimony? Because it is not consistent with the dear Abbey-like understanding of love on which psychoanalysts, with their chimerical belief in ablative/genital relations, insist. As Delay rightly emphasizes, everything here is supported by a very old tradition, justifying his mention of the mystical bonds of courtly love. Gide himself was not afraid to relate his union, despite its bourgeois trappings, to Dante's mystical union with Beatrice. And if psychoanalysts were capable of understanding what their master said about the death instinct, they would be able to recognize that self-realization can become bound up with the wish to end one's life. In fact, Gide's feeling for his cousin was truly the height of love, if love means giving what one does not have, and if he gave her immortality. This love, which took form in a Manichean meditation, had to be born at the point at which death had already overtaken double the missing object. Let us recognize death's passage in the supposed sister Lucy Gide gives himself in his Cahiers d'André Walter, in order to make his heroine Emmanuel the one who subtly substitutes her image for that of the dead sister. 25 He has this imaginary sister die in 1885, that is, at the age Madeleine was when his love laid hold of her, in order to have her be born with him. And despite what Jean Schlumberger says, 26 there is no reason to discredit what Gide writes about her to Valerie, in his final struggle to convince Madeleine to marry him, Chez Morella 27. Woman of the beyond, disowned in her daughter, who dies when Poe calls her by her name which should never have been pronounced. The cryptogram of the position of the beloved object in relation to desire is there, in the duplication reapplied to itself. The second mother, the desiring mother, is lethal, and this explains the ease with which the ingrate form of the first, the loving mother, manages to replace her, in order to superimpose herself 28 without the spell being broken on the form of the ideal woman. It remains to be seen why desire and its violence, the latter, being the 636 violence of the intruder, was not devoid of repercussions on the young subject. Delay rightly emphasizes this, did not break this mortal spell after having given shape to it. Here I think Delay is on the right track when he sees in Madeleine the ultimate reason why this love had to remain unrealized, except that when he dwells on the glass wall that separated the two beings who he animates for us, he perhaps deludes himself into thinking that it is fragile because of its thinness. The book leaves no doubt that Madeleine wanted an unconsummated marriage. But she wanted it for unconscious reasons that happened to be the most appropriate for leaving André's impasse intact. This happens to appear, as is often the case with things that are difficult to see, in a form which becomes the most obvious form once designated. The abolition in the girl of any acknowledgement of her mother, after the latter had left the family, is the indicator which guarantees that the salutary desire to which the disgraced child attributed a man's face could no longer come back in from the outside. There is, thus, No need to be a genius to find this in Madeline's writings. She remains for a very long time, after the drama and well beyond the beginning of her marriage, fixated on her love for her father. In noting her emotional penchants, on the third line she evokes his figure. Let us try to understand this in the strict sense of the term, as if it were from the beyond. 29. What would have happened if Madeleine had turned toward André the face of Mathilde, her mother, whom she resembled, that a womanly flush la couleur du sexy had revived? In my view, in order to embrace this Ariadne he would have had to kill a minotaur that would have sprung forth between his arms. Gide, of course, dreamt of being Theseus. But even if the fate of the checkmated Ariadne had been shorter, Theseus' vicissitudes would have been no different. It is not merely because it veers to the right rather than to the left that desire creates difficulties for human beings. The privilege of a desire that lays siege to the subject cannot become obsolete unless this particular turn in the labyrinth, where the fire of an encounter has etched his coat of arms, has been taken 100 times. Of course the cipher of this encounter is not simply a print, but a hieroglyph, and may be transferred from one text to others. But all the metaphors in the world cannot exhaust its meaning, which is not to have any, since it is the mark of the iron with which death brands the flesh when the word has disentangled flesh from love. This mark, which perhaps is no different than what the apostle calls a 633 thorn in the flesh, has always seemed horrific to wisdom, which has done everything to disregard it. Let us note that wisdom has been punished for this with the air of slavery it has conserved throughout the ages, an air it probably owes to being encumbered by carrying this branding iron under its robes, acting as if nothing were the matter. And we could, were we to give it some more thought, take up anew the question of the master in a new light, indicating that it is not so much his jouissance that concerns him but his desire that he does not disregard. It seems remarkable that, as time went by, it was around a calling into question of desire by wisdom that a drama was reborn in which the word is involved. This is why Gide is of importance. However slight his singularity may be, after all, he is interested in it, and the world that he sets in motion for it is concerned by it, because a chance depends upon it that one might call that of the aristocracy. Indeed, it is the last and only chance the aristocracy has not to be thrown out with the weeds. Let us say that the weeds appeal on the basis of what they have already furnished to culture, and that psychoanalysis, designed to bring to the bench the most amazing deposition in this debate, is expected to appear there when the fog, in which the weight of its responsibility has plunged it, will have cleared. On this ground Delay was able to perceive in Gide's construction the essential piece, the one by which the fabrication of the mask which is exposed to a splitting whose infinite repercussions exhaust the image of André Walter, in the first of the 2 volumes, finds the dimension of the persona who becomes André Gide, in order that he convey to us that it is nowhere but in this mask that the secret of desire is revealed to us and, with it, the secret of all nobility. This piece is Goethe's message, and Delay indicates when it intervenes, plus or minus a few days, as well as the articulation that it constitutes. 30. Prior to Delay, only Gide's mother recognized the decisive effect of Goethe's message at that time. This demonstrates that the passion of a woman with no special gifts can reach the truth that psychoanalytic method reconstructs, when it is coupled with finesse, whereas common sense, represented here by Charles Gide, remains utterly blind. 31. Delay nevertheless makes clear the weight of the missing piece, the one represented by the loss of virtually all of Gide's letters to Madeleine, a correspondence that covered the span of his adult life up until 1918. It is to their destruction by Madeleine in 1918 that we owe the projection by Gide onto his love of a testimony that was considered scandalous by some. 638. And remains a problem for all. Here Delay's analysis sheds light by gauging its gravity, his analysis sealing it, in short, with objective confirmation. 32. This testimony, which Gide entitled Et nunc mene in re, was written after his wife's death. The title, if one restores the full citation, indicates the meaning of the text. If it were not already clear, it evokes the punishment that weighs on Orpheus beyond the grave due to Eurydice's resentment at the fact that Orpheus, by turning around to see her as they climbed out of hell, condemned her to return there. 33 Thus, it is not the beloved object that this title invokes as dwelling inside of he who offers up a confession under its sign, but rather an eternal punishment, Ponaci respectus et nunc mene, Orpheus, in te 34. Shall I take things so far as to highlight the extraordinarily ironic meaning this choice takes on by indicating that the poem, the gnat, from which it is taken, which is attributed to Virgil, revolves around the death this insect receives at the hands of the very shepherd whose salvation it ensured when it woke him up by stinging him, and that the news of hell that the mosquito gives the shepherd in a dream merits him the cenotaph that makes his mem ori live on for all posterity. In truth, one hardly wonders about the limits of good taste in reading these lines by Gide. They are quite simply atrocious due to the conjunction in them of a kind of mourning that insists on renewing its vows I loved her and I will love her forever, and the misery of a disabused look at what the other's fate was, which no longer has anything to retain itself but the ravages of an inhuman deprivation, which arose in his memory with the offended spectre of his most tender need. I am not setting myself the task of applying here what I teach about desire, insofar as desire reigns in this need in each of us. For there is no truth here which serves to dispense justice. Nothing about desire, which is lack, can either be weighed or placed in scale pans, unless they are those of logic. I would like this book by Gide to keep its cutting edge for those men whose destiny in life is to pass on the furrow of a lack, in other words, all men, and for those who lament it, in other words, many of them. This suffices to indicate that I am not one of those to whom the figure of Madeleine, however wounded she appears here, comes out of it diminished, as some claim. Whatever shadow may be cast on her face by the tragic footlights, her face is not disfigured. The light that Gide projects here emanates from the same point at which Deleuze's work places its projectors and from which I myself direct the psychoanalytic lighting. 639. A different feeling proves that when it is inspired by respectability, that lighting can have a less respectful effect. Jean Schlumberger reproaches Gide for having obscured his wife's face with the blackness of the shadows in which he moved toward her. Does he think he can dissipate these shadows with his fair-skinned memories? It is hard not to consider a reparative pretension to be detrimental when it futilely works against a voice that is now extinguished to convince it to give up its pretensions. The challenge that inspires it, in producing for us a defender of patrician virtues, 35 is not easily taken up when it is pursued to laud bourgeois well-being, and the evidence is weakened by an admitted inattention to what was happening in reality behind the art of appearances. 36 In truth, the honor rendered to these virtues would incline me to observe instead that the courtly lists gain nothing by being adorned with courteline, and that the remark that Gide had, after all, happiness that was tailor-made for him, 37 while it brings peace to one's home in this context, may seem out of place. Schlumberger's testimony would, in short, limit its own import to the susceptibilities of a distinguished fervor, did it not try to convince us that Madeleine was a bird brain and that the ideas of her late 19th century world equated homosexuality with cannibalism, with the bestiality found in myths, and with human sacrifices, 38 all of which assumes an ignorance of the classics that Madeleine, at any rate, cannot be taxed with. Yet Schlumberger's efforts were not in vain since they furnished us with more pertinent evidence. For it turns out that Madeleine, refined, cultured, and gifted, but highly secretive, knew how not to see what she did not want to know, that her influence beyond a small circle of friends could be tempered enough not to be noticed, especially by a personality who was more adept at affecting others, and that the crystal clarity of her judgment, which Gide exalted, could allow the opaque angle of its refraction to appear in the form of a certain harshness. 39 Nevertheless, Schlumberger's offer to evaluate someone's class on the basis of class traits perhaps deserves the image which Bernard Frank's true acid wit would have been capable of providing of throwing a thick cement tome to someone who is drowning Pave du Lion. Why not realize that Madeleine, who was no doubt completely absorbed in the mystery of the destiny that united her with André Gide, escapes just as surely any worldly approach as she withdrew, with icy determination, from a messenger who was sure enough that he was bearing divine speech to interfere in her bedroom affairs. 40. 640. To what extent she managed to become what Gide made her into 41 remains impenetrable, but the sole act in which she clearly showed that she was separate from it was the act of a woman, a true woman, in her uncompromising nature as woman entière de femme. The act was that of burning Gide's letters, which are what she had that was most precious. The fact that she gives no other reason for it than having had to do something 42 adds the sign of an unleashing provoked by the only intolerable betrayal. Love, the first love to which this man accedes beyond her, his face having betrayed its fleeting convulsion 100 times, she recognizes it in what she sees in his face, less nobility, she says simply. 43 Hence André Gide's groan that of a female primate. 44 Struck in the stomach, wailing over the ripping away of these letters that were a doubling of himself, which is why he calls them his child, can but seem precisely to fill the very gap that the woman's act wished to open up in his being, deepening it slowly as one after the other of the letters was thrown onto the fire of his blazing soul. Turning over and over in his heart the redemptive intention he attributes to Madeleine's gaze, which he depicts as ignoring his poignant sighs, to this passerby who goes through her demise without meeting him, André Gide is mistaken. Poor Jason, who has gone off to conquer the golden fleece of happiness, he does not recognize Medea. Nevertheless, the question I would like to raise here lies elsewhere. And it involves the laughter, variously modulated by the laws of decorum, that greets the news innocently spread by Gide of his tragedy, for this laughter is a response to the loss that he proclaims to be that of the most precious legacy he was bequeathing to posterity. This laughter reduced Gide himself to smiling at having written, perhaps there never was a more beautiful correspondence. 45. But the fact that he cried over it as such and testified to the blow this bereavement dealt to his being, in terms equalled only by those he used in speaking of his loss of Madeleine herself, after the years had strangely re-established her confidence in him and her proximity to him, isn't that worth weighing in the balance? And how can we weigh it? We must recognize that this laughter does not bear the meaning of indifference with which the author of the book that I have just added to this file says he greeted Gide's plaintive cry in the back of a theater box in the Rue du Vieux Colombier. And it would be pointless to attribute it to the obscenity befitting fraternal mobs. Rather, I intend to bring out in this laughter the human meaning awak. 641. And by high comedy. And I shall not muffle the echo it receives from the inimitable imbroglio Molière depicts for us, when he has Harpagon sing the praises of his treasure box cassette, confusing it with his own daughter when someone who is in love with her speaks to him of her. In other words, I am not aiming here at humanity's loss, or the humanity's loss, of Gide's correspondence, but rather at the fateful exchange by which the letter comes to take the very place from which desire has withdrawn. On the last page of the edition of Et Nunc Manet in TE 46, which includes the pages that complete the journal regarding relations between Gide and Madeleine, we find the following phrase at the end of lines that make our head spin, which offers nothing more, in the ardent place of the heart, than a hole. It seems to us to pin the lover's plaintive cry to the place in the living heart that has been emptied of the beloved being. However, we have incorrectly read this. What is at stake is the void left in the text of the journal for the reader by the suppression of the pages that are restored in this new edition. But it is in reading incorrectly that we have the less read correctly. It is thus here that Gide's irony, which would be almost unique were it not for Heine, breaks down when he evokes the deadly touch with which love was marked for him, this no, we will not be true lovers, my dear, whose tone delay highlights in Gide's notebook entry from January 3, 1891, following its path and aftermath in his papers and works. 47 It is here that his courage failed him, he who incurred derision and even risked misfortune in order to have his desire recognized, and here that his intuition, which made more than attract 48 of his Corydon, providing an astonishing glimpse of the libido theory, abandoned him. It is here that gave way the humor of a man whose wealth assured his independence, but who was placed in the position of master beyond his bourgeois background because he raised the question of his particularity. The letters in which he placed his soul had no carbon copy double. When their fetishistic nature appeared, it gave rise to the kind of laughter that greets subjectivity caught off guard. It all ends with comedy, but who will put a stop to the laughter? Is it the Gide who contents himself in his final days with writing down on paper silly stories, childhood memories, and lucky deeds all mixed together, which take on a strange glow in his ANC so ital? 49. Are you almost done, Signora Velcha? Where did this incantation come from, which was repeated by his cousins, little girls like any others, this incantation that was irrevocable for them if they risked saying it, and that they revealed to him once in the attic retreat where it scanned their dance? 642. From the same fateful trio of female magicians who reappeared in his destiny. And the hand that transcribed that incantation, was it still his, when he already at times believed he was dead? Immobile, was it the hand of the adolescent caught in the polar ice of the Voyage d'Urien, which held out the words that one could read, Hi Desperatus? 50. Stirring, did this hand imitate the piano-playing like movements made by his moribund mother, which made Gide associate his mother's death with the music of a disappointed striving toward beauty? Hec desperata? 5. The movement of this hand is not in itself, but in its lines, my lines, which here continue those Gide traced out, your lines, which will be those of the forthcoming book on Nietzsche that you, delay, have announced. This movement will only stop when it reaches the appointed place of which you are already aware, since you are on your way to it, when it reaches the question on the face offered up by the word beyond comedy, at the moment at which comedy turns, of its own accord, into farce. How can we know which of the jugglers holds the real Punchinello? 52. Kant with Sada. This essay was to have served as a preface to Philosophy in the Bedroom. It was published in the journal Critique, CXCI, April 1963, as a review of the edition of Sada's works for which it was intended, the 15-volume set brought out in 1963 by Editions du Cercle du Livre Prêcheur. 1. The notion that Sada's work anticipated Freud's if nothing else, as a catalogue of the perversions, is a stupidity repeated in works of literary criticism, the blame for which goes, as usual, to the specialists. I, on the contrary, maintain that the Sadian bedroom is of the same stature as those places from which the schools of ancient philosophy borrowed their names, Academy, Lyceum, and Stoa. Here as there, one paves the way for science by rectifying one's ethical position. In this respect, Sada did indeed begin the groundwork that was to progress for 100 years in the depths of taste in order for Freud's path to be passable. Add to that another 60 years before one could say why. If Freud was able to enunciate his pleasure principle without even having to worry about indicating what distinguishes it from the function of pleasure in traditional ethics without risking that it be understood, by echoing a bias uncontested for 2,000 years, as reminiscent of the attractive notion that a creature is preordained for its good and of the psychology inscribed in different myths of benevolence, we can only credit this to the insinuating rise in the 19th century of the theme of delight in evil / Bonheur dans le mal / Sada represents here the first step of a subversion of which Kant, as piquant as this may seem in light of the coldness of the man himself, represents the turning point, something that has never been pointed out as such, to the best of my knowledge. 646. Philosophy in the Bedroom came 8 years after the Critique of Practical Reason. If, after showing that the former is consistent with the latter, I can demonstrate that the former completes the latter, I shall be able to claim that it yields the truth of the critique. As a result, the postulates with which the critique concludes the alibi of immortality in the name of which it suppresses progress, holiness, and even love, everything satisfying that could come from the law, and its need for a will to which the object that the law concerns is intelligible, losing even the lifeless support of the function of utility to which Kant confined them, reduce the work to its subversive core. This explains the incredible exaltation that anyone not prepared by academic piety feels upon reading it, a reaction that will not be spoiled by my having explained it. One might say that the shift involved in the notion that it feels good to do evil chew on so it bien dans le mal, or, if you will, that the eternal feminine does not elevate us, was made on the basis of a philological remark, namely, that the idea that had been accepted up until then, which is that it feels good to do good quan est bien dans le bien, is based on a homonymie not found in Ger man filialt sich while I'm guten. This is how Kant introduces us to his critique of practical reason. The pleasure principle is the law of feeling good bien, which is while in German and might be rendered as well being bien-être. In practice, this principle would submit the subject to the same phenomenal sequence that determines his objects. The objection that Kant raises against this is, in accordance with his rigorous style, intrinsic. No phenomenon can lay claim to a constant relationship to pleasure. No law of feeling good can thus be enunciated that would define the subject who puts it into practice as will. The quest to feel good would thus be a dead end were it not reborn in the form of das Gut, the good that is the object of the moral law. Experience tells us that we make ourselves hear commandments inside of ourselves, the imperative nature of which is presented as categorical, in other words, unconditional. Note that this good bien is assumed to be the good bien only if it presents itself, as I just said, in spite of all objects that would place conditions upon it, that is, only if it opposes any and every uncertain good that these objects might bring one according to some theoretical equivalence, such that it impresses us as superior owing to its universal value. Thus the weight of the good appears only by excluding everything the subject may suffer from due to his interest in an object, whether drive or feeling what Kant designates, for that reason, as pathological. 647. We would thus find anew here the sovereign good of the Greeks by induction from this effect, if Kant, as is his wont, did not specify once more that this good does not act as a counterweight but rather, so to speak, as an anti-weight, that is, as subtracting weight from the pride amour propre, selbstsucht, the subject experiences as contentment, arrogantia, in his plaisirs, insofar as a look at this good renders these pleasures less respectable. 2. This is both precisely what the text says and quite suggestive. Let us consider the paradox that it is at the very moment at which the subject no longer has any object before him that he encounters a law that has no other phenomenon than something that is already signifying. The latter is obtained from a voice in conscience, which, articulating in the form of a maxim in conscience, proposes the order of a purely practical reason or will there. For this maxim to constitute a law, it is necessary and sufficient that, being put to the test of such reason, the maxim may be considered universal as far as logic is concerned. This does not mean, let us recall what logic entails, that it forces itself on everyone, but rather that it is valid in every case, or, better stated, that it is not valid in any case if it is not valid in every case. But this test, which must be based on pure, though practical, reason, can only be passed by maxims of the type that allows for analytic deduction. This type is illustrated by the faithfulness required in returning a deposit. 3. We can get some shut-eye after making a deposit, knowing that the depositary must remain blind to any condition that would oppose this faithfulness. In other words, there is no deposit without a depositary worthy of his task. One can sense the need for a more synthetic foundation, even in such an obvious case. At the risk of some irreverence, let me, in turn, illustrate the flaw in it with a maxim by Father Ubu that I have modified slightly: long live Poland, for if there were no Poland, there would be no Poles. Let no one, out of some slowness of wit or emotivity, doubt my attachment to a freedom without which the people mourn. But while the analytic explanation of it here is irrefutable, its indefectibility is tempered by the observation that the Poles have always been known for their remarkable resistance to the eclipses of Poland, and even to the lamentation that ensued. We encounter anew here what led Kant to express his regret that no intuition offers up a phenomenal object in the experience of the moral law. I agree that this object slips away throughout the critique. But it can be surmised in the trace left by the implacable suite Kant provides to demonstrate its slipping away, from which the work derives an eroticism that is no doubt innocent, but perceptible, the well-foundedness of which I shall show through the nature of the said object. 648. This is why I will ask those of my readers who are still virgins with respect to the critique, never having read it, to stop reading my text here and to return to it after perusing Kant's. Let them see if it does, indeed, have the effect I say it does. In any case, I promise them the pleasure that is brought by the feat itself. The other readers will follow me now into philosophy in the bedroom, at least into the reading thereof. It proves to be a pamphlet, but a dramatic one, in which the stage lighting allows the dialogue and the action to be taken to the very limits of what is imaginable. The lights go dark for a moment to make room for a diatribe, a sort of pamphlet within the pamphlet entitled Yet Another Effort, Frenchmen, if you would become Republicans. What is enunciated in it is ordinarily understood, if not appreciated, as a mystification. One need not be alerted to the fact that a dream within a dream points to a closer relationship to the real to see an indication of the same kind in the text's deriding of the historical situation. It is blatant, and one would do well to look twice at the text. The crux of the diatribe is, let us say, found in the maxim that proposes a rule for jouissance, which is odd in that it defers to Kant's mode in being laid down as a universal rule. Let us enunciate the maxim. I have the right to enjoy your body, anyone can say to me, and I will exercise this right without any limit to the capriciousness of the exactions I may wish to satiate with your body. Such is the rule to which everyone else would be submitted, assuming a society were to forcibly implement the rule. To any reasonable being, both the maxim and the consent assumed to be given it are at best an instance of black humor. But aside from the fact that if the deductions in the critique prepared us for anything, it is for distinguishing the rational from the sort of reasonable that is no more than resorting in a confused fashion to the pathological, we now know that humor betrays the very function of the superego in comedy. A fact that to bring this psychoanalytic agency to life by instantiating it and to wrest it from the renewed obscurantism of our contemporaries' use of it can also spice up reliver the Kantian test of the universal rule with the grain of salt it is missing. Are we not thus incited to take more seriously what is presented to us as not entirely serious? As you may well suspect, I will not ask if it is necessary. 649. Or sufficient that a society sanction a right to jouissance, by permitting everyone to lay claim to it, for its maxim to thus be legitimate by the imperative of moral law. No de facto legality can decide if this maxim can assume the rank of a universal rule, since this rank may also possibly oppose it to all de facto legalities. This is not a question that can be settled simply by imagining it, and the extension of the right that the maxim invokes to everyone is not what is at issue here. At best one could demonstrate here the mere possibility of generalizability, which is not universalizability. The latter considers things as they are grounded and not as they happen to work out. I cannot pass up the opportunity to point out the exorbitant nature of the role people grant to the moment of reciprocity in structures, especially subjective ones, that are intrinsically incompatible with reciprocity. Reciprocity, a relation that is reversible since it is established along a simple line that unites two subjects who, due to their reciprocal position, consider this relation to be equivalent, is difficult to situate as the logical time of any sort of breakthrough franchissement on the subject's part in his relation to the signifier, and far less still as a step in any sort of development, whether or not it can be considered psychical, in which it is always so con 770 venient to blame the child when providing veneers with a pedagogical intent. Be that as it may, we can already credit our maxim with serving as a paradigm for a statement that as such excludes reciprocity and not my turn next time. Any judgment regarding the odious social order that would enthrone our maxim is, thus, of no import here, for the question is whether to grant or refuse to grant this maxim the characteristic of a rule acceptable as universal in moral philosophy being recognized, since Kant's time, as involving the unconditional practice of reason. We must obviously acknowledge this characteristic in the maxim for the simple reason that its sole proclamation, its kerygma, has the virtue of instating both the radical rejection of the pathological, that is, of every preoccupation with goods, passion, or even compassion, in other words, the rejection by which Kant cleared the field of moral law, and the form of this law, which is also its only substance, insofar as the will becomes bound to the law only by eliminating from its practice every reason that is not based on the maxim itself. Of course, these two imperatives between which moral life can be stretched, even if it snaps our very life, are imposed on us, according to the Sadian paradox, as if upon the other, and not upon ourselves. 65. But this only differs from Kant's view at first blush, for the moral imperative latently does no less, since its commandment requisitions us as other. We perceive quite nakedly here what the aforementioned parody of the obvious universality of the depositary's duty was designed to introduce us to, namely, that the bipolarity upon which the moral law is founded is nothing but the split refente in the subject brought about by any and every intervention of the signifier, the split between the enunciating subject sujet de enunciation and the subject of the statement sujet de énonce. The moral law has no other principle. Yet it must be blatant, for otherwise it lends itself to the mystification we sense in the gag * Long Live Poland. In coming out of the other's mouth, Sada's maxim is more honest than Kant's appeal to the voice within, since it unmasks the split in the subject that is usually covered up. The enunciating subject stands out here as clearly as in Long Live 771 Poland, where the only thing that sticks out is what its manifestation amazingly evokes. To confirm this view, one need but consider the doctrine with which Sada himself establishes the reign of his principle, the doctrine of human rights. He cannot use the notion that no man can be the property, or in any way the prerogative, of another man as a pretext for suspending everyone's right to enjoy him, each in his own way. For the constraint he endures here is not so much one of violence as of principle, the problem for the person who makes it into a sentence not being so much to make another man consent to it as to pronounce it in his place. Thus the discourse of the right to jouissance clearly posits the other qua free, the other's freedom, as its enunciating subject, in a way that does not differ from the 2es which is evoked out of the lethal depths fons tuant of every imperative. But this discourse is no less determinant for the subject of the statement, giving rise to him with each addressing of its equivocal content, since jouissance, shamelessly avowed in its very purpose, becomes one pole in a couple, the other pole being in the hole that jouissance already drills in the other's locus in order to erect the cross of Sadian experience in it. Leaving off my discussion of its mainspring here, let me recall instead that pain, which projects its promise of ignominy here, merely intersects the express mention of it made by Kant among the connotations of moral experience. What pain is worth in Sadian experience will be seen better by approaching it via what might be disconcerting in the artifice the Stoics used with regard to it, scorn. 65. Imagine a revival of Epictetus in Sadian experience. You see, you broke it, he says, pointing to his leg. To reduce jouissance to the misery of an effect in which one's quest stumbles, doesn't this transform it into disgust? This shows that jouissance is that by which Sadian experience is modified. For it only proposes to monopolize a will after having already traversed it in order to instate itself at the inmost core of the subject whom it provokes beyond that by offending his sense of modesty pudeur. For modesty is an amboscepter with respect to the circumstances of being, 772 between the two, the one's immodesty by itself violating the other's modesty. A connection that could justify, were such justification necessary, what I said before regarding the subject's assertion in the other's place. Let us question this jouissance, which is precarious because it depends on an echo that it sets off in the other, only to abolish it little by attaching the intolerable to it. In the end, doesn't it seem to us to be thrilled only by itself, like another horrible freedom? Thus we will see appear the third term that, according to Kant, is lacking in moral experience, namely, the object that Kant, in order to guarantee it to the will in the implementation of the law, is constrained to relegate to the unthinkability of the thing in itself. But is this not the very object we find in Sadian experience, which is no longer inaccessible and is instead revealed as the being in the world, the Dasein carrot of the tormenting agent? Yet it retains the opacity of that which is transcendent. For this object is strangely separated from the subject. Let us observe that the herald of the maxim need be no more here than a point of broadcast. It could be a voice on the radio recalling the right promoted by the supplemental effort the French would have consented to make in response to Sada's appeal, the maxim having become an organic law of their regenerated republic. Such voice-related phenomena, especially those found in psychosis, truly have this object-like appearance. And in its early days, psychoanalysis was not very far from relating the voice of conscience to psychosis. Here we see why Kant views this object as evading every determination of transcendental aesthetics, even though it does not fail to appear in a certain bulge in the phenomenal veil, being not without hearth or home, time in intuition, modality situated in the unreal irreal, or effect in reality. It is not simply that Kant's phenomenology is lacking here, but that the voice even if insane forces upon us the idea of the subject, and that the object of the law must not suggest malignancy on the part of the real God. Christianity has assuredly taught men to pay little attention to God's jouissance, and this is how Kant makes palatable his voluntarism of law for law's sake, which is something that exaggerates, one might say, the ataraxia. 65 Ecrits of the Stoics. One might be tempted to think that Kant feels pressured here by what he hears too close by, not from Sada but from some nearby mystic, in the sigh that muffles what he glimpses beyond, having seen that his God is faceless, grimacite. Sada says, supremely evil being. But humph. Schwarmerion, black swarms I chase you away in order to return to the function of presence in the Sadian fantasy. This fantasy has a structure that we will see again further on. In it the object is but one of the terms in which the quested figures can die out esitindra. When jouissance petrifies in the object, it becomes the black fetish, in which can be recognized the form that was verily and truly offered up at a certain time and place, and still is in our own time, so that one can adore the God therein. This is what becomes of the executioner in sadism when, in the most extreme case, his presence is reduced to being no more than the instrument. But the fact that the executioner's jouissance becomes fixated there does not spare his jouissance the humility of an act in which he cannot help but become a being of flesh and, to the very marrow, a slave to pleasure. This duplication neither reflects nor reciprocates. Why wouldn't it mutualize, the duplication that took place in the other owing to the subject's two alterities? Desire, which is the henchman of the subject's split, would no doubt be willing to call itself will to jouissance. But this appellation would not make desire any more worthy of the will it invokes in the other, in tempting that will to go right to the extreme of its division from its pathos, for when it does so, desire departs part beaten down, doomed to impotence. For desire disappears part under pleasure's sway, pleasure's law being such as to make it always fall short of its aim, the homeostasis of the living being, always too quickly re-established at the lowest threshold of tension at which he scrapes by, the ever-early fall of the wing, with which desire is able to sign the reproduction of its form, a wing which here must nevertheless rise to the function of representing the link between sex and death. Let us lay that wing to rest behind its Eleusinian veil. Pleasure, a rival of the will in Kant's system that provides a stimulus, is thus in Sada's work no more than a flagging defilant accomplice. At the moment of climax jouissance, it would simply be out of the picture if fantasy did not intervene to sustain it with the very discord to which it succumbs. Stated differently, fantasy provides the pleasure that is characteristic of desire. Let us recall that desire is not the subject, for it cannot be indicated. 65.3. Anywhere in a signifier of any demand whatsoever, for it cannot be articulated in the signifier even though it is articulated there. Taking pleasure in fantasy is easy to grasp here. Physiology shows that pain has a longer cycle than pleasure in every respect, since a stimulation provokes pain at the point at which pleasure stops. However prolonged one assumes it to be, pain, like pleasure, nevertheless comes to an end when the subject passes out. Such is the vital datum that fantasy takes advantage of in order to fixate in the sensory aspect of Sadian experience the desire that appears in its agent. Fantasy is defined by the most general form it receives in an algebra I have constructed for this purpose, namely, the formula, $a m, which the lozenge, is to be read as desire for, being read right to left in the same way, introducing an identity that is based on an absolute non-reciprocity. This relation is coextensive with the subject's formations. Be that as it may, this form turns out to be particularly easy to animate in the present case. Indeed, it relates the pleasure that has been replaced by an instrument, object in the formula, here to the kind of sustained division of the subject that experience orders. This only occurs when its apparent agent freezes with the rigidity of an object, in view of having his division as a subject entirely reflected in the other. From the vantage point of the unconscious, a quadripartite structure can always be required in the construction of a subjective ordering. My didactic schemas take this into account. Let us modulate the Sadian fantasy with a new schema of this kind. Schema I. The lower line accounts for the order of fantasy insofar as it props up the utopia of desire. 654. The curvy line depicts the chain that allows for a calculus of the subject. It is oriented, and its orientation constitutes here an order in which the appearance of objecta in the place of the cause is explained by the universality of its relationship to the category of causality, forcing its way into Kant's transcendental deduction. This universality would base a new critique of reason on the linchpin of ill of impurity. Next there is the V which, occupying the place of honor here, seems to impose the will volant that dominates the whole business, but its shape also evokes the union-reunion of what it divides by holding it together with a vel, namely, by offering up to choice what will create the dollar of practical raison from S, the brute subject of pleasure, the pathological subject. Thus it is clearly Kant's will that is encountered in the place of this will that can only be said to be a will to jouissance if we explain that it is the subject reconstituted through alienation at the cost of being nothing but the instrument of jouissance. Thus Kant, being interrogated with Sada, that is, Sada serving here, in our thinking as in his sadism, as an instrument avows what is obvious in the question what does he want? Which henceforth arises for everyone. Let us now make use of this graph in its succinct form to find our way around in the forest of the fantasy that Sada develops according to a systematic plan in his work. We will see that there is a statics of the fantasy, whereby the point of aphonesis, assumed to lie in dollar, must in one's imagination be indefinitely pushed back. This explains the hardly believable survival that Sada grants to the victims of the abuse and tribulations he inflicts in his fable. The moment of their death seems to be motivated there merely by the need to replace them in a comminatory, which alone requires their multiplicity. Whether unique, Justine, or multiple, the victim is characterized by the monotony of the subject's relation to the signifier, in which, if we rely on our graph, she consists. The troupe of tormentors, see Juliet, being objecta in the fantasy and situating themselves in the real, can have more variety. The requirement that the victim's faces always be of incomparable, and, moreover, unalterable, as I just said, beauty is another matter, which we cannot account for with a few banal and quickly fabricated postulates about sex appeal. Rather, we should see here the grimace of what I have shown regarding the function of beauty in tragedy, the ultimate barrier that forbids access to a fundamental horror. Consider Sophocles' Antigone and the moment when the words Epca gave Isaac's Locave ring out. 5. This excursus would be of no value here did it not introduce what one might call the discordance between the two deaths, introduced by the excess. 655. Tense of the condemnation. The between two deaths of the shy of Iendift is essential to show us that it is no other than the one by which the beyond Iodald is sustained. This can be clearly seen in the paradox constituted in Sada's work by his position regarding hell. The idea of hell, refuted 100 times by him and cursed as religious tyranny's way of constraining people, curiously returns to explain the gestures of one of his heroes who is, nevertheless, among the most taken with libertine subversion in its reasonable form, the hideous Saint Fond. 6. The practices, whose final agony he imposes on his victims, are based on his belief that he can render their torment eternal in the hereafter Iodald. He highlights the authenticity of this behavior by concealing it from his accomplices and the authenticity of this credence by the difficulty he has explaining himself. Thus we hear him, a few pages later, try to make his behavior and credence sound plausible in his discourse with the myth of an attraction tending to gather together the particles of evil. This incoherence in Sada's work, overlooked by sadists, they, too, are a bit hagiographic, could be explained by noting in his writings the formally expressed term the second death. The assurance he expects from it against the awful routine of nature, which crime, as he tells us elsewhere, serves to disrupt, would require that it go to an extreme in which the vanishing evanouissement of the subject is redoubled. He symbolizes this in his wish that the very decomposed elements of our body be destroyed so that they can never again be assembled. The fact that Freud nevertheless recognizes the dynamism of this wish 7 in certain of his clinical cases, and that he very clearly, perhaps too clearly, reduces its function to something analogous to the pleasure principle by 777 relating it to a death drive, demanda for death, this will not be accepted by those who have been unable to learn from the technique they owe Freud, or from his teachings, that language has effects that are not simply utilitarian or, at the very most, for purposes of display. Freud is only of use to them at conventions. In the eyes of such puppets, the millions of men for whom the pain of existence is the original reason for the practices of salvation that they base on their faith in Buddha, are undoubtedly underdeveloped, or, rather, they think like Bilaz, the director of La Revue des Deux Mondes, who told René straight out when he turned down his article on Buddhism, this according to Berneuve, at some point during the 1850s, that it is impossible that there are people that dumb. If they believe that they have better ears than other psychiatrists, have. 656. They somehow escaped hearing such pain in a pure state model, the song of certain patients referred to as melancholic? Have they not heard one of those dreams by which the dreamer remains overwhelmed, having, in the felt condition of an inexhaustible rebirth, plumbed the depths of the pain of existence? Or, in order to put hell's torments back in their place, torments which could never be imagined beyond what men traditionally inflict in this world, shall we implore them to think of our everyday life as having to be eternal? We must hope for nothing, not even hopelessness, to combat such stupid ity, which is, in the end, sociological. I am mentioning it here only so that people on the outside will not expect too much, concerning Sada, from the circles of those who have a surer experience of forms of sadism. Especially regarding a certain equivocal notion that has been gaining ground about the relation of reversion that supposedly unites sadism with a certain idea of masochism, it is difficult for those outside such circles to imagine the muddle this notion creates. We would do better to learn from it the lesson contained in a fine little tale told about the exploitation of one man by another, which is the definition of capitalism, as we know. And socialism, then? It is the opposite. Unintended humor. This is the tone with which a certain circulation of psychoanalysis occurs. It fascinates people because it goes, moreover, unnoticed. But there are doctrinaires who strive for tidier appearances. One acts the part of a do-good existentialist, another, more soberly, that of a ready-made personalist. This results in the claim that the sadist denies the other's existence. Which is precisely, one must admit, what has just come out in my analysis. To pursue my analysis, is it not the case, rather, that the sadist discharges the pain of existence into rejetans the other, but without seeing that he himself thereby turns into an eternal object, if Whitehead is willing to let us have this term back? But why wouldn't it belong to both of us? Isn't this redemption and immortal soul the status of the Christian? Let us not proceed too quickly, so as not to go too far either. Let us note, instead, that Sada is not duped by his fantasy, insofar as the rigor of his thinking is integrated into the logic of his life. Let me give my readers an assignment here. The fact that Sada delegates a right to jouissance to everyone in his republic is not translated in my graph by any symmetrical reversal reversion 65y. Along an axis or around some central point, but only by a 90-degree rotation of the graph, as follows. Schema 2. Td. V. The will to jouissance, leaves no further doubt as to its nature, because it appears in the moral force implacably exercised by the president of Montreal Sada's mother-in-law on the subject. It can be seen that the subject's division does not have to be pinned together reuni in a single body. Let us note that it is only the first consul who seals this division with its effect of administratively confirmed alienation. This division here pins together reunit as S, the brute subject incarnating the heroism characteristic of the pathological in the form of faithfulness to Sada manifested by those who at first tolerated his excesses, his wife, his sister-in-law, and why not his manservant too. 9 and others who have been effaced from his history. For Sada, Bard S, we finally see that, as a subject, it is through his disappearance that he makes his mark, things having come to their term. Incredibly, Sada disappears without anything even less than for Shakespeare of his image remaining to us, after he gave orders in his will to have a thicket efface the very last trace on stone of a name that sealed his fate. Mr. Japtave, 10 Not to be born. Sada's curse is less holy than Oedipus, and does not carry him toward the gods, but is immortalized in his work, whose unsinkable buoyancy Jules Janin backhandedly shows us, saluting it behind the books that hide it, if we are to believe him, in every worthy library, like the writings of St. John Chrysostom or Pascal's Pensées. But Sada's work is annoying, according to you, yes, like thieves at a fair, your honor, and member of the Academy franchise, but his work always suffices to bother you, one of you by the other, both one and the other, and one in the other. 11. A fantasy is, in effect, quite bothersome, since we do not know where to situate it due to the fact that it just sits there, complete in its nature as a fan. 658. Tassi, whose only reality is as to discourse and which expects nothing of your powers, asking you, rather, to square accounts with your own desires. The reader should now reverentially approach those exemplary figures who, in the Sadian boudoir, assemble and disassemble in a carnival act like rite. Change of positions. It is a ceremonial pause, a sacred scansion. Let us salute here the objects of the law, of which you will know nothing unless you know how to find your way around in the desires those objects cause. It is good to be charitable. But to whom? That is the question. A certain Monsieur Ferdoz answered this question every day by putting women in an oven until he himself got the electric chair. He thought that his family wanted to live in greater comfort. More enlightened, the Buddha offered himself up to be devoured by those who did not know the way. Despite this eminent patronage, which might well be based solely on a misunderstanding, it is not clear that a tigress enjoys eating Buddha. Ferdows's abnegation stemmed from an error that deserves to be dealt with severely, since a little lesson from the critique, which does not cost much, would have helped him avoid it. No one doubts but that the practice of reason would have been both more economical and more legal, even if his family would have had to go hungry now and then. But what's with all these metaphors, you will say, and why? The molecules that are monstrous insofar as they assemble here for an obscene jouissance, awaken us to the existence of other more ordinary jouissances encountered in life, whose ambiguities I have just mentioned. They are suddenly more respectable than these latter, appearing purer in their valences. Desires. Here are the only things that bind them, and they are exalted in making it clear that desire is the other's desire. If you have read my work up to this point, you know that, more accurately stated, desire is propped up by a fantasy, at least one footpide of which is in the other, and precisely the one that counts, even and above all if it happens to limp. The object, as I have shown in Freudian experience, the object of desire, where we see it in its nakedness, is but the slag of a fantasy in which the subject does not come to after blacking out syncope. It is a case of necrophilia. 65-9. The object generally vacillates in a manner that is complementary to the subject's vacillation. This is what makes it as ungraspable as is the object of the law according to Kant. But here we suspect that a rapprochement is necessary. Doesn't the moral law represent desire in the case in which it is no longer the subject, but rather the object that is missing fait défaut? Doesn't the subject alone remaining present, in the form of the voice within, speaking nonsensically most of the time, seem to be adequately signified by the bar with which the signifier dollar bastardizes him, that signifier being released from the fantasy, $a, from which it derive, in the two senses of the term derive, meaning both derives and drifts. Although this symbol returns the commandment from within, at which Kant marvels, to its rightful place, it opens our eyes to the encounter which, from law to desire, goes further than the slipping away of their object, for both the law and desire. It is the encounter in which the ambiguity of the word freedom plays a part. The moralist, by grabbing freedom for himself, always strikes me as more impudent still than imprudent. But let us listen to Kant himself illustrate it once more. Suppose someone alleges that his lustful inclination is quite irresistible to him when he encounters the favored object and the opportunity. Ask him whether, if in front of the house where he finds this opportunity a gallows were erected on which he would be strung up immediately after gratifying his lust, he would not then conquer his inclination. One does not have to guess long what he would reply. But ask him whether, if his prince demanded, on the threat of the same prompt penalty of death, 12 that he give false testimony against an honest man whom the prince would like to ruin under specious pretenses, he might consider it possible to overcome his love of life, however great it may be. He will perhaps not venture to assure us whether or not he would overcome that love, but he must concede without hesitation that doing so would be possible for him. He judges, therefore, that he can do something because he is conscious that he ought to do it, and he cognizes freedom within himself, the freedom with which otherwise, without the moral law, he would have remained unacquainted. 13. The first response that is presumed to be given here by a subject, about whom we are first told that a great deal transpires by means of words, gives me the impression that we are not being given the letter of what he said. 66b. When that is the crux of the matter. For the fact is that, in order to express it, Kant prefers to rely on someone whose sense of shame we would, in any case, risk offending, for in no case would he stoop so low, namely, the ideal Bourgeois to whom Kant elsewhere declares that he takes his hat off, no doubt in order to counter Fontenelle, the overly gallant centenarian. 14. We will excuse the hoodlum, then, from having to testify under oath. But it is possible that a partisan of passion, who would be blind enough to combine it with questions of honor, would make trouble for Kant by forcing him to recognize that no occasion precipitates certain people more surely toward their goal than one that involves defiance of or even contempt for the gallows. For the gallows is not the law, nor can the gallows be wheeled in by the law here. Only the police have the necessary trucks, and while the police can be the state, as Hegel says, the law is something else, as we have known since Antigone. Kant, besides, does not contradict this with his apology. The gallows is brought in merely so that he can attach to it, along with the subject, his love of life. Now, this is what the desire in the maxim et non proter vitam vivendi perdircensis can become in a moral being, rising, precisely because he is moral, to the rank of a categorical imperative, assuming he has his back to the wall opposite demur, which is precisely where he is forced here. Desire, what is called desire, suffices to make life meaningless if it turns someone into a coward. And when law is truly present, desire does not stand up, but that is because law and repressed desire are one and the same thing, which is precisely what Freud discovered. We are ahead at half-time, Professor. Let us chalk up our success to the infantry, the key to the game, as we know. For we have not brought in either our knight, which would have been easy, since it would be Sada, whom we believe to be qualified enough here, our bishop, our rook, human rights, freedom of thought, your body is your property, or our queen, an appropriate figure with which to designate the daring deeds of courtly love. This would have involved moving too many people for a less certain result. For if I claim that for a few bantering remarks, Sada risked knowing full well what he was doing, consider what he did with his outings, whether licit or illicit, imprisonment in the Bastille for a third of his lifetime. It was rather well-aimed banter, no doubt, but all the more demonstrative with 661. Respect to its recompense, I'll have Pinel and his Pinelopes taking aim at me. Moral madness, the latter opine. In any case, a fine affair it is. I am reminded to show respect for Pinel, to whom we owe one of the noblest steps of humanity. 13 years in Charenton for Sada were, however, part of this step, I retort. But he should not have been sent there, I am told. That's the whole point, I continue. It was Pinel's step that led him there. His place, and all thinkers agree on this point, was elsewhere. But there you have it, those who think clearly qui pensent and think that his place was outside, and the right-thinking les bien pensants, starting with Royer Collard, who demanded it at the time, wanted him condemned to hard labor, if not to the scaffold. This is precisely why Pinel was an important moment in the history of thought. Willy-nilly, he supported the destruction, on the right and the left, by thought of freedoms that the revolution had just promulgated in the very name of thought. For if W consider human rights from the vantage point of philosophy, we see what, in any case, everyone now knows about their truth. They boil down to the freedom to desire in vain. A lot of good that does us /jam but it gives us an opportunity to recognize in it the impulsive de prime sought freedom we saw earlier, and to confirm that it is clearly the freedom to die. But it also gives us the opportunity to be frowned upon by those who find it low in nutritional value. They are plentiful in our time. We see here the renewed conflict between needs and desires in which, as if by chance, it is the law that empties the shell qui vide locale. To counter Kant's apology, courtly love offers us a no less tempting path, but it requires us to be erudite. To be erudite by one's position is to bring on the attack of the erudites, and in this field that is tantamount to the entrance of the clowns. Kant could very easily make us lose our serious demeanor here already, since he hasn't the slightest sense of comedy. This is proved by what he says about it when he discusses it. But someone who has no sense of comedy whatsoever is Sada, as has been pointed out. This topic could perhaps be fatal to him, but a preface is not designed to do the author a disservice. 15. Let us thus turn to the second stage of Kant's apology. It no more proves his point than the first stage did. For assuming that Kant's helot here has the slightest presence of mind, he will ask Kant if perchance it would be his duty to bear true witness were this the means by which the tyrant could satisfy his desire. 662. Should he say that the innocent man is a Jew, for example, if he truly is one, before a tribunal, we have seen such situations, that considers this a punishable offense? Or that he is an atheist, when it is quite possible that he himself has a better grasp on the import of the accusation than a consistory that simply wants to establish a file? And in the case of some deviation from the party line, will he plead that this deviation is not guilty at a time and a place where the name of the game is autocritique? Why wouldn't he? After all, is an innocent man ever completely spotless? Will he say what he knows? We could make the maxim that one must counter a tyrant's desire into a duty, if a tyrant is someone who appropriates the power to enslave the other's desire. Thus with regard to the two examples, and the precarious mediation between them, that Kant uses as a lever to show that the law weighs in the scales not only pleasure but also pain, happiness, and even the burden of abject poverty, not to mention the love of life, in short, everything pathological, it turns out that desire can have not only the same success but can obtain it more legitimately. But if the credence we lent the critique due to the alacrity of its argumentation owed something to our desire to know where it was heading, can't the ambiguity of this success turn the movement back toward a revising of the concessions we unwittingly made? For example, the disgrace that rather quickly befell all objects that were proposed as goods hence because they were incapable of achieving a harmony of wills, simply because they introduce competition. Such was the case of Milan, about which both Charles V and François I knew what it cost them for each to see the same good in it. For that is clearly to misrecognize the status of the object of desire. I can introduce its status here only by reminding you what I teach about desire, which must be formulated as the other's desire désir de vie autre, since it is originally desire for what the other desires désir de son désir. This is what makes the harmony of desires conceivable, but not devoid of danger. For when desires line up in a chain that resembles the procession of Brapel's blind men, each one, no doubt, has his hand in the hand of the one in front of him, but no one knows where they are all going. Now, in retracing their steps, they all clearly experience a universal rule, but this is because they do not know any more about it. Would the solution in keeping with practical reason be that they go around in circles? Even when lacking, the gaze is clearly the object that presents each desire. 663. With its universal rule, by materializing its cause, in binding to it the subject's division between center and absence. Let us therefore confine ourselves to saying that a practice like psychoanalysis, which takes desire as the subject's truth, cannot misrecognize what follows without demonstrating what it represses. In psychoanalysis, displeasure is understood to provide a pretext for repressing desire, displeasure arising, as it does, along the pathway of desire's satisfaction, but displeasure is also understood to provide the form this very satisfaction takes in the return of the repressed. Similarly, pleasure redoubles its aversion when it recognizes the law, by supporting the desire to comply with it that constitutes defense. If happiness means that the subject finds uninterrupted pleasure in his life, as the Critique of Practical Reason defines it quite classically, 16, it is clear that happiness is denied to whomever does not renounce the pathway of desire. This renunciation can be willed, but at the cost of man's truth, which is quite clear from the disapproval of those who upheld the common ideal that the Epicureans, and even the Stoics, met with. Their ataraxia deposed their wisdom. We fail to realize that they degraded desire, and not only do we not consider the law to be commensurably exalted by dm, but it is precisely because of this degrading of desire that, whether we know it or not, we sense that they cast down the law. Sada, the former aristocrat, takes up Saint just right where one should. The proposition that happiness has become a political factor is incorrect. It has always been a political factor and will bring back the scepter and the censor that make do with it very well. Rather, it is the freedom to desire that is a new factor, not because it has inspired a revolution. People have always fought and died for a desire, but because this revolution wants its struggle to be for the freedom of desire. Consequently, the revolution also wants the law to be free, so free that it must be a widow, the widow par excellence, the one that sends your head to the basket if it so much as balks regarding the matter at hand. Had Saint Just's head remained full of the fantasies in Organt, their mitre might have been a triumph for him. Were the right to jouissance recognized, it would consign the domination of the pleasure principle to an obsolete era. In enunciating this right, Sada imperceptibly displaces for each of us the ancient axis of ethics, which is but the egoism of happiness. 664. One cannot say that every reference to it is eliminated in Kant's work, given the very familiarity with which it accompanies him, and still more given the offshoots of it seen in the exigencies that make him argue both for some retribution in the hereafter and progress in this world. Should another happiness be glimpsed whose name I first uttered, the status of desire would change, demanding a re-examination of it. But it is here that something must be gauged. How far does Sada lead us in the experience of this jouissance, or simply of its truth? For the human pyramids he describes, which are fabulous insofar as they demonstrate the cascading nature of jouissance, these water buffets of desire built so that jouissance makes the Villa d'Este gardens sparkle with a baroque voluptuousness, the higher they try to make jouissance spurt up into the heavens, the more insistently the question "what is it that is flowing here?" demands to be answered. Unpredictable quanta by which the love/hate atom glistens in the vicinity of the thing from which man emerges through a cry, what is experienced, beyond certain limits, has nothing to do with what desire is propped up by in fantasy, which is in fact constituted on the basis of these limits. We know that Sada went beyond these limits in real life. Otherwise, he probably would not have given us this blueprint of his fantasy in his work. Perhaps I will surprise people when I call into question what his work also tries to convey of this real experience. Confining our attention to the bedroom, for a rather lively glimpse of a girl's feelings about her mother, the fact remains that wickedness /meconceit/ so suitably situated by Sada in its transcendence, does not teach us much that is new here about her changes of heart. A work that wishes to be bad merchant cannot allow itself to be a bad piece of work, and one has to admit that philosophy in the bedroom leaves itself open to this ironic remark by a whole strain of good works found in it. It's a little too preachy. Of course, it is a treatise on the education of girls 17 and it is subject, as such, to the laws of a genre. Despite its merit of bringing to light the anal sadism that obsessively permeated the subject for the 2 preceding centuries, it remains a treatise on education. The victim is bored to death by the preaching and the teacher is full of himself. The historical or, better, erudite information here is dreary and makes us miss someone like La Mothe Levator. The physiology contained in it is made up of wet nurses' notions, and as for what might pass for sex education. 665. One has the impression that one is reading a modern medical treatise on the subject, which says it all. More coherence in his scandal would help him see, in the usual impotence of educational intentions, the very impotence against which fantasy here fights whence arises the obstacle to every valid account of the effects of education, since what brought about the results cannot be admitted to in discussing the intention. This remark trait would have been priceless, due to the praiseworthy effects of sadistic impotence. The fact that Sada failed to make it gives us pause for thought. His failure here is confirmed by another that is no less remarkable. The work never presents us with a successful seduction in which his fantasy would nevertheless find its crowning glory, that is, a seduction in which the victim, even if she were at her last gasp, would consent to her tormentor's intention, or even join his side in the fervor of her consent. This demonstrates from another vantage point that desire is the flip side of the law. In the Sadian fantasy, we see how they support each other. For Sada, one is always on the same side, the good or the bad, no wrongdoing can change that. It is thus the triumph of virtue. This paradox merely comes down to the derision characteristic of edifying books, the kind Justine aims at too much not to have adopted it. Apart from the nose that twitches, which we find at the end of the dialogue of a priest with a dying man, a posthumous work, admit that this is a subject hardly suited to other graces than divine grace, a lack of witticisms and, one might say, more broadly, of the wit asterisk, the need for which Alexander Pope had, over a century before, already indicated makes itself felt at times in Sada's work. This is obviously forgotten owing to the invasion of pedantry that has weighed on French letters since WW. 2 But if you need a strong stomach to follow Sada when he recommends calumny, the first article of morality that he would institute in his Republic, one might prefer that he add the spice of someone like Renan. Let us be thankful, the latter writes, that Jesus encountered no law against insulting a whole class of citizens. For the Pharisees would have been inviolable. 18. Renan continues. His exquisite mockery and magic provocations always hit home. The necessous tunic of ridicule that the Jew, the son of the Pharisees, has been dragging in tatters behind him for 18 centuries, was woven by Jesus with divine skill. A masterpiece of high-level mockery, his scathing. 666. Remarks have become burned into the flesh of the hypocrite and of the falsely devout. Incomparable remarks, worthy of a son of God. Only a god knows how to kill in this fashion. Socrates and Molière merely graze the skin. Jesus carries fire and rage into the very depths of one's bones. 19. For these remarks derive their value from the sequel that we know, I mean his vocation as an apostle from the rank of the Pharisees and the universal triumph of Pharisaic virtues. This, you will agree, lends itself to an argument that is more relevant than the rather sorry excuse that Sada is content with in his apology for calumny, namely, that an honest man will always triumph over it. This platitude does not encumber the somber beauty that radiates from this monument of challenges. This beauty evinces the experience that I am seeking behind the make-believe quality fabulation of the fantasy. It is a tragic experience, insofar as it projects its condition here in a light that comes from beyond all fear and pity. Bewilderment and shadows, such is the conjunction, unlike that found in Jacques 20 that fascinates us in these scenes with its ember-like brilliance. This tragedy is of the kind that becomes clearer later on in the century in more than one work, whether erotic novel or religious drama. I would call it senile tragedy. Until I said so, no one realized, except schoolboys in their jokes, that it is but a stone's throw from noble tragedy. To see what I mean, read Claudel's trilogy, Le Père Humile. To see what I mean, one should also know that I have shown that this trilogy contains the characteristics of the most authentic tragedy. It is Melpomene who, along with Clio, is decrepit, without our knowing which one will bury the other. We are now finally enjoined to examine Sada, my neighbor, the invocation of which we owe to the perspicacity of Pierre Klossowski. Being extreme, his perspicacity has no need to resort to the same things as the highbrow literati. 21 It is undoubtedly Klossowski's discretion that makes him justify his formulation with a reference to Saint Labrie. I do not, however, feel inclined to give it the same justification. My structural reference points make it easy to grasp that the Sadian fantasy is better situated among the stays of Christian ethics than elsewhere. But what must be kept in mind is that Sada himself refuses to be my neighbor, not so that I can refuse to be his neighbor in turn but so as to recognize the meaning of his refusal here. In my view, Sada does not have neighborly enough relations with his own malice méconceit to encounter his neighbor in it, a characteristic he shares with many people and with Freud, in particular. For this is indeed the only 66 why. Reason why beings, who are sometimes experienced, back away from the Christian commandment. We see what is, to my mind, the crucial test of this in Sada's rejection of the death penalty, the history of which would suffice to prove, if not its logic, at least that it is one of the correlates of Charity. Sada thus stopped at the point where desire and the law become bound up with each other se now. If something in him let itself remain tied to the law in order to take the opportunity, mentioned by St. Paul, to become inordinately sinful, who would cast the first stone? But Sada went no further. It is not simply that his flesh is weak, as it is for each of us, it is that the spirit is too willing not to be deluded. His apology for crime merely impels him to an oblique acceptance of the law. The Supreme Being is restored in evil action le malefice. Listen to him praise his technique of immediately implementing whatever comes into his head, thinking too that by replacing repentance with reiteration he can be done with the law within. To encourage us to follow his example, he comes up with nothing better than the promise that nature, woman that she is, will magically give us ever more. We would be foolish to have faith in this typical dream of potency. It indicates to us clearly enough, in any case, that it cannot be true that Sada, as Klossowski suggests all the while noting that he does not believe it achieved the sort of apathy that involves having returned to nature's bosom, in the waking state, in our world 22 inhabited by language. I have forbidden myself to say a word about what Sada is missing here. Let it be sensed in the climax of philosophy in the bedroom, it being the curved needle, dear to Buñuel's heroes, which is finally called upon to resolve in the girl die penis need penis envy that is posited to some degree in it. In any case, it appears that nothing has been gained by replacing Diotima here with Dolmens, a person whom the usual orifice seems to frighten more than is fitting, and who did Sada see this, concludes the whole business with a sort of nolli tangere matram. Syphilized and sewn shut the mother remains prohibited. My verdict is confirmed regarding Sada's submission to the law. There is thus precious little here in fact, nothing by way of a treatise that is truly on desire. What is announced about desire here, in this mistake based on an encounter, is at most but a tone of reason. R.G., September 1962. 7. The subversion of the subject and the dialectic of desire in the Freudian unconscious. This text represents my contribution to a conference on La Dialectique, held at Royaumont from September 19 to 23, 1960. The conference was organized by the Colloques Philosophiques International, and I was invited to participate by Jean Wall. It is the date of this text which predates the Bonneville colloquium from which the text that follows stemmed. Position of the unconscious follows this one in 1966 that leads me to publish it, in order to give the reader an idea how far my teaching has always been ahead of what I could make more widely available. The graph presented here was constructed for my seminar on unconscious formations. It was worked out particularly in relation to the structure of jokes, which I took as a point of departure, before a surprised audience. That was in the first term of the seminar, which was the last term of 1957. An account of the seminar, along with the graph provided here, was published at the time in the Bulletin de Psychologique. A structure is constitutive of the praxis known as psychoanalysis. This structure cannot be immaterial to an audience like the one here today, which is supposed to be philosophically sophisticated. The thesis that being a philosopher means being interested in what everyone is interested in without knowing it has the interesting peculiarity that its relevance does not imply that it can be settled either way. For it can only be settled if everyone becomes a philosopher. I am talking about its philosophical relevance, for that is, in the end, the schema Hegel gave us of history in the phenomenology of mind. Summarizing it in this way has the advantage of providing us with a mediation that is convenient for situating the subject, on the basis of a relationship to knowledge. It is also convenient for demonstrating the ambiguity of such a relationship. This same ambiguity is manifested by the effects of science in the contemporary universe. The scientist himself is a subject, one who is particularly qualified in his 6J2 constitution, as is shown by the fact that science did not come into the world all by itself. Its birth was not without vicissitudes, and was preceded by a number of failures, abortion or prematurity. Now this subject, who must know what he is doing, or so we presume, does not know what is already, in fact, of interest to everyone regarding the effects of science. Or so it would appear in the contemporary universe, where everyone finds himself at the same level as the scientist as far as this point of ignorance is concerned. In and of itself, this warrants our speaking of a subject of science, a notion to which an epistemology that can be said to display more pretension than success would like to measure up. Hence let it be noted here the entirely didactic reference I have made to Hegel in order to convey, for my analytic training purposes, where things stand regarding the question of the subject, such as psychoanalysis properly subverts it. What qualifies me to proceed along this path is obviously my experience of this praxis. What made me decide to do so, those who follow my work will attest to this, is a failure of theory coupled with abuses in its transmission, which, while presenting no danger to the praxis itself, result, in both cases, in a total absence of scientific status. To raise the question of the minimal conditions required for such a status was not perhaps an impertinent point of departure. It has turned out to lead a long way. I am not referring here to anything as broad in scope as a challenging of different societies' practices in particular, to the stockpile of conclusions I have been forced to draw in order to counter the notorious deviations in analytic praxis that claim to be genuinely psychoanalytic in England and America. What I will specifically try to define is subversion, and I apologize to this assembly, whose qualifications I mentioned earlier, for being unable to do more in its presence than elsewhere, namely, to take this assembly as such as the pivot of my demonstration, the onus being on me to justify taking such liberties with regard to it. Nevertheless, I shall take advantage of your kindness in assuming we agree that a science cannot be conditioned upon empiricism. Secondly, we encounter what has already been constituted, with a scientific label, by the name of psychology. Which I challenge precisely because, as I will show, the function of the subject, as inaugurated by Freudian experience, disqualifies from the outset what, going by the name psychology, merely perpetuates an academic framework, no matter how one dresses up its premises. 6J. Its criterion is the unity of the subject, which is one of the presuppositions of this sort of psychology. It should even be taken as symptomatic that this theme is ever more emphatically isolated, as if the return of a certain subject of consciousness connaissance were at stake, or as if the psychical had to obtain recognition as doubling the organism. Here we must take as exemplary the idea in which a whole body of traditional thought comes together in accrediting a term, state of consciousness, that is not without basis. Whether we're dealing with the states of enthusiasm described by Plato, the degrees of samadhi in Buddhism, or the experience, or loveness, one has under the influence of hallucinogens, it is important to know how much of this is authenticated by any theory. Authenticated in the register of what consciousness includes by way of connaturality. It is clear that Hegelian knowledge, in the logicizing of Hebung's sublation on which it is based, puts as little stock in these states as such as does modern science, which may recognize in them an object of experience, in the sense of an opportunity to define certain coordinates, but in no way an ascesis that could, so to speak, be epistemogenic or neuphoric. It is in this respect that reference to them is relevant to us. For I assume you are sufficiently informed about Freudian practice to realize that such states play no part in it, but what is not fully appreciated is the fact that this supposed depth psychology does not dream of using these states to obtain illumination, for example, or even assign any value to them along the path it sketches out. For that is why, though it is not stressed, Freud steers clear of hypnoid states, even when it comes to explaining the phenomena of hysteria. That is the amazing thing, Freud prefers the hysterics discourse to hypnoid states. What I have called fertile moments in my mapping of paranoiac knowledge connaissance is not a Freudian reference. I have some difficulty in getting across in a circle infatuated with the most incredible illogicality what it means to interrogate the unconscious as I do, that is, to the point at which it gives a reply that is not some sort of ravishment or takedown, but is rather a saying why. If we conduct the subject anywhere, it is to a deciphering which assumes that a sort of logic is already operative in the unconscious, a logic in which, for example, an interrogative voice or even the development of an argument can be recognized. The whole psychoanalytic tradition supports the view that the analyst's voice can intervene only if it enters at the right place, and that if it comes too early it merely produces a closing up. 6J4. In other words, a strain of psychoanalysis that is sustained by its allegiance to Freud cannot under any circumstances pass itself off as a rite of passage to some archetypal, or in any sense ineffable, experience. The day someone who is not simply a moron obtains a hearing for a view of this kind will be the day all limits will have been abolished. We are still a long way from that. Thus far we have merely broached our subject. For we must home in more precisely on what Freud himself articulates in his doctrine as constituting a Copernican step. For such a step to be constituted, is it enough that a privilege should be revoked in this case, the one that put the earth in the central place? Man's subsequent destitution from an analogous place due to the triumph of the idea of evolution gives one the sense that such revocation implies an advantage that is confirmed by its constancy. But can we be so sure this is an advantage or real progress? Does any 797 thing make it seem that the other truth, if we may so term revealed truth, has seriously suffered as a result? Don't we realize that, by exalting the center, heliocentrism is no less of a lure than seeing the earth as the center, and that the existence of the ecliptic probably provided a more stimulating model of our relations with truth, before it lost much of its interest when it was reduced to being no more than the earth-bowing ascent? In any case, it is not because of Darwin that men believe themselves to be any the less the best among the creatures, for it is precisely of this that he convinces them. The use of Copernicus' name as a reference has more hidden resources that touch specifically on what has already just slipped from my pen regarding our relation to the true, namely, the emergence of the ellipse as being not unworthy of the locus from which the so-called higher truths take their name. The revolution is no less important even though it concerns only celestial revolutions. From that point on, to dwell on it no longer means simply revoking some idiotic notion stemming from the religious tradition, which, as can be seen well enough, is none the worse for it, but rather of tying more closely together the regime of knowledge and the regime of truth. For if Copernicus' work, as others have remarked before me, is not as Copernican as we think it is because the doctrine of double truth continues to offer shelter to a knowledge that, up until then, it must be said, appeared to be quite content with that shelter. So here we are at the palpable border between truth and knowledge, and 6y5. It might be said, after all, that at first sight our science certainly seems to have readopted the solution of closing the border. Yet if the history of science's birth is still a sufficiently burning question for us to be aware that at that border something shifted at that time, it is perhaps here that psychoanalysis distinguishes itself by representing a new schism that occurred there. For let us re-examine from this angle the service we expect from Hegel's phenomenology, that of marking out an ideal solution, one that involves a permanent revisionism, so to speak, in which what is disturbing about truth is constantly being reabsorbed, truth being in itself but what is lacking in the realization of knowledge. The antinomy the scholastic tradition posited as principial is here taken to be resolved by virtue of being imaginary. Truth is nothing but what knowledge can learn that it knows merely by putting its ignorance to work. This is a real crisis, in which the imaginary is eliminated in engendering a new symbolic form, to use my own categories. This dialectic is convergent and proceeds to the conjuncture defined as absolute knowledge. As it is deduced, this conjuncture can only be the conjunction of the symbolic with the real, from which nothing more can be expected. What is this, if not a subject finalized in his self-identity? From which one can conclude that this subject is already perfect, ed. Here and is the fundamental hypothesis of the entire process. He is named, in effect, as the substratum of this process. He is called Selbstbewusstsein, the being of the conscious, wholly conscious self. Would that it were so. But the history of science itself, I mean of our science, since its inception, assuming we situate its first birth in Greek mathematics, presents itself, rather, in the form of deters that comply very little with this immanentism. And scientific theories, let us not be misled on this score by any resorption of the special theory of relativity into the general theory, do not, in any way, fit together according to the cis/antithesis/synthesis dialectic. Indeed, a number of creaks confusedly given voice to by the great minds responsible for some of the cardinal changes in physics remind us that, after all, it is elsewhere that the moment of truth must sound for this field of knowledge as for others. Why wouldn't we think that the astonishing indulgence science is showing toward psychoanalytic hype may be due to the theoretical hope psychoanalysis offers, a hope that is not merely the result of the prevailing confusion? I am not, of course, referring to the extraordinary lateral transference by 6J6, which psychology re-immerses its categories in psychoanalysis to reinvigorate its lowly purposes of social exploitation. For the reason already stated, I regard the fate of psychology as irremediably sealed. In any case, my two-pronged reference to Hegel's absolute subject and to science's abolished subject sheds the light necessary to accurately formulate Freud's dramatism, the return of truth to the field of science at the same time as it comes to the fore in the field of its praxis repressed, it reappears there. Who cannot see the distance that separates the unhappiness of consciousness which, however deeply ingrained it may be in Hegel's work, can still be said to be but the suspension of knowing from civilization's discontents in Freud's work, even if it is only in the inspiration of a sentence which is, as it were, disavowed, that Freud marks for us what, on reading it, cannot be articulated otherwise than the skewed relation that separates the subject from sex. There is nothing, then, in my approach to situating Freud that owes anything to the judicial astrology in which the psychologist is immersed. Nothing that proceeds on the basis of quality, much less of intensity, or of any phenomenology from which idealism may draw reassurance. In the Freudian field, the words notwithstanding, consciousness is a characteristic that is as obsolete to us in grounding the unconscious, for we cannot ground it on the negation of consciousness. That unconscious dates back to St. Thomas Aquinas, as affect is unsuited to play the role of the protopathic subject, since it is a function without a functionary. Starting with Freud, the unconscious becomes a chain of signifiers that repeats and insists somewhere, on another stage or in a different scene, as he wrote, interfering in the cuts offered it by actual discourse and the cogitation it informs. In this formulation, which is mine only in the sense that it conforms as closely to Freud's texts as to the experience they opened up. The crucial term is the signifier, revived from ancient rhetoric by modern linguistics, in a doctrine whose various stages I cannot trace here, but of which the names Ferdinand de Saussure and Roman Jakobson stand for its dawn and its present-day culmination, not forgetting that the pilot science of structuralism in the West has its roots in Russia, where formalism first flourished. Geneva 1910 and Petrograd 1920 suffice to explain why Freud did not have this particular instrument at his disposal. But this historically motivated lacuna makes all the more instructive the fact that the mechanisms described by Freud as those of the primary process, by which the unconscious is Gov. 677. Earned, correspond exactly to the functions the school of linguistics believes determine the most radical axes of the effects of language, namely metaphor and metonymy, in other words, the effects of the substitution and combination of signifiers in the synchronic and diachronic dimensions, respectively, 800 in which they appear in discourse. Once the structure of language is recognized in the unconscious, what sort of subject can we conceive of for it? In a concern for method, we can try to begin here with the strictly linguistic definition of slash as signifier, where it is nothing but the shifter asterisk or indicative that, qua grammatical subject of the statement, designates the subject insofar as he is currently speaking. That is to say, it designates the enunciating subject, but does not signify him. This is obvious from the fact that there may be no signifier of the enunciating subject in the statement, not to mention that there are signifiers that differ from I, and not only those that are inadequately called cases of the first person singular, even if we add that it can be lodged in the plural invocation or even in the self-soi of autosuggestion. I believe, for example, that I have detected the enunciating subject in the French signifier ne, said by grammarians to be expletive, a term that already prefigures the incredible opinion of those among the best who regard its form as subject to sheer whimsy. Would that the weight I give it make them think twice, before it not but become obvious they have missed the point. Avant tu ilne so it avre us New York comprenant rien take out that not but ne, and my enunciation loses its force as an attack, eliding me in the impersonal. Yet I fear that in this way they could not but come to vil me mais je cranes in chu ilsvl and vienant a me haner skip that not but n and its absence, toning down my alleged fear to declare my repugnance to a timid assertion, reduces the emphasis of my enunciation by situating me in the statement. But if I say Tuesday, kill, because they are killing me, where am I situating myself if not in the two on the basis of which I glare at them? Ro. Don't sulk, I am merely referring obliquely to what I am reluctant to cover over with the inevitable map of clinical work. Namely, the right way to answer the question who is speaking, when the subject of the unconscious is at stake. For the answer cannot come from him if he doesn't know what he is saying, or even that he is speaking, as all of analytic experience teaches us. Hence the place of the intersed interdit, constituted by the intrased intradit of a between two subjects, is the very place at which the 6J8 transparency of the classical subject divides, undergoing, as it does, the effects of fading asterisk that specify the Freudian subject due to its occultation by an ever purer signifier. May these effects lead us to the frontiers where slips of the tongue and jokes become indistinguishable in their collusion, or even where elision is so much more elusive in driving presence back to its lair, that we are astonished the hunt for Dasein hasn't made any more of it. Lest our hunt be in vain, we analysts must bring everything back to the cut qua function in discourse, the most significant being the cut that constitutes a bar between the signifier and the signified. Here we come upon the subject who interests us since, being bound up in signification, he seems to be lodging in the preconscious. This would lead us to the paradox of conceiving that discourse in an analytic session is worthwhile only insofar as it stumbles or even interrupts itself were not the session itself instituted as a break in a false discourse, that is, in what discourse realizes when it becomes empty as speech, when it is no more than the worn coinage Mallarmé speaks of that is passed from hand to hand in silence. The cut made by the signifying chain is the only cut that verifies the structure of the subject as a discontinuity in the real. If linguistics enables us to see the signifier as the determinant of the signified, analysis reveals the truth of this relationship by making holes in meaning the determinants of its discourse. This is the path by which an imperative can be fulfilled, the imperative Freud raised to the sublime stature of a pre-Socratic gnome in his formulation, wo es war, soil ich werden, which I have commented upon more than once, and which I am now going to inflect differently. I will limit myself to examining one step in its grammar, where it was. Idou sefuit. What does that mean? If it were but this $a backslash that might have been, to use the aoristic form, how to come to the same place in order to make myself be there, by stating it now. But the French translation says, la occatate. Let us take advantage of the distinct imperfect it provides. Where it was just now, where it was for a short while, between an extinction that is still glowing and an opening up that stumbles, slash can put come into being by disappearing from my statement di backslash. An enunciation that denounces itself, a statement that renounces itself, an ignorance that sweeps itself away, an opportunity that self-destructs what remains here if not the trace of what really must be in order to fall away from being. A dream related by Freud in his article, Formulations on the Two Principles of Mental Functioning, gives us a sentence, related to the pathos GJQ, with which the figure of a dead father returning as a ghost would be invested. He did not know he was dead too. I have already used this sentence to illustrate the subject's relation to the signifier through an enunciation that makes a human being tremble due to the vacillation that comes back to him from his own statement. If this figure of the dead father subsists only by virtue of the fact that one does not tell him the truth of which he is unaware, what then is the status of the slash on which this subsistence depends? He did not know. He was to know a bit later. Oh! May that never happen. May slash die rather than have him know. Yes, that's how I get there, where it was, to be who knew, thus, that slash was dead. Being of non-being, that is how slash comes on the scene as a subject who is conjugated with the double aporia of a veritable subsistence that is abolished by his knowledge, and by a discourse in which it is death that sustains existence. Will we weigh this being against the being Hegel as subject forged, Hegel being the subject who, regarding history, adopts the discourse of absolute knowledge? We recall that Hegel admitted to having experienced the temptation of madness. Isn't our path the one that overcomes that, by going right to the truth of the vanity of this discourse? I will not expound my doctrine on madness here. For I have included this eschatological excursion only to designate the gap that separates the two relations Freudian and Hegelian between the subject and knowledge. And to show that there is no surer root of these relations than the different ways in which the dialectic of desire is distinguished in them. For in Hegel's work it is desire begeared, that is given responsibility for the minimal link the subject must retain to antiquity's knowledge connaissance if truth is to be immanent in the realization of knowledge. The cunning of reason means that, from the outset and right to the end, the subject knows what he wants. It is here that Freud reopens the junction between truth and knowledge to the mobility out of which revolutions arise. In this respect, that desire becomes bound up at that junction with the other's desire, but that the desire to know lies in this loop. Freud's biologism has nothing to do with the preachy objection that wafts up to us from psychoanalytic headquarters. And you had to be made to experience the death instinct, which is held in such abomination there, to get on the true wavelength of Freud's biology. For to evade the death instinct in his doctrine is not to know his doctrine at all. 68.0. On the basis of the approach I have prepared for you, you should recognize in the metaphor of the return to the inanimate which Freud ascribes to every living body the margin beyond life that language assures the human being of due to the fact that he speaks, and which is precisely the margin where this being places in signifying position, not only those parts of his body that lend themselves to this because they are exchangeable, but the body itself. Thus it becomes apparent that the object's relation to the body can in no way be defined as based on a partial identification that would have to be totalized there, since, on the contrary, this object is the prototype of the body's signifierness as the human being's ante. Here I will take up the challenge made to me when people translate as instinct what Freud calls Trieb, which drive would seem to translate quite well into English, but which is avoided in the standard edition. In French, my last resort would be derive drift, if I were unable to give the bastardized term pulsion drive or urge its point of impact. And so I insist on promoting the idea that, whether grounded or not in biological observation, instinct among the modes of knowledge connaissance required by nature of living beings so that they satisfy its needs is defined as a kind of experiential knowledge connaissance we admire because it cannot become articulated knowledge un savoir. But in Freud's work something quite different is at stake, which is a savoir certainly, but one that doesn't involve the slightest connaissance, in that it is inscribed in a discourse of which the subject who, like the messenger slave of antiquity, carries under his hair the codicil that condemns him to death knows neither the meaning nor the text, nor in what language long it is written, nor even that it was tattooed on his shaven scalp while he was sleeping. This apology barely exaggerates just how little the unconscious has to do with physiology. This can be gauged by cross-checking the contribution made by psychoanalysis to physiology since its inception. Its contribution has been nil, even as far as the sexual organs are concerned. No amount of fabulation will prevail against this balance sheet. For, of course, psychoanalysis concerns the reality real of the body and of its imaginary mental schema. But to recognize their import in the perspective authorized by development, we must first realize that the more or less fragmented integrations that seem to account for the order of development, function first and foremost like elements of a heraldry of the body. This is confirmed by the use that is made of them in reading children's drawings. 681. This is the crux to which I shall return later of the paradoxical privilege the phallus continues to have in the unconscious dialectic, the theory of the part object not sufficing to explain it. Need I now say if one understands the kind of support I have sought in Hegel's work by which to criticize a degradation of psychoanalysis that is so inept that it has no other claim to fame than that of being contemporary, that it is inadmissible that I should be accused of having been lured by a purely dialectical exhaustion of being, and that I can but hold a particular philosopher 3 responsible for authorizing this misunderstanding? For far from giving myself over to some logicizing reduction where desire is at stake, I detect in desire's irreducibility to demand the very mainspring of what also prevents it from being reduced to need. To put it elliptically, it is precisely because desire is articulated that it is not articulable, by which I mean in the discourse that suits it, an ethical, not a psychological discourse. I must now lay out for you in much greater detail the topology that I have developed in my teaching over the past few years, that is, introduce a certain graph, which, I should indicate, also serves purposes other than the one I have in mind here, having been constructed and perfected quite explicitly in order to map out on its different levels the most broadly practical structure of the data of analytic experience. It will serve here to show where desire is situated in relation to a subject defined on the basis of his articulation by the signifier. Graph I. This is what might be called its elementary cell, see Graph 1. In it is articulated what I have called the button tie point decapitant / by which the signifier stops the otherwise indefinite sliding of signification. The signifying chain is assumed to be borne by the vector s.s. Without even going into the 682 subtleties of the negatively oriented direction in which its double intersection with the vector a occurs, only in this latter vector does one see the fish it hooks, a fish less suitable for representing what it withdraws from our grasp in its vigorous swimming than the intention that tries to drown it in the flood tide of pretext, namely, the reality that is imagined in the ethological schema of the return of need. The diachronic function of this button tie can be found in a sentence, insofar as a sentence closes its signification only with its last term, each term being anticipated in the construction constituted by the other terms and, inversely, sealing their meaning by its retroactive effect. But the synchronic structure is more hidden, and it is this structure that brings us to the beginning. It is metaphor insofar as the first attribution is constituted in it the attribution that promulgates the dog goes meow, the cat goes woof woof, by which, in one fell swoop, the child, by disconnecting the thing from its cry, raises the sign to the function of the signifier and reality to the sophistics of signification, and in his contempt for verisimilitude, makes necessary the verification of multiple objectifications of the same thing. 806. Does this possibility require the topology of a four corners game? This sort of question seems innocent enough, but it may give us some trouble if the subsequent construction must depend on it. I will spare you the stages by revealing directly the function of the 2 points of intersection in this elementary graph. See Graph 2. The first, labeled A, is the locus of the treasure trove of signifiers, which does not mean of the code, for the one-to-one correspondence between a sign and a thing is not preserved here, the signifier being constituted on the basis of a synchronic and countable collection in which none of the elements is sustained except through its opposition to each of the others. The second, labeled J, A, is what may be called the punctuation, in which signification ends as a finished product. Let us observe the dissymmetry between the one, which is a locus, a place, rather than a space, and the other, which is a moment, a scansion, rather than a duration. Both are related to the offer to the signifier that is constituted by the hole in the reel, the one as a hollow for concealment, the other as drilling toward a way out. The subject's submission to the signifier, which occurs in the circuit that goes from S, A, to A and back from A to J, A, is truly a circle, inasmuch as the assertion that is established in it being unable to close on anything but its own scansion, in other words, failing an act in which it would find its sphere. 683. Tainty refers back only to its own anticipation in the composition of the signifies, which is in itself meaningless insignifiant. To be possible, the squaring of this circle only requires the completeness of the signifying battery installed in A, henceforth symbolizing the other's locus. This allows us to see that this other is but the pure subject of modern game strategy, and is as such perfectly accessible to the calculation of conjecture in the sense that the real subject, in making his own calculations, need not take into account any so-called subjective, in the usual, that is, psychological, sense of the term, aberration, but only the inscription of a combinatory whose combinations may be exhaustively enumerated. This squaring of the circle is nevertheless impossible, but solely because the subject constitutes himself only by subtracting himself from it and by decompleting it essentially, such that he must, at one and the same time, count himself here and function only as a lac here. The other, as preliminary side of the pure subject of the signifier, occupies the key matrix position here, even before coming into existence here as absolute master, to use Hegel's term, with and against him. For what is omitted in the platitude of modern information theory is the fact that one cannot even speak of a code without it already being the other's code. Something quite different is at stake in the message, since the subject constitutes himself on the basis of the message, such that he receives from the other even the message he himself sends. Thus the notations A and S, A, are justified. Code messages and message codes separate out into pure forms in the psychotic subject, the subject who makes do with this preliminary other alone. Observe, as an aside, that this other, distinguished as the locus of speech, nevertheless emerges as truth's witness. Without the dimension it constitutes, the deceptiveness of speech would be indistinguishable from the feint, which, in fighting or sexual display, is nevertheless quite different. Deployed in imaginary capture, the feint is integrated into the play of approach and retreat that constituted the first dance, in which these two vital situations find their scansion, and the partners who fall into step with it find what I will dare to write as their dancity. Moreover, animals show that they are capable of such behavior when they are being hunted down. They manage to throw their pursuers off the scent by briefly going in one direction as a lure and then changing direction. This can go so far as to suggest on the part of game animals the nobility of honoring the parrying found in the hunt. But an animal does not feign feigning. It does not make tracks whose deceptiveness lies in getting them to be taken as false, when in fact they are true, that is, tracks that indicate the right trail. No more than it effaces its tracks, which would already be tantamount to making itself the subject of the signifier. 684. All this has been articulated only in a confused way by philosophers who are nevertheless professional. But it is clear that speech begins only with the passage from the feint to the order of the signifier, and that the signifier requires another locus, the locus of the other as witness, the witness who is other than any of the partners for the speech borne by the signifier to be able to lie, that is, to posit itself as truth. 808. Thus truth draws its guarantee from somewhere other than the reality it concerns, it draws it from speech. Just as it is from speech that truth receives the mark that instates it in a fictional structure. The first words spoken decree, legislate, aphorize, and are an oracle, they give the real other its obscure authority. Take just one signifier as an insignia of this omnipotence, that is, of this holy potential power, of this birth of possibility, and you have the unary trait which, filling in the invisible mark the subject receives from the signifier, alienates the subject in the first identification that forms the ego ideal. This is inscribed by the notation 1a, which I must substitute, at this stage, for $, the barred s of the negatively oriented vector, moving $, from the vector's endpoint to its starting point, see graph 2. Graph 2. 1a, $. This is a retroversion effect by which the subject, at each stage, becomes what he was, to be, 8 before that, and he will have been is only announced in the future perfect tense. Here arises the ambiguity of a misrecognizing that is essential to knowing myself / unmecanatra essential omiconatra. For, in this rear view, all the subject can be sure of is the anticipated image which he had caught of himself in his mirror coming to meet him. I won't go back over the function of my mirror stage here, the first strategic point I developed as an objection to the supposedly autonomous ego in favor in psychoanalytic. 685. Theory, whose academic restoration justified the mistaken proposal to strengthen the ego in a type of treatment diverted thereafter toward successful adaptation, a phenomenon of mental abdication tied to the aging of the psychoanalytic group in the diaspora owing to the war, and the reduction of an eminent practice to a good housekeeping seal of approval attesting to its suitability to the American way of life. Asterisk 4. Be that as it may, what the subject finds in this altered image of his body is the paradigm of all the forms of resemblance that will cast a shade of hostility onto the world of objects, by projecting onto them the avatar of his narcissistic image, which, from the jubilation derived from encountering it in the mirror, becomes in confronting his semblables the outlet for his most intimate aggressiveness. It is this image that becomes fixed. This is the ideal ego from the point at which the subject fixates as ego ideal. The ego is thus a function of mastery, a game of bearing, and constituted rivalry. In the capture it undergoes due to its imaginary nature, the ego masks its duplicity, that is, consciousness, in which the ego assures itself an indisputable existence. A naivete that is displayed in Fenelon's work, is in no way immanent in the ego, but rather transcendent, since consciousness is based on the ego ideal as unary trait. The Cartesian cogito does not fail to recognize this. 5. As a result, the transcendental ego itself is relativized, implicated as it is in the misrecognition in which the ego's identifications originate. This imaginary process, which goes from the specular image to the constitution of the ego along the path of subjectification by the signifier, is signified in my graph by the I.A.M vector, which is one way but doubly articulated, first as a short circuit of the $I.A vector, and second as a return root of the A.J.A vector. This shows that the ego is only completed by being articulated not as the slash of discourse, but as a metonymy of its signification, what de Muret and Pichon take as the filled-out person, as opposed to the ethereal person, the latter being no other than the function I designated earlier as that of the shifter asterisk. The promotion of consciousness as essential to the subject in the historical aftermath of the Cartesian cogito is indicative, to my mind, of a misleading emphasis on the transparency of the slash in action at the expense of the opacity of the signifier that determines it, and the slippage by which Bewusstsein serves to cover over the confusion of the Selbst actually reveals, in the phenomenology of mind, that the reason for Hegel's error lies in his rigor. The very movement that shifts the axis of the phenomenon of mind toward the imaginary relation to the other, that is, to the semblable connoted by a lowercase a, brings its effect to light, namely, the aggressiveness that 686 becomes the balance arm of the scales around which the equilibrium of semblable to semblable decomposes in the relationship between master and slave, a relationship that is replete with all the cunning tricks by which Arié-sun advances its impersonal reign. Regarding this slavery that inaugurates the roads to freedom a myth rather than an actual genesis, no doubt I can point here to what it hides precisely because I have revealed what it hides as no one had before. The struggle that gives rise to the slavery is rightly called a struggle of pure prestige, and what is at stake, life itself, is well suited to echo the danger of the generic prematurity of birth, which Hegel was unaware of, and which I have situated as the dynamic mainspring of specular capture. But death, precisely because it is dragged into the stakes, making this a more honest wager than Pascal's, though Hegel's too is a poker game, since limits are placed on how high the bid can be raised, simultaneously shows what is elided by a preliminary rule as well as by the final settlement. For, in the final analysis, the loser must not perish if he is to become a slave. In other words, a pact always precedes violence before perpetuating it, and what I call the symbolic dominates the imaginary, allowing us to wonder whether or not murder really is the absolute master. For it is not enough to decide the question on the basis of its effect, death. We need to know which death, 6, the one that life brings or the one that brings life. Without criticizing the Hegelian dialectic for what it leaves out, the lack of a bond that would keep the society of masters together was pointed out long ago. I simply wish to stress what, on the basis of my own experience, strikes me as blatantly symptomatic in it, that is, as indicative of repression. 811. This is clearly the theme of the cunning of reason, whose seductiveness is in no wise lessened by the error I pointed out above. The work, Hegel tells us, to which the slave submits in giving up jouissance out of fear of death, is precisely the path by which he achieves freedom. There can be no more obvious lure than this, politically or psychologically. Jouissance comes easily to the slave, and it leaves work in serfdom. The cunning of reason is a seductive notion because it echoes a well-known individual myth characteristic of obsessives, obsessive structure being known to be common among the intelligentsia. But even if someone in this category avoids the professor's bad faith, he cannot easily deceive himself that his work will grant him access to jouissance. Paying truly unconcise homage to the story as written by Hegel, he often finds his alibi in the death of the master. But what of this death? He quite simply waits for it. In fact, it is from the other's locus where he situates himself that he falls 68j. Lows the game, thus eliminating all risk to himself, especially the risk of a joust in a self-consciousness for which death is but a joke. I say this so that philosophers will not believe they can minimize the importance of the eruption constituted by what Freud said about desire. And this on the pretext that demand, along with the effects of frustration, has buried everything that trickles down to them from a practice which has degenerated into an educative banality that is no longer even redeemed by its laziness. Yes, the enigmatic traumas of the Freudian discovery are now considered to be merely suppressed cravings. Psychoanalysis is nourished by the observation of children and by the childishness of the observations. Let us skip the reports thus generated, edifying as they all are, and devoid, as they all are now, of the slightest hint of humor. Their authors are now far too concerned with obtaining a respectable position to leave any room for the irremediable ludicrousness the unconcise owes to its roots in language. Yet it is impossible, for those who claim that discordance is introduced into the needs assumed to exist at the subject's origins by the way demand is received, to neglect the fact that there is no demand that does not in some respect pass through the defile of the signifier. And while the somatic anank of man's inability to move, much less be self-sufficient, for some time after birth provides grounds for a psychology 812 of dependence, how can that psychology elide the fact that this dependence is maintained by a universe of language? Indeed, needs have been diversified and geared down by and through language to such an extent that their import appears to be of a quite different order, whether we are dealing with the subject or politics. In other words, to such an extent that these needs have passed over into the register of desire, with everything it forces us to face in this new experience of ours. The age-old paradoxes desire has created for moralists and the mark of the infinite that theologians find in it, not to mention the precariousness of its status, as expressed in its most recent form by Sartre: desire, a useless passion. What psychoanalysis shows us about desire in what might be called its most natural function, since the survival of the species depends on it, is not only that it is subjected, in its agency, its appropriation, and even its very normality, to the accidents of the subject's history, the notion of trauma as contingency, but also that all this requires the assistance of structural elements which, in order to intervene, can do very well without these accidents. The inharmonious, unexpected, and recalcitrant impact of these elements certainly seems to leave to the experience of desire in its most natural funk. 688. A residue that drove Freud to admit that sexuality had to bear the mark of some hardly natural flaw. We would be mistaken if we thought that the Freudian Oedipus myth puts an end to theology on the matter. For the myth does not confine itself to working the puppet of sexual rivalry. It would be better to read in it what Freud requires us to contemplate using his coordinates, for they boil down to the question with which he himself began: what is a father? It is the dead father, Freud replies, but no one hears him, and it is regrettable that, due to the mere fact that Lacan takes it up again under the heading of the name of the father, a situation that is hardly scientific should still deprive him of his normal audience. 813. Yet analytic reflection has vaguely revolved around the problematic misrecognition of the function of the sire among certain primitive peoples, and psychoanalysts rallying round the contraband flag of culturalism have even argued about the forms of an authority about which it cannot even be said that any branch of anthropology has provided a definition of any importance. Will we wait until we are confronted with a practice, which may in the course of time become standard practice, of artificially inseminating women who are at odds with phallicism with the sperm of some great man, before we deign to pronounce a verdict on the paternal function? Yet the Oedipal show cannot run indefinitely in forms of society that are losing the sense of tragedy to an ever greater extent. Let us begin with the conception of the other as the locus of the signifier. No authoritative statement has any other guarantee here than its very enunciation, since it would be pointless for the statement to seek it in another signifier, which could in no way appear outside that locus. I formulate this by saying that there is no meta-language that can be spoken, or, more aphoristically, that there is no other of the other. And when the legislator, he who claims to lay down the law, comes forward to make up for this, he does so as an impostor. But the law itself is not an impostor, nor is he who authorizes his actions on its basis. The fact that the father may be regarded as the original representative of the law's authority requires us to specify by what privileged mode of presence he sustains himself beyond the subject who is led to really occupy the place of the other, namely, the mother. The question is thus pushed back a step. It will seem strange that in opening up here the incommensurate space. 689. All demand implies, since it is a request for love, I didn't allow for more making and debating on this point. And that instead I focused it on what closes shy of it, due to the same effect of demand, to truly create the place of desire. Indeed, it is quite simply, and I am going to say in what sense, as the other's desire that man's desire takes shape, though at first only retaining a subjective opacity in order to represent need in it. I will now explain in what way this opacity in some sense constitutes the substance of desire. Desire begins to take shape in the margin in which demand rips away from need, this margin being the one that demand whose appeal can be unconditional only with respect to the other opens up in the guise of the possible gap need may give rise to here, because it has no universal satisfaction. This is called anxiety. A margin which, as linear as it may be, allows its vertiginous character to appear, provided it is not trampled by the elephantine feet of the other's whimsy. Nevertheless, It is this whimsy that introduces the phantom of omnipotence, not of the subject, but of the other, in which the subject's demand is instated. It's about time this idiotic cliché was, once and for all parties, put in its place, and with this phantom, the necessity that the other be bridled by the law. But I will stop here again in order to return to the status of desire, which presents itself as independent of the law's mediation, because law originates in desire owing to the fact that, by an odd symmetry, desire reverses the unconditionality of the demand for love, in which the subject remains subjected to the other, in order to raise it to the power of an absolute condition, in which absolute also implies detachment. Given the advantage won over the anxiety related to need, this detachment is successful right from its humblest mode, that in which it was glimpsed by a certain psychoanalyst in his work with children, which he called the transitional object, in other words, the shred of blanket or beloved shard the child's lips or hands never stop touching. This is, frankly, no more than an emblem. Representation's representative in the absolute condition is in its proper place in the unconscious, where it causes desire in accordance with the structure of fantasy I will extract from it. For it is clear here that man's continued nescience of his desire is not so much nescience of what he demands, which may after all be isolated, as nescience of whence he desires. This is where my formulation that the unconscious is, the discourse about the other discours de votre / fits in which the de should be under. 6 go. Stood in the sense of the Latin de, objective determination de alio in oratione, you completed, toi residential adjutor. But we must also add that man's desire is the other's desire, le désir de vie hum est le désir de votre / in which the de provides what grammarians call a subjective determination, namely, that it is qua other that man desires. This is what provides the true scope of human passion. 815 This is why the other's question, la question de votre / that comes back to the subject from the place from which he expects an oracular reply which takes some such form as che veux, what do you want, is the question that best leads the subject to the path of his own desire, assuming that, thanks to the know-how of a partner known as a psychoanalyst, he takes up that question, even without knowing it, in the following form: what does he want from me? Graph 3. 1. A. $. It is this superimposed level of structure that will nudge my graph, see Graph 3, toward its completed form, inserting itself there first like the outline of a question mark planted in the circle of the capital A, for other, symbolizing the question it signifies with a disconcerting collineation. Of what bottle is this the opener? Of what answer is it the signifier, the master key? It should be noted that a clue may be found in the clear alienation that leaves it up to the subject to butt up against the question of his essence, in that he may 691. Not misrecognize that what he desires presents itself to him as what he does not want, a form assumed by negation in which misrecognition is inserted in a very odd way, the misrecognition, of which he himself is unaware, by which he transfers the permanence of his desire to an ego that is nevertheless obviously intermittent, and, inversely, protects himself from his desire by attributing to it these very intermittences. Of course, one may be surprised by the extent of what is accessible to self-consciousness, on the condition that one has learned it through another channel. Which is certainly the case here. For if we are to rediscover the pertinence of all this, a sufficiently sophisticated study, that can only be situated in the context of analytic experience, must enable us to complete the structure of fantasy by essentially linking here, regardless of its occasional ions, the moment of a fading asterisk or eclipse of the sub-816 ject, which is closely tied to the spaltung or splitting he undergoes due to his subordination to the signifier to the condition of an object, whose privilege I have done no more than touch on above in reference to diachrony. This is what is symbolized by the abbreviation, $0a, which I have introduced as an algorithm, and it is no accident that it breaks the phonemic element constituted by the signifying unit right down to its literal atom. For it is designed to allow for 101 different readings, a multiplicity that is acceptable as long as what is said about it remains grounded in its algebra. This algorithm and the analogues of it used in the graph in no way contradict what I said earlier about the impossibility of a metalanguage. They are not transcendent signifiers, they are indices of an absolute signification, a notion which will, I hope, seem appropriate to the condition of fantasy without further commentary. The graph shows that desire adjusts to fantasy as posited in this way like the ego does in relation to the body image, but the graph also shows the inversion of the misrecognitions on which the one and the other are based, respectively. Thus closes the imaginary path, by which I must come into being in analysis, where the unconscious was, to be, itself. Let us say, borrowing the metaphor used by de Muret and Pichon about the grammatical ego and applying it to a subject to which it is better suited, that fantasy is really the stuff of the / that is primally repressed, because it can be indicated only in the fading asterisk of enunciation. Indeed, our attention is now drawn to the subjective status of the signifying chain in the unconscious, or, better, in primal repression, Überdressigung. In my deduction, it is easier to understand why it was necessary to investigate the function on which the subject of the unconscious is based, because we realize that it is difficult to designate that subject anywhere as subject of a $6.2 statement, and therefore as articulating it when he does not even know he is speaking. Hence the concept of the drive, in which the subject is designated on the basis of a pinpointing that is organic, oral, anal, and so on, which satisfies the requirement that the more he speaks, the further he is from speaking. 817 Complete graph. S. A. JK$OD, JJaurisons /R_Y, \castration, $0 A, YJD. JFS, A, JF_A / signifier / voice M /A / 1, A, $. But while my complete graph allows us to situate the drive as the treasure trove of signifiers, its notation, $0D, maintains its structure by linking it to diachrony. The drive is what becomes of demand when the subject vanishes from it. It goes without saying that demand also disappears, except that the cut remains, for the latter remains present in what distinguishes the drive from the organic function it inhabits, namely, its grammatical artifice, so manifest in the reversals of its articulation with respect to both source and object. Freud is a veritable wellspring on this point. The very delimitation of the erogenous zone that the drive isolates from the function's metabolism, the act of devouring involves organs other than the mouth, just ask Pavlov's dog, is the result of a cut that takes advantage of the anatomical characteristic of a margin or border, the lips, the enclosure of the teeth, the rim of the anus, the penile groove, the vagina, and the slit formed by the eyelids, not to mention the hollow of the ear. I am avoiding going into embryological detail here. Respiratory erogeneity has been little studied, but it is obviously through spasms that it comes into play. Let us note that this characteristic of the cut is no less obviously prevalent. 693. In the object described by analytic theory, the mamilla, the feces, the phallus, as an imaginary object, and the urinary flow. An unthinkable list, unless we add, as I do, the phoneme, the gaze, the voice, and the nothing. For isn't it plain to see that the characteristic of being partial, rightly emphasized in objects, is applicable not because these objects are part of a total object, which the body is assumed to be, but because they only partially represent the function that produces them? A common characteristic of these objects as I formulate them is that they have no specular image, in other words, no alterity. 8. This is what allows them to be the stuff, or, better put, the lining without, nevertheless, being the flip side of the very subject people take to be the subject of consciousness. For this subject, who thinks he can accede to himself by designating himself in the statement, is nothing but such an object. Ask someone with writer's block about the anxiety he experiences and he will tell you who the turd is in his fantasy. It is to this object that cannot be grasped in the mirror that the specular image lends its clothes. A substance caught in the net of shadow, and which, robbed of its shadow-swelling volume, holds out once again the tired lure of the shadow as if it were substance. What the graph now offers us is situated at the point at which every signifying chain takes pride in closing its signification. If we are to expect such an effect from unconscious enunciation, it is here in S, dollar, and read as, signifier of a lack in the other, a lack inherent in the other's very function as the treasure trove of signifiers. And this is so insofar as the other is called upon to answer for the value of this treasure, that is, to answer for its place in the lower chain certainly, but with the signifiers constitutive of the upper chain, in other words, in terms of the drive. The lack at stake is one I have already formulated, that there is no other of the other. But is this characteristic of truth's faithlessness really the last word worth giving in answer to the question, what does the other want from me? When we analysts are its mouthpiece? Surely not, and precisely because there is nothing doctrinal about our role. We need not answer for any ultimate truth, and certainly not for or against any particular religion. It is already significant that I had to situate here in S, the dead father in the Freudian myth. But a myth is nothing if it props up no rights, and psychoanalysis is not the Oedipal right, a point to be expanded on later. No doubt a corpse is a signifier, but Moses' tomb is as empty for Freud as Christ's was for Hegel. Abraham revealed his mystery to neither of them. For my part, I will begin with what the abbreviation S, articulates, being first of all a signifier. My definition of the signifier, there is no other. $94. Is as follows: a signifier is what represents the subject to another signifies. This latter signifier is therefore the signifier to which all the other signifiers represent the subject, which means that if the signifier is missing, all the other signifiers represent nothing. For something is only represented to. Now insofar as the battery of signifiers is, it is complete, and this signifier can only be a line that is drawn from its circle without being able to be counted in it. This can be symbolized by the inherence of (-1) in the set of signifiers. It is, as such, unpronounceable, but its operation is not, for the latter is what occurs whenever a proper name is pronounced. Its statement is equal to its signification. Hence, by calculating the signification according to the algebra I use, namely, S, signifier, equals S, the statement, S, signified. With S-1, we find, S equals VL. This is what the subject is missing in thinking he is exhaustively accounted for by his cogito. He is missing what is unthinkable about him. But where does this being, who appears in some way missing from the sea of proper names, come from? We cannot ask this question of the subject qua/. He is missing everything he needs in order to know the answer, since if this subject, / was dead moi jaeteus mort, he would not know it, as I said earlier. Thus he does not know if am alive. How, therefore, will / prove it to myself? For I can, at most, prove to the other that he exists, not, of course, with the proofs of the existence of God with which the centuries have killed him, but by loving him, a solution introduced by the Christian kerygma. It is, in any case, too precarious a solution for us to even think of using it to circumvent our problem, namely, what am I? I am in the place from which the universe is a flaw in the purity of non-being is vociferated. And not without reason, for, by protecting itself, this place makes being itself languish. This place is called jouissance, and it is jouissance whose absence would render the universe vain. Am I responsible for it, then? Yes, of course. Is this jouissance, the lack of 820 which makes the other inconsistent, mine, then? Experience proves that it is usually forbidden me, not only, as certain fools would have it, due to bad 6G5 societal arrangements, but, I would say, because the other is to blame if he was to existate, that is. But since he doesn't exist, all that's left for me is to place the blame on / that is, to believe in what experience leads us all to Freud at the head of the list, original sin. For even if we did not have Freud's express and sorrowful avowal, the fact remains that the myth we owe to him, the most recent in history, is of no more use than the myth of the forbidden fruit, except for the fact, and this is not one of its assets as a myth, that, being more succinct, it is considerably less stultifying. But what is not a myth, although Freud formulated it just as early on as he formulated the Oedipus myth, is the castration complex. In the castration complex we find the mainspring of the very subversion I am trying to articulate here by means of its dialectic. For this complex, which was unknown as such until Freud introduced it into the formation of desire, can no longer be ignored in any reflection on the subject. In psychoanalysis it seems that, rather than attempting to carry its articulation further, people have deliberately avoided providing any explanation of it. Which is why this great Samson-like body has been reduced to providing grist for the mill of the Philistines of general psychology. Certainly there is a bone, R.O.S. here. Since it is precisely what I am claiming, namely, what structures the subject, it essentially constitutes in the subject the gap that all thought has avoided, skipped over, circumvented, or stopped up whenever thought apparently succeeds in sustaining itself circularly, whether the thought be dialectical or mathematical. This is why I am given to guiding my students to the places where logic is disconcerted by the disjunction that breaks through from the imaginary to the symbolic, not in order to indulge in the paradoxes that are thus generated, or in some supposed crisis in thought, but, on the contrary, to redirect their fake shine to the gap they designate, which I always find quite simply edifying, and above all to try to create a method from a sort of calculus whose very inappropriateness would flush out the secret. Such is the phantom known as the cause, which I have pursued in the purest symbolization of the imaginary through the alternation from the sim 821 iler to the dissimilar. 9. Let us observe carefully, therefore, what it is that objects to conferring on my signifier s, the meaning of mana or of any such term. It is the fact that we cannot be satisfied to explain it on the basis of the poverty of the social fact, even if the latter were traced back to some supposedly total fact. Claude Lévi-Strauss, commenting on Mauss' work, no doubt wished to see in mana the effect of a zero symbol. But it seems that what we are dealing with in our case is rather the signifier of the lack of this zero symbol. This is 696. Why, at the risk of incurring a certain amount of opprobrium, I have indicated how far I have gone in distorting mathematical algorithms in my own use of them. For example, my use of the symbol, VL, also written I in the theory of complex numbers, can obviously be justified only if I give up any claim to its being able to be used automatically in subsequent operations. We must keep in mind that jouissance is prohibited interdite to whoever speaks, as such, or, put differently, it can only be said /dite/ between the lines by whoever is a subject of the law, since the law is founded on that very prohibition. Indeed, were the law to give the order, jouissel enjoy, or come, the subject could only reply j'wis I hear, in which the jouissance would no longer be anything but understood sous-entendu. But it is not the law itself that bars the subject's access to jouissance, it simply makes a barred subject out of an almost natural barrier. For it is pleasure that sets limits to jouissance, pleasure as what binds incoherent life together, until another prohibition, this one being unchallengeable, arises from the regulation that Freud discovered as the primary process and relevant law of pleasure. It has been said that in this discovery Freud merely followed the course already being pursued by the science of his time, nay, a long-standing tradition. To appreciate the true audacity of his step, we have only to consider his reward, which was not long in coming, the stalemate regarding the heteroclite nature of the castration complex. 822. The latter is the sole indication of this jouissance in its infinitude, which brings with it the mark of its prohibition, and which requires a sacrifice in order to constitute this mark, the sacrifice implied in the same act as that of choosing its symbol, the phallus. This choice is allowed because the phallus, that is, the image of the penis, is negativized where it is situated in the specular image. That is what predestines the phallus to give body to jouissance in the dialectic of desire. We must distinguish, therefore, between the principle of sacrifice, which is symbolic, and the imaginary function which is devoted to it, but which veils the principle at the same time that it gives it its instrument. The imaginary function is the one Freud formulated as governing object cathexis as narcissistic. I came back to this myself when I showed that the specular image is the channel taken by the transfusion of the body's libido toward the object. But insofar as a part remains preserved from this immersion, concentrating in itself the most intimate aspect of autoeroticism, its position as a pointy extremity in the form predisposes it to the fantasy of its 6gy. Falling off in which its exclusion from the specular image is completed as is the prototype it constitutes for the world of objects. It is thus that the erectile organ not as itself, or even as an image, but as a part that is missing in the desired image comes to symbolize the place of jouissance. This is why the erectile organ can be equated with the V-L, the symbol of the signification produced above, of the jouissance it restores by the coefficient of its statement to the function of a missing signifier, -1. If it serves to tie together in this way the prohibition of jouissance, it is nevertheless not for reasons of form, but because the supersession of these reasons signifies what reduces all coveted jouissance to the brevity of autoeroticism. The pathways that are altogether traced out by the anatomical conformation of speaking beings, namely, the further perfected hand of the monkey, have not, in effect, been disdained in a certain philosophical ascesis as pathways of a wisdom that has incorrectly been termed cynical. Certain individuals in our times, obsessed no doubt by this memory, have suggested to me that Freud himself belongs to the tradition of bodily techniques, as Mauss calls it. The fact remains that analytic experience demonstrates the original character of the guilt generated by such practices. Guilt that is related to the reminder of the jouissance that is not found in the service rendered to the real organ, and consecration of the signifier's imaginary function of prohibiting objects. Indeed, this is the radical function for which a wilder analytic era found more accidental causes, due to education, just as it reinterpreted the other forms in which it took an interest, to its credit of sanctification of the organ, circumcision, as traumas. The shift of QP, lowercase phi, as phallic image from one side to the other of the equation between the imaginary and the symbolic renders it positive in any case, even if it fills a lack. Although it props up, -1, it becomes O, capital Phi, there, the symbolic phallus that cannot be negativized, the signifier of jouissance. And it is this characteristic of O that explains both the particularities of women's approach to sexuality, and what makes the male sex the weaker sex with regard to perversion. I will not take up perversion here, inasmuch as it barely accentuates the function of desire in man, insofar as desire institutes the dominance in the privileged place of jouissance of objecta in fantasy, which desire substitutes for L perversion adds to that a recuperation of QP that would scarcely seem original if it did not concern the other as such in a very particular way. Only my formula for fantasy allows us to bring out the fact that the subject here makes himself the instrument of the other's jouissance. $98. It is of more concern to philosophers to grasp the relevance of this formula in the case of the neurotic, precisely because the neurotic skews it. Indeed, the neurotic, whether hysteric, obsessive, or, more radically, phobic, is the one who identifies the other's lack with the other's demand, O with D. Consequently, the other's demand takes on the function of the object in the neurotic's fantasy, that is, his fantasy. My formulas make it possible to realize this immediately, is reduced to the drive, $0. This is why it was possible to catalogue all the neurotic's drives. But the prevalence given by the neurotic to demand, which, in an analytic movement opting for facility, shifted the whole treatment toward the handling of frustration, hides the anxiety induced in him by the other's desire, anxiety that cannot be misrecognized when it is covered over by the phobic object alone, but which is more difficult to understand in the case of the other two neuroses when one is not in possession of the thread that makes it possible to posit fantasy as the other's desire. Once we posit this, we find fantasy's two terms split apart, as it were, the first, in the case of the obsessive, inasmuch as he negates the other's desire, forming his fantasy in such a way as to accentuate the impossibility of the subject vanishing; the second, in the case of the hysteric, inasmuch as desire is sustained in fantasy only by the lack of satisfaction, the hysteric brings desire by slipping away as its object. These features are confirmed by the obsessive's fundamental need to be the other's guarantor, and by the faithlessness of hysterical intrigue. In fact, the image of the ideal father is a neurotic's fantasy. Beyond the mother demands real other, whose desire, that is, her desire, we wish she would tone down, stands out the image of a father who would turn a blind eye to desires. This marks more than it reveals the true function of the father, which is fundamentally to unite, and not to oppose, a desire to the law. The father the neurotic wishes for is clearly the dead father, that is plain to see. But he is also a father who would be the perfect master of his desire, which would be just as good, as far as the subject is concerned. This is one of the stumbling blocks the analyst must avoid, and the crux of the interminable aspect of transference. It is why a calculated vacillation of the analyst's neutrality may be more valuable to a hysteric than any number of interpretations, provided, of course, that the fright this risks bringing about in the patient does not lead to a breaking off of the analysis, and that the analysand is convinced by what follows that the analyst's desire was in no way involved in the matter. This, of course, is not a recommendation regarding technique, but a perspective on %. The question of the analyst's desire for those who could not otherwise have any notion of it, how the analyst must safeguard the imaginary dimension of his non-mastery and necessary imperfection for the other, is as important a matter to deal with as the deliberate reinforcement in the analyst of his nescience regarding each subject who comes to him for analysis, of an ever-renewed ignorance, so that no one is considered a typical case. To return to fantasy, let us say that the pervert imagines he is the other in order to ensure his own jouissance, and that this is what the neurotic reveals when he imagines he is a pervert in his case, to ensure control over the other. This explains the supposed perversion at the crux of neurosis. Perversion is in the neurotic's unconscious in the guise of the other's fantasy. But this does not mean that the pervert's unconscious is right out in the open. He, too, defends himself in his desire in his own way. For desire is a defense against going beyond a limit in jouissance. In its structure as I have defined it, fantasy contains, p, the imaginary function of castration, in a hidden form that can switch from one of its terms to the other. That is to say, like a complex number, it alternatively imaginarizes, if you will allow me this term, one of these terms in relation to the other. Included in objecta is agalma, the inestimable treasure that Alcibiades declares is contained in the rustic box the figure of Socrates is to him. But let us note that a minus sign is attributed to it. It is because Alcibiades has not seen Socrates. Permit me to follow Plato here, who does not spare us the details that Alcibiades the seducer exalts in Socrates the agalma, the marvel that he would have liked Socrates to cede to him by avowing his desire. Alcibiades' subjective division, which he carries within him, shines through quite clearly on this occasion. Such is woman concealed behind her veil, it is the absence of the penis that makes her the phallus, the object of desire. Evoke this absence in a more precise way by having her wear a cute fake one under a fancy dress, and you, or rather she, will have plenty to tell us about. The effect is 100% guaranteed, for men who don't beat around the bush, that is. Thus by exhibiting his own object as castrated, Alcibiades flaunts the fact that he is imbued with desire, a fact that does not escape Socrates' attention for someone else who is present, agathon. Socrates, as the precursor of psychoanalysis, and confident of his position at this fashionable gathering, does not hesitate to name agathon as the transference object, bringing to light through an interpretation a fact that many analysts are still unaware of, that the love-hate effect in the psychoanalytic situation is found outside of it. But Alcibiades is by no means a neurotic. In fact, it is because he is the 700 epitome of desirousness, and a man who pursues jouissance as far as possible, that he can thus, though with the help of an instrumental drunkenness, produce before everyone's eyes the central articulation of the transference, when in the presence of the object adorned with its sparkle. The fact remains that he projected onto Socrates the ideal of the perfect master, that he completely imaginarized Socrates through the action of Cupid. In the case of the neurotic, Cupid slips under the dollar in fantasy, favoring the imagination that is characteristic of him, that of the ego. For the neurotic underwent imaginary castration at the outset, it sustains the strong ego that is his, so strong, one might say, that his proper name bothers him, so strong that deep down the neurotic is nameless. Yes, it is behind this ego, which certain analysts choose to strengthen still more, that the neurotic hides the castration he denies. But, contrary to appearances, he cleaves to this castration. What the neurotic does not want, and what he strenuously refuses to do until the end of his analysis, is to sacrifice his castration to the other's jouissance, by allowing it to serve the other. And, of course, he is not wrong, for although, deep down, he feels he is the most vain thing in existence, a want to be, or a one too many, why would he sacrifice his difference, anything but that, to the jouissance of an other, which, let us not forget, does not exist. Yes, but if by chance it was to existate, it would enjoy it island jouirate. And that is what the neurotic does not want. For he figures that the other demands his castration. What analytic experience attests to is that castration is what regulates desire, in both normal and abnormal cases. Providing it oscillates by alternating between percent and in fantasy, castration makes of fantasy a chain that is both supple and inextensible, by which the fixation of object cathexis, which can hardly go beyond certain natural limits, takes on the transcendental function of ensuring the jouissance of the other that passes this chain on to me in the law. Anyone who really wants to come to terms with this other has opened to him the path of experiencing not the other's demand, but its will. And then, to either realize himself as an object, turning himself into the mummy of some Buddhist initiation, or satisfy the will to castrate inscribed in the other, which leads to the supreme narcissism of the lost cause, the latter being the path of Greek tragedy, which Claudel rediscovers in A Christianity of Despair. Castration means that jouissance has to be refused in order to be attained on the inverse scale of the law of desire. I won't go any further here. Yoe. Endnote. This article is coming out here for the first time, an unexpected shortage of the funds that are usually provided in ample quantity to publish the complete proceedings of such colloquia having left it in abeyance, along with all the fine things that adorned it. I should mention, for the record, that the Copernican discussion was added later, and that the end of the article on castration was not delivered at the colloquium due to lack of time, and was in fact replaced by a few words on the machine, in the modern sense of the word, by which the subject's relation to the signifier can be materialized. From the fellow feeling natural in any discussion, let us not exclude the fellow feeling aroused in me by a particular disagreement. The term a human, which someone wanted to attribute to what I had said, did not bother me in the least. I was flattered, rather, as I had helped occasion the birth of the new element it brings to the category. I noted with no less interest the sizzling, that followed soon afterward, of the word hell, since the voice that pronounced it gave it a certain distinctive piquancy owing to the speaker's declared allegiance to Marxism. I must admit that I appreciate humanism when it comes from a camp where, although employed with no less cunning than elsewhere, it at least has a certain candor about it. When the miner comes home, his wife rubs him down. That leaves me defenseless. In a private conversation, someone close to me asked me, this was the form his question took, whether talking to a brick wall implied faith in an eternal scribe. Such faith is not necessary, was the reply, to whoever knows that every discourse derives its effects from the unconscious. Position of the unconscious 829. Remarks made at the 1960 Bonneville Colloquium, rewritten in 1% 4. Henry Ey, thanks to his authority which has made him the most influential figure in French psychiatric circles, brought together in his ward at Bonneval Hospital a very broad spectrum of specialists around the theme of the Freudian unconscious, October 30 to November 2, 1960. The talk given by my students Laplanche and Leclerc promoted at the colloquium a conception of my work which, since the talk was published in Les Temps Modernes, has become definitive, despite the divergence between their positions that was manifested therein. Interventions made at a colloquium, when there is something at stake in the debate, sometimes require a good deal of commentary to be situated. And once all the papers given there have been thoroughly rewritten, the task becomes an arduous one. Its interest wanes, moreover, with the time it takes to rewrite them, for one would have to replace it with what takes place during that time considered as logical time. In short, 3.5 years later, though barely having had the leisure to monitor the interval, I made a decision that Henry Ey, in a book on the colloquium to be published by Desclée de Brouwer, introduces in the following way. This text summarizes Jacques Lacan's interventions which, due to their importance, formed the axis of all the discussions. The transcripts of these interventions have been condensed by Jacques Lacan in these pages written at my request in March 1964. I hope the reader will allow that for me this logical time has been able to reduce the circumstances, in a text extracted from a more intimate gathering, to this mention of them. 1966. Remarks made at a colloquium such as this, inviting philosophers, psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychoanalysts on the basis of their respective expertise, fail to agree on the level of truth of Freud's texts. Concerning the unconscious, one must go straight to the crux of Freud's experience. The unconscious is a concept founded on the trace left by that which operates to constitute the subject. The unconscious is not a species defining the circle of that part of psychical reality which does not have the attribute, or the virtue, of consciousness. 704. There may be phenomena that are subsumed by the unconscious according to both of these acceptations, the latter remain no less foreign to each other. The only relation between them is one of homonymity. The importance I attribute to language as the cause of the subject requires that I be more specific. Aberrations abound when the concept unconscious is depreciated by being applied ad libitum to phenomena that can be classified under the homonymous species. It is unthinkable that the concept might be restored on the basis of these phenomena. Let me specify my own position concerning the equivocation to which the is and is not of my initial positions might give rise. The unconscious is what I say it is, assuming we are willing to hear what Freud puts forward in his theses. Saying that for Freud the unconscious is not what goes by that name in other contexts would be of little value if what I meant were not grasped. The unconscious, prior to Freud, is not purely and simply. This is because it names nothing prior to Freud that counts any more as an object nor warrants being granted any more existence than what would be defined by situating it in the unblack in noir. The unconscious before Freud has no more consistency than this unblack, namely, the set of what could be classified according to the various meanings of the word black, by dint of its refusal of the attribute, or virtue, of blackness, whether physical or moral. What, indeed, could the following possibly have in common to take the 8 definitions collated by Dwelshovers in a book that is old, 1916, but not so far out of date that, were such a catalogue to be prepared anew today, its heterogeneity would not be diminished. The sensory unconscious, implied 831 by the so-called optical effects of contrast and illusion, the automatic unconscious developed by habit, the co-consciousness, of split personalities, ideational emergence of a latent activity that appears in creative thought as if it were oriented, and telepathy which certain people would like to relate to such die-oft, the learned and even integrated reserves of memory, the positions in our character which get the better of us, the heredity that is recognized in our natural gifts, and finally the rational or metaphysical unconscious that is implied by mental acts. None of them can be grouped together, except confusedly, because of what psychoanalysts have added by way of obscurantism in failing to distinguish the unconscious from instinct, or, as they say, from the instinctual, the archaic or primordial, succumbing thereby to an illusion decisively dispelled by Claude Lévi-Strauss and even from the genetic character of a supposed development. Yo 5. My claim is that they have nothing in common if one grounds oneself in psychological objectivity, even if the latter is derived by extension from the schemas of psychopathology, and that this chaos merely reflects psychology's central error. This error consists in taking the very phenomenon of consciousness to be unitary, speaking of the same consciousness believed to be a synthetic faculty in the illuminated area of a sensory field, in the attention that transforms it, in the dialectic of judgment, and in ordinary daydreaming. This error is based on the undue transfer to these phenomena of the value of a thought experiment that uses them as examples. The Cartesian cogito is the major, and perhaps terminal, feat of this experiment in that it attains knowledge certainty. But it merely indicates all the more clearly just how privileged the moment upon which it is based is, and how fraudulent it is to extend its privilege to phenomena endowed with consciousness, in order to grant them a status. For science, the cogito marks, on the contrary, the break with every assurance conditioned by intuition. And the much sought-after Recherche latency of this founding moment, as Selbstbewusstsein self-consciousness, in the dialectical sequence of Hegel's phenomenology of mind, is based upon the presupposition of absolute knowledge. Everything, on the contrary, points to the distribution of consciousness in psychical reality, however the latter's texture is ordered, that distribution being heterotopic in terms of levels and erratic at each level. The only homogeneous function of consciousness is found in the ego's imaginary capture by its specular reflection, and in the function of misrecognition that remains tied to it. The negation inherent in psychology in this regard should rather, following Hegel, be chalked up to the law of the heart and the frenzy of self-conceit. The credit granted to this perpetuated presumption, to consider only what it receives by way of scientific honors, raises the question of where its value is situated. It cannot come down to the mere publication of more or less copious treatises. Psychology transmits ideals, the psyche therein no longer represents anything but the sponsorship that makes it qualify as academic. Ideals are society's slaves. A certain kind of progress in our own society illustrates this, when psychology not only furnishes the means, but even defers to the wishes of market research. When a market study had concluded upon the proper means by which to Yo 6. Sustain consumption in the USA, psychology enlisting Freud along with it, to remind the half of the population most exposed to business goal that women only realize their potential through gender ideals. See Betty Friedan on the concerted effort to create a feminine mystique in that post-war decade. Perhaps psychology reveals, through this ironic channel, why it has always subsisted. But scientists may recall that the ethics implicit in their training commands them to refuse all such blatant ideology. The unconscious as understood by psychologists is thus debilitating for thought, due to the very credence thought must lend it in order to argue against it. Now the debates that have taken place during this colloquium have been remarkable in that they have constantly turned to the Freudian concept in all its difficulty, and have derived their very strength from this difficulty. This is remarkable inasmuch as psychoanalysts' only endeavor, in today's world, is to enter psychology's ranks. The aversion everything coming from Freud meets with in their community has been plainly avowed, especially by a subset of the psychoanalysts present. This fact cannot be excluded from the examination of the issue at hand. No more than can another fact, that it is due to my teaching that this colloquium has reversed the trend. I am saying this not merely to make mention of the fact many have done so, but also to note that this obliges me to account for the paths I have followed. What psychoanalysis finds itself enjoined to do when it returns to the fold of general psychology is to sustain what deserves to be exposed right here and not in the far-off realms of our former colonies as primitive mentality. For the kind of interest that psychology comes to serve in our present society, of which I have given an idea, finds therein its advantage. Psychoanalysis thus underwrites it by furnishing an astrology that is more decent than the one to which our society continues to surreptitiously sacrifice. I thus consider justified the prejudice psychoanalysis encounters in Eastern Europe. It was up to psychoanalysis not to deserve that prejudice, as it was possible that, presented with the test of different social exigencies, psychoanalysis might have proved less tractable had it received harsher treatment. I gauge that on the basis of my own position in psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis would have done better to examine its ethics and learn from the study of theology, following a path indicated by Freud as unavoidable. At the very least, its deontology in science should make it realize that it is responsible for the presence of the unconscious in this field. This function was served by my students at this colloquium, and I contribute thereto in accordance with the method that I have constantly 707 adopted on such occasions, situating each in his position in relation to the subject. The main axis is indicated clearly enough in the written responses. It would be of some interest, if only to the historian, to have the transcripts of the talks actually given, even if they were cut where blanks appeared due to defects in the recording devices. They underscore the absence of he whose services designated him as the person who could highlight with the greatest tact and accuracy the detours of a moment of combat in a place where ideas were exchanged, his connections, his culture, and even his social savvy, allowing him to understand better than anyone else the recordings with their intonations. His failure already ensconced him in the good graces of defection. I will stop deploring the opportunity that was missed, everyone having since taken ample advantage of a time-worn practice, carefully reworking his presentation. I will take the opportunity to explain my present doctrine of the unconscious, all the more legitimately as the resistances of a peculiar allocation of roles impeded me from saying more about it at the colloquium. This consideration is not political, but technical. It is related to the following condition, established by my doctrine: psychoanalysts are part and parcel of the concept of the unconscious, as they constitute that to which the unconscious is addressed. I thus cannot but include my discourse on the unconscious in the very thesis it enunciates: the presence of the unconscious, being situated in the locus of the other, can be found in every discourse, in its enunciation. The very subject of he who would propose to sustain this presence the analyst must, according to this hypothesis, in the same movement be given form in form and called into question, in other words, be put to the test of his own splitting by the signifier. This explains the sense of an arrested spiral one has in reading the work presented by my students, Serge Leclerc and Jean Laplanche. For they limit him to the kind of testing one does on a spare part. Which is the very sign that my statements are, in all their rigor, made first of all for the function they only serve in their stead. In the introductory phase, one can illustrate the effect of enunciation by asking a student if he can imagine the unconscious existing in animals, unless they have some degree of language, human language. If he indeed agrees that this is the condition that would allow him to at least consider the possibility, you have verified that he distinguishes between unconscious and instinct. Propitious initial omen, for if we were to call upon each analyst as well, regardless of the doctrine he was most trained in, and ask him whether, in full, filling his role, fostering the patient's discourse, restoring its meaning effect, putting himself on the line /sy metra and cause by responding, as well as by remaining silent, he ever had the feeling he was dealing with anything like an instinct, could he say yes? Reading analytic writings and official translations of works by Freud, who never wrote the word official, that use the term instinct right and left, it is perhaps worth obviating a rhetoric that obturates the concept's effectiveness. The style appropriate for a paper on analytic experience does not constitute the whole of theory. But it guarantees that the statements by which analytic experience operates preserve within themselves the backward movement recall of enunciation in which metaphorical and metonymical effects are constituted, namely, in accordance with my theses, the very mechanisms Freud described as those of the unconscious. But here the question is legitimately raised: are they effects of language or of speech? Let us assume that the question here only assumes the outlines of Saussure's dichotomy. Directed at what interests Saussure, effects on langage la langue, it supplies warp and woof to what is woven between synchrony and diachrony. When it is directed back at what calls us into question, as much as at he who questions us, if he is not already lost in the stays of his question, namely, the subject, the alternative language or speech proposes itself as a disjunction. Now it is this very disjunction that provides us with the answer, or, rather, it is in leading the other to constitute itself as the locus of our answer, the other furnishing the answer in a form that inverts the question into a message, that we introduce the effective disjunction on the basis of which the question has meaning. The effect of language is to introduce the cause into the subject. Through this effect, he is not the cause of himself, he bears within himself the worm of the cause that splits him. For his cause is the signifier, without which there would be no subject in the real. But this subject is what the signifier represents, and the latter cannot represent anything except to another signifier, to which the subject who listens is thus reduced. One therefore does not speak to the subject. It speaks of him, and this is how he apprehends himself. He does so all the more necessarily in that, before he disappears as a subject beneath the signifier, he becomes, due to the simple fact that it addresses him, he is absolutely nothing. But this nothing is sustained by his advent, now produced by the appeal made in the other to the second signifier. As an effect of language, in that he is born of this early split, the subject translates a signifying synchrony into the primordial temporal pulsation that 709 is the constitutive fading asterisk of his identification. This is the first movement. But in the second, desire bedding down in the signifying cut in which metonymy occurs, the diachrony, called history, that was inscribed in fading returns to the kind of fixity Freud grants unconscious wishes. See the last sentence of the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams. This secondary subordination not only closes the effect of the first by projecting the topology of the subject into the instant of fantasy, it seals it, refusing to allow the subject of desire to realize that he is an effect of speech, to realize, in other words, what he is in being but the other's desire. This is why any discourse is within its rights to consider itself not responsible for this effect. Any discourse except that of the teacher when he addresses psychoanalysts. I have always considered myself accountable for such an effect, and, while unequal to the task of guarding against it /deeper it was the secret prowess of each of my seminars. For the people who come to hear me are not the first communicants Plato exposed to Socrates' questioning. The fact that the secondary they come out of must be doubled with the preparatory, says enough about its shortcomings and superfluities. Of their philosophy classes, most have retained but a grab bag of phrases, a catechism gone haywire which anesthetizes them from being surprised by truth. They are thus even more easily preyed upon by prestige operations, and by the ideals of high personalism by which civilization presses them to live beyond their means. Intellectual means, that is. The ideal of authority with which the analytic candidate who is a physician falls in, the public opinion poll with which the mediator of relational impasses lets himself off the hook, the meaning of meaning asterisk in which every quest finds its alibi, phenomenology, a lap that awaits whatever may fall into it. The range is vast and the dispersion great at the outset of an ordered obtuseness. Resistance, equal in its denial effect despite Hegel and Freud, unhappy consciousness and discontent in civilization. A coivrage of subjectification underpins resistance, which objectifies the false evidence of the ego and roots every proof away from certainty and towards endless procrastination. Should I be opposed by an appeal to Marxists, Catholics, or even Freudians, I promise to request a roll call. This is why only the kind of teaching that grinds up this coivrage can trace out the path of what is known as training analysis analyzed didatically /4. YW. The results of analytic experience are distorted by the very fact of being inscribed in this coivrage. This doctrinal contribution has a name. It is, quite simply, scientific spirit. That spirit is altogether lacking in the places where psychoanalysts are recruited. My teaching is anathema in that it is inscribed in this truth. The objection that has been raised, concerning the impact of my teaching on the transference of analysts in training, will make future analysts laugh, if, thanks to me, there are still analysts for whom Freud exists. but what it proves is the absence of any doctrine of training analysis that includes the latter's relations with the affirmation of the unconscious. It will thus be understood that my use of Hegel's phenomenology bore no allegiance to his system, but was intended as an example with which to counter the obvious fact of identification. It is in the way in which one conducts an examination of a patient and draws one's conclusions that a critique of intellectual fables is proposed. It is by not avoiding the ethical implications of our praxis for deontology and scientific debate that the beautiful soul will be unmasked. The law of the heart, as I have said, is a bigger nuisance than paranoia. It is the law of a ruse which, in the cunning ruse of reason, traces out a meander whose current is seriously slowed. Beyond that, the statements Hegel makes, even if one sticks to the text, provide the opportunity to always say something other. Something other which corrects their phantasmatic link with synthesis, while preserving the effect they have of exposing the lures of identification. That is my Aufhebung sublation, which transforms Hegel's, his own lure, into an occasion to point out in lieu and place of the leaps of an ideal progress the avatars of a lack. To confirm the function of this point of lack, nothing is better, after that, than Plato's dialogue, insofar as it comes under the genre of comedy, does not shy away from indicating the point at which one can do nothing but oppose the marionette's mask to wooden insults, and remain stone-faced through the centuries, rooted to a hoax, waiting for someone to find a better hold than the one it clings to in its judo match with the truth. This is why Freud is a guest one can risk inviting impromptu to the symposium, if only on the basis of the short note in which he indicates what he owes to its clear-sightedness concerning love, and perhaps to the tranquility of its view of transference. He is probably the kind of man who would revive its piquant lines, which no one remembers having said after the drunkenness. My seminar was not where it speaks la oil caparel / as people happen to say jokingly. It brought forth the place from which it could speak, opening. Why and more than one ear to hear things that would have been passed over indifferently since they would not have been recognized. One of my auditors put this naively, announcing the marvelous fact that very evening, or perhaps just the day before, he had come across in a session with a patient what I had said in my seminar verbatim. The place in question is the entrance to the cave, towards the exit of which Plato guides us, while one imagines seeing the psychoanalyst entering there. But things are not that easy, as it is an entrance one can only reach just as it closes. The place will never be popular with tourists, and the only way for it to open up a bit is by calling from the inside. This is not unsolvable, assuming the open sesame of the unconscious consists in having speech effects, since it is linguistic in structure but requires that the analyst re-examine the way in which it closes. What we have to account for is a gap, beat, or alternating suction, to follow some of Freud's indications, and that is what I have proceeded to do in grounding the unconscious in a topology. The structure of what closes C for me is, indeed, inscribed in a geometry in which space is reduced to a cominatory. It is what is called an edge in topology. By formally studying the consequences of the irreducibility of the cut it makes, one could rework some of the most interesting functions between aesthetics and logic. One notices here that it is the closing of the unconscious which provides the key to its space, namely, the impropriety of trying to turn it into an inside. This closing also demonstrates the core of a reversion time, quite necessarily introduced if we are to explain the efficiency of discourse. It is rather easily perceived in something I have been emphasizing for a long time, the retroactive effect of meaning in sentences, meaning requiring the last word of a sentence to be sealed. Se Haukler, Nachtraglichkeit, remember that I was the first to extract it from Freud's texts, or deferred action après coup, by which trauma becomes involved in symptoms, reveals a temporal structure of a higher order. But above all, experience with this closing shows that it would not be gratuitous on the part of psychoanalysts to reopen the debate over the cause, a phantom that cannot be banished from thought, whether critical or not. For the cause is not, as is said of being as well, a lure of forms of discourse, otherwise it would have already been dispelled. It perpetuates the reason that subordinates the subject to the signifier's effect. It is only as instance of the unconscious, the Freudian unconscious, that one grasps the cause at the level at which someone like Hume attempts to flush it out, which is precisely the level at which it takes on consistency, the retroaction of the signifier in its efficiency, which must be rigorously distinguished from the final cause. Were we to demonstrate that it is the only true first cause, the apparent discordance of Aristotle's four causes would, in fact, dissipate. From their terrain, analysts could contribute to this reformulation. They would have the benefit of being able to use the Freudian term overdetermination as something other than an evasive answer. What follows introduces the feature that commands the functioning relationship between these forms, their circular, albeit non-reciprocal, articulation. While there is closing and entry, they do not necessarily separate, they provide two domains with a mode of conjunction. They are the subject and the other, respectively, and these domains are to be substantified here only on the basis of my theses concerning the unconscious. The subject, the Cartesian subject, is what is presupposed by the unconscious. I have shown that elsewhere. The other is the dimension required by the fact that speech affirms itself as truth. The unconscious is, between the two of them, their cut in action. This cut is seen to command the two fundamental operations with which the subject's causation should be formulated. These operations are ordered in a circular, yet non-reciprocal, relationship. The first, alienation, constitutes the subject as such. In a field of objects, no relationship is conceivable that engenders alienation apart from the relationship with the signifier. Let us take as our point of departure the fact that no subject has any reason to appear in the real unless there are speaking beings in it. A physics is conceivable that accounts for everything in the world, including its animate part. A subject intervenes only inasmuch as there are, in this world, signifiers that mean nothing and must be deciphered. To grant priority to the signifier over the subject is, in my book, to take into account the experience Freud opened up for us. The signifier plays and wins, if I may say so, before the subject is aware of it, to such an extent that in the play of JVD, in witticisms, for example, it may surprise the subject. What it lights up with its flash is the subject's division from himself. But the fact that the signifier reveals to the subject his own division should not make us forget that this division stems from nothing other than that very same play, the play of signifiers, not signs. Signs are polyvalent, they no doubt represent something to someone, but G3. The status of that someone is uncertain, as is that of the supposed language of certain animals, a sign language which neither allows for metaphor nor engenders metonymy. This someone could, by some stretch of the imagination, be the universe, insofar as information, so we are told, circulates in it. Any center in which information is total, can be taken for a someone, but not for a subject. The register of the signifier is instituted on the basis of the fact that a signifier represents a subject to another signifier. This is the structure of all unconscious formations, dreams, slips of the tongue, and witticisms. The same structure explains the subject's original division. Produced in the locus of the yet-to-be situated other, the signifier brings forth a subject from a being that cannot yet speak, but at the cost of freezing him. The ready to speak that was to be there in both senses of the French imperfect il y avait, placing the ready to speak an instant before, it was there but is no longer, but also an instant after, a few moments more and it would have been there because it could have been there, disappears, no longer being anything but a signifier. It is thus not the fact that this operation begins in the other that leads me to call it alienation. The fact that the other is, for the subject, the locus of his signifying cause merely explains why no subject can be his own cause de soi. This is clear not only from the fact that he is not God, but from the fact that God himself cannot be his own cause if we think of him as a subject. Saint Augustine saw this very clearly when he refused to refer to the personal God as self-caused cause de soi. Alienation resides in the subject's division, the cause of which I just designated. Let us proceed to discuss its logical structure. This structure is a vel, which shows its originality here for the first time. In order to do so, it must be derived from what is known, in so-called mathematical logic, as union, which has already been acknowledged to define a certain kind of will. This union is such that the will of alienation, as I call it, imposes a choice between its terms only to eliminate one of them, always the same one regardless of one's choice. The stakes are thus apparently limited to the preservation or loss of the other term, when the union involves two terms. This disjunction is incarnated in a highly illustratable, if not dramatic, way as soon as the signifier is incarnated at a more personalized level in demand or supply, in your money or your life or liberty or death. It is merely a question of knowing whether or not, sic aut non, you want to keep life or refuse death, because, regarding the other term in the alternative, money or liberty, your choice will in any case be disappointing. 714. You should be aware that what remains is, in any case, diminished. It will be life without money and, having refused death, a life somewhat inconvenienced by the cost of freedom. This is the stigma of the fact that the will here, functioning dialectically, clearly operates on the will of logical union, which is known to be equivalent to an and sic et non. This is illustrated by the fact that, in the long run, you will have to give up your life after your money, and in the end the only thing left will be your freedom to die. Similarly, our subject is subjected to the will of a certain meaning he must receive or petrification. But should he retain the meaning, the non-meaning produced by his change into a signifier will encroach on this field of meaning. This non-meaning clearly falls within the other's field, although it is produced as an eclipse of the subject. This law chose is worth saying, for it qualifies the field of the unconscious to take a seat. I would say, in the place of the analyst, let us take that leader ally in his armchair. We have arrived at such a pass that we should leave him this armchair in a symbolic gesture. The latter is an expression commonly used to say a gesture of protest, and its import would be to challenge the order so prettily avowed by its crude motto in frank glare, to coin a term, directly issuing from Theocarat, a princess perpetrated upon French psychoanalysis by replacing the pre-Socratic tone of Freud's precept, wo es war, soil ich werden, with the croaking strains of the ego. The analysts, no doubt, must dislodge the ID, the patients, of course. The fact that people have objected to Serge Leclerc's claim that the unicorn sequence is unconscious, by pointing out that Leclerc himself is conscious of it, means that they do not see that the unconscious only has meaning in the other's field. Still less do they see the consequence thereof, that it is not the effect of meaning that is operative in interpretation, but rather the articulation in the symptom of signifiers, without any meaning at all, that have gotten caught up in it. 1. Let us turn now to the second operation, in which the subject's causation closes, to test the structure of the edge in its function as a limit, but also in the twist that motivates the encroachment of the unconscious. I call this operation separation. We will see that it is what Freud called Ichthyospaltung, or the splitting of the subject, and grasp why Freud, in the text in which he introduces it, the splitting of the ego, grounds it in a splitting, not of the subject, but of the object, namely, the phallic object. The logical form dialectically modified by the second operation is called intersection in symbolic logic. It is also the product formulated by a ye5. Belonging to and to this function is modified here by a part taken from a lac situated within another lac, through which the subject finds anew in the other's desire the equivalent of what he is qua subject of the unconscious. In this way, the subject is actualized in the loss in which he surged forth as unconscious, through the lack he produces in the other, following the course Freud considered to constitute the most radical drive, the death drive, as he called it. A belonging neither to is called upon here to fill a nor to Empedocles act, responding thereto, shows that a will vouloir is involved. The vel returns in the form of a vel. That is the end of the operation. Now for the process. Separare, separating, ends here in separare, engendering oneself. Let us dispense with the obvious gems we find in the works of Latin etymologists concerning the slippage in meaning from one verb to the other. One should simply realize that the slippage is grounded in the fact that they are both paired with the function of the pars. The part is not the whole, as they say, though usually without thinking. For it should be emphasized that the part has nothing to do with the whole. One has to come to terms with it /n prendre son parti, it plays its game as a party all by itself. Here the subject proceeds from his partition to his parturition. This does not imply the grotesque metaphor of giving birth to himself anew. Indeed, language would be hard-pressed to express that with an original term, at least in Indo-European climes where all the words used for this purpose are of juridical or social origin. Parere was first of all to procure, a child for one's husband. This is why the subject can procure for himself what interests him here, a status I will qualify as civil. Nothing in anyone's life unleashes more determination to succeed in obtaining it. In order to be pars, he would easily sacrifice the better part of his interests, though not in order to become part of the whole, which, moreover, is in no way constituted by others' interests, still less by the general interest which is distinguished therefrom in an entirely different manner. Separé, in order to attribute to himself separer the signifier to which he succumbs, the subject attacks the chain that I have reduced to a binary, at its most elementary level at its interval. The repeating interval, the most radical structure of the signifying chain, is the locus haunted by metonymy, the latter being the vehicle of desire, at least that is what I teach. It is, in any case, through the impact whereby the subject experiences in this interval something that motivates him other autre chose than the meaning effects by which a discourse solicits him, that he in fact encounters the other's desire, before he can even call it desire, much less imagine its object. Ye 6. What he will place there is his own lack, in the form of the lack he would, like to, produce in the other through his own disappearance, the disappearance, which he has at hand, so to speak, of the part of himself he receives from his initial alienation. But what he thus fills is not the lack file he encounters in the other, but rather, first of all, the lack that results from the constitutive loss of one of his parts, by which he turns out to be made of two parts. Therein lies the twist whereby separation represents the return of alienation. For the subject operates with his own loss, which brings him back to his point of departure. His "can he lose me?" is, no doubt, the recourse he has against the opacity of the desire he encounters in the other's locus, but it merely brings the subject back to the opacity of the being he receives through his advent as a subject, such as he was first produced by the other's summoning. It is an operation whose fundamental outlines are found in psychoanalytic technique. For it is insofar as the analyst intervenes by scanning the patient's discourse that an adjustment occurs in the pulsation of the rim through which the being that resides just shy of it must flow. The true and final mainspring of what constitutes transference is the expectation of this being's advent in relation to what I call the analyst's desire, insofar as something about the analyst's own position has remained unnoticed therein, at least up until now. This is why transference is a relationship that is essentially tied to time and its handling. But what is the being that responds to us, operating in the field of speech and language, from shy of the cave's entrance? I would go so far as to embody it in the form of the very walls of the cave that would, like to, live, or rather come alive with palpitations whose living movement must be grasped now that I have articulated the function and field of speech and language in their conditioning. I do not see how anyone can rightfully claim that I neglect dynamics in my topology. I orient it, which is better than to make a commonplace of it. The most verbal is not where people are willing to say it is. As for sexuality, which people would like to remind me is the force we deal with and that it is biological, I retort that analysts perhaps have not shed as much light as people at one time hoped on sexuality's mainsprings, recommending only that we be natural, repeatedly trotting out the same themes of billing and cooing. I will try to contribute something newer by resorting to a genre that Freud himself never claimed to have superseded in this area, myth. To compete with Aristophanes on his own turf in the above-mentioned symposium, let us recall his primitive double-backed creatures in which two Jew Halves are fused together as firmly as those of a Magdeburg sphere. The halves, separated later by a surgical operation arising from Zeus' jealousy, represent the beings we have become in love, starving for our unfindable complement. In considering the sphericity of primordial man as much as his division, it is the egg that comes to mind, and that has thus perhaps been repressed since Plato, given the preeminence granted for centuries to the sphere in a hierarchy of forms sanctioned by the natural sciences. Consider the egg in a viviparous womb where it has no need for a shell, and recall that, whenever the membranes burst, a part of the egg is harmed, for the membranes of the fertilized egg are offspring fills just as much as the living being brought into the world by their perforation. Consequently, upon cutting the cord, what the newborn loses is not, as analysts think, its mother, but rather its anatomical complement. Midwives call it the afterbirth /deliver. Now imagine that every time the membranes burst, a phantom and infinitely more primal form of life, in no wise willing to settle for a duplicate role in some microcosmic world within a world, takes flight through the same passage. Man-iom is made by breaking an egg, but so is the manlet /L homilet /. Let us assume the latter to be a large crepe that moves like an amoeba, so utterly flat that it can slip under doors, omniscient as it is guided by the pure life instinct, and immortal as it is vociferous. It is certainly something that would not be good to feel dripping down your face, noiselessly while you sleep, in order to seal it. If we are willing to allow the digestive process to begin at this point, we realize that the manlet has ample sustenance for a long time to come. Remember that there are organisms, which are quite differentiated, that have no digestive tract. It goes without saying that a struggle would soon ensue with such a fearsome being, and that the struggle would be fierce. For it can be assumed that, since the manlet has no sensory system, it has for guidance but the pure real, it thus has an advantage over us men who must always provide ourselves with a homunculus in our heads in order to turn that real into a reality. Indeed, it would not be easy to obviate the paths of its attacks, which would, moreover, be impossible to predict, as it would also know no obstacles. It would be impossible to educate and just as impossible to trap. As for destroying the manlet, one had best avoid letting it proliferate, for yet to cut it up would help it reproduce, and the least of its cuttings to survive even after having been set afire would preserve all of its destructive powers. Apart from killing it with a lethal ray that has yet to be tested, the only solution would be to lock it up, placing it in the jaws of a Magdeburg sphere, for example, which turns up again here, as if by chance, as the only appropriate tool for the job. But the whole manlet would have to slip into the sphere, and would have to do so by itself. Even the bravest person would be justified in thinking twice before touching it in order to shove a negligible overflowing amount unrein back in, for fear that it would slip between his fingers and take up its abode who knows where? Except for its name, that I will now change to a more decent one, lamella, of which the word omelette is, in fact, but a metastasis, to this image, and this myth seem to me apt for both illustrating and situating what I call libido. This image shows libido to be what it is, namely, an organ, to which its habits make it far more akin than to a force field. Let us say that it is qua surface that it organizes this force field. This conception can be tested by realizing that Freud considered the drive to be structured like a montage, and by relating it to that. Referring to electromagnetic theory, and, in particular, to a theorem known as Stokes' theorem, would allow me to situate the reason for the constancy of the drive's pressure, which Freud emphasizes so greatly, 3. in the fact that this surface is based on a closed rim, which is the erogenous zone. It is also clear that what Freud calls the scub or flow coulis of the drive is not its discharge, but should rather be described as the turning inside out and outside in of an organ whose function should be situated in relation to the preceding subjective coordinates. This organ must be called unreal, in the sense in which the unreal is not the imaginary and precedes the subjective realm it conditions, being in direct contact with the real. That is what my myth, like any other myth, strives to provide a symbolic articulation for, rather than an image. My lamella represents here the part of a living being that is lost when that being is produced through the straits of sex. This part is certainly indicated in the media that microscopic anatomy materializes in the globules expulsed at the two stages of the phenomena organized around chromosome reduction and in the maturation of a sexed gonad. Represented here by a deadly being, it marks the relationship in which 7I9. The subject plays a part between sexuality, specified in the individual, and his death. Regarding what is represented thereof in the subject, what is striking is the type of anatomical cut, breathing new life into the etymological meaning of the word anatomy, by which the function of certain objects which should not be called partial, but which stand apart from the others is determined. The breast, to take an example of the problems to which these objects give rise, is not merely a source of regressive nostalgia, having been a source of highly prized nourishment. It is, I am told, related to the mother's body, to its warmth, and even to tender loving care. But that does not sufficiently explain its erotic value, which a painting, in Berlin, by Tiepolo, in the exalted horror with which it presents Saint Agatha after her ordeal, illustrates far better. In fact, it is not a question of the breasts and / in the sense of the mother's womb matrix. Sen also means womb, even though people mix as they like resonances in which the signifier relies heavily on metaphor. It is a question of the breast specified in the function of weaning, which prefigures castration. Weaning has been too extensively situated, since Klein's investigations, in the fantasy of the partition of the mother's body for us not to suspect that the plane of separation, which makes the breast the lost object involved and cause in desire, passes between the breast and the mother. For if we recall that mammalian organization places the young, from the embryo right up to the newborn, in a parasitical relation to the mother's body, the breast appears as the same kind of organ to be understood as the ectopia of one individual onto another as that constituted by the placenta at the beginning of the growth of a certain type of organism which remains specified by this intersection. Libido is this lamella that the organism's being takes to its true limit, which goes further than the body's limit. Its radical function in animals is materialized in a certain ethology by the sudden decline shoot in an animal's ability to intimidate other animals at the boundaries of its territory. This lamella is an organ, since it is the instrument of an organism. It is sometimes almost palpable cum sensible, as when an hysteric plays at testing its elasticity to the hilt. Speaking subjects have the privilege of revealing the deadly meaning of this organ, and thereby its relation to sexuality. This is because the signifier as such, whose first purpose is to bar the subject, has brought into him the meaning of death. The letter kills, but we learn this from the letter itself. This is why every drive is virtually a death drive. J20. It is important to grasp how the organism is taken up in the dialectic of the subject. The organ of what is incorporeal in the sexed being is the aspect of the organism that the subject manages to invest placer when his separation occurs. It is through this organ that he can really make his death the object of the other's desire. In this way, the object he naturally loses, excrement, and the props he finds in the other's desire, the other's gaze or voice, come to this place. The activity in the subject I call drive, Trieb, consists in dealing with these objects in such a way as to recover from them, to restore to himself, his earliest loss. There is no other pathway by which the impact of sexuality is manifested in the subject. A drive, insofar as it represents sexuality in the unconscious, is never anything but a partial drive. This is the essential failing carence, namely, the absence carence of anything that could represent in the subject the mode of what is male or female in his being. The vacillation that psychoanalytic experience reveals in the subject regarding his masculine or feminine being is not so much related to his biological bisexuality, as to the fact that there is nothing in his dialectic that represents the bipolarity of sex apart from activity and passivity, that is, a drive versus outside action polarity, which is altogether unfit to represent the true basis of that bipolarity. That is the point I would like to make here. Sexuality is distributed on one side or the other of our rim as a threshold of the unconscious in the following manner: on the side of the living being as a being that will be taken up in speech, never able in the end to come to be altogether in speech, remaining shy of the threshold which, notwithstanding, is neither inside nor out. There is no access to the opposite sex as other except via the so-called partial drives wherein the subject seeks an object to take the place of the loss of life he has sustained due to the fact that he is sexed. On the side of the other, the locus in which speech is verified as it encounters the exchange of signifiers, the ideals they prop up, the elementary structures of kinship, the metaphor of the father considered as a principle of separation, and the ever reopened division in the subject owing to his initial alienation on this side alone and by the pathways I have just enumerated. Order and norms must be instituted which tell the subject what a man or a woman must do. It is not true that God made them male and female, even if the couple Adam and Eve imply that. Such a notion is also explicitly contradicted by the J2L. Highly condensed myth found in the same text regarding the creation of Adam's companion. No doubt Lilith was there from before, but that does not explain anything. Breaking off here, I leave to the past the debates at the Bonneville colloquium in which, concerning the Freudian unconscious, irresponsible interventions were quite welcome, precisely because those responsible for them only came there half-heartedly, not to say from a certain side /board / one of the results was, nevertheless, that the order issued by the side to pass over my teaching in silence was not respected. The fact that, regarding the Oedipus complex, the last act or rather the role of warm-up band went to a hermeneutic feat, confirms my assessment of this colloquium and has since revealed its consequences. At my own risk, I indicate here the means/appareil by which accuracy could return. 4. On Freud's Trieb and the psychoanalyst's desire. The drive, as it is constructed by Freud on the basis of the experience of the unconscious, prohibits psychologizing thought from resorting to instinct, with which it masks its ignorance by assuming the existence of morals in nature. It can never be often enough repeated, given the obstinacy of psychologists who, as a group and purse, are in the service of technocratic exploitation, that the Freudian drive has nothing to do with instinct. None of Freud's expressions allows for confusion here. Libido is not sexual instinct. Its reduction, when taken to an extreme, to male desire, indicated by Freud, should suffice to alert us to this fact. Libido, in Freud's work, is an energy that can be subjected to a kind of quantification which is all the easier to introduce in theory as it is useless, since only certain quanta of constancy are recognized therein. Its sexual coloring, so categorically maintained by Freud as its most central feature, is the color of emptiness, suspended in the light of a gap. This gap is the gap desire encounters at the limits imposed upon it by the principle ironically referred to as the pleasure principle, the latter being 852 relegated to a reality which, indeed, is but the field of praxis here. It is from this very field that Freudianism hews a desire, the crux of which is essentially found in impossibilities. Such are the outlines moralists could have discerned therein were our times not so prodigiously tormented by idyllic exigencies. 723. This is what is meant by Freud's constant reference to Wunschgedanken, wishful thinking asterisk, and the omnipotence of thought. It is not megalomania that he points to with them, but rather the reconciliation of opposites. This might mean that Venus is proscribed from our world, implying the ological decline. But Freud reveals to us that it is thanks to the name of the father that man does not remain bound attaché to the sexual service of his mother, that aggression toward the father is at the very heart of the law, and that the law is at the service of the desire that law institutes through the prohibition of incest. For the unconscious demonstrates that desire is tied to prohibition and that the Oedipal crisis is determinant in sexual maturation itself. Psychologists immediately turn this discovery into its opposite in order to draw from it the moral of the importance of being gratified by one's mother, a form of psychotherapy that infantilizes adults, without recognizing children any better. All too often, the psychoanalyst toes the same line. What is eluded thereby? If the fear of castration is at the crux of sexual normalization, let us not forget that, since it no doubt bears upon the transgression it prohibits in the Oedipus complex, it nevertheless seeks to bring about obedience thereto in it, by stopping its slippage in a homosexual direction. Thus it is, rather, the assumption of castration that creates the lack on the basis of which desire is instituted. Desire is desire for desire, the other's desire, as I have said, in other words, subjected to the law. It is the fact that a woman must go through the same dialectic, whereas nothing seems to oblige her to do so. She must lose what she does not have, which tips us off, allowing us to articulate that it is the phallus by default that constitutes the amount of the symbolic debt, a debit account when one has it, a disputed credit when one does not. Castration is the altogether new mainspring Freud introduced into desire, giving desires lack the meaning that remained enigmatic in Socrates' dialectic, although it was preserved in the recounting of the symposium. The IAX-IA in the Eparve proves to be the motor force principe by which desire changes the nature of the lover. In his quest, Alcibiades spills the beans regarding love's deception and its baseness. To love is to want to be loved, to which he was willing to consent. The discussion at the colloquium did not permit me to go so far as to demonstrate that the concept of the drive represents the drive as a montage. The drives are our myths, said Freud. This must not be understood as a J24 reference to the unreal. For it is the real that the drives mythify, as myths usually do. Here it is the real which creates fate desire by reproducing in it the relationship between the subject and the lost object. There is no lack of objects involving profits and losses to occupy its place. But only a limited number of them can play the role best symbolized by the lizard's self-mutilation, its tail being jettisoned when in distress. Misadventure of desire at the hedges of jouissance, watched out for by an evil god. This drama is not as accidental as it is believed to be. It is essential, for desire comes from the other, and jouissance is located on the side of the thing. Freud's second topography concerns the pluralizing quartering of the subject that results therefrom, yet another opportunity not to see what should strike us, which is that identifications are determined by desire there without satisfying the drive. This occurs because the drive divides the subject and desire, the latter sustaining itself only by the relation it misrecognizes between this division and an object that causes it. Such is the structure of fantasy. What then can the analyst's desire be? What can the treatment to which the analyst devotes himself be? Will he fall into the kind of preaching that discredits the preacher whose noble feelings have replaced faith, and adopt, like him, an unwarranted direction? One cannot but note here that, apart from the libertine who was the great writer of comedies in the century of genius, no one, not even during the Enlightenment, has challenged the physician's privilege, although it is no less religious than others. Can the analyst take cover behind this ancient investiture when it is moving in a secularized form towards a kind of socialization that can avoid either eugenics nor the political segregation of anomalies? Will the psychoanalyst take up the torch, not of an eschatology, but of the rights of a primary aim fin premier? What then is the aim fin of analysis beyond therapeutics? It is impossible not to distinguish the two when the point is to create an analyst. For, as I have said, without going into the mainspring of transference, it is ultimately the analyst's desire that operates in psychoanalysis. The style of a philosophical conference inclines everyone, so it seems, to highlight instead his own impermeability. I am no more unable to do so than the next person, but in the field of psychoanalytic training, the displacement process makes teaching cacophonous. 725. Let us say that, in teaching, I relate technique to the primary aim fin premier. I regretted in concluding that, on the whole, Enrico Castelli's profound question was left aside. Blame it on nihilism here, and the reproach of nihilism, for keeping me from confronting the demonic, or anxiety, whichever one prefers. Note 1. This is a summary of the comments I made at a remarkable colloquium organized in Rome by Professor Enrico Castelli, the second in a series on ethical problems posed by the effects of science, which Enrico Castelli admirably knows how to turn into questioning aporias. This colloquium, entitled Technique and Casuistry, was held at the University of Rome on January 7–12, 1964. I avoided spelling out too quickly, in a way that would not have been controllable, what I later articulated concerning the drive in my lectures Seminar 11 at the École Normale Supérieure, which began several days later. This text was given to the AT of the colloquium to serve as a summary of my paper and my remarks. This is the typescript of the opening class of the seminar I gave during the 1965–1966 school year at the École Normale Supérieure on the object of psychoanalysis Seminar 13, as a lecturer for the École Pratique de Hautes Études, Section 6. The text of this class came out in the first issue of Cahiers pour vie analyse, published by the Epistemology Circle at the École Normale Supérieure, in January of 1966. Shall I say that I established the status of the subject in psychoanalysis last year? I went so far as to develop a structure that accounts for the state of splitting refente or spaltung where the psychoanalyst detects it in his praxis. He detects it on a more or less daily basis. He accepts it as a given, since the mere recognition of the unconscious suffices to ground it and since it also submerges him, so to speak, by its constant manifestation. But for him to know the status of his praxis, or to simply direct it in keeping with what is accessible to him, it is not enough for him to take this division as an empirical fact, or even for the empirical fact to become a paradox. A certain reduction is necessary that is sometimes long in completion, but always decisive in the birth of a science. Such a reduction truly constitutes its object. Epistemology takes upon itself the job of defining this in each and every case, without having proven, at least to my mind, equal to the task. For I do not believe that epistemology has fully accounted in this manner for the decisive change that, with physics paving the way, founded science in the modern sense, a sense that is posited as absolute. Science's position is justified by a radical change in the tempo of its progress, by the galloping form of its interference in our world, and by the chain reactions that characterize what one might call the expansions of its energetics. In this situation, what seems radical to me is the modification that has occurred in our subject position de sujet / in the sense that it is inaugural therein and that science continues to strengthen it ever further. 7–27. Coyer is my guide here and, as we know, he is still unrecognized mécanique. I did not thus just make an immediate pronouncement concerning psychoanalysis vocation as a science. But it might have been noticed that I took my lead last year from a certain moment of the subject that I consider to be an essential correlate of science, a historically defined moment, the strict repeatability in experience of which perhaps remains to be determined, the moment Descartes inaugurates that goes by the name of cogito. This correlate, as a moment, is the defile of a rejection of all knowledge, but is nevertheless claimed to establish for the subject a certain anchoring in being. I sustain that this anchoring constitutes the definition of the subject of science, definition to be understood in the sense of a narrow doorway. This lead did not guide me in vain, for it led me at year-end to formulate our experienced division as subjects as a division between knowledge and truth, and to accompany it with a topological model, the Mobius strip. This strip conveys the fact that the division in which these two terms come together is not to be derived from a difference in origin. Whoever lends credence to the technique for reading Freud that I had to impose when the task at hand was simply one of synchronically resituating each of his terms, will be able to proceed in reverse chronological order from the Spaltung, to which death put an end, to the articles on fetishism, 1927, and the loss of reality, 1924, to observe that the doctrinal revamping known as the second topography introduced the terms ich, Über-ich, and even es without certifying them as apparatuses. Introducing instead a reworking of analytic experience in accordance with a dialectic best defined as what structuralism has since allowed us to elaborate logically, namely, the subject caught up in a constituting division. After that, the reality principle loses the discordance that supposedly characterizes it in Freud's work when, on the basis of a comparison of texts, it is thought to be split between a notion of reality that includes psychical reality and another that makes it the correlate of the perception consciousness system. The reality principle must be read as it is in fact designated, as the strain of experience sanctioned by the subject of science. It suffices to give this some thought for the following ideas, which are disallowed as overly obvious, to assume their proper place. For example, that it is unthinkable that psychoanalysis as a practice and the Freudian unconscious as a discovery could have taken on their roles before the birth in the century that has been called the century of genius, that is, the 17th century of science. Science should be taken here in the absolute sense just indicated, a sense which does not efface what formerly went by the same name, but which, rather than harking back to its archaic roots, draws to itself the latter's lead in such a way as to better demonstrate its difference from any other science. One thing is certain, if the subject is truly there, at the nexus node of that difference, all humanist references become superfluous in science, the subject cutting them short. In saying this about psychoanalysis and Freud's discovery, I am not concerned with the incidental fact that it was because his patients came to him in the name of science, and because of the prestige science conferred upon its servants, even its lowly ones, at the end of the 19th century, that Freud was able to found psychoanalysis by discovering the unconscious. I am saying, contrary to what has been trumped up about a supposed break on Freud's part with the scientism of his time, that it was this very scientism which one might designate by its allegiance to the ideals of Breuck, themselves passed down from Helmholtz and du Bois-Reymond's pact to reduce physiology, and the mental functions considered to be included therein, to the mathematically determined terms of thermodynamics, the latter having attained virtual completion during their lifetimes. That led Freud, as his writings show, to pave the way that shall forever bear his name. I am saying that this way never shed the ideals of the scientism, as it is called, and that the mark it bears of the latter is not contingent but, rather, remains essential to it. Its credit is preserved by this mark, despite the deviations to which it gave rise, Freud having opposed these deviations with timely sureness and inflexible rigor. Witness his break with the most prestigious of his followers, Jung, as soon as the latter slipped into something whose function can only be defined as an attempt to reinstate a subject endowed with depths, with an S, that is, a subject constituted by a relationship said to be archetypal to knowledge. The said relationship was not reduced to that exclusively allowed by modern science, the latter being no other than the one I defined last year as punctual and vanishing, that relationship to knowledge which, since its historically inaugural moment, has retained the name cogito. It is due to this indubitable origin, blatant in all of Freud's work, and to the lesson he left us as head of a school, that Marxism is unable, and I do not believe any Marxist has seriously contested this point, to attack his ideas on the basis of their historical extraction. I have in mind here his affiliation with the Society of the Dual Monarchy, Freud remaining confined within Judaizing limits in his spiritual aversions, and with the capitalist order that conditioned his political agnosticism, who 7*9. Among you will write an essay worthy of Lamennais on indifference in political matters, and, I would add, with bourgeois ethics, for which the dignity of his life inspires in us a respect that has prevented his work from attaining a stature otherwise than in our misunderstanding of it and confusions about it comparable to that of the only men of truth we still have, revolutionary agitators, writers whose style leaves its mark on language. I'm thinking of someone in particular, and the precursor of the thought that renews being. You sense my haste here to put behind me the many precautions taken to remind psychoanalysts of their least debatable certainties. I will nevertheless have to rehash them, even if it entails a certain heavy-handedness. To say that the subject upon which we operate in psychoanalysis can only be the subject of science may seem paradoxical. It is nevertheless here that a demarcation must be made, failing which everything gets mixed up and a type of dishonesty sets in that is elsewhere called objective, but it is people's lack of audacity and failure to locate the object that backfires. One is always responsible for one's position as a subject. Those who would like to may call that terrorism. I have the right to be amused, for it is not in a setting where doctrine is fair game for bargaining that I should fear obfuscating anyone by formulating that guileless errors are the most unforgivable of all errors. The psychoanalyst's position leaves no escape, excluding as it does the tenderness of the beautiful soul. If it is a paradox even just to say so, it is perhaps once again the same paradox. Be that as it may, I posit that every attempt, or even temptation, in which current theory persists in being a relapse, further incarnating the subject, amounts to errancy ever fruitful in error, but as such faulty votive. For example, when the subject is incarnated in man, himself nothing in such theories but a child. For man is then taken to be a primitive, distorting the whole primary process, just as children are taken to be underdeveloped men, masking the truth about what originally happens during childhood. In short, what Claude Lévi-Strauss has denounced as the archaic illusion is inevitable in psychoanalysis if one is not steadfast in one's theory regarding the principle I just mentioned. Only one subject is accepted as such in psychoanalysis, the one that can make it scientific. Which suffices to indicate that I do not believe that, in this respect, psychoanalysis lays claim to any special privileges. There is no such thing as a science of man, and this should be understood. 730. Along the lines of there's no such thing as an insignificant savings. There is no such thing as a science of man because science's man does not exist, only its subject does. My lifelong repugnance for the appellation human sciences is well known, it strikes me as the very call of servitude. But the fact is that the term is also incorrect, except in the case of psychology, which has discovered ways to outlive itself by providing services to the technocracy, sliding, as it were, as a sensational article by Canguilhem concludes, with truly Swiftian humor, like a toboggan from the Pantheon to the prefecture of police. Psychology will thus meet with failure at the level of the selection of creators in science, and of the encouragement and backing of research. It is easy to see that none of the other sciences in this class constitutes an anthropology. Consider Lévi-Brul and Piaget. Their concepts, so-called 860 prelogical mentality and supposedly egocentric thought or discourse, refer only to the assumed mentality, presumed thought, and actual discourse of science's subject, not science's man. The upshot being that too many people now think that limits, mental, certainly, weakness of thought, presumable, and actual discourse, a bit tricky in the case of the man of science, for he is someone rather different, lend weight to these constructions, whereas the latter, while probably not devoid of objectivity, are relevant to science only insofar as they contribute nothing about the magician, for example, and little about magic, and if they contribute something about the traces of these latter, the traces are of but the magician or magic, as it was not Lévi-Brul who traced them. The reckoning in Piaget's case is still more unfavorable. He contributes nothing about children and little about their development, missing as he does what is essential therein, and, as concerns the logic he displays, Piaget's child, that is, in his responses to statements whose series constitutes the test he undergoes, Piaget comes up with nothing other than the very same logic that governs the enunciation of the statements that make up the test, that is, the logic of the man of science, in which the logician, I will not deny it, in this case maintains his importance. In sciences that are far more valuable, although their status stands in need of re-evaluation, one finds that proscription of the archaic illusion and illusion we can generalize with the expression psychologization of the subject in no way fetters fecundity. A case in point is game theory, better called strategy, which takes advantage of the thoroughly calculable character of a subject strictly reduced to the formula for a matrix of signifying combinations. The case of linguistics is subtler, as it must take into account the difference 73I between the enunciated and enunciation, that is, the impact of the subject who speaks as such, and not of the subject of science. This is why linguistics revolves around something else, namely, the battery of signifiers, whose prevalence over signification effects must be ensured. Here two antinomies appear, scaled to the extremism of the position adopted in object selection. What is clear is that one can go very far in the elaboration of the effects of language, since one can construct a poetics that owes no more to references to the mind of the poet than to its incarnation. It is in the realm of logic that the theory's various refractive indices appear 861 in relation to the subject of science. They differ as regards the lexicon, syntactic morphemes, and sentential syntax. Hence the theoretical differences between linguists such as Jacobson, Hjelmslev, and Chomsky. It is logic that serves here as the subject's navel, logic insofar as it is in no way linked to the contingencies of a grammar. The formalization of grammar must literally circumvent this logic if it is to be successfully carried out, but the circumventing movement is inscribed in this very operation. I will indicate further along how modern logic is situated, see the third example below. It is indisputably the strictly determined consequence of an attempt to suture the subject of science, and Gödel's last theorem shows that the attempt fails there, meaning that the subject in question remains the correlate of science, but an antinomic correlate since science turns out to be defined by the deadlocked endeavor to suture the subject. One should descry therein the crucially important mark of structuralism. It ushers into every human science, it conquers a very particular mode of the subject for which the only index one have found is topological, the generating sign of the Mobius strip that I call the inner eight. The subject is, as it were, internally excluded from its object, and exclusion interna son of gi \. The allegiance to such a structuralism manifested in Claude Lévi-Strauss' work can be accredited to my thesis, assuming I confine myself for the moment to its periphery. It is clear, notwithstanding, that he highlights the scope of the natural classifications savages invent, especially their knowledge of fauna and flora, Lévi-Strauss emphasizing the fact that it surpasses our own precisely because he can argue for a certain recuperation occurring in chemistry, owing to a physics of sapid and odorous qualities, otherwise stated, to a correlation between perceptual values and molecular architecture arrived at by means of combinatorial analysis, that is, by the mathematics of the signifier, as has been the case in every science to date. 732. Knowledge is thus clearly separated here from the subject along the correct lines, entailing no postulation of insufficient development, which, incidentally, would not be easy to substantiate. What's more, when Lévi-Strauss, after having extracted the combinatory latent in the elementary structures of kinship, reports that a certain informer, to use the ethnologist's term, is himself fully capable of drawing the Lévi-Straussian graph, what is he telling us if not that, here again, he extracts the subject from the combinatory in question, the subject who on the graph has no other existence than the denotation ego, in demonstrating the power of the apparatus constituted by the mytheme. In analyzing mythogenic transformations, which at this stage seem to become established in a synchrony simplified by their reversibility, Lévi-Strauss does not presume to deliver up to us the nature of the myth-maker. He simply knows here that his informer, while able to write the raw and the cooked though lacking the genius whose mark has been left there, cannot do it, however, without checking at the cloakroom, that is, at the museum of man, a certain number of operative instruments, otherwise known as rituals, that consecrate his subject existence as a myth-maker. In checking them, what in another grammar would be called his assent is rejected from the field of structure. See Newman's Grammar of Assent, somewhat powerful, albeit written for execrable purposes. I will perhaps be led to mention it again. The object of mythogeny thus is not linked to any development or stasis of the responsible subject. It is not concerned with this latter subject but rather with the subject of science. And the closer the informer himself is to reducing his presence to that of the subject of science, the more correctly is the collecting of myth versions carried out. I believe, however, that Lévi-Strauss would have reservations about the introduction, during the collection of documents, of a psychoanalytically inspired approach, a sustained collection of dreams for example, with all that would entail by way of transferential relationships. But why would he, when I maintain to him that our praxis, far from altering the subject of science, the only one about which he can or wants to know anything, is entitled to intervene only when it tends toward this subject's satisfactory realization in the very field that interests Lévi-Strauss? Is this to say that a non-saturated but calculable subject would be the object that, in accordance with the forms of classical epistemology, the body of sciences that one might call conjectural, which I myself have opposed to the term human sciences. I believe it to be all the less indicated as the subject is part of the conjuncture constituting science as a whole. 733. The opposition between exact sciences and conjectural sciences is no longer sustainable once conjecture is subject to exact calculation, using probability, and exactness is merely grounded in a formalism separating axioms and compounding laws from symbols. We cannot, however, be satisfied with the simple observation that a particular formalism is more or less successful, for in the final analysis we must explain its trappings that have not arisen miraculously, but that have instead undergone renewal after crises which, since a certain unswerving direction seems to have been taken in science, have been terribly effective. Let me reiterate that there is something in the status of science's object that seems to me to have remained unelucidated since the birth of science. And let me remind you that while, certainly, to now pose the question of psychoanalysis object is to re-raise a question I broached upon first mounting this rostrum, that of psychoanalysis position inside or outside of science, I have also indicated that the question probably cannot be answered without the object's status in science as such being thereby modified. The object of psychoanalysis, I am laying down my cards now, you may have already guessed my hand, given this talk of the object, is no other than what I have already proposed about the function played in analysis by object A. Is knowledge of object A thus the science of psychoanalysis? This is precisely the equation that must be avoided, since object A must be inserted, as we already know, into the division of the subject by which the psychoanalytic field is quite specifically structured. This is the point with which I resumed my seminar today. This is why it was important to promote firstly, and as a fact to be distinguished from the question of knowing whether psychoanalysis is a science, that is, whether its field is scientific, the fact that its praxis implies no other subject than that of science. What you will be so kind as to permit me to conjure up, with an image like that of the opening up of the subject in psychoanalysis, must be reduced to this great an extent if we are to grasp what the subject receives therein by way of truth. One senses that this is a tortuously circuitous process akin to taming. Object A is not peaceful, or rather one should say, could it be that it does not leave you in peace? Least of all those of you who have the most to do with it, psychoanalysts, who are thus those I electively try to target with my discourse. It's true. The scheduled starting point of our meeting today, being the one at which I left you last year, that of the subject's division between truth and knowledge, is a familiar point to them. It is the one to which Freud urges them with his call wo es war, soil ich werden, which I retrans. 734. Late, once again, to accentuate it here, as where it was, there must I come to be as a subject. Now I demonstrate to analysts the strangeness of this point by taking it from behind, which consists here rather in bringing them back to its front. How could the obscure being, who was atate forever awaiting me, come to be totalized by a line that can only be drawn by dividing this being still more clearly from what I can know of it? It is not only in theory that the question of double inscription arises, having given rise to a perplexity whereupon my students Laplanche and Leclerc could have read its solution in their own split over how to approach the problem. The solution is not, in any case, of the Gestaltist type, nor is it to be sought on the plate where Napoleon's head is inscribed in a tree. It is quite simply to be found in the fact that an inscription does not etch into the same side of the parchment when it comes from the printing plate of truth and when it comes from that of knowledge. The fact that these inscriptions commingle could have been simply accounted for by topology, there being at hand's reach a surface in which front and back are situated so as to join up at all points. This goes much further than an intuitive schema, for it is in so to speak wrapping around the analyst in his being that this topology can grasp him. This is why, although the analyst shifts topology to another plane, it can only be in a breaking up of a puzzle which must, in any case, be reduced to this basis. Which is why it is worth restating that in the test of writing/am thinking, therefore I am/ with quotes around the second clause, it is legible that thought only grounds being by nodding itself in speech where every operation goes right to the essence of language. While Heidegger gives us the expression cogito sum somewhere, serving his own purposes, it should be noted that he algebrizes the phrase, and we can justifiably highlight its remainder, cogito ergo. It is evident therein that nothing gets spoken without leaning on the cause. Now this cause is what is covered over by the soil ich, the must-I of Freud's formulation, which, in inverting its meaning sense, brings forth the paradox of an imperative that presses me to assume my own causality. Yet I am not the cause of myself, though not because I am the creature. The case is precisely the same for the Creator. I refer you on this point to Augustine and the prologue of his De Trinitate on the Trinity. The Spinozian self-cause can take on the name of God. It is something else Ecrits shows, but let us leave that to the two words I will only play on. 735. By stipulating that the Spinozian self-cause is also something other chose autre than the whole, and that this God, being other in this way, is nevertheless not the God of pantheism. In the ego that Descartes accentuates by virtue of the superfluousness of its function in certain of his Latin texts, a subject of exegesis that I leave here to the specialists, one must grasp the point at which it continues to be what it presents itself as, dependent on the God of religion. A curious scrap of ergo, the ego is bound up with this God. Descartes' approach is, singularly, one of safeguarding the ego from the deceitful God, and thereby safeguarding the ego's partner, going so far as to endow the latter with the exorbitant privilege of guaranteeing the eternal truths only insofar as he is their creator. The lot shared by the ego and God that is emphasized here is the same as that rendingly proffered by Descartes' contemporary, Angela Sile-Suze, in his mystical adjurations, upon which he imposes the form of dist itches. Those who keep up with my work would do well to recall here the use I made of the cherubinic wanderer's jaculatory prayers, taking them up within the trajectory of the introduction to Narcissism I was working on, following my own bent, the year of my commentary on President Schreiber. Now one can be a bit shaky at this junction, that is how beauty walks est lepus de la beaute, but one has to shake it just right / il faut de boitergist. And first of all by realizing that the two sides do not fit together their nesymboitent pas. This is why I will take the liberty of letting it go a moment, so as to begin 866 anew with the audacity I adopted at one time, but which I will only repeat insofar as I recall it to mind. For otherwise I would be repeating it twice, whereupon one could call it bis repetita, in the true sense of this expression, which does not mean simple repetition. I'm referring to the Freudian thing, a talk the text of which is that of a second talk, deriving as it does from the occasion upon which I repeated it. It was pronounced the first time. May this insistence, in its very triviality, make you sense the temporal opposition contractaped repetition engenders, in a Vienna where my biographer will situate my first encounter with what must be called the lowest depths of the psychoanalytic world, and above all with a bigwig whose level of culture and responsibility corresponded to that required of a bodyguard one. But it did not much matter to me, it was idle chatter. I had simply wanted it to be in Vienna, that my voice be heard in homage for the centennial of Freud's birth, not so as to mark the site of a deserted locus, but to mark that other site my discourse is now closing in on. It is well known that I already took for granted at that time, as others do now, that the way opened up by Freud has no other meaning than the one I 736 have taken up, namely, that the unconscious is language. Thus did the inspiration strike me, seeing in Freud's way an allegorical figure strangely come alive, and the nudity donned by she who arises from the well quivering with a new skin, to lend her a voice, this gesture in a sense playfully echoing Saint Just's challenge whereby he sent forth to heaven an avowal, enshrined by the assembled audience, of being no more than that which turns to dust, and which speaks to you, he added. I, truth, speak. And the prosopopoeia continues. Think about the unamable thing that, by virtue of its ability to pronounce these words, would go right to the being of language if we are to hear them as they must be pronounced, in horror. But everyone reads into the unveiling what he can. To its credit let us chalk up the muffled though no less derisory dramatism of the tempo at the end of this text, which you will find in Evolution Psychiatrique 1, 1956, by the title La Chose Freudienne 2. I do not believe I owed the rather cool reception my audience gave me, upon the repeated delivery of the talk this text reproduces, to that same horror people felt. While willing to acknowledge what they considered to be its ablative value, their deafness proved to be quite peculiar. It is not that the thing in the title, shocked them, at any rate not as much as it shocked some of my fellow helmsmen back then, piloting the raft upon which, through their doing, I patiently bedfellowed 10 long years for the narcissistic sustenance of our shipwrecked companions with Jaspersian understanding and vacuous personalism, working like mad to keep us all from being tainted by the liberal heart-to-heart. Thing is not a pretty word, someone told me verbatim. Doesn't it simply ruin our quest for the ultimate in psychology's unity where one obviously would not dream of thingiffying tush? Who can you trust? We thought you were in the avant-garde of progress, comrade. One does not see oneself as one is, and even less so when one approaches oneself wearing philosophical masks. But let us leave that aside. To gauge the full extent of the misunderstanding, as it arose in my audience at that time, over an issue of some consequence, I will take up a point that came to light at more or less the same moment, and that one might find touching because of the enthusiasm it supposes. Why, someone set the question rolling, and the concern is still in the air, doesn't he say the truth about truth? /. This proves just how futile my apology and its prosopopoeia were. To lend my voice to support these intolerable words, truth, speak, goes beyond allegory. Which quite simply means everything that can be said. 737. Of truth, of the only truth, namely, that there is no such thing as a meta-language, an assertion made so as to situate all of logical positivism, no language being able to say the truth about truth, since truth is grounded in the fact that truth speaks, and that it has no other means by which to become grounded. This is precisely why the unconscious, which tells the truth about truth, is structured like a language, and why I, in so teaching, tell the truth about Freud, who knew how to let the truth going by the name of the unconscious speak. This lack of truth about truth necessitating as it does all the traps that meta-language, as sham and logic, falls into, is the rightful place of Urverdrangen, that is, of primal repression, which draws toward itself all the other repressions, not to mention other rhetorical effects that we can recognize only by means of the subject of science. And this is why we use other means to get to the bottom of it. But it is of the utmost importance that these means be unable to release larger the subject. They have the advantage of no doubt touching on what is hidden from him. But there is no other truth about truth that can cover over this sore point than proper names, Freud's or my own, unless one stoops to old wives' tales with which to degrade henceforth ineffaceable testimony, a truth whose horrible face everyone is fated to refuse, or even crush when it cannot be refused, that is, when one is a psychoanalyst under the millstone that I have occasionally used as a metaphor to remind people, via another mouthpiece, that stones too know how to scream when need be. People will thus perhaps consider me justified in not having found the question why doesn't he say? Terribly touching, coming as it did from someone whose work at a role in a truth agency's offices made his naivete doubtful, and in having henceforth preferred to do without the services he provided in mine, which has no need of cantors who dream of sacristy. Must it be stated that we have to no connaître other bodies of nol /rj than that of science when it comes to dealing with the epistemological drive? Returning again to what is at issue, is this to admit that we must give up the notion in psychoanalysis that a body of knowledge corresponds to every truth? This is the breaking point whereby we depend upon the advent of science. We no longer have anything with which to join knowledge and truth together but the subject of science. At least this subject allows us to do so, and I will now go further into how, leaving my thing to sort things out by itself with noumena, in short order I suspect, for a truth that speaks has no thing much to chose in common with a noumenon that, for as long as pure reason can remember, has always kept its mouth shut. $73. This reminder is not irrelevant, since the medium that will serve us at this point is one I brought up earlier. It is the cause, not the cause as logical category, but as causing the whole effect. Will you psychoanalysts refuse to take on the question of truth as cause when your very careers are built upon it? If there are any practitioners for whom truth as such is supposed to act, are you not them? Make no mistake about it, in any case, it is because this point is veiled in science that you have kept an astonishingly well-preserved place in what plays the role of collective hope in the vagabond conscience that accompanies revolutions in thought. In writing that Marx's theory is omnipotent because it is true, Lenin says nothing of the enormity of the question his speech raises. If one assumes the truth of materialism in its two guises, dialectic and history, which are, in fact, one and the same to be mute, how could theorizing this increase its power? To answer with proletarian consciousness and the action of Marxist politicos seems inadequate to me. The separation of powers is at least announced in Marxism, the truth as cause being distinguished from knowledge put into operation. An economic science inspired by capital does not necessarily lead to its utilization as a revolutionary power, and history seems to require help from something other than a predicative dialectic. Aside from this singular point, which I shall not elaborate on here, the fact is that science, if one looks at it closely, has no memory. Once constituted, it forgets the circuitous path by which it came into being, otherwise stated, it forgets a dimension of truth that psychoanalysis seriously puts to work. I must, however, be more precise. It is widely known that theoretical physics and mathematics, after every crisis that is resolved in a form for which the term generalized theory can in no way be taken to mean a shift to generality, often maintain what they generalize in its position in the preceding structure. That is not my point here. My concern is the toll /drain / the subjective toll that each of these crises takes on the learned. The tragedy drame has its victims, and nothing allows us to say that their destiny can be inscribed in the Oedipal myth. Let us say that the subject has not been studied to any great extent. J.R. Meyer, Cantor. Well, I am not going to furnish a list of first-rate tragedies, leading at times to the point of madness, the names of certain of our contemporaries, in whose cases I consider exemplary the tragedy of what is happening in psychoanalysis, would soon have to be added to the list. I posit, moreover, that this tragedy cannot itself be brought within Oedipus without throwing the latter into question. 739. You see the program that is being sketched out here. It is not about to be realized. I even consider it to be rather blocked. I am broaching it prudently, and for today I ask you to see yourselves in the reflected light of such an approach. Which is to say that we are going to bring this light to bear on other fields than psychoanalysis that lay claim to truth. It must be said that, to the subject of science, magic, and religion, two such fields that are distinct from science, so much so that people have situated them in relation to science, as a false or lesser science in the case of magic, and as going beyond its limits, or even in a truth conflict with science in the case of religion, are mere will-o'-the-wisps, but not to the suffering subject with whom we deal. Will it be said, he's coming to it now, what is the suffering subject if not the one from whom our privileges stem? And what right do your intellectualizations give you to him? In response, I will start off with something I came across in the work of a philosopher recently awarded full academic honors. According to him, the truth of pain is pain itself. Leaving this matter for today to the realm he explores, I will come back to it later in the year to explain how phenomenology serves as a pretext for the counter-truth and to explain the latter's status. I will take it up now only to ask you analysts a question: does or doesn't what you do imply that the truth of neurotic suffering lies in having the truth as cause? I propose the following. Concerning magic, I begin with a viewpoint that allows for no confusion as to my scientific allegiance, but is confined to a structuralist definition. This viewpoint assumes that signifiers answer as such to signifiers. Signifiers in nature are called up by incantatory signifiers. They are metaphorically mobilized. The thing, insofar as it speaks, answers our insistent prayers. This is why the order of natural classifications I invoked from Levi-Strauss's studies permits us, through its structural definition, to glimpse the bridge of correspondences by which the effective operation is conceivable, in the same way in which the operation was conceived. This is, nevertheless, a reduction that neglects the subject here. Everyone knows that the readying mise en état of the subject, the shamanizing subject, is essential here. Let us observe that the shaman, in the flesh, is part of nature, and that the operation's correlative subject must hew himself from this corporeal medium. This mode of hewing recoupement is 740. Debarred from the subject of science. Only his structural correlatives in the operation are situable for him, but they are exactly situable. It is in the form of signifiers that what must be mobilized in nature appears: thunder and rain, meteors and miracles. Everything is organized here in accordance with the antinomic relationships by which language is structured. I must thus investigate the effect of demand in magic, with the idea of testing whether the relationship to desire defined by my graph can be detected in it. Only in this way, to be described later on, using an approach which does not involve coarse recourse to analogy, can psychoanalysts consider themselves qualified to say anything about magic. Their comment that magic is always sexual has its value here, but does not suffice to authorize them to do so. I will conclude with 2 points worthy of your attention. Magic involves the truth as cause in its guise as efficient cause. Knowledge is characterized in magic not only as remaining veiled for the subject of science, but as dissimulating itself as such, as much in the operative tradition as in its action. This is one of magic's conditions. As for religion, I will simply indicate the same structural approach and, just as summarily, that this outline is grounded in an opposition between structural traits. Is it possible to hope that religion will take on a more straightforward status in science? I ask this because for some time now strange philosophers have been giving the flimsiest definition of the relations between science and religion, primarily taking them to be deployed in the same world, religion having the more encompassing position therein. On this delicate point, about which certain people would want me to adopt analytic neutrality, I promote the principle that befriending everyone is an inadequate policy for maintaining intact the position from which one must operate. In religion, the putting into play of truth as cause by the subject, the religious subject, that is described earlier, is taken up in a completely different operation. An analysis on the basis of the subject of science necessarily leads one to bring out in religion mechanisms that are familiar to us from obsessive neurosis. Freud perceived them in a flash that gives them an import surpassing all traditional criticism. The intent to measure religion against obsessive neurosis is in no way incommensurate. If one cannot begin with remarks such as this, that the role played by J4I revelation in religion translates as a negation of truth as cause, that is, revelation negates what grounds the subject in considering himself to be a party to the cause party prenanti, then there is little chance of giving the so-called history of religions any limits, in other words, any rigor. Let us say that a religious man leaves responsibility for the cause to God, but thereby bars his own access to truth. Thus he is led to place the cause of his desire in God's hands, and that is the true object of his sacrifice. His demand is subordinated to his presumed desire for a God who must then be seduced. The game of love starts in this way. Religious people thus confer upon truth the status of guilt. The upshot being a distrust of knowledge, most evident in the cases of those church fathers who proved to be the best reasoners. Truth in religion is relegated to so-called eschatological ends, which is to say that truth appears only as final cause, in the sense that it is deferred to an end of the world judgment. Hence the obscurantist stench that permeates all scientific uses of finality. I have noted in passing how much we have to learn about the structure of the subject's relationship to truth as cause from the writings of the Church Fathers, and even from the first conciliar decisions. The rationalism organizing theological thought is in no way a matter of fancy, as the platitude would have it. If there is fantasy therein, it is in the most rigorous sense of the institution of a real that covers over the truth. The fact that Christian truth had to formulate the untenable notion of a three-and-one God does not strike me as inaccessible to scientific investigation. On this point, Ecclesiastical power makes do very well with a certain discouragement of thought. Before accentuating the impasses of such a mystery, it is worthwhile reflecting upon the necessity of this mystery's articulation. Thought must be measured against this necessity. The questions must be broached at the level at which dogma lapses into heresy, and the question of the filioque seems to me to allow of explanation in topological terms. Structural apprehension must be primary therein, it alone permits an accurate assessment of the function of images. De Trinitate here has all the marks of a theoretical work, and we can take it as a model. Were this not the case, I would advise my students to encounter a 16th-century tapestry awaiting them in the foyer of the Mobilier National, on display for another month or two, that forces itself upon one's gaze. 742. The three people, who are all represented identically, perfectly at ease talking among themselves on the fresh banks of creation, are quite simply anxiety-provoking. And what is hidden by such a well-made machine, when it confronts the couple, Adam and Eve, in the flower of their sin, is certainly of the sort to be proposed as a mental exercise on human relationships, ordinarily imagined to never exceed duality. But my audience should first become versed in Augustine. I seem to have thus only defined characteristics of religions from the Jewish tradition. They are obviously designed to show us why the latter is of interest, and I am inconsolable at having had to drop my project of relating the function of the name of the Father to the study of the Bible. The key nevertheless lies in a definition of the relation of the subject to truth. I believe I can say that insofar as Claude Lévi-Strauss conceives of Buddhism as a religion of the generalized subject, that is, as involving an infinitely variable stopping down of truth as cause, he flatters this utopia by believing that it concords with the universal reign of Marxism in society. Which is perhaps to make too little of the exigencies of the subject of science, and to lend too much credence to the emergence in theory of a doctrine of the transcendence of matter. Ecumenism only seems to have a chance if it is grounded in an appeal to the feeble-minded. As for science, I cannot today say what seems to me to be the structure of its relations to the truth as cause, since our progress this year shall contribute to an understanding of this point. I will broach the topic with the strange remark that our science's prodigious fecundity must be examined in relation to the fact, sustaining science, that science does not want to know anything about the truth as cause. You may recognize therein my formulation of Verwerfung or foreclosure, which forms a closed series here with Verdre and Engung, repression, and Vernianung, negation, whose function in magic and religion I have indicated in passing. What I have said of the relationship between Verwerfung and psychosis, especially as Verwerfung of the name of the Father, is apparently at odds here with this attempt at structural situation. If one remarks, however, that a successful paranoia might just as well seem to constitute the closure of science, assuming psychoanalysis were called. 743. Upon to represent this function, and if, moreover, one acknowledges that psychoanalysis is essentially what brings the name of the Father back into scientific examination, one comes upon the same apparent deadlock, but one has the feeling that this very deadlock spurs on progress, and that one can see the chiasmus that seemed to create an obstacle therein coming undone. The current state of the drama of psychoanalysis' birth, and the ruse that hides therein by beguiling writers' conscious ruses, should perhaps be taken into account here, for I was not the one who came up with the expression successful paranoia. I shall certainly have to indicate that the impact of truth as cause in science must be recognized in its guise as formal cause. But that will be so as to clarify that psychoanalysis instead emphasizes its guise as material cause, a fact that qualifies psychoanalysis originality in science. This material cause is truly the form of impact of the signifier that I define therein. The signifier is defined by psychoanalysis as acting first of all as if it were separate from its signification. Here we see the literal character trait that specifies the copulatory signifier, the phallus. When arising outside of the limits of the subject's biological maturation, it is effectively, printed, it is unable, however, to be the sign representing sex, the partner's sex, that is, the partner's biological sign. Recall, in this connection, My formulations differentiating the signifier from the sign. It suffices to say in passing that in psychoanalysis, history constitutes a different dimension than development, and it is an aberration to try to reduce it to the latter. History unfolds only in going against the rhythm of development, a point from which history as a science should perhaps learn a lesson, if it expects to escape the ever-present clutches of a providential conception of its course. In short, we once again come upon the subject of the signifier as I articulated it last year. Conveyed by a signifier in its relation to another signifier, the subject must be as rigorously distinguished from the biological individual as from any psychological evolution subsumable under the subject of understanding. In minimal terms, this is the function I grant language in theory. It seems to me compatible with historical materialism, the latter having left this point unaddressed. Perhaps the theory of objecta will also find its place therein. As we shall see, this theory is necessary to a correct integration of the function from the standpoint of knowledge and the subject of truth as cause. In passing, you might have glimpsed, in the four modes of the causes. J44. Refraction just surveyed here, an analogous nominal schema and the same number of modes as in Aristotle's physics. It is no accident, since his physics is marked by a logicism that still retains the savor and sapience of an original grammaticism, to auzatov apts caratib to5 ia 11 jte pi I ecric pev. Will it seem valid to us that the cause remains exactly as many-sided in polymerizing? It is not the sole goal of this exploration to afford you an elegant take on frameworks that, in and of themselves, fall outside of our jurisdiction, magic, religion, and even science itself. My primary concern is to remind you that, as subjects of psychoanalytic science, you must resist the temptation of each of these relations to truth as cause. But not in the way in which you are at first likely to understand this. Magic tempts you only insofar as you project its characteristics onto the subject with which you are dealing in order to psychologize it, that is, misrecognize it. So-called magical thinking always attributed to someone else is not a stigma with which you can label the other. It is just as valid for your fellow man as for yourself within the most common limits, being at the root of even the slightest of commandment's effects. To be more explicit, recourse to magical thinking explains nothing. What must be explained is its efficiency. As for religion, it should rather serve us as a model not to be followed, instituting as it does a social hierarchy in which the tradition of a certain relation to truth as cause is preserved. Simulation of the Catholic Church, reproduced whenever the relation to truth as cause reaches the social realm, is particularly grotesque in a certain psychoanalytic international, owing to the condition it imposes upon communication. Need it be said that in science, as opposed to magic and religion, knowledge is communicated? It must be stressed that this is not merely because it is usually done, but because the logical form given this knowledge includes a mode of communication which sutures the subject it implies. Such is the main problem raised by communication in psychoanalysis. The first obstacle to its scientific value is that the relation to truth as cause, in its material guises, has remained neglected by the circle of its elaborators. Shall I conclude by returning to the point with which I began today, the division of the subject? This point constitutes a knot. $74. Let us recall that Freud unties the knot in his discussion of the lack of the mother's penis, where the nature of the phallus is revealed. He tells us that the subject divides here regarding reality, seeing an abyss opening up here against which he protects himself with a phobia, and which he at the same time covers over with a surface upon which he erects a fetish, that is, the existence of the penis as maintained albeit displaced. Let us, on the one hand, extract the no pada from the no penis, pada penis, to be bracketed out, and transfer it to the no knowledge pas de savoir, that is the hesitation step pa hesitation of neurosis. Let us, on the other hand, recognize the subject's efficacy in the nomon he erects, a nomon that constantly indicates truth side to him. Revealing that the phallus itself is nothing but the side of lack it indicates in the subject. This is the same index that directs me to the path along which I want to proceed this year, that is, the path you yourselves shy away from, as you are called forth as analysts in that lack. December 1, 1965. Notes. 1 Later an executant in the operation of promotion to the rostrum at which I gave the destroying my teaching, the outcome, of which present lecture. The audience present was aware, is of interest too. See the last lines of the Freudian to the reader only as concerns the disappear thing, Burke's 1966, 436. Ends of the journal La Psychanalyse and My. Appendix I, a spoken commentary on Freud's Verneinung by Jean Hippolyte. To start off with, I must thank Dr. Lacan for insisting that I present this article by Freud to you, because it gave me the opportunity to do a night's work and to bring you the child of this labor. One, I hope that it will prove worthy in your eyes. Dr. Lacan was kind enough to send me the German text along with the French. It was a wise thing to do, because I don't think I would have understood anything in the French text if I hadn't had the German. 2. I wasn't familiar with this text. It has an absolutely extraordinary structure, and deep down it is extremely enigmatic. Its construction is not at all like that of a professor. The text's construction is, I don't want to say dialectical, so as not to overuse the word, but extremely subtle. And it obliged me to come up with a real interpretation using both the German text and the French text, in which the translation is not very accurate but is, on the whole, honest enough when compared with others. This is the interpretation I am going to offer you. I think it is valid, but it is not the only possible one, and it is certainly worth discussing. Freud begins by presenting his title, Die Verneinung. And I realized, making the same discovery Dr. Lacan had already made, that it would be better to translate it into French as La Denegation. Similarly, further on you will find Etwas im Urteil verneinen, which is not the negation of something in the judgment, but a sort of revocation of a judgment de judgmini. 3. Throughout the text, I think one must distinguish. Appendix I 747. Between the negation within judgment and the attitude of negation, otherwise it does not seem possible to understand it. The French text does not bring out the extremely concrete, almost amusing style of the examples of negation with which Freud begins. Consider the first one, which contains a projection whose role you can easily situate given the work you've done in the seminar, in which the patient, let us call him the psychoanalyzed person psychanalyze, says to his analyst, now you'll think I mean to say something insulting, but really I've no such intention. We realize, Freud says, that this is a rejection, by projection, of an idea that has just come to mind. Sexix, 235. I realized in everyday life that when, as frequently happens, we hear someone say I certainly don't mean to offend you by saying what I am about to say, we must translate this as I mean to offend you. Such an intention is never lacking. But this remark leads Freud to a very bold generalization, in which he raises the problem of negation insofar as it might be at the very origin of intelligence. This is how I understand the article, in all its philosophical density. Similarly, he gives an example of someone saying, you ask who this person in the dream can be. It's not my mother. In which case, the question is settled, we can be sure that it is indeed her. He goes on to cite a technique which is useful to the psychoanalyst, but, in addition, we could say, to anyone, for shedding light on what has been repressed in a given situation. What would you consider the most unlikely imaginable thing in that situation? What do you think was furthest from your mind at that time? If the patient, or whomever you happen to be talking to at a party or over dinner, lets himself fall into your trap and tells you what he considers to be the most unbelievable thing, then that is what you have to believe. Thus we have here an analysis of concrete techniques which is generalized until its foundation is encountered in a mode of presenting what one is in the mode of not being it. Because that is exactly how it is constituted, I am going to tell you what I am not. Pay attention, this is precisely what I am. This is how Freud takes up the function of negation and, in order to do so, he uses a word which I could not but feel at home with, the word Aufbung, which, as you know, has had a variety of fates. It is not for me to say it. Dr. Lacan, indeed, it is. If not you, then whose responsibility would it be? Professor Hippolyte, it is Hegel's dialectical word, which means simultaneously 881 to deny, to suppress, and to conserve, and fundamentally to lift soul ever. In Y48 reality, it might be the Aufhebung of a stone, or equally the cancellation of my subscription to a newspaper. Freud tells us here, negation is die Aufhebung of the repression, though not, of course, an acceptance of what is repressed. 235-36. Something truly extraordinary begins here in Freud's analysis. Something emerges from these anecdotes, which we might well have taken for nothing more than anecdotes, that is of prodigious philosophical import and that I will attempt to summarize shortly. Presenting one's being in the mode of not being, it is truly what is at stake in this Aufhebung of the repression, which is not an acceptance of that which is repressed. The person who is speaking says, "This is what I am not." There would no longer be any repression here, if repression signified unconsciousness, since it is conscious. But the crux of the repression persists in the form of unacceptance. Freud now leads us through an argument of extreme philosophical subtlety. It would be a gross oversight were we to let a remark Freud makes slip by, simply on account of its unreflective use in everyday speech. In this the intellectual function is separated from the affective process. 236. For there is truly a profound discovery in the manner in which he goes on to deal with it. To present my hypothesis, I will say that, in order to carry out an analysis of the intellectual function, he does not show how the intellectual separates from the affective, but how the intellectual is that sort of suspension of content for which the somewhat barbaric term sublimation 5 would not be inappropriate. Perhaps what is born here is thought as such, but not before the content has been affected by a negation. Let me recall to mind a philosophical text. I once again apologize for doing so, although Dr. Lacan can guarantee you that it is necessary. At the end of one of Hegel's chapters, the point is to substitute true negativity for the appetite for destruction that takes hold of desire and that is conceptualized there in a profoundly mythical rather than a psychological manner, to substitute, as I was saying, an ideal negation for the appetite for destruction that takes hold of desire and that is such that, in the final outcome of the primordial struggle in which the two combatants face off, there is no one left to determine who won and who lost. 882. The negation that Freud talks about here, insofar as it is different from the ideal negation in which the intellectual is constituted, shows us the sort of genesis whose vestiges Freud points to, at the moment of concluding his text, in the negativism characteristic of certain psychotics. 6. Appendix I 749. And Freud goes on to explain, mythically speaking still, what differentiates this moment of ideal negation from negativity. In my view, this is what has to be acknowledged in order to understand what is truly being spoken of as negation in this article, even though it is not immediately obvious. Similarly, a dissymmetry expressed by two different words in Freud's text which have been translated by the same word in French must be noted between the movement toward affirmation based on the unifying tendency of love, and the genesis, based on the destructive tendency, of the kind of negation whose true function is to engender intelligence and the very position of thought. But let us proceed more slowly. We have seen that Freud posits the intellectual as separate from the affective. Even if the desired modification, the acceptance of what is repressed, occurs during the analysis, the repression is not, for all that, eliminated. Let us try to conceptualize the situation. First stage, here is what I am not. What I am is deduced therefrom. The repression still persists in the guise of negation. Second stage, the psychoanalyst obliges me to accept intellectually what I formerly denied /Nieus/ and Freud adds, after a dash and without any explanation, the repressive process itself is not yet removed, aufgehoben, by this 5-19, 236. This seems very profound to me. If the psychoanalyzed person accepts this, he goes back on his negation and yet the repression is still there. I conclude from this that one must give what happens here a philosophical name, a name Freud did not pronounce, negation of the negation. Literally, what transpires here is intellectual, but only intellectual, affirmation qua negation of the negation. These terms are not to be found in Freud's text, but I think that all we are doing is extending his thought by formulating it in this way. That is what he really means. At this point, and let us be vigilant in working with a difficult text, Freud finds himself in a position to be able to show how the intellectual separates seven from the affective, and to give a formulation of a sort of genesis of judgment, that is, in short, a genesis of thought. I apologize to the psychologists here, but I am not very fond of positive psychology in itself. One might take this genesis for positive psychology, but its import seems more profound to me, being historical and mythical in nature. And given the role that Freud has this primordial affectivity play, insofar as it gives rise to intelligence, I think that it should be understood in the way that Dr. Lacan teaches, which is that the primal form of relation, Y50, known psychologically as the affective, is itself situated within the distinctive field of the human situation, and that, while it gives rise to intelligence, it is because, from the outset, it already brings with it a fundamental historicity. There is no pure affect on the one hand, entirely engaged in the real, and pure intellect on the other, which detaches itself from it in order to grasp it anew. In the genesis described here, I see a sort of grand myth. And behind the appearance of positivity in Freud's text, there is a grand myth sustaining it. What does this mean? What is there behind affirmation 8? There is Vereinigung, which is eros. And what is there behind negation? Careful intellectual negation will be something more. The appearance here of a fundamental, dissymmetrical symbol. Primordial affirmation is nothing more than affirming, but to negate near is more than to wish to destroy. The process that leads to this point, which has been translated into French as rejection, even though Freud did not use the term Verwerfung here, is still more strongly stressed, since he uses Austossung, which means expulsion. We have here, in some sense, two primary forces, the force of attraction 10 and the force of expulsion, both of which seem to be under the sway of the pleasure principle, which cannot but strike one in this text. 11. This is, thus, the earliest premier history of judgment. Freud now distinguishes between two different types of judgment. In accordance with what everyone learns about the elements of philosophy, there is a judgment of attribution and a judgment of existence. The function of judgment affirms or disaffirms the possession by a thing of a particular attribute, and it asserts or disputes that a representation Vorstellian has an existence in reality. /cis 19, 236. Freud now shows what lies behind the judgment of attribution and behind the judgment of existence. It seems to me that in order to understand his article, one must consider both the negation of the attributive judgment and the negation of the judgment of existence as falling short of negation when it appears in its symbolic function. In the final analysis, judgment does not yet exist in this moment of emergence, rather, there is an early premier myth of the outside and the inside, and that is what we have to figure out. You can sense the import of this myth of the formation of the outside and the inside, for alienation is grounded in these two terms. What is translated in their formal opposition becomes, beyond that, alienation and hostility between the two. What makes these 4 or 5 pages so dense is that, as you see, they call everything into question, and move from concrete remarks, seemingly so. Appendix IJ5I. Minor and yet so profound in their generality, to something which brings with it an entire philosophy, an entire structure of thought. What is there behind the judgment of attribution? There is the I should like to take in, to myself, \m, appropria \introject, or the I should like to expel. At the outset, Freud seems to be saying, but at the outset means nothing more than in the myth Once Upon a Time. In this story, once upon a time there was an ego moi, by which we should understand here a subject, for whom nothing was as yet foreign. The distinction between the foreign and himself involves an operation, an expulsion. This renders comprehensible a proposition which, appearing rather abruptly, seems for a moment to be contradictory. Das Schlecht, what is bad, das Damage Fremd, what is foreign to the ego moi, das Außenbefindlich, and what is found outside, ist ihm zunächst identisch, are, at first, identical for him. Now, just before this, Freud says that one introjects and one expels, and that there is therefore an operation which is the operation of expulsion, the operation of introjection. This is the primordial operation, that is the judgment of attribution. But what lies at the origin of the judgment of existence is the relationship between representation and perception. It is very difficult here not to miss the sense in which Freud deepens this relationship. What is important is that, at the outset, it is indifferent whether one knows if there is ilia or there is not. There is, the subject reproduces his representation of things based on the initial perception he had of them. When he says now that this exists, the question is 12 whether this representation still has the same status in reality, but whether he can or cannot refind it. This is the relationship between the representation and reality that Freud emphasizes on the possibility of refinding its object once again. Repetition as the emphasized mainspring proves that Freud is operating in a more profound dimension than Jung, the latter's dimension being more properly that of memory. 13. We must not lose the thread of Freud's analysis here. But it is so difficult and detailed that I am afraid of making you lose it. What was at stake in the judgment of attribution was expelling or introjecting. In the judgment of existence, it is a question of attributing to the ego, or rather to the subject. It is more comprehensive, a representation that no longer has an object that corresponds to it, although an object had corresponded to it at an earlier stage. What is at stake here is the genesis of the outside and of the inside. $7.2. Hence this offers us, as Freud says, an insight into the birth of judgment, from the interplay of primary drive impulses. So here there is a sort of continuation, along lines of expediency, of the original process by which the ego took things into itself, appropriation moi, or expelled them from itself, according to the pleasure principle v. Sis 19, 239. Die Beijahung, affirmation, Freud tells us, als Ersatz der Vereinigung, insofar as it is simply the equivalent of unification, gehört dem Erosen, is due to Eros, which is what lies at the source of affirmation. For example, in the judgment of attribution, there is the fact of introjecting, of taking into oneself a propria instead of expelling outside. He doesn't use the word ersat regarding negation, but rather the word Nachfolge. But the French translator renders it by the same word as ersat. The German text gives, affirmation is the Ersatei of Vereinigung, and negation is the Nachfolge of expulsion, or, more precisely, of the destructive drive, destructionstree. This thus becomes entirely mythical. There are two instincts, which are, as it were, tangled together in this myth which bears the subject, one instinct of unification, the other of destruction. A grand myth, as you see, and one which repeats others. But the little nuance whereby affirmation in some sense 886 merely substitutes for unification, whereas negation results, afterward, from expulsion alone, seems to me capable of explaining the sentence that follows regarding only negativism and the destructive instinct. For this explains how there can be a pleasure in negating denier, a negativism that results straightforwardly from the suppression 14 of the libidinal components. In other words, what has disappeared in this pleasure in negating near, disappeared equals repressed, are the libidinal components. Does the destructive instinct also depend consequently upon pleasure? I think this is very important, crucial for technique. 15. However, Freud tells us that the performance of the function of judgment is only made possible by the creation of the symbol of negation X, Why doesn't Freud say that the functioning of judgment is made possible by affirmation? Because negation has a role to play, not as a tendency toward destruction, nor within a form of judgment, but insofar as it is the fundamental attitude of symbolicity rendered explicit. The creation of the symbol of negation permitted an initial degree of independence from repression and its consequences and, thereby, also from the compulsion, zwang, of the pleasure principle SE 19, 239. A sentence whose meaning would not have created any problem for me, if I had not first linked the tendency toward destruction to the pleasure principle. Appendix I-75s. Because there is a difficulty here. What does the dissymmetry between affirmation and negation thus signify? It signifies that all of the repressed can once again be taken up and reutilized in a sort of suspension, and that, in some sense, instead of being dominated by the instincts of attraction and expulsion, a margin for thought can be generated, an appearance of being so in the guise of not being so, which is generated with negation, that is, where the symbol of negation is linked to the concrete attitude of negation. For this is how one must understand the text, if one accepts its conclusion, which at first struck me as a bit strange. This view of negation fits in very well with the fact that in analysis we never discover a no in the unconscious. Sex 1x, 239. But we certainly find destruction there. We must thus clearly distinguish between the destructive instinct and the form of destruction, otherwise we will not understand what Freud meant. In negation, we must see a concrete attitude at the origin of the explicit symbol of negation. This explicit symbol alone makes possible something like the use of the unconscious, all the while maintaining the repression. This is what seems to me to be the meaning of the end of the concluding sentence. Recognition of the unconscious on the part of the ego is expressed in a negative formula. Sex 239. That's it in a nutshell. In analysis there is no no to be found in the unconscious, but recognition of the unconscious by the ego demonstrates that the ego is always misrecognition. Even in knowledge connaissance \1 always finds in the ego, in a negative formulation, the hallmark of the possibility of having the unconscious at one's disposal even as one refuses it. There is no stronger evidence that we have been successful in our effort to uncover the unconscious than when the patient reacts to it with the words "I didn't think that," or "I didn't, ever, think of that." Sex 239. Thus, in these 4 or 5 pages of Freud's, and I apologize if I myself have demonstrated some difficulty in finding in them what I believe to be their thread, there is, on the one hand, an analysis of the sort of concrete attitude that emerges from the very observation of negation, on the other hand, the possibility of seeing the intellectual dissociate from the affective, finally, and above all, a genesis of everything that leads up to the primal level, and consequently the origin of judgment and of thought itself, in the form of thought as such, since thought is already there before, in the primal state, but it is not there as thought of, which is grasped by means of negation. Appendix 2, Metaphor of the Subject 1. This is the text, rewritten in June 1961, of remarks I made on June 23, 1960, in response to a talk by Chaim Perlman, in which he invoked the idea of rationality and the rule of law before the French Philosophical Society. It anticipates, to some degree, as concerns metaphor, what I have since been formulating by way of a logic of the unconscious. I am indebted to Francis Regalt for having reminded me of this text in time to add it to the second edition of this volume. Procedures of argumentation interest Mr. Perlman because they are scorned méprise by the scientific tradition. He is thus led to plead, before a philosophical society, that they have been misunderstood méprise. He would do better to go beyond defense if he would win us over to his side. This is the sense in which the remark that I will bring to his attention is intended. It is on the basis of the unconscious manifestations, which I deal with as an analyst, that I have developed a theory of the effects of the signifier that intersects rhetoric. This is attested to by the fact that my students, in reading works of rhetoric, recognize it to be their daily fare at my seminar. Thus I shall be led to question him less about what he has argued here, perhaps too cautiously, then about a point at which his written work takes us right to the crux of thought. Metaphor, for example, which I link up, as is well known, with one of the two fundamental facets of the play of the unconscious. It cannot be said that I disagree with the way Perelman deals with metaphor, detecting therein a four-term operation, or even with the fact that he defends his decisively separating it from images on such grounds. I do not, however, believe that he is justified in thinking he has reduced it to the function of analogy. 2. If we take it for granted that, in the case of analogy, the specific effect of the relations A/B and D/C is sustained by the very heterogeneity by which they divide up into theme and phoros, this formalism is no longer valid for J56. Metaphor, and the best proof thereof is that the formalism becomes confused in the very illustrations Perelman provides of it. There are, as it were, four terms in metaphor, but their heterogeneity involves a dividing line 3 against 1 and is tantamount to the dividing line between the signifier and the signified. To expand on a formula I gave for metaphor in my article entitled The Instance of the Letter in the Unconscious, 3:1 will rewrite it as follows. SS/1S SIX/S. Metaphor is, quite radically speaking, the effect of the substitution of one signifier for another in a chain, nothing natural predestining the signifier for this function of phoros apart from the fact that two signifiers are involved, which can, as such, be reduced to a phonemic opposition. To demonstrate this using one of Perelman's own examples, the one he has judiciously chosen from Berkeley's Third Dialogue, for an ocean of false science will be written as follows, since it is better to restore what the French translation already tends to make dormant endermer, to do justice, along with Perelman, to a metaphor so felicitously found by rhetoricians. An ocean false/one of an ocean I. Learning X /. Learning enseignement indeed, is not science, and one senses even more clearly in the former that the term has no more to do with the ocean than a fish with a bicycle. The sunken cathedral of what had been previously taught insane concerning this matter is still likely to ring fruitfully in our ears when it is reduced to the alternation of a muffled and sonorous bell by which the phrase penetrates us learning not from the depths of a liquid layer, but due to the fallacy of its own arguments. The ocean is one of those arguments and nothing else. I mean literature, which must be understood in its historical context, by which it bears the meaning that the cosmos can, at its outermost bounds, become a locus of deception. A signified thus, you may retort, with which the metaphor begins. Perhaps, but within the range of its effect it goes beyond mere recurrence, being based on the non-meaning of what is just one term among others of the same learning. What is produced, however, at the place of the question mark in the SEC. Appendix 2Y5Y. And part of my formula is a new species in signification, a falseness that disputation cannot fathom, for it is unsoundable the wave and depth of the imaginaries a d'époque, in which any vessel is swallowed up should it seek to draw forth something. By being awakened in its freshness, this metaphor, like every other, shows its true colors in the work of the surrealists. The radical nature of metaphor is seen in the fit of rage, related by Freud, that his rat man flew into as a child, when he had yet to be armed with foul language, before becoming a full-fledged obsessive neurotic. Upon being thwarted by his father, the boy yelled at him, "Do lamp, do hand touch, do teller you lamp, you towel, you plate." And so on, his father being unsure whether to consider this criminal or genius on his son's part 5x 205. I myself intend not to lose sight here of the dimension of insult-injure in which metaphor originates, insult that is more serious than we imagine when we reduce it to wartime invective. For the injustice that is gratuitously done to every subject by use of an attribute with which any other subject is inclined to take a dig at him stems from such insults. The cat goes bow wow, the dog goes meow, meow. This is how the child spells out the powers of discourse and inaugurates thought. One might be surprised that I feel the need to take things so far concerning metaphor. But Perelman will grant me that in invoking, to satisfy his analogical theory, the coupled terms swimmer and scholar, and then terra firma and truth, and in admitting that one can thus multiply them ad infinitum, what he formulates evidently manifests that they are all equally irrelevant and come down to what I say, no extant signification has anything to do with the question. Of course, speaking of the constitutive disorganization of every enunciation does not say it all, and the example Perlman revives from Aristotle, 5. The evening of life to speak of old age, is quite telling in that it does not even point out the repression of the most unpleasant facet of the metaphorized term in order to bring out a sense of peacefulness that old age in no way implies in real life real. For if we question the peacefulness of the evening l'apéx du soir / we realize that it involves no other dimension than the muting of vocal exercises, whether the jabbering of harvesters or the chirping of birds. Considering which, we might remember that while language is essentially blah blah blah, it is nevertheless from language that having and being derive. This is what the metaphor I chose in the above-mentioned Article 6, namely, Victor Hugo's his sheaf was neither miserly nor spiteful, from Boo sleeping, Bowie endormi, plays on, and it does not idly evoke the J58 link that, in rich people, unites the position of having with the refusal inscribed in their being. For this is the impasse of love. And its very negation would do no more here, as we know, than posit it, if the metaphor introduced by the substitution of his sheaf for the subject did not bring forth the only object the having of which necessitates the failure to be it the phallus around which the whole poem revolves right down to its last twist. This means that the most serious reality, and even the sole serious reality for man, if one considers its role in sustaining the metonymy of his desire, can only be retained in metaphor. What am I trying to get at, if not to convince you that what the unconcise brings back to our attention is the law by which enunciation can never be reduced to what is enunciated in any discourse? Let us not say that I choose my terms in it, regardless of what I have to say, although it is not pointless to recall here that the discourse of science, insofar as it commends itself by its objectivity, neutrality, and dreariness, even of the Sulpician variety, is just as dishonest and ill-intentioned as any other rhetoric. What must be said is that the eye of this choice is born somewhere other than in the place where the discourse is enunciated, namely, in the person who listens to it. Doesn't this provide the status of rhetorical effects, in showing that they extend to all signification? Let people object that they stop at mathematical discourse. I will agree all the more in that I place the highest value on that discourse precisely because it signifies nothing. The only absolute statement was made by the competent authority, namely, that no roll of the dice in the signifier will ever abolish chance. This is so because chance exists only within a linguistic determination, no matter how we consider it, whether in combination with automatism or encounter.